Chapter 1. Have I transcended? Have I truly transcended? Have I even arrived in the world of One Piece, becoming a pirate? Isn't this a bit hasty? In the cabin, Lu Ming rubbed his head as he sat up from a meager bed. A surge of memories coalesced within him, granting him an awareness of his current predicament. Originally, he was a 20-something recluse on Earth, who, after a night of binge-watching anime, awoke to find himself here. His present identity was that of a pirate in a pirate crew. According to the memories he absorbed, he had been involved in the robbery of a merchant ship, where the first mate ordered them to kill the crew, but out of mercy, he was knocked unconscious by one of them. The pirate crew he found himself in was called the Thunder Pirate Crew. Though the name sounded formidable, in the vast world of One Piece, they were undoubtedly among the lowest tier. As a seasoned fan of One Piece, Lu Ming knew that there were numerous pirate crews in this world, each varying in strength. The formidable ones included the Straw Hat Pirates, the Red-Haired Pirates, the Whitebeard Pirates, the Roger Pirates, the Blackbeard Pirates, and the Buggy Pirates. These crews boasted terrifying bounties, with their captains wielding astonishing power. In contrast, the Thunder Pirate Crew had merely a name that could pass. With over 20 crew members, the captain's bounty was below 5 million berries, and the rest of the pirates were even less noteworthy. Compared to those grand pirate crews, Lu Ming felt that his Thunder Pirate Crew was merely a side player. Lu Ming himself was baffled as to why his predecessor had been foolish enough to join this crew. Surely, he could have aligned himself with the East Blue Overlord Krieg or the Clown Buggy. He was well aware that being a pirate was exceedingly perilous. Not only did one have to contend with the bounties placed by the Navy, but they sometimes encountered bounty hunters and even lethal rivals from within their own ranks. This is the world of One Piece. Without strength, it is only a matter of time before one meets their doom, swallowed by the sea. As a mere small-time pirate with no real power, how am I supposed to survive? Heaven knows, others who transcend often possess golden fingers, at the very least receiving a commendable identity. But here I am, starting off in hell. Being a small-time pirate is one thing, but lacking any strength or background is quite another. Lu Ming felt a profound unease regarding his fate, anxiously contemplating the fragility of his existence. Ding! Detection of a suitable binding target system, binding in progress. At that moment, a mechanical electronic voice echoed in his mind, causing Lu Ming to leap from his bed in excitement. A system? It's here. My golden finger, it has finally arrived. I wonder what kind of system I possess. Lu Ming was filled with anticipation. In the novels he had read, nearly every protagonist who transcended had a system, and he never imagined he would have one too. In his mind, he sensed a progress bar fluctuating 120-38. Finally, when the progress bar reached 100, the system prompt sounded again. Ding! Congratulations, host Lu Ming. The infinite lottery system has been successfully bound. Ding! Host can obtain lottery points by completing tasks. When sufficient points are accumulated, a lottery can be conducted to draw pills, skills, or devil fruits. Ding! Congratulations, host Lu Ming. The beginner's gift pack has been issued. Would you like to open it? 3 consecutive system prompts resonated in Lu Ming's mind, causing his body to tremble with excitement. His breath became heavy. The infinite lottery system and a beginner's gift pack? Lu Ming rubbed his hands together, brimming with enthusiasm for the bound infinite lottery system. His focus locked onto it. In his mind, a surreal page manifested, with a large gift pack at the bottom. Host, Lu Ming. Identity, Thunder Pirate Crew Pirate. Combat Power, 30. Skills, none. Devil Fruit, none. Lottery Points, 0. The page bore a resemblance to an information screen from a game, displaying a series of details about Lu Ming. After a glance, his attention fixated on the large gift pack, and he chose to open it. Ding! Beginner's gift pack opened. Congratulations, host Lu Ming. You have obtained 6-style shave. Ding! Beginner's gift pack opened. Congratulations, host Lu Ming. You have obtained the 9-yang divine skill. Ding! Beginner's gift pack opened. Congratulations, host Lu Ming. You have obtained the sword of Wad Ichimonji. The system prompts echoed once more, leaving Lu Ming stunned, his expression a mix of shock and disbelief. Gulp. This is the beginner's gift pack? Not only did I draw martial arts, but I also acquired skills in a weapon, the 9-yang divine skill, a treasure from the world of Jin Yong's martial arts. Can it really be drawn? I wonder how it compares to the haki in the One Piece world. The more Lu Ming pondered, the more exhilarated he became. This system was incredibly powerful. And this sword, it's quite impressive. The Wad Ichimonji is one of Roronoa Zoro's early swords, a blade among the 21 great swords. In the next moment, Lu Ming retrieved the Wad Ichimonji from the system. Wad Ichimonji, one of the 21 great swords. The hilt and sheath were white and simple, a blade that concealed its true prowess, forged by Shimatsuki Kozaburo alongside Enma. Originally owned by Kuina, a childhood friend of Zoro, it became his weapon after her tragic demise. This sword was valued at over 10 million berries. Gazing at the gleaming blade, Lu Ming smacked his lips in admiration. Following this, he chose to learn the 9-yang divine skill and the shave technique from the 6 styles. Streams of information flowed into his mind, firmly imprinting the cultivation methods of both the 9-yang divine skill and shave into his memory. Meanwhile, Lu Ming looked once more at the surreal information page in his mind. Host, Lu Ming. Identity, Thunder Pirate Crew Pirate. Combat Power, 60. Skills, 6 styles, Shave LV1. 9-yang divine skill, LV1. Devil Fruit, none. Lottery points, 0. With Wad Ichimonji, the 9-yang divine skill, and Shave, I could be considered a top-tier force within the Thunder Pirate crew, right? With the system by my side, even Luffy, Kaido, and the 4 emperors will merely be my subordinates. However, I must first find a way to earn lottery points. Observing his enhanced combat power, Lu Ming felt an overwhelming confidence, believing it would not be long before he could overpower Kaido and the others. Yet, after the thrill, he began to contemplate how to accumulate lottery points. To obtain valuable items from the system, he needed lottery points. Without them, he wouldn't even be able to survive in the world of One Piece. Chapter 2. Shall I take the position of first mate? Come on, let's go check if Lu Ming is dead. If he isn't, let it get up and work. How can someone who is a pirate be such a coward, too afraid to kill? He almost got us all killed, and we can hardly contain our anger. Our Thunder Pirate crew's reputation in East Blue has been tarnished by him. If word of this spreads, those scoundrels will surely look down on us. Just as Lu Ming was engrossed in the system, he heard a group of people approaching on deck. What chilled him was that they were not there to inquire about the well-being of a comrade. Instead, they regarded him as a useless burden. Bang! The dilapidated cabin door was suddenly kicked open. Lu Ming, you worthless fool. It seems you've finally woken up. Listen closely. We Thunder Pirates do not support useless members. If you cannot step onto the battlefield and kill, you must work if you wish to eat with us. From now on, all the chores on the ship, including laundry and cooking, will be your sole responsibility. The speaker was the first mate of the Thunder Pirate crew, Haitu. In truth, he was just a second-rate swordsman, significantly weaker than the starting bounty hunter, Zoro. Yet, even as a second-rate swordsman, he held some degree of strength in the East Blue, where powerful figures were scarce. Ding! Task triggered. Defeat Haitu to earn lottery points. At that moment, the system's voice rang in Lu Ming's mind. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming's heart leaped with joy. To grow stronger in this world of pirates, he needed to continuously draw from the lottery. And now that he had transcended, he would live boldly and powerfully. Haitu, do you even have a right to lecture me? Someone like you doesn't deserve to be the first mate of the Thunder Pirate crew. I believe I should take your position. Facing Haitu and the 3 pirates alongside him, Lu Ming's defiant aura erupted. Ha ha ha! Haitu laughed disdainfully and retorted, Lu Ming, do you even understand who you are speaking to? I am a master of the sword. First mate, I think Lu Ming has lost his mind. He must be delusional. One of the lackeys chimed in immediately. Lu Ming scoffed coldly, Haido, do you even have the audacity to consider yourself a master of the sword? You are nothing but an inconsequential, pathetic swordsman. And what of you sycophants? Have your minds completely deteriorated? Does being a pirate grant you the right to indiscriminately slaughter the unarmed? Am I to be deemed worthless simply for refusing to kill the innocent? Seeing Lu Ming daring to retort, Haido's expression hardened, his demeanor turning icy. Inconsequential, pathetic swordsman? Lu Ming, it seems you are contemplating rebellion. Do you still aspire to be the vice captain of the Thunder Pirate crew? Humph, and if I do. Lu Ming, undaunted, continued, my strength surpasses yours. Why should I settle for being a mere errand boy? Why should I conform to your whims? Damn it, you seek your own demise. Haido, lacking Lu Ming's composure, drew his katana in a fit of rage, swinging it fiercely at Lu Ming, expecting him to beg for mercy. Swish! However, a thunderous sound erupted beneath Lu Ming's feet. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight. Haido's blade met only air. In that instant, both Haido and his companions were left astounded. He vanished instantaneously? Good heavens! Had Lu Ming been concealing his true strength all along? Was this the manifestation of his genuine power? Lu Ming had executed one of the Navy's 6 styles, the Suru, albeit at level 1, yet allowed him to evade Haido's attack with remarkable agility. After all, his opponent was merely an inconsequential swordsman. Having sidestepped, Lu Ming's aura transformed entirely. Indifferent, invincible. Having already mastered the 9-yang divine art, albeit at level 1, he still wielded a measure of internal energy. What? Haido and his cohorts suddenly felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from Lu Ming. Their breaths grew heavy. Without further ado, Lu Ming declared, 9-yang divine art. Murmuring to himself, he summoned his internal energy, thrusting both hands forward with great force. It was akin to a diminutive landslide sweeping forth. Boom! Under the impact of this internal force, Haido and his comrades were sent hurtling backward. The decrepit cabin door splintered into fragments. Wow! Haido and his companions spat out blood in shock. How powerful! What manner of technique is this? Fear filled the eyes of Haido and his associates. If this continued, would they truly perish at Lu Ming's hands? After the energy dissipated, Lu Ming felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. Evidently, the internal energy from the 9-yang divine art at level 1 was woefully insufficient. Phew! Taking a deep breath, he steadied his internal flow. Then he exited the room, stepping onto the deck. With an expression devoid of emotion, he regarded the bloodied Haido and inquired, Haido, I ask you, who should assume the position of vice captain of the Thunder Pirate ship? Should it be you or I? At this moment, Haido was drenched in cold sweat, never having felt such an overwhelming threat before. Humph! I concede my strength pales in comparison to yours. The position of vice captain of the Thunder Pirate ship is yours. Lu Ming remained impassive as he replied, if that is the case, you may take your leave. The Thunder Pirate crew has no need for scoundrels like you, for you lack camaraderie, compassion, and fail to comprehend that true pirates seek only the freedom of strength and life, not the liberty to commit crimes and slaughter the innocent. What? Haido's teeth clenched in fury as he retorted, you intend to expel us from the Thunder Pirate crew? Impossible. Only Red has the authority to decide whether we disembark. Lu Ming, I acknowledge your ability to conceal your strength, but do not overstep your bounds. Haido's eyes blazed with rage as he glared at Lu Ming. This wretch was playing the fool, while hiding his true prowess subtly detestable. Not only had he usurped his position as vice captain, but he also sought to strip him of his livelihood. Do you believe Captain Red will heed your words? Lu Ming snorted derisively. Humph, you are no longer the vice captain. Captain Red will choose to listen to me. The new vice captain? In his recollections, Captain Red was a straightforward man, somewhat simple-minded. He rarely pondered deeply, lacking strong opinions. But his singular conviction lay in the pursuit of strength through sheer power. Thus, it was undeniable that he possessed considerable might. At least among the pirate crews of the East Blue, with a bounty of 5 million berries, he had surpassed many others. Moreover, Red was a devil fruit user, wielding the rare, mythical Zoan electric eel fruit. Yet despite this, Red placed great emphasis on physical training and martial arts. He was a behemoth, standing 3 meters tall, resembling a colossal fool. Whenever he stood before them, he appeared as a rock, honed by blades and swords, exuding muscle and explosive power. His most formidable attack was the Thunder Fist, each strike crackling with electricity. However, due to his inability to fully harness the fruit's potential, The resulting lightning was rather mediocre. Thus, enhancing the power of his punches remained limited, merely capable of paralyzing an opponent's body momentarily. "No, we demand to see the captain," Haido, unwilling to relent, asserted defiantly. "Very well. Let us go see the captain. You will only humiliate yourselves in the process." Lu Ming's expression remained impassive, his 18-year-old visage now exuding a newfound resilience, no longer appearing as meek and juvenile as before. Congratulations to the host. It seems that the system uttered something after he defeated the minor boss, but at that moment, he had no time to check. He simply stood up and rushed outside the wooden cabin to begin retching. After a considerable amount of time, Yi Luo gradually regained his composure, yet he found himself hesitant to re-enter the cabin. However, upon contemplating the consequences of the villagers discovering the incident, he mustered his courage and returned inside to tidy up. He first disposed of the minor boss's corpse into the ocean, then washed the small cabin, ensuring it looked much like it had before. Only then did Yi Luo have the opportunity to open the system and review the previous notifications. Congratulations, host, for slaying a pirate and earning 10 experience points. Accept side quest. Expel the invading pirates. Rewards: 100 diamonds, 100 experience points, 1,000 currency, and a random white weapon. Reading the text on the system, Yi Luo stroked his chin. To his surprise, slaying a pirate granted him 10 experience points, even after he had already leveled up. Now, even defeating smaller fish yielded no experience. Only the larger ones provided a modicum of it. Additionally, he unexpectedly received a side quest. Completing it would not only yield experience and currency, but also the more valuable diamonds that I asked for the white weapon. Yi Luo felt no anticipation. Weapons are categorized by color into 7 tiers: rainbow, gold, purple, blue, green, and white, with the lowest tier being white weapons, which are merely marginally superior to wooden swords. Just moments ago, he had nearly been undone by the system's wooden sword, had it not been for the considerable training he had undergone, which had granted him numerous attribute points. He would undoubtedly have fallen to the pirates' swift retaliation. Even now, Yi Luo recognized that his attributes likely did not pale in comparison to that minor pirate's. However, combat awareness is not something that attributes can compensate for. Had he not caught his opponent off guard, the outcome could have been quite different. Days later, the pirate crew that had settled in the village discovered that one of their members was missing. Despite conducting searches and instilling fear throughout the village, they found no clues, and thus the pirate crew chose to let the matter lie, leading Yi Luo to believe that this was merely an inconsequential pirate band. "Xiao Luo, these fish are entrusted to you," a middle-aged man exclaimed as he jumped off the fishing boat, smiling at Yi Luo, who remained aboard. Realizing his own shortcomings, Yi Luo took the currency he had acquired from the minor pirate leader and paid the second month's protection fee before joining the village's fishing boats to venture out to sea. Fishing alone was simply too slow, so upon learning of a boat that frequently set out to fish, he quickly blended in and secured the authority to handle the sea fish. Tio put it plainly. No one wanted to deal with the messy business of killing fish. Now that Yi Luo was willing to take it upon himself, the crew on board was more than happy to oblige. After a month of diligent effort, Yi Luo's experience points had reached level 4, with a proficiency of over 2,000 in the beginner's body training. AS for skill points. He had 1 remaining. He had initially possessed 2, but spent 1 on upgrading the beginner's body training, which did not elevate his level as before, but instead provided him with 1,000 proficiency points, thus explaining his current 2,000 plus proficiency. In terms of character attributes, each level up granted 5 attribute points, so he now possessed 15 points of free attributes. Through training, not only had his skill proficiency increased, but his character attributes had also risen, albeit at a slower pace. Consequently, Yi Luo allocated 7 points to vitality, significantly enhancing his stamina, while distributing 2 points each to strength and speed. Among the remaining 4 points, he expended 1 free attribute point on experimentation, increasing his energy attribute. However, aside from feeling a warmth in his abdomen, he experienced no other sensations, leaving Yi Luo somewhat speechless. He realized he had yet to master the method of utilizing energy, hence the lack of feeling. After finishing with the fish, Yi Luo returned to the small cabin, his body weary. His experience points had reached 99, just shy of leveling up. After taking a bath, he closed the wooden door of the cabin and set off toward the village pub. This establishment was a favored haunt of the pirates, and Yi Luo intended to find a solitary pirate to facilitate his level up. he was now a far cry from his former self. For he understood that he had acquired considerable strength. Each time he leveled up, Yi Luo would test his physical capabilities to exaggerate in the realm of One Piece. If he were to return to Earth, he could almost be considered a small superhero. After all, he had never heard of anyone being able to break a tree with a single punch. Yet now, he could accomplish such feats with ease. Upon arriving at the pub, he indeed found several pirates seated in small clusters. "Hey, Xiao Luo, you're here? How about treating us to some drinks today?" One pirate called out, his face flushed from apparent inebriation. "No problem. What would you like to drink? It's on me," Yi Luo replied with a cheerful smile. The pirates were familiar with Yi Luo because he had spent most of his earnings on buying them drinks, which in turn had garnered him valuable information from this band of pirates. Contrary to his expectations, they were not nameless rogues, but members of the notorious Krieg pirate crew from the East Blue. However, they were all failures, having been injured in battle or too frightened to fight back, thus abandoned by the Krieg pirate crew. This group of approximately 30 disgraced soldiers had banded together, taking refuge in this small village, where they exerted their authority and established dominance. The pub owner brought forth the drinks Yi Luo had ordered, and the pirates wasted no time in consuming them. Yi Luo smiled as he watched, raising a glass of beer to take a hearty gulp. Once the pirates had sufficiently imbibed, they staggered outside, as their base was on their pirate ship, and they typically returned there to rest when fatigued. Chapter 3. Action. Trailing behind the pirates as they left the village, Yi Luo drew a large knife from his backpack. This was the weapon of the first pirate to die at his hands. He had tested it, confirming it could be stored in his backpack, making it convenient to retrieve when needed. "Hey, experience points, I'm coming for you," Yi Luo silently roared, brandishing the large knife as he accelerated. Though he lacked any formal swordsmanship, dealing with a few drunken ruffians was straightforward enough. "Hey, thanks a lot." Yi Luo glanced at the system notification indicating his level up, swiftly pilfering the weapons of several pirates and collecting whatever valuables they possessed. Once he reached a secluded spot, he felt a surge of excitement, his nerves calming somewhat. Although it was not his first time taking a life, it still quickened his heartbeat, filling him with apprehension. "Congratulations, host. You have leveled up and earned 5 free attribute points and 1 skill point. Congratulations, host, for completing the main quest, earning 300 experience points, 300 diamonds, 2,000 currency, and the following skill books. Beginner Body Training X1. Beginner Mental Method X1. Beginner Agility X1. The main quest has been updated. Please check your system." At this moment, Yi Luo opened the system to thoroughly review the notifications he had missed due to his earlier anxiety. Firstly, he had finally reached level 5 and completed his first main quest. The 300 experience points awarded upon task completion filled nearly a third of his experience bar, and he had also received diamonds usable in the marketplace, along with 3 beginner skill books. Without a doubt, the skill books were what Yi Luo prioritized. The significant changes in his physical capabilities were entirely attributed to the beginner body training skill. So he immediately opened his backpack to examine the skill books, opting to use the beginner body training first. Due to having acquired the skill, the beginner body training skill book instantly transformed into 1,000 proficiency points, elevating his level 2 skill directly to level 3. Phew. It seems I effectively gained a skill point. Yi Luo realized that he had been just shy of 1,000 proficiency points prior, which accounted for the immediate upgrade. After reaching level 3, proficiency in the skill would no longer apply, indicating that it had likely reached its maximum level. As for the beginner mental method, Yi Luo gazed at the skill book resting quietly in his backpack, a sense of anticipation swelling within him. It was evident that this system resembled the subpar web games he had previously played, yet as a domestically produced martial arts web game, he wondered what skills might emerge later on. Upon utilizing the skill, Yi Luo felt as if someone were forcefully implanting knowledge into his mind, leaving him with a splitting headache. This the beginner martial arts mental method. The pain arrived swiftly, yet it departed just as quickly. In a matter of mere seconds, Yi Luo was drenched in sweat, but his mind was already brimming with knowledge of the rudimentary mind techniques. This must be the energy I previously accumulated, he thought, settling into a cross-legged position on the ground, his palms facing the heavens. He began to meditate. It was then that he sensed a subtle flow of energy coursing within his body. By controlling this delicate stream and guiding it along the pathways etched in his memory, he lost track of time until he finally directed the wandering energy to his dantian. Upon opening his eyes, Yi Luo was pleasantly surprised to discover that although the flow had not increased in volume, He could now command it at will. After this moment of joy, he eagerly accessed his attributes panel. Nickname: Yi Luo Race. Human life: 500500 energy, 1 strength, 43 speed, 29 skills. Basic body refinement level 3. Basic mind technique, 11,000. Experience, 300. 1000 combat power, 50 overall evaluation. Are there still minions around? I could take on 10 of them. Compared to the individual who had just arrived in this world, the difference was indeed stark. After closing the attributes panel, Yi Luo glanced at the rudimentary movement technique in his backpack. Without hesitation, he clicked to learn it before. The system forcefully inundated his mind with knowledge. And despite his previous experience, he felt a tinge of trepidation. Let us see if this movement technique has any unique qualities. Once the transfer was complete, Yi Luo began to practice the movement technique according to the memories in his mind. After merely a few repetitions, he became exceedingly familiar with it and noticed that practicing the technique not only enhanced his skill proficiency, but also significantly increased his speed attribute. Previously, his training had primarily augmented his strength, with speed increasing only marginally. Now, with the movement technique, speed would no longer be his Achilles heel. Having acquired 2 new skills, Yi Luo resembled a child with a new toy, incessantly experimenting until the first light of dawn graced the horizon. Only then did he gradually cease his activities and return to his wooden cabin to rest. As for the corpses of the pirates, he now felt little fear. His newfound strength imbued him with confidence. And based on his earlier observations, this group of pirates had completely lost their ambition. Whether they could trace him here remained uncertain, thus he harbored no worries. Back in the wooden cabin, Yi Luo began to meditate and cultivate his mind techniques. He allocated all the skill points he had accumulated, along with the points gained from leveling up, to the basic mind technique, which now boasted over 1,000 points of experience at level 2. He discovered that while cultivating the mind technique could not entirely replace sleep, it did allow his body to relax and enter a semi-sleep state. Thus, lacking sufficient strength, Yi Luo naturally opted for meditation over sleep, reserving sleep for when he could no longer endure. Furthermore, he allocated all remaining attribute points to energy, causing his energy to surpass double digits and reach 12 points. The reason for this allocation was that he realized any energy absorbed into his dantian could be wielded with ease, whether applied to his arms or legs, thereby enhancing their power. That a simple punch or movement became exponentially more powerful with the incorporation of energy, prompting him to hastily invest everything into energy. As for the main quest, it had escalated from level 5 to level 10, which Yi Luo speculated was due to the system's tiered rewards for leveling up. After a morning of cultivation, he took a brief nap at noon. Upon waking, he ventured into the village, only to find the villagers exhibiting a demeanor of anxiety and trepidation. "Uncle, what is going on?" Yi Luo inquired after ordering some food at the tavern. Feigning ignorance. Alas, this morning, that group of pirates suddenly discovered that several of their comrades had been slain over there, so now they are searching for the culprit. Moreover, they threatened that if we do not hand over the murderer, the protection fee will double, and those who cannot pay will be killed. The tavern owner sighed, his face etched with worried awe. Did that group of pirates have any clues? Who knows who the killer is? Yi Luo blinked, feigning surprise. There's nothing we can do. They are amongst the more reasonable pirates. Generally, when pirates invade a village, they massacre indiscriminately, robbing everyone of their wealth before moving on. The tavern owner shivered, seemingly recalling something unpleasant. What shall we do? Many of us are already struggling financially, and now the protection fee is doubled. Many will be unable to afford it. Yi Luo frowned and asked. The tavern owner shook his head, remaining silent. Surely, he had no solutions of his own. After all, merely preserving his own safety was commendable. Yi Luo clenched his fists, contemplating the success rate of taking action himself. After finishing his meal, Yi Luo returned to the wooden cabin. He needed to rest and regain his strength. That night, he intended to launch a surprise attack. Although he was uncertain of the captain's prowess, he regarded them merely as a rabble. If he hesitated, he feared it might bring greater trouble to the village. Soon, night descended, and the lights in the village gradually faded. Aside from the tavern, which flickered with dim light, the only illumination came from the pirate ship docked at the small island's sole port. As Yi Luo meditated, he opened his eyes and retrieved a pistol and a knife from his backpack, trophies of his previous encounters. Once prepared, he stealthily approached the tavern, hoping to encounter a lone pirate. as eliminating even one adversary would be advantageous. Upon reaching the tavern, he found the owner about to lock the door. Concealed in the shadows, Yi Luo refrained from revealing himself and instead approached the pirate ship via a back alley. As he neared the vessel, he spotted several pirates, arm in arm, laughing and chatting as they made their way toward the ship. That Yi Luo narrowed his gaze, observing the group. Indeed, these pirates are rather inept. The death of their comrade has caught their attention. Yet they remain unconcerned. Yi Luo scanned the surroundings but found no ambush. However, their numbers appeared greater than the previous day, and unlike the drunken pirates from before, they now wielded weapons, evidently more cautious due to their fallen companion. With a deep breath, Yi Luo channeled his energy into his feet and activated the movement technique, his form gliding through the night like a specter, swiftly approaching the group of pirates. Although Yi Luo's speed was remarkable, he was discovered after eliminating only the second pirate. However, seizing the moment of their shock, he swiftly dispatched two more. Don't come any closer. Our captain is on the ship. You can't escape. The last pirate, startled by Yi Luo's rapid movements, fell to the ground in fear, shouting desperately. With a swift strike, Yi Luo did not pause to collect his spoils but fled into the adjacent thicket. The sounds of commotion from the pirate ship echoed behind him as the pirates began to gather, shouting and rushing toward his direction under their captain's command. Chapter 4. Annihilation of the Pirates. Damn it. Who did this? Spread out and search for him. The captain of the pirate crew, a burly man clad in armor, bellowed upon discovering the fallen pirates in a pool of blood. Captain, could it be the villagers who did this? A bespectacled pirate approached to investigate and suggested. Those wretches. Humph. I intended to keep them around for our sustenance, but they prove ungrateful. Gather everyone and search house by house. Once we find the culprit, I will personally snap his neck. The pirate captain frowned and shouted. As the pirates assembled and prepared to scour the village, anguished cries suddenly erupted from the pirate ship. Yi Luo stood at the ship's railing, flashing a smile at the pirates before plunging headlong into the sea, leaving behind a handful of pirates sprawled in blood. Get him! Capture him! Although they could not discern Yi Luo's features, the blatant provocation spurred the pirates to rush toward the ship in a frenzy. There are still a dozen left. After eliminating another batch, I can confront them head-on. Yi Luo found a spot to scale the shore, quietly observing the furious pirates. Despite his enhanced physical prowess, he understood the fragility of life. Thus, he exercised caution that he was not one of those invincible characters from an anime. Captain, it seems the enemy is not particularly strong. Otherwise, they would not choose to strike individually. The bespectacled pirate adjusted his glasses, wearing an expression of profound understanding, and declared, enough with the trivialities. At once, right this moment, find that little mouse for me. I want to dismember him. The pirate captain, gazing at the corpse laid out on the deck, bellowed. Their numbers had already been diminished by half, and they still had no idea who their adversary was, which infuriated him. In previous battles, they had always fought openly, relying on their strength. If they could win, they would, and if not, they would flee. This sneaky approach was a first for him. However, this time, the pirates had wised up, opting to search in unison rather than splitting their forces. Captain, we've searched everywhere, but found no trace, and everyone is quite weary. It's the middle of the night, and we all wish to sleep. The bespectacled pirate reported back to the captain after a fruitless search for Yi Luo. What shall we do now? The captain, having regained his composure, inquired. Let us rest for the night. Everyone should stay together. Come morning, we will head to the village and use the villagers as leverage to draw him out. The bespectacled pirate grinned maliciously as he spoke. The captain nodded solemnly, stating, very well, tomorrow I shall personally deal with him. Hiding in the underbrush by the shore, Yi Luo, unaware of the pirates' plans, dared not depart, fearing they might seek trouble with the villagers. Thus, he remained, both observing and recuperating his inner energy. As dawn began to break, Yi Luo had fully restored himself and discovered a slight increase in his inner power. Checking his status, he confirmed that his energy had indeed increased. No wonder they say that battle is the best training. He would never have progressed this swiftly through solitary practice, noticing that his experience bar was over 4/5 full. Yi Luo smiled to himself. He stowed his weapon in his backpack and slipped back into the water, swimming slowly toward the pirate ship, then stealthily climbed aboard. Indeed, they were all here. That large fellow must be the captain. Peering through the glass from outside the cabin, Yi Luo observed that all the pirates lay haphazardly asleep within .2 guards at the entrance were dozing off, while a burly man in armor sat in the center. His head tilted, drooling as he slumbered. Taking a deep breath, Yi Luo drew the pistol he had previously acquired and aimed it at the pirate captain, although he had never fired a gun before. The distance was short enough for him to hit his target. Bang, bang, bang. Yi Luo fired repeatedly at the pirate captain until he emptied the chamber. Then, he somersaulted onto the upper deck, tossing the pistol into the sea to create the illusion that he had jumped overboard to escape. "Captain, are you all right?" One of the pirates shouted. "That bastard. I will not let him escape." Yi Luo, listening to the commotion below, rubbed his temples in frustration. He couldn't believe he had failed to kill the captain at such close range. His marksmanship was utterly shameful. "Did you find him?" As Yi Luo watched, the pirate captain emerged, clutching his arm. Fortunately, he was hit. Otherwise, I would have been embarrassed. Yi Luo exhaled quietly with relief. "Captain, we shouldn't waste time here. Let's head to the village. He will surely come out," the bespectacled pirate suggested, his anger rising. "All right, lads, grab your weapons. We're off to slaughter the village and take their food and treasures." The captain smirked cruelly and bellowed. The pirates immediately perked up. Only bloodshed and treasure could alleviate their fears. Hiding on the upper deck, Yi Luo retrieved 2 more handguns from his backpack. This time, his targets were not the pirate captain but all the pirates. Suddenly, gunfire erupted as Yi Luo stood on the upper deck, shooting at the unsuspecting pirates. After half of them lay dead, the remaining pirates scrambled for cover. "Why, Yi Luo, you little brat. How dare you?" the pirate captain shouted. "If you have the guts, come out and fight me like a warrior." Yi Luo, now recognized by the captain, responded with a shot from his gun. "You bastard," as the captain prepared to rush out. The bespectacled pirate held him back, shaking his head. With a clatter, Yi Luo discarded the empty handgun and picked up a long knife from the deck before leaping down, grinning. "Didn't you say you wanted to fight me? Here's your chance. Don't say I'm bullying you. Come out. Die." The pirate captain glared at Yi Luo, who had indeed tossed aside his gun and charged from behind cover toward him. "Bastard, do you only know how to run, like a rat?" Yi Luo deftly dodged the captain's attacks while keeping an eye on the other pirates, wary of their potential assault. "Heh, this is just a warm-up. No need to rush." Once he saw that the pirates were armed but hesitant to advance, Yi Luo focused on the pirate captain. Clang, clang, clang. Yi Luo's blade struck the captain but was wholly absorbed by his armor. "Haha, with your feeble attempts, you can't even breach my defenses, you little insect." The pirate captain laughed triumphantly. The other pirates, witnessing this, joined in the laughter, feeling reassured now that their captain was present. After all, he was merely a teenager. "What a headache. I forgot you're one of those equipment fanatics, Creek. Let us see how you handle this." Yi Luo discarded the long knife, clenched his fist, and channeled his inner energy to attack. "Fool, without a weapon, how do you expect to fight me?" the pirate captain sneered, already envisioning how he would torment Yi Luo. Boom, the punches collided, but it was the captain who was sent flying, his arm twisting unnaturally in midair. Blood dripping from his mouth, clearly injured by the blow. The remaining pirates stared in disbelief, unable to comprehend what they had just witnessed. It wasn't until their captain crashed to the deck, creating a large hole, that they snapped back to reality, gazing at Yi Luo in terror. They couldn't fathom why, with such strength, he had not attacked them directly but resorted to sneak tactics. Why Yi Luo was taken aback by his own prowess. But now was not the time for astonishment. He employed his agility to swiftly dispatch the remaining pirates. "Please, please don't kill me. I know where our captain's treasure is. Spare me, and I will lead you there." Before he could finish, the bespectacled pirate was knocked unconscious by Yi Luo's kick. To his surprise, defeating pirates also granted experience. It seemed killing was not the only method. Yi Luo mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. This works too. In his mind, he had no desire to commit such acts of slaughter. How could this be? When Yi Luo approached the pirate captain, the latter looked at him with disbelief, unwilling to accept that he had been defeated by a mere boy. "Enough with your drivel." After knocking him out with a kick, Yi Luo began to gather his spoils. First, he bound the unconscious pirates, then collected their food, treasures, and weapons, stuffing them all into his backpack. Finally, he gathered the cash, placing it into a bag before heading toward the village. "Village chief, I have dealt with that band of pirates. Here's the bounty I retrieved. Please distribute it among the villagers." Yi Luo addressed the village chief directly. After the original owner's parents had passed away, he had survived thanks to the village's support, so he felt a debt of gratitude to repay. Chapter 5. Setting sail after handling the pirates. Yi Luo returned to his small wooden house. He instructed the village chief to keep his existence a secret, as he did not wish to complicate matters. The current situation suited him just fine. Congratulations on defeating Captain Krieg of the pirate ship, earning 50 experience points. Congratulations, your level has increased. You have gained 5 free attribute points and 1 skill point. Congratulations, you have completed the side quest, Expel the Invading Pirates. You have received rewards, 100 diamonds, 100 experience points, 1,000 currency, and a random white weapon. Upon returning to the wooden cabin, Yi Luo meticulously examined the system's notification. After incapacitating the leader of the pirate crew, he received 50 experience points, which conveniently elevated him to the next level. With the attribute points gained from this upgrade, Yi Luo allocated 2 points to energy and 1 to life, while dedicating the remaining 2 points entirely to speed. He had realized during last night's battle that, had he not been mindful of the opponent's firearms, he could have directly confronted them without such complications. He had tested his agility and discovered that he could evade a standard pistol shots head-on. However, he could not guarantee his safety against surprise attacks. As for other rapid-fire pistols and various weapons, he was uncertain if he could evade them, thus prioritizing an increase in speed was imperative. Additionally, he found a white weapon in his backpack that could be equipped, a standard steel knife, devoid of attributes but superior to the weaponry seized from the pirates. Therefore, Yi Luo decided to utilize it temporarily. Beyond this, his diamond accumulation had reached 400 points. Upon reaching level 5, a lottery interface had appeared in the shop, allowing one to draw for 1,000 diamonds per attempt, theoretically yielding any item. While Yi Luo contemplated trying his luck, though he held no expectations of obtaining anything worthwhile. Such domestic, low-quality web games merely seek to deceive players into spending money, yet it had become his golden finger, and he had no choice but to engage with it. As for why he should attempt the lottery, Yi Luo understood clearly that without trying, what options did he have? The shop's ultimate techniques and advanced martial arts were far beyond his meager diamond reserves, making it more prudent to test his fortune, for who knows, a stroke of luck might just fall upon him. After a day's rest, Yi Luo resumed his normal routine, which consisted of training and occasionally fishing at sea. With a modest amount of money, he had purchased a small boat, requiring no exceptional sailing skills, as he could manage it on his own. This tranquil existence not only slowed his training pace but also left him without any trigger quests. Thus, he planned to fully develop his initial identity before setting sail. Days later, upon mastering the last bit of agility, Yi Luo visited the village chief to discuss his plans to venture out to sea. Although there was a tinge of reluctance, the chief remarked, "I knew you would eventually set sail." Yi Luo smiled faintly and bowed, expressing his gratitude for the village's care over the years, due to the pirates. "I haven't been able to greet everyone properly. I must leave this in your hands, chief." The chief smiled mysteriously, replying, "Go ahead. There is a gift awaiting you at the harbor." Yi Luo paused, inquiring, "What is it?" "A small boat. You need one for your solo journey." The chief did not keep him in suspense, revealing the information directly. After expressing his thanks and exchanging a few farewell words, Yi Luo departed. As he passed through the village, Yi Luo noticed the peculiar glances cast upon him. Although he had previously mingled closely with the pirates to gather intelligence, the villagers had not treated him with such scrutiny until now. Arriving at the harbor, he located the small boat the chief had mentioned through the port's boat seller. It was a compact triangular sailboat, vastly superior to the one he had used for fishing. After boarding, the seller briefly instructed Yi Luo on essential precautions and operational guidelines, and he quickly mastered the art of sailing the small vessel. "Hey, are you really going to leave like this?" As Yi Luo prepared to depart, he noticed an increasing crowd at the harbor, with the bar owner calling out loudly from the nearest spot. While Yi Luo paused, smiled, and replied, "When I have the opportunity, I will return to visit everyone." Upon seeing the gathering, he realized the chief must have informed them. "When you come back, remember to stop by for a drink," the bar owner said, his eyes glistening with tears. Smiling warmly, "Little Yi, if things don't go well out there, remember to come back. I'll still buy your fish," remarked the restaurant owner. The village was small, and everyone had some connections with Yi Luo, making their well wishes feel incredibly valuable to him. "Farewell, everyone. Until we meet again." Yi Luo felt he could not linger any longer, as farewells often carried a tinge of sorrow. Time swiftly passed, and several days had gone by since he set sail. The weather was favorable today, ideal for fishing. Yi Luo emerged from the small cabin and surveyed the skies, muttering to himself as he retrieved his fishing rod. The cabin was modest, serving as his sleeping quarters. While the limited deck was his only space to move around, he paid little heed to navigation or course, as his backpack was stocked with ample food and water, allowing him to adopt a rather carefree sailing approach. In truth, he was simply unable to decipher the nautical chart that the village chief had thoughtfully left in the cabin, thus resorting to this aimless method of navigation. After fishing for a while without a single catch, Yiluo yawned and decided to lie down on the deck, feeling a bit drowsy under the sun after an all-night meditation session. He was close to fully mastering his initial internal energy. Hours passed before he was jolted awake by the sound of cannon fire, and upon opening his eyes, he spotted a small boat being pursued by a naval warship not far away. "Ah, a pirate ship," he mused. "Well, since they're being chased by a warship, I should probably refrain from getting involved." He stroked his chin, noticing the skull flag flying from the small vessel after setting sail. Yiluo intended to become a noble pirate hunter, earning belly through capturing pirates while gaining experience, which might even trigger quests. Thus, he had made that decision. "Oh, look who is coming my way, a small boat. It must belong to that fledgling pirate," he chuckled to himself, thinking, even the smallest mosquito is still meat, so I want to hold back. As the pirate ship approached, Yiluo smiled slightly, retrieving a long knife from his backpack, with 3 primary skills nearly maxed out. He felt confident. However, when he recognized the individuals aboard the small vessel, his earlier dismissive attitude vanished. "Is that you, Ace?" Indeed, the young man before him, sporting a few freckles around his nose, was none other than Ace. Even though his appearance differed somewhat from that of the future Fire Fist Ace, Yiluo recognized him immediately. "Oh, you know me." Ace looked at Yiluo in surprise, as he had no recollection of him. However, being his usual carefree self, he shrugged it off, thinking he might have met Yiluo at some point but simply forgotten. "With your abilities, you shouldn't be chased by such lowly scum," Yiluo remarked, pointing at the naval officer on the warship, who wore iron gauntlets, had pink hair, and donned a striped suit. Yiluo was unaware of the officer's name, but he knew him to be merely a minor character. In a past life watching the anime, he recalled this officer getting beaten by Sanji at the Baratai restaurant. "Well, there are some special reasons I can't retaliate against the Navy." Ace scratched the back of his head, a hint of embarrassment in his demeanor. It seemed he felt a bit humiliated being chased around, but Yiluo understood that he simply didn't wish to engage with the subordinates of his grandfather. "Garp, you on that fishing boat, move aside. In front of you are formidable pirates." The naval officers shouted loudly as Yiluo's vessel drew closer to Ace's. That Yiluo couldn't help but internally grumble. "How did you determine I was on a fishing boat?" He felt a headache coming on, pondering what to do next, although he was uncertain whether Ace had consumed the Marimara no Mi. His strength was not to be underestimated, and he felt he lacked a guaranteed victory. The Navy's strength, on the other hand, seemed considerably weaker. Despite their numbers, defeating such a large crew would likely yield significant experience. As Yiluo wrestled with his thoughts, Ace's pirate ship brushed past him, with the warship pursuing AC.B. By the time Yiluo realized what had happened, he found himself unable to catch up with either Ace's small boat or the warship. "Am I really losing my mind from being alone on this ship for too long?" Yiluo exclaimed dramatically, cradling his head. He had just let 2 significant waves of experience slip through his fingers. Frustrated by the loss of such a substantial amount of experience, Yiluo returned to the cabin, resolved to continue his training. He aimed to fully master his initial internal energy within the day to compensate for today's losses. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until Yiluo was roused from his meditative state by the sound of his small boat colliding with something. Upon stepping out of the cabin, he was greeted by the sight of a neighboring vessel and a rather infuriatingly cheerful face. Unable to contain his excitement, Yiluo exclaimed, "Ace!" With a fervent shout, he lunged toward the other. Were it not for the fist he raised, aimed squarely at Ace's grinning visage, one might have mistaken them for long-lost friends reunited. Chapter 6. The Fateful Encounter. Pray tell, who on earth are you? Is this an extravagant welcome for a mere meeting? Ace inquired, rubbing his bruised cheek where Yiluo had struck him. Meanwhile, the dazed Yiluo, now resembling a swollen pig's head, mumbled something incoherent. Indeed, this was the first encounter between Yiluo and Ace, and despite the ambush, it ended with a resounding defeat for Yiluo, the price being his currently battered appearance. "Well, I was simply curious. I don't believe we've met before, but I happened to see your small boat earlier, which prompted me to come over and say hello." Although Ace did not fully grasp Yiluo's words, he sensed that there was no malice in Yiluo's attack, which is why he refrained from retaliating. Otherwise, Yiluo would surely be lying lifeless on the ground now. As Yiluo focused his internal energy to heal his head, he vaguely mentioned, "It was that old man Carp who spoke of you. That I saw your picture with him." "Grandfather?" Ace seemed to harbor a palpable fear of Carp, instinctively glancing around as he mentioned the name. Indeed, I once encountered a storm and was fortuitously rescued by Carp's warship, hence my knowledge of you. Yi Luo, with wide eyes, fabricated this story. How long had it been since he set sail? He had yet to face a storm. Let alone meet Carp, he's back in the East Blue. Surely he isn't here to capture me. Upon hearing that Carp had returned, Ace promptly bowed to Yi Luo, preparing to depart. Rest assured, that was quite some time ago. The old man is likely no longer in the East Blue. Yi Luo shrugged, making an effort to dissuade Ace from leaving. He realized he could not let Ace go so easily during their brief skirmish. He sensed that his speed and strength were comparable to Eddie's, but Ace's combat experience and technique were leagues ahead of his own. A sparring partner of such caliber was not something he wished to part with. Ace turned to Yi Luo, seemingly contemplating the veracity of his words. Come now, let us eat something. Having regained some composure, Yi Luo retrieved food from his backpack and smiled at Ace. Thank you for your hospitality, Ace exclaimed, bowing courteously upon seeing the food. He did not question the sudden appearance of sustenance nor express surprise at Yi Luo's swift recovery. They shared a meal and exchanged stories. Ace laughed heartily. No wonder I found your speed and strength commendable. However, your fighting style is utterly chaotic. Yi Luo sought Ace's guidance regarding his own abilities, and Ace, without reservation, offered detailed explanations, occasionally leading to friendly sparring sessions between them. Thus, through the allure of food, Yi Luo successfully kept Ace by his side, and together they set forth toward the Grand Line. Hey, you aren't still thinking of defeating me to seek out my grandfather, are you? Ace panted after an intense bout. After a period of training, Yi Luo had become capable of holding his own against Ace, particularly due to his internal energy, which often left Ace in disarray. While Ace expressed interest in Yi Luo's newfound ability, he found himself unable to comprehend it, lacking the sensitivity to detect internal energy. Haha. You are my ticket into the Navy. Naturally, I must pursue this. Yi Luo replied, slightly out of breath. His progress since being thoroughly bested had been remarkable. What is so great about the Navy? Join me as a pirate instead. Pirates are the freest souls on the sea. And my ship could use a first mate. What do you say, Yi Luo? Care to join? This was Ace's first invitation to Yi Luo. Momentarily taken aback, Yi Luo considered the prospect of piracy, realizing it had its merits. Moreover, there were plenty of experience-giving opportunities within the Navy, and being a pirate would allow him to confront other pirates, while joining the Navy would impose restrictions on such actions. Just as Yi Luo prepared to respond, he suddenly received a system notification. Side quest activated. Capture Ace and bring him to Carp. Reward: 1,500 diamonds, 1,500 experience, 100,000 money, and 1 spin of the reward wheel. Upon reading the quest rewards, Yi Luo's gaze toward Ace shifted abruptly. With 1,500 diamonds plus the 400 he already possessed, he was tantalizingly close to the threshold for 2 spins, not to mention the additional spin from the quest reward. Such an opportunity was one he could not afford to overlook. Is my mouth endowed with some mystical power? Merely uttering words can trigger quests. Yi Luo pondered internally. Take this. With that thought, Yi Luo surged forward with newfound speed. Launching an attack at ACE.AT that moment, capturing Ace took precedence. How to locate Carp could be dealt with later. Why are we fighting again? Ace remarked, somewhat exasperated, as he had not said anything particularly provoking moments before. After yet another bout that left both battered, they eventually stumbled upon a small island where they replenished their supplies. It was then that Yi Luo realized Ace was nowhere to be found. It turned out that upon sensing Yi Luo's intent to capture him and present him to Carp, Ace had made a hasty retreat from their initial skirmish to their current state of mutual exhaustion. Ace was determined to avoid falling victim to Yi Luo's ambitions, having personally experienced Carp's formidable prowess. Once Yi Luo realized Ace had escaped, he felt a sense of resignation but knew there was little he could do. The vastness of the ocean made locating an individual a daunting task. Thus, after stocking up on essential supplies and selling off the goods he had confiscated from pirates, Yi Luo set sail once more. This time with a clear purpose in mind. Having learned how to read nautical charts, he procured a map of the East Blue at the island and charted a course for Logtown. Knowing that Ace would inevitably pass through on his way to the Grand Line, Logtown, renowned as the town of beginnings and endings, was the birthplace and final resting place of the Pirate King. Gold.Roger.as Roger's son, Ace would undoubtedly make a pilgrimage there. Initially, Yi Luo had entertained the idea of visiting Kokoyasi village to confront the fishman Arlong and liberate the suffering villagers. However, the thought of missing out on Ace made that plan untenable. compelling him to prioritize his journey to Town. Along the way, Yi Luo dealt with various unworthy pirates and occasionally dived into the sea to catch fish, a skill he had picked up from Ace. This not only provided food and experience but also served to strengthen his physique. However, after an incident where he chased a large fish too far and nearly lost his boat, he became more cautious about pursuing fish. According to Ace, Yi Luo's abilities were well-rounded but lacked a definitive finishing move, which hindered him from delivering a lethal blow to opponents of similar or lesser strength. The only unique ability he possessed was his internal energy. Yet without a manual or guidance, he felt he was merely fumbling his way through. Congratulations, host. Level up. You have gained 5 free attribute points and 1 skill point. Congratulations, host. You have defeated a pirate with a bounty of 3 million, earning 300 experience and 300 diamonds. Finally, level 8. What a journey it has been. But this guy had a bounty of 3 million. Yi Luo kicked the pirate captain he had just slain, surprised by the unexpected discovery. Moreover, the system's reward of diamonds based on the bounty left him pleasantly astounded. Initially, he had planned to take the body of this now-deceased pirate to the Navy for the bounty. However, the thought of having that corpse on his ship quickly extinguished that idea. Yet, the notion that bountied pirates could yield diamonds sparked a glimmer of excitement in Yi Luo's eyes as he stroked his chin thoughtfully. So, what now, sir? How shall we proceed? Asked the 2 timid pirates Yi Luo had deliberately spared, who had also pilfered oars from the pirate ship to hasten their journey. Let us head directly to Town. I have made my decision. I shall become a bounty hunter. As the leaves fell, Yi Luo spiritedly addressed the 2 pirate slaves. Though the pirates felt a chuckle rising within them, they could not defy Yi Luo's imposing presence and were compelled to flatter him insincerely, hoping he would honor his word and release them upon reaching their destination. With 700 diamonds already amassed, they required an additional 300. Capturing a small pirate with a bounty of 3 million would suffice, though it remained uncertain whether they would encounter such a target before arriving at Town. According to Yi Luo's strategy, their immediate course was still towards Town, renowned as the haven for pirates, where countless aspiring adventurers bound for the Grand Line would pause briefly. This aligned perfectly with Yi Luo's intentions for when Smoker took up his post in Town. Yi Luo could not recall. Having never studied the anime One Piece in depth, he merely found it visually appealing and continued to watch, remaining oblivious to many details or having only a hazy memory of them. However, one fact he could ascertain was that Ace had undoubtedly never encountered Smoker, as he distinctly remembered their first meeting occurring in Alabasta after Luffy set sail, by which time Ace had already risen to the rank of captain of the Whitebeard's 2nd Division. Yet, fate proved unpredictable. Just as Yi Luo advanced towards Town, he fortuitously stumbled upon a naval warship, its bow adorned with a canine head clutching a bone. The Carp's warship? Yi Luo grimaced at the ship that had appeared before him. This sequence felt amiss. Chapter 7. Arrival at Town. Is this the ship of Vice Admiral Carp? Yi Luo shouted after instructing the 2 pirate slaves to approach the warship. Who are you, kid? Queried an officer, adorned with a hat and a sword at his waist. Standing at the rail, I am a friend of Ace. Merely here to extend my greetings, Yi Luo replied with a slight smile. Meanwhile, the 2 pirate slaves had completely fainted in terror. Vice Admiral Carp, a legendary hero of the seas known for pursuing the Pirate King, was a figure of immense renown. Come aboard. After the warship cast off its mooring lines, Yi Luo climbed up the rope. The naval soldiers unperturbed by any ill intentions he might harbor, for this was the ship of Vice Admiral Carp. Only a fool would seek trouble here. I hear you are a friend of Ace. Where is that rascal now? A burly elder, donned in a dog-headed hat and a cloak of justice, stepped forward. Is this the demeanor of a top-tier powerhouse? Yi Luo swallowed hard, although aware that Carp shared Luffy's unreliable nature. The exhilaration of being in such proximity to a significant figure quickened his heartbeat. Yi Luo remained silent, seemingly intimidated by Carp's formidable aura, while the officer behind Carp, adjusting his hat, cast a curious glance at Yi Luo. Sensing the rapidity of his heartbeat. I am currently in pursuit of him. Yi Luo exhaled and stated directly. Carp shot Yi Luo an intense glare, his powerful presence rendering Yi Luo momentarily breathless. He is a pirate now, and I am a pirate hunter. It is only natural that I pursue him, Yi Luo declared defiantly, his neck craned and teeth clenched. A pirate. That little brat dared to secretly set sail without my knowledge. In an instant, Carp's overwhelming aura surged then dissipated, replaced by curiosity as he inquired. If you are pursuing him, then why come to me? He mentioned that you are his grandfather, which is why he never takes the initiative against the Navy. Yiluo said somewhat awkwardly. He was not adept at lying, especially not in such a duplicitous manner, fearing exposure at any moment. Ahaha, that little rascal still has some conscience. Carp's sternness melted away, replaced with evident delight. Vice Admiral, where will you head next? I am bound for Logue Town. I believe Ace will make an appearance there. Once I capture him, I will hand him over to you. When do you plan to visit Logue Town? Yiluo pondered, organizing his thoughts before speaking. I am currently on leave. I cannot discuss official matters. However, I will swing by Logue Town on my return trip. That if you encounter me, do hand over Ace, Carp replied with a wry smile. Since that is the case, may I stay aboard your ship for a few days? Yiluo cautiously inquired. Aren't you headed to Logue Town? That's the exact opposite of my course, Carp remarked, munching on a donut. No matter, just a few days. It's not a hindrance to my mission. Yiluo shook his head. Very well, make yourself at home. After some thought, Carp nodded in agreement. That why Yiluo was taken aback by Carp's affirmative response and, in a fit of joy, announced loudly to all the sailors aboard, I shall challenge each of you in turn during this time. What? Such audacious words. This kid must be out of his mind. The naval crew exchanged incredulous glances at Yiluo, murmuring in disbelief. Carp raised an eyebrow, intrigued by Yiluo's intentions. If his aim was merely to hone his skills, there was no need to challenge even the ordinary sailors. Knowing his connection to Ace, his boldness was puzzling. However, Carp was unperturbed. His absolute strength rendered him indifferent to such antics. Half a day later, Yiluo had bested all the sailors on the ship and began issuing challenges to the officers. A day later, apart from the hat-wearing swordsman, all the naval personnel aboard Carp's ship had fallen to Yiluo's prowess. Though lacking extensive experience, this was a considerable gain for Yiluo at present. So this is the Navy's 6 styles? Truly impressive. After yet another defeat, Yiluo finally relinquished the hope of overcoming his opponent. At your age, I was not as capable, the hat-wearing naval officer remarked coldly. Haha, is that a compliment? Yiluo lay on the deck, feigning exhaustion. The officer did not respond and simply turned away. What a cold, aloof fellow. Yiluo flipped over and promptly fell asleep on the deck. This day of intense combat had elevated all his attributes by several points. Indeed, battle was the swiftest path to improvement. Vice Admiral, the swordsman, whom Yiluo had dubbed the aloof man, was now reporting to Carp about Yiluo's performance. Oh, so this lad is indeed a talent worth nurturing? Carp chuckled. He possesses great potential. With training at headquarters, his future achievements may surpass mine. The aloof swordsman remarked somewhat despondently, limited by his own talents. He knew his achievements would always be constrained, even under Carp's tutelage. That on my return trip, I shall visit Logue Town. Whether we meet again depends on fate. Carp concluded with a smile before departing, revealing that he had not genuinely intended to visit Logue Town upon his return. The next morning, Yiluo stood facing Carp on the deck. Vice Admiral, while I am aware of the vast chasm between our abilities, I still wish to test myself, Yiluo said, his expression tense. Ahahaha, being young is delightful. Since you wish to experience it, allow this old man to indulge you. Let me show you the power of my beloved fist. With that, Carp swiftly unfastened his cloak and charged at Yiluo. I can't stop it. Yiluo watched as Carp's fist approached his head, yet his body felt utterly unresponsive, unable to evade. Move, damn it. Yiluo attempted to channel his internal energy, but what usually flowed effortlessly felt as though it were mired in quicksand. Moving sluggishly. Boom! At the last moment, Yiluo failed to dodge, but he raised his fists, charged with internal energy, to partially absorb the impact. Interesting, Carp observed as Yiluo was sent tumbling into the sea. Vice Admiral, what was that just now? The aloof swordsman inquired, astonished that it resembled something, but I'm not certain. Let's retrieve him first if it is indeed what I suspect. The initial awakening is often quite arduous. Carp donned his cloak. Smiling, without needing to be instructed, naval personnel had already plunged into the water to rescue Yiluo. Though only a day had passed, the sailors had grown to admire the youth who had challenged the entire crew. Cough, you old coot. That was a bit too much, wasn't it? Yiluo coughed a few times, spitting out seawater as he pointed an accusatory finger at Carp. Ah, is it? I didn't think so. Besides, you weren't injured. Were you? Carp feigned ignorance. Humph. Yiluo turned his head away, sulking. Kid, do you know about hockey? Carp plopped down beside Yiluo, keenly interested. Armament, observation, and conqueror's hockey, Yiluo replied, feigning a worldly demeanor. Ah, so you are aware. Have you awakened armament Haki already? Carp inquired, grinning. Yi Luo shook his head, responding, no, this is an inherited ability from my family, not Haki. Oh, not Haki. What is your full name? Upon hearing that it was the family legacy ability of Yeloa, Carp finally adopted a serious demeanor. Full name? I am simply Yeloa. That is my entire name. Yeloa replied earnestly, as a citizen of Huajia. One's name is considered a form of heritage and should not be arbitrarily changed. Carp regarded Yeloa with profound contemplation. Suspecting that Yeloa was merely reluctant to divulge more, perhaps fearing that he might reveal something through his name, after exchanging a few blows with Carp, Yeloa returned to his modest triangular sailboat. Where the two pirate captives awaited him, their expressions a pitiful blend of anxiety and submission. Escape was not an option for them. 10 days later, Yeloa finally set foot in Roga town. Prior to this, he had not encountered a single bounty criminal. Although he had faced off against several pirate crews, none had boasted a bounty. It was no wonder that the East Sea was deemed the weakest ocean. Bounties exceeding 10 million were a rare sight in this vast expanse of water. My lord, according to our agreement, may we take our leave now? The two pirate slaves inquired with hopeful anticipation. Throughout their journey, they had witnessed the fate of all who dared to trouble Yeloa. None had escaped his wrath, not even the lowliest of minions. There is one last matter. Fetch me the latest bounty notices, and you may depart. Should you dare to flee, you know the consequences. Yeloa shot a sidelong glance at the two pirates. That we wouldn't dream of it, my lord. However, while the bounty notices are freely distributed by the Navy, we can only obtain them from the tavern owners, as they usually have the latest updates, or we can collect them from the Navy base. The pirates replied, a hint of trepidation in their voices. After a moment of contemplation, Yeloa waved his hand dismissively. In that case, off you go. Remember not to engage in any wrongdoing. Otherwise, your fortune may not be so favorable next time. Once the two had departed, Yeloa made his way to the Navy base in Roga town to collect a bounty notice. Although he considered inquiring whether Smoker was still in charge, the impatience radiating from the Navy personnel dissuaded him from doing so. Now, it's time to stir up some trouble, and Ace, you are the greatest treasure. I must not let you slip through my fingers, Yeloa exclaimed, grinning as he exited the Navy base, clutching the bounty notice. Meanwhile, Ace, who was peacefully slumbering aboard his ship, involuntarily shivered and murmured, what was that chill? Surely, I am not about to encounter a storm again. After parting ways with Yeloa, Ace had initially intended to head straight for the Grand Line. However, he encountered a tempest along the way, followed by a series of unexpected adventures that enhanced his strength. Chapter 8. The First Lottery. A few days later, at the Navy base. Isn't that the notorious bounty hunter everyone has been talking about in town? I hear he harbors a deep-seated hatred for pirates, remarked a Navy soldier, observing Yeloa as he dragged a bounty criminal into the base like a fish caught in a net. His companion nodded solemnly, pulling him away, seemingly wishing to avoid any association with Yeloa. In recent days, the Navy had been on high alert. Any encounter with Yeloa could result in them being dealt with alongside the pirates, albeit without any serious harm, which had led the Navy to regard Yeloa with a mix of respect and fear. Where on earth is that rascal Ace? Yeloa pondered aloud as he sat in a tavern, sipping his barley beer. During his stay in Roga town, he had defeated numerous pirate crews, vanquishing every member without exception, thus gaining a modest reputation as a bounty hunter. Perhaps I should seek out some opponents to hone my skills. After his skirmishes with Carp and the aloof swordsmen under his command, Yeloa had become increasingly obsessed with enhancing his power, even occasionally targeting the Navy as a source of experience points. On the very day he arrived in Roga town, he apprehended a pirate with a bounty of 3 million, successfully collecting diamonds and earning a handsome sum of belly for his sustenance. Having amassed 1,000 diamonds, Yeloa refrained from immediately participating in the lottery. Instead, he found an inn, took a bath, changed his clothes, and offered a sincere prayer before activating the lottery system. Although he internally acknowledged the ritualistic nature of this act and doubted its influence on the outcome, he could not resist the compulsion to perform it. Having wagered all his wealth, the lottery in the marketplace did not consist of a spinning wheel. Rather, one purchases a fortune bag for 1,000 diamonds. The moment the bag is opened determines whether the expenditure was worthwhile. As Yeloa opened the fortune bag, he felt a peculiar blend of excitement, anxiety, and anticipation. You have lost one fortune bag and acquired a mid-level secret manual. The system's notification sent Yellowaw's heart racing that he gazed at the book-shaped manual in his inventory, which stated that upon opening, one would receive any mid-level secret manual. What a stroke of luck. Everyone was right. The first lottery is bound to yield something exceptional, enticing one to keep playing. Yellowaw eagerly sought out the corresponding item in the marketplace, while such random awards for mid-level manuals were absent. The mid-level manuals available for purchase in the marketplace were priced in the thousands of diamonds, particularly the advanced technique manuals, which could cost upwards of 10,000. With anticipation, Yellowaw hastily opened the manual, and the system chimed once more. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the mid-level internal skill manual. Zixia Shengong. In a state of exhilaration, Yellowaw found himself at a loss for words to express his overwhelming excitement. Gazing at the exquisite manual, wishing to compose poetry to share with the world, yet lamenting his lack of literary prowess, uttering only, "What a magnificent treasure!" However, when Yellowaw attempted to utilize the manual, the system notified him that his prerequisite skills were insufficient for cultivation. At that moment, Yellowaw felt utterly bewildered. Did he need to master the Huashan heart method before he could practice Zixia Shengong? After all, Zixia Shengong was derived from the Huashan sect in the novel Xiao Ao Jiang Hu. Upon scrutinizing the Zixia Shengong, Yellowaw discovered that the cultivation of internal skills was divided into 3 foundational levels: beginner, intermediate, and advanced. Only after mastering these would one be able to learn renowned internal techniques, such as the Zixia Shengong, which was classified as a mid-level manual. This manual could only be studied after completing the foundational intermediate skill. Moreover, to learn intermediate skills, one must reach the maximum level in beginner skills. Currently, Yellowaw had maxed out all 3 of his beginner skills, but the issue lay in the fact that he lacked any advanced skill manuals, leaving all 3 skills stagnant at their beginner maximum. After examining his experience bar, which read level 887, he recalled that prior to arriving in Roga Town, he had amassed a considerable amount of experience from his encounters with Carp, successfully reaching level 8. Coupled with the pirate battles he fought along the way and the first bounty criminal he dispatched upon entering the town, his experience points were nearly full. As for skill points, he had saved up a substantial number. After reaching level 5, he had not used any, as he had no skills to apply them to, amassing a total of 4 skill points. Now that his diamonds were depleted, the only possible route to acquiring a mid-level skill manual was through the main storyline quest. Upon reaching level 10, he could complete the second main quest, which, following the pattern of the first, would likely reward him with 3 foundational intermediate skills, thereby allowing him to learn Zixia Shengong. Thus, in the time that followed, he busied himself hunting pirates in Roga Town while waiting for Ace, determined that should he not receive foundational intermediate skills upon reaching level 10, he would be able to purchase them from the marketplace. However, being in the East Sea meant that while pirates were plentiful, bounty criminals were scarce. Moreover, Yellowaw learned that Smoker had recently arrived to assume command, vigorously pursuing pirates, which resulted in even fewer bounty criminals in Roga Town than he had anticipated. Otherwise, he would not have bothered with the Navy, solely seeking out that scant experience. As his level increased, defeating ordinary minions no longer yielded significant experience points. Curse it, if not for the fear of missing Ace. I would surely venture to Cocoa Village. It is practically a treasure trove. Yellowaw lamented to himself, glancing at his experience bar, which had barely surpassed the halfway mark to level 9. Today, he had finally encountered a bounty criminal, netting a considerable amount of experience along with 200 diamonds. Yet he still fell short of 500 diamonds needed for the foundational intermediate skill. Indeed, since his arrival on the island, he had captured only a handful of bounty criminals, one with a bounty of 300,000. But the diamonds earned from that encounter were spent on the lottery, and 3 others with bounties of 100,000. Plus today's 200,000, left him with a total of only 500 diamonds. Damn Smoker, can't you arrive a little later? Would it kill you? Yellowaw grumbled under his breath as he headed toward the tavern. Although he was still uncertain whether his internal strength would have any effect on nature-type abilities, that did not deter him from muttering a few fierce words in solitude. Look, what's going on with that person inside? It appears that someone has perished. The proprietor is currently contemplating whether to summon the Navy. I have heard that the unfortunate individual abruptly succumbed while dining midway through their meal. Could it be that there was something toxic in the restaurant's food that led to this fatality? As Yi Luo approached the entrance of the establishment, he was met with a throng of people discussing the incident. A sense of dread washed over him. Recognizing the scene before him, Yi Luo reminisced about the circumstances as he squeezed his way inside the restaurant. Indeed, it is you, that scoundrel, Yi Luo gritted his teeth and declared. However, upon encountering the main subject, he felt less urgency than before. At the center of the crowd stood Ace, who had fallen into a deep slumber, his meal untouched. Even Yi Luo, who was well aware of such occurrences, was startled when he witnessed Ace dozing off while they had been dining together. How could someone fall asleep mid-meal? Initially, he found it hard to believe. But upon seeing Ace, he realized that no matter what transpired, he could face it with composure. "Oh, my apologies. I fell asleep again while eating," Ace exclaimed, swiftly regaining his senses and resuming his meal. The proprietor, visibly shaken, was at a loss for how to respond to Ace, his lips twitching as he stammered. "And no, please continue, esteemed guest." "Hey Ace, long time no see," Yi Luo proclaimed, plopping down beside Ace, resting a hand on his shoulder while munching on the food that had just been served. "Ah, Yi Luo, it's been ages," Ace replied with evident delight upon seeing Yi Luo. Snap. However, what awaited him was the clink of handcuffs. They were not made of sea stone, for Ace was not yet a formidable enough foe for that. But these handcuffs had been crafted from steel at great expense by Yi Luo, not easily broken, albeit ineffective against those with abilities. This was merely a token of their reunion. "What are you doing? We haven't seen each other in ages, and this is how you greet me." Ace feigned innocence, adopting a pitiful expression as he spoke to Yi Luo. "Let us not get carried away. Our relationship isn't that close. Admiral Karp is arriving in a few days. I'm just taking precautions." Yi Luo shrugged nonchalantly, satisfied with how events were unfolding. "What? The old man is coming." Ace immediately stood up, scanning the surroundings. "Thank you for the hospitality." He bowed to the proprietor before bolting away like the wind. "You scoundrel, stay put. I merely wish to complete my mission." Though Yi Luo anticipated Ace's flight, he was unprepared for how swiftly and decisively he would escape, prompting him to shout as he pursued Ace. Dining and dashing, the restaurant owner blinked in confusion, somewhat dazed. "Stop running," Yi Luo yelled angrily as he chased after the fleeing Ace, a multitude of chefs and staff following in pursuit. What began as a mere restaurant chase escalated as more people joined the fray, infuriating Yi Luo even further. This rascal had undoubtedly been in Roguetown for several days, evidenced by the throngs pursuing him. Meanwhile, not far from Roguetown, a naval vessel was approaching the harbor. Smoker stood on deck with Tashiji, feeling somewhat disgruntled despite having captured numerous pirates, as they were all minor players. On the other hand, 3 days sail from Roguetown, a ship adorned with a dog's head was making its way toward the town. Chapter 9. The flame fruit, huh? What is this? Ace mused, cradling a ball-shaped fruit with orange-yellow spirals. Perplexed, Ace pondered for a moment, realizing he had only been on this island for less than 2 days, first visiting the execution platform of the pirate King Roger, and then taking some time to rest. It was during his meal at the restaurant that he encountered that peculiar fellow named Yi Luo, who had handcuffed him in an effort to bring him to the old man, showing no regard for their camaraderie. With this thought, Ace, feeling a surge of irritation, bit into the fruit. Ugh, does this taste like feces? Grimacing, Ace stared at the unpalatable fruit, utterly unaware of how it had come into his possession. It seemed he had collided with someone while fleeing, resulting in the fruit landing in his hands. That rascal, Yi Luo, trailing behind Ace, witnessed the entire episode of Ace acquiring and consuming the flame fruit. Thinking to himself that it was no surprise Ace was related to Luffy, the protagonist's aura had evidently followed him here. Just moments ago, he distinctly saw a merchant stealthily emerging from a narrow alley, only to be bumped into by the fleeing Ace, thus relinquishing the flame fruit to him. The unfortunate merchant had fallen to the ground, and without hesitation, Yi Luo stepped over him. The chefs and restaurant staff who followed suit mimicked the act, trampling over the merchant as well. Yi Luo surmised that the man would likely be gravely injured, if not dead. "Can you not chase me anymore?" Ace called back as he continued to run. "If you stop running, I will stop chasing," Yi Luo shouted through gritted teeth. "Well then, you might as well keep chasing." Ace shrugged. He understood that, despite Yi Luo's decent stamina, he still held a considerable advantage. That scoundrel. Yi Luo noticed that the pursuers behind them had begun to fall behind, so he wasted no time, channeling his inner strength into his legs, propelling himself swiftly towards Ace. "That you're cheating," Ace exclaimed as he observed Yi Luo closing the distance rapidly. Why Yi Luo had no time to respond. He swung a punch aimed at the back of Ace's head. "Huh, Ace paused, taken aback as Yi Luo's fist passed through his body. Fool, did you not realize that you just consumed a devil fruit? Yi Luo remarked, exasperated. Are you referring to that fruit that tasted like feces? Ace pondered, inquiring that Yi Luo felt compelled to share his knowledge of the devil fruits with Ace, lest this fool inadvertently drown in the sea. Just as he was explaining, Smoker's ship returned to port, coincidentally encountering the chefs and restaurant staff pursuing Ace and Yi Luo. Go inquire about the situation. Smoker instructed Tashiji, who saluted before heading off to gather information. Soon, she returned to report to Smoker. According to the witnesses, one of the individuals is likely the new pirate Portgas D. Ace. The other is less clear, but maybe Ace's companion. Portgas D. Ace, an intriguing character. Let us go take a look, Smoker said, his gaze fixed on the direction Ace and Yi Luo had fled. So, I can no longer swim from now on. Well, never mind. This power is actually quite cool. Ace exclaimed, utilizing his elemental transformation to slip his hands free from the handcuffs, grinning widely. Do not let your guard down. You are now an ability user, and a rather rare Logia type at that. However, this also exposes you to numerous vulnerabilities, such as sea stone. Moreover, true strength comes from within. Devil fruits are merely external aids. Yi Luo cautioned gravely, don't worry, I know what to do. By the way, are you no longer going to take me to see the old man? Ace replied nonchalantly, you have now become a Logia user. With my current strength, I am no longer your match. This is precisely why the Logia devil fruits are said to be invincible in the early stages. Yi Luo shook his head. Haha, no wonder you're my good brother. Let us celebrate our reunion with a feast. Ace laughed heartily. A feast sounds splendid, but first, let me test just how powerful your Logia abilities are. I have some speculations that need verification, Yi Luo responded, shaking his head with a slight smile. What is going on? Ace asked as he felt Yi Luo's hand pass through him, yet sensed that Yi Luo's earlier attack had almost reached his true form. This is what I wanted to convey to you. Although Logia types are invincible in the early stages, they do have their counters. Haki, the attack I just executed contained a hint of my inner energy. While it didn't fully capture your true form, it does demonstrate that inner energy can affect Logia users. Were you using Haki just now? Ace queried, intrigued that Yi Luo shook his head, replying, no, that was not Haki. It was my family's inner energy. Your grandfather, Admiral Karp, is the true master of Haki. No wonder that Luffy, being a rubber man, is always left rolling on the ground after being pummeled by the old man. Ace exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. Let us go. Since the matter has come to a close, we ought to enjoy a drink, Yi Luo remarked with a faint smile. However, just as the two were about to depart, a voice rang out. Perhaps you will not be going anywhere, Smoker? Yi Luo turned around to see a burly man with a bun of silver hair, 2 cigars clenched between his teeth. Surrounded by a squadron of Navy officers, though? You actually know me? Smoker looked at Yi Luo with a hint of surprise. I am a bounty hunter, not a pirate. The Navy on this island is well aware of it. So do not confuse me with him. Yi Luo suddenly shifted his gaze, distancing himself from Ace. What? No way. Yi Luo, aren't we partners? Ace asked incredulously, his expression one of disbelief. Cough. Ace, you must understand that they are the Navy. The prison undoubtedly possesses the Sea Prism Stone to contain devil fruit users. If I cooperate with Colonel Smoker to capture you, then a mission that seemed impossible becomes achievable, Yi Luo said, coughing, with an insidious glint in his eye. What is this? Are we having an internal conflict? Even so, you two cannot escape unscathed after causing such chaos in town. Dashiki, standing nearby, adjusted her glasses and said earnestly, young lady, watch your words. I am not a pirate. Yi Luo shot a glance at Dashiki. Haha, Yi Luo. Look, the Navy considers you my companion as well. Come aboard my ship and join me, Ace said with flamboyant enthusiasm. However, Yi Luo's expression darkened, and ignoring Ace, he addressed Smoker. I have an agreement with Captain Garp to capture Ace and bring him to him. Captain Garp. Smoker was momentarily taken aback, not fully processing the information. Indeed, I encountered Captain Garp while he was on leave and agreed to meet him in Log Town. Bringing Ace along. Yi Luo nodded affirmatively. After pondering for a moment, Smoker replied, very well, I will assist you in subduing Ace. Smoker's trust in Yi Luo stemmed from his knowledge that Captain Garp periodically returned to the East Blue for leave. While this was not a secret within the Navy headquarters, few in the East Blue were aware of it. leading him to choose to trust Yi Luo. Ace just consumed a Logia-type devil fruit. Do you have any sea prism stones? Yi Luo prepared for an attack, turning to Smoker. No. Although we have sea prism handcuffs at the base, we just returned from an external mission. I will send someone to retrieve them. Smoker instructed a sailor to fetch the sea prism handcuffs. Hey, Yi Luo, are you really going to do this? Ace asked seriously upon seeing Yi Luo in a combat stance. How about you agree to come with me to meet Captain Garp? And I will immediately team up with you to break out. Yi Luo suggested with a smile that I have no intention of meeting that old man. Ace replied with evident displeasure. Then let us see what you're made of. Yi Luo leaped forward, charging at Ace. Haha, you are no match for me. Ace taunted while dodging Yi Luo's attacks. Humph. Dashiki, surround them to prevent any escape. Smoker commanded, his lower body transforming into smoke, as he utilized the powers of the smoke fruit. White Snake. Smoker's arm morphed into a serpentine form of smoke, swiftly ensnaring Ace. Humph, you are not as formidable as I thought. Smoker sneered, seeing his technique succeed. Is that so? Ace chuckled, his body gradually igniting in flames. Breaking free from Smoker's grasp. Are you an idiot? Did I not just inform you that he is also a Logia-type user? Yi Luo remarked, stepping back with a hint of exasperation. The clash between two Logia users left Yi Luo feeling like an outsider in the fray. Humph, I do not need your guidance, Smoker retorted, his frustration evident. Very well. If you believe you can handle it, go ahead. Yi Luo, feeling irked, thought it wise to let them exhaust themselves a bit. After all, he knew that Logia users required stamina to maintain their powers. Smoker disregarded Yi Luo's presence, engaging fiercely in battle with Ace. Despite being pressured, Ace was eager to practice his newfound abilities against a capable opponent like Smoker. Chapter 10. Gains. Yi Luo stood by, observing the fierce battle between Smoker and Ace, displaying no intention of intervening. Instead, Dashiki, commanding the sailors to encircle the battlefield, seemed eager to join the fray. You should refrain from stepping in. A battle between Logia users is not something you can involve yourself in just yet. Yi Luo quietly said, having appeared beside Dashiki without her noticing. Then why aren't you joining in? Dashiki turned to the nearby sailors, her expression serious. This caused Yi Luo to feel a tinge of embarrassment, mentally scoffing at her remark. Is this what they call the legendary super nearsighted ability? The sailor opposite you has already been rendered speechless. Oh right, you cannot see. After having Dashiki put her glasses back on, Yi Luo sighed. I am not a devil fruit user. I have no means to deal with them. Blushing, Dashiki was still embarrassed about her earlier comments and didn't catch Yi Luo's slip of the tongue. Indeed, Yi Luo accidentally revealed his inner thoughts. He had been contemplating how to defeat both Smoker and Ace since earlier. Under normal circumstances, this would be impossible, but given how long they had fought, their stamina was likely waning. Furthermore, with the port not far away, if he could drive them toward the water, a single strike from him could send both into the sea, allowing him to claim victory over two seasoned combatants. Moreover, Ace might even have a bounty on his head, making it a lucrative endeavor. I am not unwilling to engage. It's just that right now, I cannot help but think of a way to drive them toward the seaside. Hoping that Colonel Smoker can knock Ace into the sea, then we would have secured our victory. Yi Luo shrugged, offering Dashiki a strategy. Dashiki glanced toward the Navy base, seemingly calculating when the soldiers sent to retrieve the sea prism handcuffs would return. All right, I will have the soldiers there retreat. You go and assist Colonel Smoker in pushing Ace toward the port. Dashiki quickly made her decision. Fine, but let me make this clear. Ace is the person specifically requested by Captain Garp, and you cannot harm him. When Captain Garp arrives, I must be the one to hand Ace over. Yi Luo stated firmly to Dashiki. He made it clear that without their agreement, he would not take action. After contemplating, Dashiki nodded. Rest assured, as long as he is truly handed over to Captain Garp, I believe even Colonel Smoker would have no objections. Good. Then you clear the Navy over there, and I will make my move from this side. Trying to lead the battlefield toward the port, Yi Luo nodded enthusiastically. Indeed, with Yi Luo's involvement, Ace felt the pressure mounting. He was still unfamiliar with the powers of the fruit he had just acquired. Although Yi Luo's attacks, for some reason, did not seem to possess the threatening force, they nonetheless required Ace to divert his attention to defend against them. As for Smoker, he quickly grasped Yi Luo's intentions, coordinating with him to gradually steer the battle toward the port. Ace, having just obtained his power, was still not as adept at understanding the taboos of being a devil fruit user as Smoker was. thus unwittingly falling into the trap. How about it, Ace? Have you gotten the hang of your devil fruit powers? Luo asked, noticing that the three had reached the port, just a few meters from the sea, and thus paused his attacks with a smile. Hee hee, Ace chuckled lightly, secretly preparing to make a run for it, considering his dwindling stamina and the soldiers sent to retrieve the sea prism handcuffs were likely not far off. Smoker took a puff from his cigar, glancing between Luo and Ace, uncertain about their relationship. He could not discern whether Luo and Ace were playing a ruse to lure him to the port for a trap. Seeing Smoker's reaction, Luo quickly interjected, stepping out of the fray to block Ace's escape route, saying, "Colonel Smoker, I know you are wary of me. How about this? I will block Ace's escape route, and you can engage him in battle. How does that sound?" Hey, are you set on dragging me to meet that old man? Ace realized that without a fight, he might truly find himself in a precarious situation. Fine. Smoker exhaled several smoke rings, nodding as he transformed directly into vapor, rushing once more towards Ace. Ace, wary and unyielding, ignited into flames, engaging in combat with Smoker. After a brief skirmish, Ace had significantly improved his mastery of the Mera Mera no Mi, which left the onlooker Luo feeling a sense of unfairness. Reflecting on his own struggles, he realized that it had taken him countless days and nights to master even the basic skills among his three foundational abilities. Indeed, these characters from the world of anime seemed to possess extraordinary advantages. However, having perceived Luo and Smoker's intentions during the earlier encounter, Ace understood that, although Smoker might gain a slight upper hand, he could not force Ace into the water without also guarding against Ace's counterattacks and Luo's interference. Suddenly, soldiers appeared at the street corner, returning with sea prism stone handcuffs, causing all three of them to focus intently. Ace concentrated his strength, attempting to push Smoker away to buy himself some time to escape, while Smoker similarly dedicated himself to ensnaring Ace, leaving him no opportunity to resist. Meanwhile, Luo, who had been waiting for the right moment, swiftly infused his legs with internal energy, sprinting towards the 2.0 no. Luo, you scoundrel. Ace realized Luo's intentions as he saw him approach. As Luo's fist drew near, both Smoker and Ace instinctively transformed their bodies into their elemental forms. However, they were unprepared for the surprise that awaited them. Luo's punch completely disregarded their intangible states, striking directly at their physical forms. Bang, splash, but it was all too late. Luo divided the internal energy within him into two streams, channeling them into both fists, delivering a powerful blow to both Smoker and Ace, causing them to tumble into the sea. This sudden turn of events left Smoker taken aback and the nearby Navy personnel in a state of bewilderment. Luo-kun, what on earth are you doing? Desbones, drawing her sword, confronted Luo. If I didn't do this, how could I ensure I hit Ace? Besides, with you all here, Colonel Smoker won't come to harm. Will he? Luo replied with a mysterious smile. For just a moment, as he had anticipated, after falling into the sea, both men would soon lose consciousness, prompting a system notification that indicated he had gained a substantial amount of experience points. This had elevated his level to 10, yet now was not the time for such matters. Someone immediately rescue Colonel Smoker and the pirate Ace. Desbones glared at Luo, gradually retracting her sword. Soon, Ace and Smoker were fished out of the water by the Navy. How should one put it? Being characters from an anime, it didn't take long for both to regain consciousness after reaching the shore. However, after soaking in seawater, they were utterly drained of strength, especially Ace, who had just acquired his devil fruit powers and had fought fiercely against Smoker. Though awake, he lay on the ground, unable to move. Crunch. Luo chuckled as he cuffed Ace with the sea prism stone handcuffs. Don't worry, I won't truly imprison you. Just meet with my old man, and I'll help you escape. Luo whispered to Ace as he secured the cuffs. Ace's expression shifted, but he knew it was not the time for conversation. He merely cast a profound glance at Luo before being escorted away by the Navy. Did you just use hockey? Smoker finally regained some composure, lighting a cigar as he turned to Luo. Luo shrugged nonchalantly. Well, who knows? Perhaps. But it doesn't concern you much. He had no desire to engage further with Smoker. A fellow Logia user, and certainly wouldn't divulge that he possessed only a single strike's worth of power. When Vice Admiral Garp arrives at Rogue Town, I will hand over Ace to you. But for now, he must be detained at the Navy base. Smoker inhaled deeply from his cigar, speaking slowly. Not a problem. As long as I can transfer Ace, I won't interfere further. After all, I am a bounty hunter. I expect to have dealings with your Navy in the future. So I hope you will take good care of me, Colonel. Yi Luo felt elated, not only having reached level 10 but also optimistic about Ace's situation. Subsequently, Smoker led the Navy back to the base, while Yi Luo returned to the inn alone, eager to examine the rewards from his recent level up. He hoped the heavens would bless him with a higher-level internal cultivation technique, so he could finally practice the Xixia divine skill he had in his possession. Congratulations, host. You have defeated the pirate Portgas D.Ace, earning 700 experience points and 500 diamonds. Congratulations, host. You have defeated Colonel Smoker, earning 800 experience points. Congratulations, host. Your level has increased, granting you 5 free attribute points and 1 skill point. Congratulations, host. You have completed the main storyline task, earning 500 experience points, 500 diamonds, 5,000 currency, and 1 intermediate basic skill book. The main storyline task has changed. Please check it yourself. Indeed, he had received an intermediate basic skill book, although it was just one, and randomly selected from among body refinement, movement techniques, and mental techniques. Defeating Ace had granted him 500 diamonds, bringing his total to 1,000. Even if he didn't draw an advanced skill book, he could purchase one from the shop. After bathing and changing, Yi Luo opened the intermediate basic skill book with a sacred expression. You have used the intermediate basic skill book and acquired the intermediate body refinement skill book. Detection indicates that your basic body refinement skill is eligible for advancement. Would you like to use the intermediate body refinement skill book? Chapter 11. Yi Luo's plan. How could it be a body refinement skill book? Yi Luo felt somewhat disheartened, as what he truly needed was an intermediate mental technique skill. If he had drawn that, he could have saved his diamonds. Now it seemed he would have to purchase it from the shop. Use the intermediate body refinement skill book. There were no dazzling lights, no celestial phenomena. After using the skill book, Yi Luo merely felt his body had become slightly stronger. First, I need to buy the mental technique to avoid any unforeseen complications. Yi Luo accessed the shop, locating the basic intermediate mental technique, and clicked to purchase. You have lost 1,000 diamonds and acquired the intermediate mental technique skill. Detection indicates your basic mental technique is eligible for advancement. Would you like to use the intermediate mental technique? The system's synthesized voice resounded again. Upgrade. Yi Luo exhaled, confirming his choice. After using the skill book, Yi Luo noticeably felt the internal energy within him swell. Mobilizing it to his hands as he lightly punched, the power had more than doubled. Yi Luo's eyes sparkled as he sensed the transformation brought about by the enhancement of his internal energy. Next is the Xixia divine skill. Yi Luo repressed his excitement and directly used the Xixia divine skill manual from his backpack. Prerequisite skill level insufficient. Please upgrade prerequisite skill. The system's emotionless voice echoed, nearly causing Yi Luo to overturn the table in frustration. That wasn't I supposed to already have the intermediate mental technique? Don't I need to max it out? Yi Luo grumbled as he opened the intermediate mental technique icon, nearly shocked to find that it required a staggering 2,000 proficiency points for just a single level, nearly causing him to faint. This meant that even if he used skill points to upgrade, leveling the intermediate basic mental technique from level 1 would require 2 skill points. Looking at his remaining 6 skill points, Yi Luo gritted his teeth and allocated 1 point. You have used a skill point. Intermediate mental technique proficiency increased by 1,000 points. Indeed. Yi Luo sighed. The reason he hadn't allocated 2 points at once was due to a cautious mindset. However, reality once again reminded him that without spending money, one could never rise to prominence in the game. After using another skill point, the level of the intermediate mental technique swiftly rose to 2, and his energy finally surpassed the 100-point threshold. He could feel a significant difference compared to when he fought Ace. Facing a Logia user, he was no longer limited to just a single strike's worth of power point 6,000. It has indeed increased. Yi Luo glanced at the 2-level proficiency and sighed in despair. He now had only 4 skill points left, and even if he spent them all, he couldn't max out the skill. Prerequisite skill level insufficient. Please upgrade prerequisite skill. Seeing his skill points were insufficient, Yi Luo, holding on to a glimmer of hope, attempted to use the Xixia divine skill manual once more, but the system remained resolute, reiterating the need to upgrade his prerequisite skill. I refuse to believe this. If it comes to it, I can always grind it out. It's not like I haven't done it before. What is there to be afraid of? Yi Luo steeled his resolve, investing all his skill points. Watching the proficiency soar to 4,000, he promptly sat on the bed, planning to cultivate until Garp arrived 3 days later at the Roguetown Navy base in the highest command office. Where is Yi Luo? Smoker, with a cigar clenched between his teeth, inquired of the Navy officer standing before him, who was delivering a report. Report, Colonel. The pirate hunter Yi Luo has remained at the inn since our last encounter. Without venturing outside, the Navy officer saluted and replied loudly. Go. Inform him that Vice Admiral Garp is on his way and that he should come at once, Smoker commanded directly. Yes, sir. The officer saluted again before promptly turning to leave. Colonel, are we truly going to hand Ace over to him? Dasky expressed her reluctance once the Navy officer had departed. I've gathered information, and this Ace is not the type of pirate who resorts to robbery for a living. Though he occasionally engages in peculiar activities, he is, for the most part, not a heinous criminal. Moreover, I suspect he must have some connection to Vice Admiral Garp. Otherwise, a man like Yi Luo wouldn't be so intent on bringing him to Garp. Likely hoping to gain some advantage from the Vice Admiral, Smoker exhaled a thick cloud of smoke while analyzing the situation. Then why does the Colonel allow Yi Luo to succeed? Dasky questioned. Puzzled as to why Yi Luo, who clearly appeared to be no good, was permitted to escort Ace to Vice Admiral Garp for a reward, Smoker gazed out at a warship faintly visible on the horizon. Chuckling as he replied, that is Vice Admiral Garp, not someone as inconsequential as Yi Luo can deceive him. Had Yi Luo overheard Smoker's analysis, he would surely have nodded in agreement, acknowledging Smoker's sharp insight. Sadly, he remained oblivious to the fact that his benefits did not stem from Vice Admiral Garp, but rather from a system residing within his mind. At that moment, Yi Luo was interrupted from his training by the Navy's summons. How rude. Is this how one calls another? Yi Luo remarked coolly at the Navy officer he had just knocked down with a single blow as he exited the inn. What a loss. An ordinary sailor didn't even yield any experience points. I should refrain from dealing with such trivial fish in the future. It's simply embarrassing. Upon leaving the inn, Yi Luo shook his head, muttering to himself upon discovering that the Navy soldier he had defeated had not granted him any experience points. Although Yi Luo felt somewhat irked at being interrupted during his training. The news from the Navy brought him satisfaction. Thus, he had knocked down the officer merely because he was too stingy to let even a Navy soldier's experience slip away, and even concocted a flimsy excuse to justify his actions. Colonel Smoker, long time no see. Yi Luo greeted Smoker casually upon arriving at the Navy base. Hey, kid, attacking Navy personnel so indiscriminately doesn't quite exemplify a pirate hunter-esque demeanor. Smoker's displeasure was evident due to Yi Luo's actions against the messenger. Haha, my apologies, Colonel. It's just that your subordinate lacked proper etiquette that I was in the midst of training when he barged in, so I had to teach him a small lesson. Yi Luo chuckled. Smoker refrained from engaging Yi Luo directly, as his subordinate had not sustained any real harm. Otherwise, upon encountering Yi Luo, his reaction would have been to attack rather than inquire. Vice Admiral Garp's warship will be docking shortly. You may take Ace now. Smoker took a drag from his cigarette, his demeanor toward Yi Luo somewhat disdainful. Of course. Now, Colonel, might I request the key to the handcuffs? Yi Luo smiled, extending his hand toward Smoker. Smoker regarded Yi Luo in silence. And Yi Luo, unperturbed, stood there smiling, seemingly confident that Smoker would acquiesce. Here you go. After a lengthy pause, Smoker retrieved the key from his pocket and tossed it to Yi Luo. Yi Luo caught the key, grinning as he followed a Navy soldier toward the location where Ace was detained. Colonel, why give him the key? What if he releases Ace? Dasky questioned anxiously as she approached Smoker. Do you recall my previous speculation? He won't release Ace, but Vice Admiral Garp might require the key, so it serves the same purpose. Smoker replied, blowing a few smoke rings. Dasky fell silent, saluted Smoker, and stated, then I shall take some men to follow them. Just in case. With that, she turned and left, and Smoker did not impede her, for all of this was merely his conjecture. If it turned out that Yi Luo and Ace were merely playing a ruse, it would be they who were deceived. Looks like you haven't been faring well these past few days. Yi Luo strolled into the cell, greeting the listless Ace with a cheerful tone. What is your objective? During his confinement, Ace had pondered thoroughly. He knew Yi Luo's capture of him must serve a purpose, and like Smoker, he believed Yi Luo had somehow learned of his relationship with his grandfather and sought to leverage that for his own gain. Don't speak so calmly. That persona doesn't suit you. As for my objective, you shall discover it in due time, but not now. Yi Luo replied with a grin that I hope you truly want to do anything strange. Ace cast a peculiar glance at Yi Luo, aware that his grandfather, while seemingly unreliable, possessed a level of terrifying strength that rendered him somewhat jaded. Anyone who underestimated his grandfather would surely be the true fool. Relax, relax. Let us go. Your grandfather will be arriving shortly. Allow me to reiterate my plan. Once I bring you aboard your grandfather's ship, I will find an opportunity to give you the key, but I need not tell you how fearsome he is. Right? Thus, how to escape will depend on your own abilities. The only assistance I can provide is to buy you some time to withstand his initial strike. If you cannot escape after that, then it's beyond my control. Yi Luo twirled the key to the sea stone handcuffs in his hand as he spoke. What difference does that make from directly handing me over to him? Do you think I possess the capability to escape from his grasp? Ace rolled his eyes, displeased. Thus, your Mara Nomi ability is your sole trump card. Your grandfather likely is unaware that you have consumed a Logia-type fruit. As Yi Luo and Ace made their way outside, he remarked, "That's useless. Luffy is also an ability user, yet he has been consistently beaten by my grandfather since childhood. He surely knows how to use haki." Ace exclaimed, a hint of despair in his voice. "Then I suppose I'm at a loss. Regardless, when the time comes, I will hand you the key, and you can manage your own affairs. Once I deliver you to the ship, I shall take my leave." Yi Luo shrugged, adopting an indifferent demeanor. Chapter 12. Joining the Navy. As Vice Admiral Garp's warship docked at Logetown, Smoker, accompanied by the Navy personnel from the base, formally welcomed them at the port. While Yi Luo waited behind with as the warship came alongside the pier, Garp descended with his aide, exuding an impressive aura that left Yi Luo in awe. "Salute. Welcome, Vice Admiral Garp," one of Smoker's subordinates shouted with palpable excitement. "Ah, Smoker, you're still the same as ever," Garp greeted Smoker jovially, his imposing presence dissipating instantly upon seeing him. "Vice Admiral, may I inquire as to your directives for Logetown?" Smoker engaged Garp in conversation for a moment, after which Dasky interjected with a question. Of course, it's about me. Did you not always trust in my presence?" Yi Luo approached, dragging a reluctant Ace along, his expression disgruntled. "Ace, you scoundrel. How dare you sneak away to become a pirate?" Garp glared fiercely at Ace, completely ignoring Yi Luo. "I already said I wanted to be a pirate. I wish to see what draws pirates to their fates." Ace, initially intimidated, found that facing Garp no longer instilled the same fear within him. Garp's expression darkened at Ace's words, but he quickly composed himself and said, "I've told you before, you are to follow me and become an exemplary Navy officer. Forget about being a pirate. You were caught before even leaving the East Blue, which proves your inadequacy. Give it up." "I will not give up," Ace declared resolutely. "I've stated before that you are to follow me to become a Navy officer." Garp's anger flared as he raised his fist, preparing to strike Ace. Ace shut his eyes, bracing himself for the blow, the childhood terror resurfacing within him. Bang. "Hey, old man, have you lost your mind?" Yi Luo stepped in front of Ace, blocking Garp's punch. Garp looked at Yi Luo with a puzzled expression, while Smoker and the stoic swordsman at Garp's side regarded Yi Luo with surprise. "Haha, kid, your strength has improved significantly, but to block me? You're still not quite there." Kapu let out a hearty laugh, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from Yi Luo's sight. Moments later, a shriek from Ace echoed behind him. While Yi Luo glanced at Ace, who was rolling on the ground, moaning in pain with a head full of bruises, instantly feeling a wave of frustration. "Kapu, our agreement has been fulfilled, hasn't it?" Yi Luo inquired, noting the absence of any system prompts indicating task completion. Having just dealt with Ace, Kapu, feeling invigorated, nodded with a smile, turning to Yi Luo and saying, "Indeed, our pact is complete. However, I seem to recall that I did not agree to any specific terms. Did I?" "That's correct. I have no need for your terms. The matter we agreed upon simply must be executed." At that moment, as Kapu nodded, Yi Luo received a notification from the system confirming the completion of his task, prompting him to respond with a smile. "Kid, how about you come with me to Marineford? You have considerable potential." Kapu expressed his surprise, having expected Yi Luo to seize the opportunity to make some request. Yet the latter remained silent, leading Kapu to inquire further why Yi Luo, who had initially planned to refuse, found himself in contemplation as the system presented him with a new task. Side quest. Join the Navy. Task rewards: 200 diamonds, 200 experience, 100,000 money. Although the rewards were modest, even the smallest gain is still a gain, and joining the Navy would grant him access to numerous skilled Marines at Marineford, alleviating his concerns about grinding for experience. Hey, you're not seriously considering joining the Navy, are you? Come aboard my ship instead." Ace, with his head still bandaged, approached anxiously upon seeing Yi Luo's moment of indecision. Initially, Yi Luo had intended to hand Ace the key and assist in his escape, but if he joined the Navy, would he still be able to fulfill that promise? Hence, Ace's anxious demeanor. Rest assured, I promise to free you, and I shall do so. However, whether you can escape depends solely on your own abilities. Yi Luo smiled faintly as he released Ace from his sea stone handcuffs. Haha, Yi Luo, what do you say? Come with me. Ace once again extended his invitation. Side quest, join the Spade Pirates. Task rewards, 200 diamonds, 200 experience, 100,000 money. At that moment, as Ace spoke, Yi Luo received yet another side quest, indicating he must choose between the two tasks, akin to selecting a faction upon reaching level 10 in a game. Yi Luo gazed at Ace in surprise, recalling that in the original storyline, Ace was a captain who deeply valued his comrades. Given the current circumstances, his invitation seemed earnest. Colonel, he is indeed untrustworthy. Dasky, observing Yi Luo release Ace's cuffs, remarked seriously while gripping her sword. Yet, neither Smoker nor Kapu appeared to pay any mind, merely watching the two with smiles. Looks like you have chosen the path of a pirate, the aloof swordsman under Kapu remarked with a hint of sarcasm. No, I have no intention of becoming a pirate. Ace is my friend. I have fulfilled my promise to hand him over to the old man. So as a friend, I must rescue him at all costs. Yi Luo shook his head firmly. Haha. Well, it seems your growing strength has instilled a sense of confidence in you. Kapu laughed heartily upon hearing Yi Luo's response. Ace, you go on ahead, don't worry about me, Yi Luo said gravely, watching as Kapu stepped forward. Meanwhile, Ace had already dashed several meters away, waving cheerfully at Yi Luo, as if bidding farewell. Yi Luo's expression darkened, forcing himself to suppress the urge to strike Ace and turning his attention back to Kapu. Humph. Smoker, transformed into smoke, let out a cold snort as he pursued Ace. I told you, unless you defeat me, you shall not pass. Yi Luo charged forward, using a kick to repel the smoke-formed Smoker. You have certainly mastered hockey more proficiently. Smoker returned to his corporeal form, regarding Yi Luo with newfound seriousness. Haha, what an amusing little fellow. Stand down. I will handle this. Kapu removed his cloak emblazoned with the word justice and approached Yi Luo with clenched fists. 3 minutes later, Yi Luo was dragged out from the rubble like a lifeless dog by the aloof swordsman under Kapu. Sir, the soldiers have reported that Ace has already set sail towards Reverse Mountain. Smoker informed Kapu, glancing at the unconscious Yi Luo. Haha, I got carried away with the fight and completely forgot about the main task. Well, time is of the essence. We shall capture him next time. Let us return. Kapu glanced in the direction Ace had departed, donned his cloak once more, and laughed heartily as he returned to the warship. Colonel Dasky observed Yi Luo being carried onto the warship by the aloof swordsman and called out to Smoker. Let us go. Who knows, we might gain an extraordinary ally in the Navy. Smoker puffed on his cigar as he approached his motorcycle, replying, Indeed. 2 days later, in the Calm Belt. So this is the Calm Belt? Wasn't it said to be the dwelling place of sea kings? Why have I not seen a single one? Yi Luo stood on the deck, looking around and querying the aloof swordsman. Upon leaving Logue Town aboard Kapu's warship, Yi Luo had regained consciousness, his formidable recovery ability allowing him to feel vigorous once more. In fact, seeking revenge against Kapu for having knocked him out, Yi Luo challenged all the Marines aboard the warship again. Ordinary Marines no longer provided him experience, but he could still gain it from those officers. Moreover, over the past 2 days, he discovered through experimentation that after defeating an opponent and obtaining experience, he could not earn any more from defeating them again until the following day. However, against slightly weaker officers, he could still gain experience, akin to respawning monsters in a game, with stronger opponents requiring longer intervals for experience gain. This is not the time for sightseeing, rookie. The aloof swordsman cast a sidelong glance at Yi Luo, speaking in a low tone. Yi Luo's expression darkened. Indeed, his current status was that of a mere rookie in the Navy. Having boarded Kapu's ship, he had no choice but to accept the Navy's invitation, thereby completing a task. However, Kapu had not given him any preferential treatment. Even with his considerable strength, he still had to start from the bottom. Yet, once they reached Marineford and he registered at headquarters, he would officially become a proud third-class Marine. My tasks are complete. Yi Luo cast a glance at his superior, who was engrossed in tasks that rightfully belonged to him. Humph, the Navy has its rules, and respecting superiors is paramount, the aloof swordsman retorted coolly. Hey. Yi Luo whistled and turned to leave for cleaning duties. In truth, Yi Luo did not bully his superior, rather, his superior was well aware that with Yi Luo's capabilities, it was only a matter of time before he stood out. Thus, he had not assigned Yi Luo any tasks, but had quietly taken it upon himself to assist him. Meanwhile, the aloof swordsman was not targeting Yi Luo specifically. He was simply frustrated by the earlier spar, as he had not triumphed over Yi Luo and had only managed to avoid defeat with the aid of Moonwalk. Haha, how about that? His pace of growth is rather swift. Wouldn't you say? Kapu sat beneath a sunshade, munching on donuts, cheerfully addressing his subordinates. The aloof swordsman remained silent, though not engaged in a life-or-death struggle. Yi Luo's performance had still astonished him, particularly his powerful ability akin to hockey, which had significantly improved since their last encounter. Chapter 13. Purple Mist Divine Art. So, this is Marineford headquarters. Yi Luo stood at the harbor of Marineford, gazing at the imposing Navy headquarters, and asked in awe. Haha, young lad, take it all in. This will be your home from now on. Kapu patted Yi Luo on the shoulder with a grin. Then, what should I do now, Vice Admiral? Yi Luo turned, asking with a hint of exasperation. Indeed, after arriving at Marineford, the soldiers aboard the ship had dispersed, leaving Yi Luo alone and uncertain of where to go next. First, head to the new recruit registration office. There, they will inform you of your next steps. The aloof swordsman, having appeared behind Yi Luo, pointed towards a modest building in the distance. While Yi Luo shrugged, bidding farewell to Kapu and the aloof swordsman as he made his way to the new recruit registration office. Before long, after registering his information, he was issued 4 sets of third-class marine uniforms, 2 for summer and 2 for winter, and assigned to a 6-person dormitory. Every morning at 6, you will partake in morning exercises. In the morning, you new recruits will study the Navy handbook. Afternoons are reserved for physical training, and evenings are for rest. The cafeteria is over there, and mealtimes are fixed. Don't miss them, or you'll go hungry. On the other side lies the naval family quarters. It is advisable not to venture there without cause. Beyond that area is a quaint little town where you may procure any necessities you might require. While en route to the dormitory, a seasoned naval veteran began to impart some fundamental information to Yi Luo. Oh, how can I set sail to capture pirates? Yi Luo pondered for a moment before inquiring. New recruits are not permitted to go out to sea. Once you have completed your training period, you will be eligible to embark. There are 2 methods. One is through assignments from above, which is mandated by regulation. These missions occur approximately 4 times a year, although it is difficult to predict, as officers will require soldiers to accompany them when they go to sea. The other method is to register at the supply office. This way, when officers with missions set sail, they may take you along. The veteran cast a curious glance at Yi Luo and continued, at what rank does one acquire the freedom to pursue pirates at will? Additionally, how does one ascend the ranks in the Navy? Yi Luo contemplated for a moment before asking. Is that truly your desire? It is not a simple matter. To command a warship, one must possess both rank and strength. As for promotions, we have a merit system in the Navy. As a soldier, every time you set sail, you will earn merit points, and exceptional performance is another means to accrue merit. In due time, you will come to understand this. The veteran smiled and addressed Yi Luo. In his eyes, Yi Luo appeared to be a youthful dreamer, and the Navy thrived on such fresh vigor to continually grow. After escorting Yi Luo to the dormitory, the veteran took his leave. This moment, Yi Luo found himself alone in the dormitory. The other sailors were likely engaged in training. Character attributes. Yi Luo silently recited. Nickname: Yi Luo. Race: human. Health: 1080 energy, 103 strength, 92 speed, 89 skills. Intermediate body refinement level 1, intermediate mind method level 2, primary movement technique level 3. Experience 1. 023, 450, 000 combat power. 806 comprehensive evaluation. You may now be considered a minor superhero. Level 10 diamonds, 2,200 skill points. 0. Closing the character attributes. He reopened his backpack. Aside from novice clothing and a white longsword, along with the unlearnable Purple Mist secret tome, it contained only his personal belongings. After tidying up, he noticed a chicken leg within the backpack that could slightly restore his vitality. This chicken leg was a reward from a lottery he won upon completing a task. Indeed, that lottery was a reward for capturing Ace, resulting in a chicken leg valued at 10 diamonds, which left Yi Luo astounded, almost causing his jaw to drop. Thus, he dared not continue drawing from the lottery. Having accumulated over 2,000 diamonds, he planned to save up to 9,900 diamonds for a tenfold draw, a feature unlocked after reaching level 10. Based on his conjectures, the tenfold draw would likely have a safety net, ensuring at least one good item. and the chance of receiving a valuable item during the first tenfold draw was quite high. This was why he had not purchased even the intermediate movement technique tome, opting instead to wait until he had enough to make a substantial draw. However, judging by the current information available, he estimated that he would need to remain at the naval headquarters for quite some time before having the opportunity to set sail. Thus, aside from system tasks, he had completely exhausted his sources of diamonds, leading him to consider whether he should first exchange his foundational 3 items and elevate them to their peak level. This way, regardless of any future tomes he might encounter, he would not fear being unable to learn them. During this period, the sight of the Purple Mist secret tome within his backpack had tormented him. Being able to see it yet unable to utilize it was far more distressing than not having it at all. The next morning, after changing into his attire, Yiluo set out with his dorm mates for morning exercises. After a simple yet somewhat tedious day passed, Yiluo sought a secluded spot to begin cultivating his inner strength, as he was on the verge of mastering it. Today marked his first day in the Navy. So he remained discreet, gathering intelligence while awaiting the opportunity to fully learn the Purple Mist divine art upon reaching the maximum level of his intermediate mind method. A few days later, when the system notified him that his intermediate mind method had reached level 3, Yiluo could scarcely contain his joy. During this time, he had seized every opportunity to practice, and now he could finally cultivate the Purple Mist divine art. Swiftly, he opened his backpack, selected the tome for the Purple Mist divine art, and clicked to use it. You have used the Purple Mist divine art, intermediate mind method tome. You have lost the Purple Mist divine art tome. Upon completion, Yiluo felt a significant reduction in his inner strength. The energy cultivated from the intermediate mind method had transformed into a form of inner power imbued with a faint purple hue. The potency of this power was indeed worthy of an intermediate mind method tome. Yiluo eagerly tested the inner strength of the Purple Mist divine art. Indeed, even a mere wisp of this energy surpassed what he had previously possessed, and his current inner strength displayed remarkable resilience. Even though he had yet to master any techniques, the inner strength he unleashed felt continuous and ethereal, reminiscent of clouds, and he found it much easier to control. That afternoon, during physical training, Yiluo boldly challenged the training instructor and defeated him with a single strike, causing quite a stir. Who is this person? I've never seen him display such prowess before. How did he suddenly become so strong? His strength must be sufficient to rival that of the new recruit training camp. What do you know? Only those with considerable ability can enter the new recruit training camp. Without an appropriate identity, it is impossible to gain entry. I believe you are the one who is misinformed. I heard that this individual was personally brought back from the East Blue by Admiral Garp. Ah, so he is one of Admiral Garp's recruits. That makes perfect sense. Yiluo returned to the dormitory amidst the murmurs of the crowd. His earlier provocation of the instructor had been intentional. Wagering his participation in physical training against a spar with the instructor, now he had achieved his objective, avoiding training while establishing his reputation. However, unbeknownst to Yiluo, news of his victory over the new recruit instructor had already begun to circulate in Marineford, albeit with considerable embellishments. For instance, the most popular tale claimed that Yiluo had ambushed the instructor when he was off guard, using this as an excuse to refuse participation in training. Additionally, rumors surfaced suggesting that Yiluo was a devil fruit user, even a rare Logia type, proclaiming his intention to defeat several admirals and take their place. Marineford, medical room. Sir, the new recruit instructor, who had been defeated by Yiluo, lay on the hospital bed, struggling to sit up. There's no need to fret. If you're injured, rest well. I simply came to inquire about the situation. A man dressed in a naval lieutenant's uniform approached, smiling as he patted the instructor's shoulder. It is rather embarrassing. I did not sustain significant injuries, but I was defeated without even landing a hit on Yiluo, the new recruit instructor said. His face flushed with embarrassment. What exactly transpired? The lieutenant inquired, furrowing his brow. Prior to arriving, he had heard tales of a new recruit defeating the instructor through an ambush, and since this instructor had been one of his subordinates, he had come to investigate. The instructor offered a wry smile and explained, I have indeed heard the rumors circulating outside, but Yiluo explicitly challenged me, wagering his participation in training. He initiated the attack thereafter. The entire confrontation was fair and square. It was my defeat. Well, since it was a matter of skill, there is little more to say. However, a new recruit cannot refuse to participate in physical training. No one has that privilege. Not even you. Rest assured, I will handle this matter. The lieutenant nodded, his expression serious as he addressed the instructor. The new recruit instructor watched as the officer departed, opening his mouth to speak, but ultimately swallowing his words. Deep down, he felt that even if the lieutenant intervened personally, he would not stand a chance against Yi Luo. Yet he dared not voice this thought at that moment. Yi Luo had just finished his training and was preparing to head to the mess hall for dinner. He realized that if he missed the designated mealtime, he would have to fend for himself. As his strength grew, so too did his appetite. "Are you Yi Luo?" A lieutenant stood at the entrance of the new recruit dormitory, blocking Yi Luo's path. "Sir, greetings. I am the new recruit Yi Luo. How may I assist you?" Yi Luo bowed and inquired. The lieutenant, secretly nodding, was none other than Lieutenant Tarlin, who had come to speak with Yi Luo on behalf of the new recruit instructor. Initially, upon hearing the rumors, he held a rather unfavorable impression of Yi Luo. However, after meeting the new recruit instructor, he realized he had misjudged. Now, seeing Yi Luo in person, he found himself with a much better impression of the polite young man. It must be said that Yi Luo, having cultivated the purple mist divine art, radiated an aura of righteousness. Nonetheless, the recruit camp had never allowed exemptions from physical training, so the subordinate's error must be corrected. Thus, Lieutenant Tarlin directly addressed Yi Luo. "I have heard that you defeated your instructor this afternoon." Chapter 14. Graduation of the new recruits. In response to Captain Talon's inquiry, Yi Luo nodded, replying with composed humility, "Indeed, I believe that continuing to train alongside my peers holds little significance for me now. Thus, I approached the instructor with a request for independent training. The instructor, however, felt it necessary to first assess my capabilities. If I were to surpass him, he would grant me exemption from physical training." Captain Talon acknowledged this with a nod, recognizing that Yi Luo had handled the situation appropriately, yet he felt a twinge of frustration. "Young man, while your reasoning is sound, the Navy has its regulations, and recklessly disregarding these rules is ill-advised," Captain Talon remarked, a frown creasing his brow. "What does the captain mean by that?" Yi Luo asked, a hint of displeasure in his tone. "What is this? The instructor had promised I could forego training, yet now he says otherwise." Despite the captain's evident attempt to guide him, Yi Luo found himself somewhat dissatisfied. "Go ahead and participate in the training. I will personally devise your physical training regimen," Captain Talon said with a smile. In his view, it was a considerable privilege for a lieutenant from headquarters to personally craft a training plan for a recruit. "Very well, I accept your suggestion, Captain, but I believe we ought to engage in a spar first, allowing you to gauge my abilities, which would enable you to create a more suitable training plan for me." Yi Luo responded with a grin, nodding enthusiastically. Just moments ago, he had received a system notification: accept side quest, defeat Captain Talon. Rewards: 500 diamonds, 1000 experience, 200,000 currency. Captain Talon raised an eyebrow, observing the eager Yi Luo before him. "All right then, since you are insistent, let us begin." No sooner had he finished speaking than Yi Luo launched himself forward, attacking Captain Talon with agility. "Come at me," Captain Talon declared, not shying away, opting instead for a direct confrontation. Relying on speed to counter speed, it was no wonder he was a member of the Navy's headquarters. Even a mere lieutenant possessed such formidable strength. After exchanging dozens of blows, the two momentarily disengaged, with Yi Luo fixating on the slightly breathless Captain Talon. "Bravo, young man. I admit I underestimated you. However, as a battle-hardened veteran, I shall not be outdone by a recruit such as yourself. Prepare for my full strength." Captain Talon unsheathed the weapon at his side, addressing Yi Luo. "Let us see." Yi Luo replied, a slight smile gracing his lips, for he had not yet unleashed his full potential, aside from utilizing his inner energy. He had withheld his martial arts prowess. 3 minutes later, Yi Luo sent Captain Talon's weapon flying, leaving the latter panting on one knee, sweat glistening on his forehead. "So, Captain, may I arrange my schedule freely for tomorrow?" Yi Luo asked, a smile playing on his lips as he calmed the inner energy coursing through him. The earlier use of his inner energy had significantly enhanced his speed, allowing him to disarm Captain Talon with ease. "The new recruits are truly formidable," Captain Talon remarked, shaking his head with a wry smile. "Though we hold different ranks, strength remains a crucial component. Since I have lost to you, I can no longer instruct you. As for your physical training tomorrow, I shall report to my superiors." Yi Luo nodded in agreement, elated as he made his way to the mess hall. He was more than willing to embrace such opportunities. Although he did not truly wish to neglect his physical training, his intermediate foundational exercise had yet to commence. He recognized the necessity of exertion. However, his primary focus remained on the Zixia divine skill, especially since its first level demanded a staggering proficiency of 7,000 points, which was rather daunting. Moreover, given the earlier circumstances, it was entirely possible that the next naval officer to arrive might present him with additional tasks. Being stationed at the Navy headquarters, there were no bounty criminals to capture, making such assignments his primary source of diamonds, and naturally, the more, the better, before Captain Talon could report to his superior. News of their spar at the new recruit dormitory spread like wildfire across Marineford. Cap, that lad was brought back by you, wasn't he? Admiral Sengoku inquired, glancing at the intelligence report on his desk, addressing the munching Rear Admiral Karp. What? When did I bring anyone back? Karp replied, having completely forgotten about Yi Luo. Sengoku sighed, knowing full well Karp's character. He peered down at the report, which featured Yi Luo in his Navy recruit uniform, and fell into contemplation. You mean Yi Luo? Defeating a lieutenant is hardly remarkable. The entire crew under my command has been thoroughly trounced by him, Karp remarked, seemingly appearing behind Sengoku without notice, suddenly enlightened by Yi Luo's photo in the report. Sengoku's forehead twitched in irritation. What do you propose we do with him? He asked, suppressing his rising anger. Why arrange anything? Let him immerse himself in the Navy atmosphere. Once he is promoted to a position, I fear he may be disappointed. Karp chuckled, though his words carried an unmistakable underlying tone. Sengoku fell silent for a moment before feeding the intelligence report to the goat beside him. Bah! The goat bleated happily, promptly devouring the paper Sengoku had handed over. Meanwhile, as Yi Luo dined in the mess hall, he could distinctly feel the weight of the surrounding gazes. His exploits had circulated, granting him a modicum of fame. After finishing his meal, Yi Luo returned to the dormitory. Upon opening the door, the previously boisterous atmosphere fell silent. His roommates, upon seeing him, promptly ceased their chatter. Have I interrupted your conversation? Yi Luo tilted his head, inquiring. Not at all. We were merely discussing your victory over Captain Talon. Yi Luo, just how formidable have you become? Are you capable of defeating officers? One of his closer roommates hesitantly asked. Why Yi Luo chuckled as he made his way to his bunk. It's hard to say. The strength of the officers varies, and I can't truly know without having battled them. As for my own abilities, I am uncertain as well. Then why are you still in the recruit camp? With your prowess, becoming an officer should be within reach, his roommate exclaimed, excitement evident in his voice, as if he himself was already on the brink of becoming an officer. Becoming a naval officer isn't solely about strength. Yi Luo replied with a laugh. In truth, since arriving at the Navy headquarters, Yi Luo had known that his capabilities should suffice to match a colonel's, captain's, strength. After all, the smoker he encountered in Roguetown held that rank. Yet he was no ordinary colonel. He was a product of the Naval Officer Recruit Camp, trained by the former Admiral Zephyr. Thus, while a typical colonel might not pose a challenge for Yi Luo, he was uncertain about those ranked higher. Simultaneously, the instructors at the Navy Headquarters Recruit Camp convened to deliberate on how to arrange matters concerning Yi Luo. The following day, as Yi Luo joined the morning exercises with everyone else, the atmosphere felt distinctively different. All eyes were on him. Many had witnessed his recent victory over Captain Talon, sparking widespread curiosity about him. Quiet down, please. I have an important announcement to make. Recruit Yi Luo. Step forward. The chief instructor for new recruits boomed, surveying the sea of new recruits before him. Yes, Yi Luo responded, jogging to the front. In light of your demonstrated abilities, the entire faculty of the recruit camp has cast their votes. And as of today, you officially graduate from the recruit camp. After morning exercises, you may proceed to the logistics office to collect your new uniform and identification badge. The chief instructor smiled at Yi Luo. Yi Luo was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated such an outcome. Initially, he had expected a reprimand, which could have earned him some diamonds. Yes, thank you, chief instructor. Yi Luo bowed before returning to his place in the ranks. With your strength, you should rise swiftly through the ranks once you officially join the Navy. I hope you can remain true to your principles, dedicating yourself to aiding the common folk and championing justice. The chief instructor, with an expression of satisfaction, patted Yi Luo on the shoulder. Yi Luo, however, was utterly perplexed. Despite attending daily indoctrination courses about the Navy, he had become completely immune to such brainwashing, having lived through the explosive information era on Earth. Often, during these sessions, he found himself meditating and honing his skills instead. As a result, he held no concept of the Navy's so-called justice. Rather, he felt a sense of disgust at the way the Navy cloaked in the guise of righteousness, engaged in actions more despicable than those of pirates, as he had observed while watching anime back on Earth. Nevertheless, none of this mattered to Yi Luo at present. His foremost priority was to enhance his own strength. As for the future, whether he would continue as a Navy officer or forsake the Navy remained uncertain. After the morning exercises concluded, Yi Luo proceeded to the logistics department. Following the completion of the necessary formalities, he was assigned to serve under a major named Blanyu. Though he paid little heed to this and immediately submitted a request for deployment, the staff informed him to await further notice. And thus Yi Luo accompanied another staff member to the dormitory assigned to him by the Navy. This accommodation was significantly better than the barracks, as it was a shared room for two. Albeit his roommate was absent. Yi Luo took this opportunity to continue his cultivation within the dormitory. Over the past few days of training, he discovered that the effects of practicing the purple mist divine art were most pronounced in the early morning when the first rays of sunlight graced the earth, yielding results that surpassed his usual progress by more than double. However, the time available for training was fleeting, thus necessitating continuous practice. Chapter 15. The first sea mission. The following day, Yi Luo reported to Major Blanyu. Upon seeing the Major's green hair, Yi Luo was momentarily taken aback, not for any other reason, but because he recognized the Major. Although he had previously been unaware of the individual's name, he had indeed seen him in anime. This was the very Major who, during a meeting convened after Luffy's first bounty was announced, had been dubbed the King of Meetings by fans for his role as the Navy's sole official secretary. Good day, Major. I am Yi Luo, the new recruit assigned to your command. Yi Luo saluted respectfully, regardless of the circumstances. Blanyu set aside the documents in his hand and smiled. I know you. You're the recruit who graduated early. While I'm surprised you've been assigned to my unit, it's not uncommon for a few exceptional individuals to emerge in the Navy every few years. Listening to Blanyu's words, Yi Luo was uncertain how to respond. You will still need to partake in the regular collective training sessions, even though I understand that such training may hold little significance for you. However, I can grant you the privilege of determining how you wish to train during these sessions, provided you attend. It is an essential part of your integration into the Navy. As for the remaining time, you are free to allocate it as you wish. Blanyu was clearly aware of Yi Luo's situation and wanted to clarify this matter up front. Understood, Major. Yi Luo nodded in response. His intermediate body training had yet to commence, so he did not oppose physical training. Blanyu regarded Yi Luo with a hint of surprise. He was under the impression that Yi Luo was not particularly fond of collective physical training, which had led to his early graduation from boot camp. Additionally, I have heard that you have applied for a sea mission. That I must inform you that my duties rarely require me to go out to sea. And as such, the soldiers under my command seldom embark on such missions. Rather, most of their tasks involve administrative duties related to data investigation. However, given your circumstances, if you are assigned to another sea mission, it can still be counted towards my quota. Blanyu smiled, extending goodwill towards Yi Luo, a gesture in response to Yi Luo's earlier respect shown in agreeing to participate in training. Thank you, Major. Yi Luo understood that this was a gesture of goodwill from the Major, and he expressed his gratitude with a bow. Very well. Go and participate in your training. That I will summon you directly if I require your assistance. Blanyu waved his hand to dismiss Yi Luo. Meanwhile, at the logistics department, a woman with light pink, center-parted long hair and purple-tinted sunglasses, who exuded an air of sensuality, held Yi Luo's deployment request with a displeased expression. This must be the pirate hunter that Smoker mentioned. And I do not take a liking to him, Tina declared. Indeed, Major Tina, a staff member responded, gazing at the individual referred to as Tina with admiration. Nonetheless, he possesses considerable potential and harbors a sense of justice. At that moment, Lieutenant Terran, who had previously sparred with Yi Luo, entered the room, first saluting Tina before adding his input. Is that so? It seems Tina needs to reassess him. Assign him to my ship. I will be setting sail soon. After nodding at Terran, Major Tina instructed the staff. The staff promptly agreed and began processing the necessary paperwork, and soon Yi Luo would be notified of the time to board the ship, allowing him to prepare accordingly. Unbeknownst to Yi Luo, he was already on someone's radar. At that moment, he was wearing weighted gear and training diligently, oblivious to the attention he was drawing. Is that fellow truly a third-class seaman? One of the Navy soldiers training alongside Yi Luo gazed in disbelief. Indeed, I've heard that his strength allowed him to graduate from boot camp early. Another soldier, aware of Yi Luo's accomplishments, whispered, seemingly cautious not to be overheard. No way. Why wouldn't such a monster be in officer boot camp? Another confused soldier inquired. Come on, is that place accessible to just anyone? While Yu Luo's strength is commendable, it is merely relative to us. Moreover, he is older, and the officer camp is comprised of those trained from a young age. A knowledgeable soldier responded mysteriously. However, none of this concerned Yu Luo, who was focused on his rigorous training. At least the training equipment at the Navy headquarters was plentiful, allowing Yu Luo's body training skills to soar. Third-class Seaman Yu Luo, your sea mission has been arranged. Please gather at the port at 8 o'clock 1 week from now. After the morning training concluded, a communications officer approached Yu Luo with the news of his deployment. So soon. The news came as a delightful surprise, although he was still unaware of the specifics of the mission. The prospect of going out to sea meant the possibility of encountering pirates, and there were plenty of bounty hunters worth millions on the Grand Line. In the following days, Yu Luo trained fervently. Not wanting to find himself unable to capture a bounty criminal due to insufficient strength, the intensity of his training left fellow soldiers in awe and even prompted Major Blanyu to approach him several times, advising him to take care of his rest. A week later, when Yu Luo arrived at the port and caught sight of Major Tina aboard the warship, he felt a peculiar sensation wash over him. Major Tina, I am third-class Seaman Yu Luo, here to report for duty. Yu Luo saluted. Oh, you know Tina? Major Tina inquired. Her curiosity piqued as she regarded Yu Luo, but I've heard Major Smoker mention you. According to him, the captivating woman who smokes lady cigarettes must be you. Yu Luo sighed, responding candidly. In truth, Smoker had never mentioned Tina to him, but a woman of her caliber was already renowned within the Navy. Moreover, any fan of One Piece would undoubtedly remember her catchphrase associated with her barrier fruit abilities. After all, her powers allowed her to create barriers from any part of her body to ensnare enemies. With a hardness rivaling that of iron. I find it hard to believe that Smoker would mention me to you. Though she feigned disbelief, it was evident that Major Tina's mood had improved significantly. It seemed that Smoker and Tina maintained contact, and he had even spoken of Yu Luo, especially since he knew that Yu Luo had been taken under the wing of Old Man Garp. Once aboard the ship, Yu Luo observed Tina retreating to her cabin to rest and silently mused. The time spent sailing was rather uneventful. Since boarding the ship, Yu Luo had not exchanged a word with Tina. His days consisted of completing his duties as a sailor and diligently practicing the Purple Mist divine art, while challenging Navy officers. In fact, by the second day of his boarding, Yu Luo had challenged all the officers on the ship, excluding Tina, to duels. Although he lacked experience, he still managed to gain some rewards. As for the ordinary soldiers, they were mercilessly disregarded due to their lack of experience. Furthermore, aside from Tina's aide, who required 3 days before he could gain experience again, the other officers reset their challenges after just 1 day. Thus, Yu Luo took great delight in continually challenging them, to the point where officers who had been defeated the previous day would find themselves faced with another challenge the next day, leading to the entire ship's officers avoiding Yu Luo whenever possible. Sir, if this continues, it may not be advisable, Tina's aide remarked with a worried expression as he watched Yu Luo pacing the deck, entirely unbothered by the absence of officers around him. While the soldiers looked on with amusement, Tina found it difficult to intervene, as Yu Luo had not caused any harm. Tina took a puff of her women's cigarette. Feeling a twinge of embarrassment as she spoke, the adjutant sighed, genuinely at a loss for words. Perhaps it was due to her role as Tina's aide that Yu Luo only dared to challenge her every other day. But what good did that do? Oh, Yu Luo, have the officers hidden away again today? A nearby Navy soldier, amused by the spectacle, greeted Yu Luo with a grin. Why? Yu Luo shrugged and replied, it was merely to alleviate the monotony of sailing that I sought some engagement. I never anticipated it would cause such distress to the officers. Someone should inform them that I will not be challenging them anymore, so they needn't hide. Are you truly not going to challenge us? A sergeant emerged unexpectedly from a large wooden barrel typically used for holding wine. His surprise evident. Yu Luo, startled by this sudden appearance, chuckled. Yes, I really want to be challenging anyone. But I must say, your hiding place was quite ingenious. I searched for quite a while without success. Of course, if you could find me easily, how could I maintain my reputation? The sergeant laughed heartily, wrapping an arm around Yu Luo's neck. No challenges is fine by me. Come, let me treat you to a drink. All right, but you must ensure there is plenty of food and drink. Yu Luo replied with a resigned smile. His decision to forego challenges was not made lightly. With so few officers aboard, it felt repetitive to pursue them day after day, and even he began to feel a sense of embarrassment. Moreover, the experience gained from these challenges was rather meager. So he opted to abandon the pursuit altogether. After nearly 10 days of sailing, the warship finally reached its destination. This time, Tina had come forth to hunt down the notorious pirate known as the Lone Wolf. Jax, who had a bounty of 55 million, that the adversary was exceedingly cunning, having laid waste to several villages in a small kingdom while evading the kingdom's military forces, ultimately seizing the opportunity when the army vacated the capital. He committed grand theft, resulting in a catastrophic event that led to the demise of the royal family. Hence, the headquarters dispatched me to apprehend this lone wolf as they approached the target bay. Tina succinctly outlined the mission. Recent intelligence indicated that the lone wolf was recuperating on a nearby isle. They would first sink the pirate ship and then land to capture the lone wolf. After a brief allocation of tasks, Tina pointed to the vaguely visible island ahead and said, "Yi Luo, I know your capabilities are commendable, but once the battle commences, I sincerely hope you refrain from acting recklessly." Once the orders were issued, Tina found Yi Luo alone and spoke to him directly. She understood that individuals of such talent often preferred to operate by their own methods, reminiscent of Smoker. Yet she hoped Yi Luo would not act indiscriminately, especially aboard her vessel. "Yes, Colonel. However, if possible, may I be entrusted with capturing that Smoker? His indiscriminate slaughter of innocents is truly reprehensible." Yi Luo feigned a righteous expression to further his own objectives. "That will depend on the situation," Tina replied, nodding in satisfaction. Moreover, with both their strengths combined, the likelihood of succeeding in this mission appeared exceedingly high. After all, she was the commanding officer, and even if Yi Luo managed to apprehend the lone wolf, the credit would predominantly belong to Tina. Soon, upon nearing the island, Tina refrained from launching an immediate assault, instead dispatching an advance team to the shore to gather intelligence about the enemy's whereabouts and ascertain whether any civilians remained in the port. "Colonel, we have arrived at the isle, but there are no signs of life in the town. We can confirm that the pirate ship belongs to the lone wolf, Jax." Tina stood on the deck, attentively listening to the reports from the advance team relayed through the transponder snail. Yi Luo, somewhat astonished, turned his gaze toward Tina. Based on prior intelligence, the adversary was supposed to be an exceedingly vicious pirate, and it was likely that the island's villagers had already fallen victim to him. "Remain in position. Target the main cannon at Tina, and fire upon the pirate ship." Tina's expression darkened as she commanded the warship's artillery to open fire on the wolf's head. Boom, boom, the naval fleet's firepower was unrivaled upon the seas, and with just a single volley, the stationary pirate vessel in the harbor was swiftly sunk. "All hands, disembark." Tina extinguished her cigarette and issued the order. Yes, the sailors were aware of the earlier news. The ordinary citizens of the small island had been slaughtered, ripping apart their sense of justice. Anger surged within them all, Yi Luo included, while he did not align himself with the Navy's ideals. The brutality of the situation forced him to confront the harsh realities of the world of One Piece. "Colonel, during the assault on the pirate ship, we did not observe any inhabitants in the town." The sergeant saluted before reporting to Tina. "Search the area. I refuse to believe that their pirate ship is here while not a single person is present." Tina squinted, her skepticism evident. "Colonel, I request to participate in the search." Yi Luo stepped forward, saluting as he reported. "Very well. Should you encounter the enemy, do not act hastily. First signal for assistance." Tina nodded, assigning a small squad of sailors to Yi Luo. "Report. Nothing found to the east." "Report. Nothing found to the west." "Report. A tavern has yielded some findings." The communications officer accompanying Yi Luo carried the transponder snail, allowing them to stay updated with naval reports. "Let us head there." Yi Luo compiled the information. It seemed that aside from the tavern's discovery of a secret passage, there was nothing else to be found. He then turned to gaze at the mountains looming behind the town. Speaking in a low tone, "Should we first report to the colonel?" one Navy soldier suggested. "Time waits for no one. We have found nothing in the town. The enemy is likely hiding within the mountains. We just arrived, and they probably haven't fled far. If we delay, it could lead to dire consequences." Yi Luo explained, his brow furrowed. "I concur with Yi Luo's perspective, but won't we be outnumbered?" Another Navy soldier, who often drank with Yi Luo, remarked with a smile. "How about this? You stay behind while I scout ahead. If I find them, I will signal. Even if they notice me, with my strength, I can escape." Yi Luo contemplated before stating, "That won't do. Colonel, Tina specifically instructed us to follow you." The soldiers protested. "Very well. If we encounter the enemy, you prioritize retreat. and call for reinforcements while I hold them off." Yi Luo, seeing their reluctance, reluctantly agreed. Originally, he had hoped to eliminate the adversary himself, ensuring that the bounty would be his entirely. Half an hour later, Yi Luo's team finally uncovered signs of human activity within the mountains. "Quickly, report to Colonel Tina. Leave two here to await her arrival. The rest follow me." Yi Luo, invigorated by the discovery, ordered. How quickly you found us. However, notifying the remaining navy. That won't be so easy." Before the communications officer could contact Tina, a bald pirate, accompanied by 4 or 5 henchmen, surrounded Yi Luo's team. "Who are you?" Yi Luo inquired, his gaze fixed on the unfamiliar pirate before him. "Haha, all Navy soldiers. No wonder you don't recognize our second-in-command. Pay attention. Before you is the vice-captain of the Wolf Pack Pirates, Red Wolf Weiss." One of the pirate henchmen, noticing the Navy uniforms, grinned as he spoke. The bounty of 17 million on Red Wolf Weiss. The Navy soldiers behind Yi Luo gasped in astonishment, recognizing the name. "Indeed, you possess some knowledge. It seems you know my title," the bald pirate chuckled, stroking his shiny head with pride. "A bounty is all well and good, but before the main course, let's enjoy a little appetizer. Protect yourselves." Yi Luo grinned mischievously before vanishing from his spot in an instant. "You bastard, fire!" The bald pirate, incensed by Yi Luo's sudden aggression, ordered his men to shoot. However, Yi Luo was no longer the same individual he had been in the East Blue. The threat posed by their firearms was negligible. Bang! Bang! The pirates quickly opened fire on Yi Luo, while the Navy sailors who had followed him also retaliated fiercely after finding cover. Yi Luo drew all the pirates' fire. They managed to take down 2 of the pirates before the remaining ones regained their composure and began exchanging fire with the ordinary Navy soldiers. Yet, the disparity in numbers and weaponry soon tilted the balance against them. Meanwhile, Yi Luo had already closed the distance, smirking as he addressed the bald pirate. "Are you a fool? By firing your weapons. You're merely signaling to the Navy in the town that something is amiss." Seizing the moment when Red Wolf Weiss was momentarily stunned by his words, Yi Luo channeled his inner strength into his hand and struck toward the pirate's chest. "You bastard!" Red Wolf Weiss, taken by surprise, hastily raised his knife to block his chest and attempt to withstand Yi Luo's punch. Boom! Red Wolf Weiss's weapon shattered under Yi Luo's blow, sending him flying several meters before he crashed to the ground. Struggling briefly before falling still, "Signal for reinforcements. Notify Colonel Tina. Those injured remain here, while the uninjured follow me onward." Yi Luo swiftly dealt with the remaining pirate lackeys and instructed the soldiers. Yes, following the recent skirmish, Yi Luo had already established his authority among them. Tina, who had just emerged from the tavern's underground passage and arrived at the foot of the mountain, noticed the signal from the mountain's end. With a sharp gaze, commanded, "Full speed ahead." Upon reaching the location where Yi Luo engaged with the pirates, the 2 lightly injured sailors had already arranged the pirate corpses in neat rows. "Can someone tell Tina what transpired? Weren't you supposed to come ahead and scout? Why is there still fighting? Where is Yi Luo?" Tina inquired, her brow furrowed. She had clearly instructed him not to act recklessly before their departure. Now he had the audacity to venture alone. What if the pirates had set an ambush? That would be disastrous. The 2 sailors left behind promptly reported the recent events to Tina. "Very well, you remain here. The rest follow me," Tina said with a stern face. Displeased, the main force on this side was being led in circles by the enemy's arrangements, while Yi Luo had seen through their plans and approached them directly, which left Tina feeling somewhat embarrassed. Just after crossing the mountain, Yi Luo spotted their objective, a group of armed pirates hastily making their way to the seaside, where another pirate ship awaited. "Were too late. They were already prepared," Yi Luo remarked, frowning as he assessed the distance between them. If not for the encumbrance of this naval contingent, he would have undoubtedly caught up with them alone, even with that deputy captain attempting to impede him. Yi Luo could have easily pursued them in time. Nevertheless, even if the enemy managed to escape, Yi Luo did not consider this outing a loss, as the deputy captain he had just slain had yielded him an additional one. 700 diamonds, though he regretted not capturing the larger prize. "Boss Yi, look, the pirates are already boarding their ship, preparing to flee," a nearby sailor shouted. While Yi Luo glanced over and saw the pirates had boarded. Yet their ship did not venture far from the shore. It was sailing close to the coastline. "This is bad. Quickly, inform Colonel Tina that these pirates intend to attack our warship." Yi Luo swiftly deduced the pirates' intentions with just one glance. Indeed, these pirates seemed to be attempting a time-based strategy, planning to utilize another pirate ship to encircle the naval vessel while the Navy disembarked to search for them, aiming to sink the defenseless warship. The communications officer, taken aback, held the transponder snail, unsure how to report the situation. Observing this, Yi Luo snatched the transponder snail and urgently exclaimed, "Answer the call now." He could not afford to delay. The small island was not expansive. And if these pirates succeeded, the Navy would find themselves trapped. This Colonel Tina. This is Yi Luo. Upon the connection being established, Yi Luo called out loudly. The transponder snail seemed to have been passed along. And soon Tina's voice came through. "This is Tina. Yi Luo. What have you discovered?" "Colonel, the pirates are hiding another ship behind the mountain. They seem intent on using it to attack our currently vulnerable warship," Yi Luo stated with a serious expression. "What?" Tina was furious, feeling underestimated by the pirates. Yi Luo. "Keep your eyes on the pirate ship and follow them along the coastline, and I will return to the warship immediately. But do not alert them." The transponder snail vividly conveyed Tina's displeasure. "Understood." Yi Luo nodded in response. Chapter 17. The helpless Navy. Yi Luo believed that Tina's reaction was indicative of the capabilities expected from an exceptional naval commander. Upon learning of the enemy's movements, she immediately made corresponding arrangements. "You all return the way you came and head straight back to the warship. I will monitor the pirates from the coastline and take the transponder snail for constant communication with Colonel Tina." After hanging up, Yi Luo addressed his team members. Only the communications officer appeared somewhat conflicted. By protocol, the transponder snail was not to leave the communications officer's possession, yet he understood that accompanying Yi Luo would only be a burden. Originally, such a small team shouldn't have included a communications officer, but perhaps Tina had sent him over due to Yi Luo's connection with Garp. "Rest assured, I will explain everything to Colonel Tina afterward. Should there be any repercussions, I will bear the responsibility," Yi Luo reassured the communications officer, patting him on the shoulder. The officer awkwardly scratched his head and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Boss Yi." After parting ways with his squad, Yi Luo immediately pushed himself to his maximum speed. Although he had yet to master light-footed techniques, his speed was significantly enhanced through the infusion of internal energy. Soon, he approached the coastline but did not step out. Instead, he concealed himself. Meanwhile, upon receiving Yi Luo's warning, Tina led the majority of her forces back, while contacting the remaining Navy personnel on the warship to remain vigilant against any sudden pirate assaults. "Colonel Tina, the pirates have reached their designated position and should be observing the personnel guarding the warship." Yi Luo, hidden in the shadows, reported the pirates' movements to Tina. "Excellent, keep a close watch on them. If they show any signs of fleeing, immediately inform Tina." Tina, seated in the ship's cabin, gazed out at the calm sea. Moments ago, they had arrived at the warship ahead of the pirates, and now they were fully prepared, waiting for the pirates to take the bait. "Report, Colonel, we have spotted the pirate ship and it is approaching us soon." A sailor came to report to Tina. After considering her options, she instructed, "Raise anchor and slowly retreat," luring the pirates into pursuit. If they failed to react entirely, the pirates might grow suspicious. Now that they had discovered the pirates, the normal defensive personnel should first consider self-preservation before calling back the others. Sure enough, upon sensing the warship's inclination to flee, the pirate ship suddenly accelerated towards the naval vessel. "Good. Once within range, fire immediately and close in on the pirate ship." Tina smirked slightly, watching as the pirates took the bait. Yes, the Navy men quickly entered battle mode. Meanwhile, hidden along the coastline, Yi Luo realized he had seemingly forgotten something important. When the warship's cannons fired upon the pirate ship, Yi Luo's eyes widened in shock as he shouted, "Damn, my diamonds." Indeed, if the pirate ship were to be sunk like this, the bounty would be out of his reach, though he had never attempted it, for someone like Yi Luo, who was desperately short on diamonds. Risking 5,500 diamonds was simply too extravagant. At that moment, Yi Luo observed the pirate ship attempting to turn and flee under the naval vessel's firepower. He wished he could just fly over. But despite the ships being close to the shoreline, by the time he swam over, it would likely be too late. Damn it, wasn't it agreed that I would take down the pirate captain? Where is the trust between people? Yi Luo lamented as he aimlessly dashed about, cursing Tina for her broken promises. Boom. Finally, the pirate ship was struck by the slowly advancing naval vessel's cannon fire. Though it did not sink instantly, it had lost its chance to escape. Forget it. After much effort, Yi Luo found a small wooden boat. Seeing the pirate ship hit, He disregarded the risks and paddled furiously towards the pirate ship, hoping to capture the lone wolf, Jax, before it sank. Look, isn't that Boss Yi? What's he doing? The Navy personnel noticed Yi Luo rowing towards the pirates. Could it be? Tina pondered, observing Yi Luo's desperate rowing while exhaling a puff of smoke. Boom! Damn it, stop right there. The naval vessel, now drawing closer to the pirate ship, hit it again. Pirates aboard began jumping ship to escape, leaving Yi Luo on the verge of cursing. However, the wooden boat's limited speed meant he would likely miss the final capture. One more strike, sink that ugly pirate ship, and everyone prepare to rescue any fallen pirates. Leave no pirate behind. Tina commanded from the deck with confidence. Due to her effective command, the Navy was poised to capture the Wolfpack pirates with minimal cost, which left her particularly pleased as for Yi Luo. Still paddling away, she had long since forgotten about him. Yes, the sailors on board sprang into action. Thus, when Yi Luo finally arrived, the pirate ship had completely sunk, and the primary pirate captains had been captured by the Navy. While some minor pirates may have escaped into the water amidst the chaos, the Navy was no longer concerned. Colonel Tina, wasn't it agreed that I would capture the pirate captain? Upon climbing aboard the warship, Yi Luo glared at Tina, his expression dark. Are you questioning Tina? Tina took a puff of her cigarette, observing the falling leaves with keen interest, and inquired, Dare not. Yi Luo fixed his gaze upon Tina. Although he declared a lack of courage, the aura he exuded betrayed no hint of fear. Rest assured, in the report, Tina will faithfully document your contributions. You shall receive every ounce of credit for this endeavor. Moreover, as Tina has previously promised, the credit for capturing the pirate captain will also be attributed to you. Tina spoke with an expression that conveyed her understanding. Little did she realize that she assumed Yi Luo was irate over the potential erasure of his accomplishments. As for accolades, I am indifferent. What about that wolfish pirate captain? Since he has been apprehended, I must challenge him. Surely that is permissible. Yi Luo maintained a glimmer of hope and made his request to Tina. Tina, puzzled, regarded Yi Luo was his haste not born from concerns over recognition, but rather from his penchant for battle. She recalled Yi Luo's relentless challenges to the ship's officers and realized that it was likely his nature as a combat enthusiast that drove him. Bring forth the lone wolf, Jax. Tina, having grasped the situation, promptly nodded in agreement and summoned Jax, the captain of the Wolfpack pirates. Come, what weapon do you require? Do not hold back. Yi Luo provocatively declared as he personally unclamped Jax's handcuffs. Jax, who had presumed his demise was certain, was taken aback to find himself thrust into a battle against naval soldiers. Licking his lips with a bloodthirsty expression, Jax seized a knife from a nearby sailor and charged at Yi Luo without hesitation. Humph, worthless. This level of skill commands a bounty of 55 million. In less than 10 minutes, the contest concluded decisively. Jax now lay unconscious on the deck, while Yi Luo walked away with only experience to show for it. He had obtained not a single hair from the 55 million bounty, which left him particularly disgruntled. Well, the matter is settled. His bounty resulted from the immense negative impact of his actions, not from any genuine prowess. Tina explained to Yi Luo as she observed Jax's unconscious form. She then waved her hand, instructing the sailors to carry him away. Sir, this incident requires a report to headquarters. Tina's lieutenant stepped forward, speaking softly to her. Regardless, we must clear the bodies. I cannot simply leave them here. Tina replied, clutching her cigarette, her gaze fixed upon the deserted town on the nearby island. The lieutenant sighed softly and departed to make arrangements. Yi Luo stood, utterly perplexed, unable to grasp the conversation unfolding before him. Captain Yi, the beasts of the Wolfpack pirates slaughtered all the villagers in the town. The corpses are piled in the center, and they spared neither the elderly nor the children. A sailor, noticing Yi Luo's confusion, pulled him aside and whispered in explanation. What? Yi Luo exclaimed in astonishment. Though he had harbored suspicions, he had not dared to confirm them. After all, such actions would yield no benefit to the pirate crew. Retaining the villagers as laborers was the most advantageous course, just as it had been in Yi Luo's own village, which, under pirate rule, had seen no arbitrary killings as long as tribute was paid. Moreover, the world government would undoubtedly seek to conceal such matters. Otherwise, the repercussions would be dire, necessitating the eradication of both the bodies and the island itself. The sailor, perceiving that this was likely Yi Luo's first encounter with such events, spoke quietly yet earnestly. While Yi Luo abruptly turned to face the sailor, incredulity etched on his features. Why? although he had understood through anime that such occurrences were not uncommon for the world government. Experiencing it firsthand was altogether different. Lives had been lost, and not even a chance for a proper burial had been afforded. This was utterly excessive. Because the world government seeks stability, because the world yearns for peace, this is the path I must tread. That if you find this unacceptable, then eradicate all pirates. Only then will such atrocities cease. Tina interjected, taking a drag from her cigarette as she approached. Hawaii Luo clenched his jaw. Refraining from retorting, he recognized that while the pirates were culpable, the world government's inaction, its desire to conceal and maintain a facade of tranquility, was equally complicit. However, debating these matters with Tina bore no fruit, so he turned on his heel and retreated to his cabin to rest. Commander, the naval officer who had spoken with Yi Luo, seemed poised to offer further explanation, only to be interrupted by a wave of Tina's hand. Let him rest aboard the ship. Tina understands such sentiments, and she is quite pleased. Tina flicked the ash from her cigarette, displaying no dissatisfaction with Yi Luo's demeanor. Chapter 18. The 10th draw. Before long, all the sailors, save for Yi Luo, had gathered in the town's center, where the bodies of the villagers lay piled. They silently worked to transport the corpses, arranging them with solemnity. Commander Tina, it is ready, Tina's lieutenant said gravely, gazing at the rows of bodies covered with white cloth. Wait. Just as Tina was about to issue a command, Yi Luo approached, dragging the lone wolf captain. Jax, behind him. Why, Yi Luo? What are you doing? Jax is a pirate specifically ordered for retrieval, Tina's lieutenant exclaimed, a sense of foreboding rising within her as she attempted to halt Yi Luo. Why? Yi Luo glanced at the silent Tina, smiled faintly, and disregarded the lieutenant's warning, delivering a swift kick that sent Jax sprawling to the ground. Demon, your sins cannot be absolved by mere death. Today, I shall take your head as a tribute to the countless innocent lives you have extinguished. Ha ha, they were merely commoners. They should consider it an honor to contribute to my bounty. Jax lay on the ground, laughing maniacally in a fit of madness. Stubborn fool, go repent in hell. With a swift motion, Yi Luo beheaded the captain of the wolf pack pirates, Jax. Following Jax's demise, the sailors regarded Yi Luo with a mix of admiration and concern. Since the deed is done, there is no need for hesitation. You have surpassed Smoker in this regard, Tina remarked with a smile as she took a drag from her cigarette. But, Commander, the orders from above were to bring the entire Wolfpack Pirates crew back for trial. The lieutenant replied, her expression darkening. Jax, the lone wolf, resisted fiercely. He was slain by the soldier Yi Luo. That should suffice. Now, see to it that the villagers are buried in the hills, and then depart. Tina waved her hand, decisively concluding the matter. Once the tasks were completed, as the warship departed the island, cannon fire rained down upon the entire town. The once peaceful and serene settlement was reduced to ruins. Following the world government's directive, destruction was the most effective means of erasing all evidence. Days later, Tina led the ship back to the naval headquarters, in stark contrast to Yi Luo's eager departure. He returned with a somber demeanor. During the return journey, Yi Luo refrained from challenging the officers. Instead, under the pretense of fearing the pirates' escape, he relentlessly pummeled the imprisoned pirates to near death, day after day. The sailors watched in apprehension, fearing that Yi Luo might inadvertently kill one of the pirates. Their concern stemmed not from a regard for the pirates' fates, but rather from trepidation over the potential consequences for Yi Luo. Over this period of sailing, the crew and Yi Luo had grown quite fond of one another. His formidable strength combined with his down-to-earth demeanor endeared him to the sailors, who eagerly sought his company and even requested his guidance. Including the officers, additionally, when Yi Luo executed Jax, the system unexpectedly awarded him 55 million diamonds. Yi Luo remained baffled by the occurrence. He had only received experience for defeating Jax, so why did he receive diamonds upon killing him? This was an unprecedented situation. Nevertheless, this was not Yi Luo's primary concern, for with the addition of the 1,700 diamonds from the Wolfpack Pirate's first mate, he had amassed a total of 7,200 diamonds from this voyage alone, a substantial profit. Coupled with his previous stash of 2,700 diamonds, he had enough for a 10 consecutive draw from the shop. Thus, on the first day of his return, Yi Luo discreetly utilized the shop's 10 draws. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a life potion. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the basic agility secret manual, water walking. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the basic agility secret manual, grass flying. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a white equipment spear. Congratulations, host, you have received a large platter of chicken. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the basic technique secret manual, Arhut fist. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a set of white equipment cloth armor. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the advanced technique secret manual, Dragon-Subduing 18 Palms. Congratulations. Host, you have received a bag of rice. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a medicinal pill for replenishing energy. The 10 consecutive draws have concluded, and Yi Luo's entire focus is fixed upon the resplendent advanced martial arts manual. The 18 Dragon-Subduing Palms. Although he suspected there might be something extraordinary, when such a remarkable item actually materialized, his heart inexplicably raced. He admonished himself to remain calm, reminding himself of the beauty of this world. Yet his impatience persisted. This was not a favorable state of mind. Abandoning any self-hypnosis, Yi Luo directly utilized the visually stunning 18 Dragon-Subduing Palms manual. Conditions for use not met. Usage failed. The system's cold voice echoed in his ears. And at last, Yi Luo's excitement and agitation began to subside. The Advanced Martial Arts Manual, originally named the 28 Palms of Dragon Subjugation, was later refined by Xiao Feng, who distilled the essence of his adoptive brother Su Zhu Shio School's Tianshan Luang Palms. Creating this formidable technique, which has been passed down through generations of the Beggar's sect, the requirements for the user are Strength 300, Inner Power 100 AS. Yi Luo meticulously read the introduction to the 18 Dragon-Subduing Palms and then glanced at his own attributes. He realized that both his strength and energy had only recently just surpassed 100, leaving him significantly lacking in meeting the palm's strength requirement. Damn it! Yi Luo felt a surge of frustration. After all the effort to acquire the advanced manual, he found himself unable to learn it, and the daunting requirement of 300 points in strength made it clear that he would not be able to master it anytime soon. At this moment, Yi Luo took the opportunity to examine the other items he had obtained during the 10 draws, 2 beginner movement technique manuals and 1 beginner combat technique manual, which were all considered decent gains. The life potions and energy pills served as items for health restoration and energy replenishment in the game, possessing miraculous effects for healing injuries and replenishing inner power. In reality, they asked for the remaining food and equipment. Yi Luo felt no inclination to comment. The food was acceptable, capable of recovering some stamina in emergencies, while the white equipment seemed no better than mere stones on the roadside to him. After briefly organizing his gains, he immediately learned the 3 beginner manuals. During the remaining time at sea, aside from cultivating new skills, he took pleasure in tormenting the pirates to alleviate his mood. Thank you, Colonel Tina, for your care during this time. I shall take my leave now. Upon returning to the naval headquarters, Yi Luo deliberately sought out Tina when disembarking. Although there was some unpleasantness, he understood that this matter had little to do with her. Tina merely nodded lightly, said nothing, and walked away to Yi Luo. I heard you've achieved quite a lot during this voyage. Perhaps your promotion notice will arrive in a few days. Upon returning to the naval headquarters, Yi Luo first reported to his superior, Major Branu, who seemed already aware of his performance. Thank you, sir. Do I still need to attend training today? Yi Luo smiled, not particularly concerned. No need. Having participated in the maritime mission, you may rest in your dormitory for 3 days, as is customary. Resume training afterward. Branu was perpetually immersed in his paperwork, and it seemed Yi Luo had never witnessed him absent from his desk during work hours. 3 days later, when Yi Luo commenced training again, Major Branu brought him the promotion orders, elevating him 3 ranks to corporal. Yi Luo was now considered a non-commissioned officer, and his dormitory was reassigned to a small single room. You've been promoted to corporal thanks to Colonel Tina's considerable efforts. While we all recognize your strength, the Navy values contributions, so take your time. I believe you will have no trouble becoming a lieutenant in the future. Branu smiled as he handed the new appointment to Yi Luo. Yes, thank you, sir. After saluting, Yi Luo departed to collect his corporal uniform from the supply department. Aside from his promotion, Yi Luo also earned a significant amount of merit during this voyage, which could be exchanged for various valuable items at the supply department, including the potential for sea prism stone and devil fruits. However, given his current merit, he could only afford slightly better weapons. In the days that followed, aside from cultivating, Yi Luo began actively challenging naval officers. When not on maritime missions, he either trained or engaged in duels, gradually establishing a reputation within the naval headquarters. Little brat, it seems you're faring quite well at the naval headquarters. One morning, while Yi Luo was practicing the Zixia divine skill, an unexpected figure appeared before him. Old Cap, what brings you here? Yi Luo felt indifferent towards the old man's previous neglect after bringing him to the naval headquarters. After all, one must rely on oneself. I'm here to see if your skills have improved. Originally smiling, Cap suddenly launched an attack at Yi Luo. Damn. Yi Luo immediately executed the grass-flying movement technique, barely evading Cap's strike by harnessing his inner power. Not bad, little one. It seems I must take this seriously. Cap, surprised that Yi Luo had dodged, chuckled lightly as he removed his justice cloak. 10 minutes later, Cap departed with a hearty laugh. What was that old man thinking? Just came over to give me a beating. Yi Luo, lying on the ground and unable to move, was filled with questions. From that day on, Cap frequently sought out Yi Luo. Initially, it was merely for sparring, but gradually he began imparting combat techniques during their practice sessions. Even Yi Luo, no matter how naive, understood that Cap was teaching him. Thus, while learning from Cap, Yi Luo posed his questions regarding his training, and eventually, Cap personally crafted a training regimen for him, leading to a rapid enhancement of Yi Luo's abilities. Chapter 19. 2 years later. At the Naval Headquarters Supply Department, someone, go inform Colonel Yi Luo that the sea prism stones he requested have arrived. The head of the supply department recounted the inventory while addressing the nearby seaman. Yes, sir, it seems the colonel intends to convert the warship's prison into one made of sea prism stone, right? I heard he captured a devil fruit user during his last mission and brought them back submerged in seawater. Some said it was inhumane, so they specifically approved the colonel's request. The seaman saluted, eagerly inquiring. The head shot him a glance and whispered, "Don't pry into these matters. Hurry up and get to work." At last, it has arrived. Yi Luo awoke from his training upon receiving the notification from the supply department, stretching with a smile. "Colonel, the sea prism stones you requested have arrived. Would you like us to assist you with the installation?" The communications soldier addressed Yi Luo with respect. "Thank you, but with no recent maritime missions, I've become rather lazy. Just load the items onto the ship for me." Yi Luo nodded, responding with a smile. "All right then, I'll take my leave." The communications soldier saluted before departing from Yi Luo's modest residence. Yi Luo's dwelling had transformed into a quaint little courtyard, a result of his contributions. "Hey, Yi Luo, it's already noon. Why haven't you prepared any food?" Old Cap bellowed with laughter as he strolled in through the door. Ever since Yi Luo acquired this small courtyard and began cooking, Cap had taken to showing up precisely at mealtimes, claiming it was to keep him company, as Yi Luo's solitary meals seemed too lonely. Yeah, I'm on it." Yi Luo, having grown weary of the old man's antics, found his persistence was a testament to the robust family genes. Reminiscent of Luffy from the anime. So, how about the girl I introduced you to? Not bad, right? Cap followed Yi Luo into the kitchen with an overly familiar demeanor, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. "You dare ask? I almost got beaten to death." "You know." Yi Luo's expression darkened as he retorted, feeling vexed. This old man, unreliable as ever, seemed to feel guilty for constantly mooching off Yi Luo's meals, convincing him he would introduce a lovely, kind, and powerful girlfriend. The first introduction had been to Tina, the commander from Yi Luo's initial voyage. She was indeed beautiful, yet who in the Navy was unaware of the relationship between Tina and Smoker? Although the two are not currently together, Yi Luo would never dream of taking someone else's beloved. Thus, the old man, filled with regret, introduced another woman to Yi Luo for the second time, although Yi Luo had never met this woman. A mere self-introduction was enough to send him fleeing in terror. Tao Tu Ji Yuan, a current vice admiral at the Navy headquarters. Yes, you read that correctly. She is the future admiral's substitute, now on par with Carp. She is also the sister of the chief of staff, Crane, although not by blood, but rather in a sisterly bond. Based on Yi Luo's conjecture, Carp must have been severely reprimanded by Crane a few days ago for not showing up at mealtime, as she and Carp, along with the current fleet admiral Sengoku, are contemporaries in the Navy. If she intervened, Carp would likely have to bow down. "Haha, I just thought Ji Yuan had decent strength and was quite beautiful," Carp said, adopting an expression of concern for Yi Luo. "Indeed, at least I can't match her right now." Yi Luo rolled his eyes and replied. Moreover, both women are figures of admiration throughout the Navy headquarters. Should Yi Luo dare to act out of line, he would not need to contend with them directly. He would undoubtedly be beaten to death by their admirers. Not to mention, Chibuta Kaji, a fellow vice admiral, is one of Ji Yuan's suitors. Given Yi Luo's current strength, facing Kaji would likely end in a swift defeat and retreat. Unfortunately, despite frequently undertaking missions and capturing numerous bounty pirates over the past 2 years, the exhausting demands of the marketplace have drained his resources significantly. By the way, has Fleet Admiral Sengoku approved my application to be stationed in the Grand Line? And could you refrain from picking your nose in the kitchen? While preparing food, Yi Luo cast a disdainful glance at Carp, who was indeed digging for treasures. Huh? You submitted another application? Carp asked, taken aback and adopting a serious demeanor. Yes, I have serious doubts that you have been speaking ill of me to Fleet Admiral Sengoku, causing him to reject my application just to keep me here cooking for you. So a few days ago, I discreetly approached the Admiral and submitted my application myself, Yi Luo said, glancing at the flustered Carp with indifference. What? It wasn't me. I didn't do anything. I don't know. Carp protested vehemently, but his expression betrayed him. If Yi Luo were not currently unable to best Carp, he would have certainly given this shameless old man a good beating. Young man, don't be so impulsive. What's so great about being stationed outside? It's far better to remain at headquarters and enjoy your days. Carp nonchalantly flicked away the remnants of his nose-picking, wearing an expression of benevolence. Seeing Carp's actions, Yi Luo's forehead twitched in irritation, suppressing his anger as he said, "Leave the kitchen immediately before I kick you out." Ah, today's youth truly lack respect for their elders. Carp shook his head, feigning victimhood as he exited the kitchen. In truth, Yi Luo's training at Navy headquarters over the past 2 years has been greatly aided by Carp's assistance. His physical prowess has improved immensely. He is no longer the same as before, though Carp has never demanded to be called master. Yi Luo has long regarded him as such in his heart. Why is it again stir-fried, diced chicken, and mapo tofu? What happened to the sauerkraut fish you made last time? That is the kind of food suitable for someone of my age, Carp remarked as he observed the dishes Yi Luo presented. While simultaneously indulging in the feast, could you at least pause your chopsticks while making that statement? It utterly undermines your argument. Yi Luo, carrying the third dish, gazed at Carp, whose face was smeared with grease, and found himself at a loss for words. Haha. You should really consider becoming a chef. These dishes are utterly delightful. After Sengoku had them once, he has been unable to forget, yet he is too proud to come over for more. Carp laughed heartily while taking a sip of the drink Yi Luo offered. The Fleet Admiral serves as a model for the entire fleet, naturally different from you. After spending 2 years at Navy headquarters, Yi Luo's perspective on Sengoku and the Navy has shifted entirely from when he first arrived. During the past 2 years, he has not been without failures on missions. In fact, there was one time when an officer accompanying him was killed by pirates. Had reinforcements not arrived in time, and had he not awakened his haki at the last moment, Yi Luo would have perished at the hands of those pirates. Gradually, Yi Luo came to understand what the Navy signifies in this world and why Carp despises the celestial dragons so vehemently. Even refusing promotion to admiral while remaining in the Navy, he also grasped why so many righteous Navy soldiers choose to stay even after learning of some of the world's hidden truths. Because this world cannot exist without the Navy. In anime, the narrative unfolds from Luffy's perspective, hence everyone stands by the side of the pirates. However, in reality, Yi Luo believes it is far more appropriate to refer to individuals like Luffy and Ace as adventurers rather than pirates. Pirates are mere brigands who pursue their own interests without regard for others, such as Doflamingo and Crocodile. In a few days, I'll be going on leave. Would you like to accompany me back to the East Blue? You hail from the East Blue as well, right? Carp asked casually after finishing a drink. Huh? You are returning to the East Blue? Yi Luo inquired as he placed the final dish of sauerkraut fish on the table. Carp has a fondness for sauerkraut fish, and Yi Luo certainly knew this. There was no way he would forget to prepare it in advance, even though Carp can be somewhat unreliable at times. He has personally trained Yi Luo's physical conditioning over the past 2 years, earning Yi Luo's unwavering respect. Yes, my little grandson has reached the age to set sail, and I worry about him. So I want to take a look. Carp nodded in affirmation. Are you referring to Luffy? He is indeed of age to embark on his journey, Yi Luo remarked with a hint of astonishment. After the Navy's unsuccessful invitation to Ace to become a warlord of the sea, and subsequently Ace joining the Whitebeard Pirates as the 2nd Division commander, Yi Luo knew that Luffy's departure was not far off. Absolutely not. I cannot allow him to set sail as a pirate. If it weren't for Shanks luring young Luffy, he would never have insisted on becoming the Pirate King. Carp's demeanor grew serious as he spoke of Shanks. An aura of intensity inadvertently radiating from him, Yi Luo chuckled, refilling Karp's empty cup with wine. He was no longer the naive young boy who had just set sail, and he remained unfazed by Karp's imposing presence. In that case, I shall accompany you. I wish to meet the little Luffy you speak of so often, and besides, I suppose I am one of his older brothers now. Yi Luo smiled, pouring himself a generous glass of wine. Waha! Karp laughed heartily as he downed the wine Yi Luo poured for him, then quietly picked up his chopsticks to eat, tacitly acknowledging Yi Luo's claim of brotherhood with Luffy. That Yi Luo sensed that Karp was likely reminiscing about Ace. Recently, while on a mission, Yi Luo encountered Ace. Though they stood on opposing sides, Yi Luo harbored his own sense of justice and plans, resulting in a friendly reunion filled with conversation and camaraderie. Chapter 20. Journey to the East Blue. However, Yi Luo was on a mission at that time, so his convivial gathering with Ace did not go unnoticed by many in the Navy. Upon returning to headquarters, Sengoku specifically summoned Yi Luo to inquire about the encounter. Yi Luo did not conceal anything, recounting how he met Ace during his mission and how he arrived at Navy headquarters. Sengoku merely waved his hand, granting him permission to leave while warning him not to associate with pirates any further. Yi Luo understood that Sengoku was already aware of Ace's connection to Karp. However, whether he knew Ace's true identity remained uncertain. After finishing their meal, Karp discussed their departure time with Yi Luo before taking his leave. Yi Luo, come out. As Yi Luo finished tidying up, he had barely settled down when he heard a voice calling from outside. What's going on? Has everything been arranged for today? Yi Luo scratched his head as he stepped out of the small courtyard. Have you finished lunch? How about training with me this afternoon? Don't refuse. I came looking for you right after Vice Admiral Karp left. A woman with a curvaceous figure, a sword at her waist, and a spider tattoo on her thigh cheerfully addressed Yi Luo. Yi Luo felt a pang of discomfort. She had anticipated everything, even the excuses he might offer. Sister, you're making it really difficult for me, Yi Luo said helplessly, a grimace on his face. Although Yi Luo had only met Ji Yuan due to Karp's meddling, he was already well aware of her reputation within the Navy. Otherwise, she would not have agreed to meet with him. But don't worry, it's just some simple training. Nothing will happen. Ziyuan adjusted the golden kambira at his waist and spoke. Indeed, the one seeking Yellowwa is none other than Tao to Ziyuan. Yellowwa shrugged his shoulders, noticing Ziyuan feigning ignorance, and decided against revealing the matter. It was not the first time that after training with Ziyuan, Gigi would come seeking Yellowwa for a sparring session. He found it hard to believe Ziyuan was unaware of this. Let us be off. Let us finish your training early. I haven't even completed my own cultivation for today. Yellowwa remarked with a sense of disinterest. Unable to match Ziyuan, he found no gain in experience from battling him, which further dampened his enthusiasm. In the afternoon, after finishing training with Ziyuan, Yellowwa returned home and opened the system. Gazing at the meager 9,000 diamonds, he felt a pang of anguish. Over the past 2 years, apart from the first 10 consecutive draws where he obtained the Advanced Technique Manual, the Dragon-Subduing 18 Palms, he had tirelessly undertaken missions, yet only amassed enough diamonds for 4 additional 10 draws, yielding nothing of worth. Reluctantly, he had to cease the 10 draws and focus on leveling up his 3 foundational skills to their advanced max level, which cost him 16,000 diamonds. Thus, his diamond assets had never surpassed 100,000, and the coveted advanced manuals and unparalleled martial arts in the shop were now but a distant dream. As for his level, he remained stuck at level 19, indicating he had yet to complete the 3rd phase of the main storyline. However, his advanced foundational skills were fully cultivated, leaving him apprehensive that if the 3rd phase rewarded advanced foundational skill books, he would suffer a significant loss. Nonetheless, thanks to Karp, Yellowwa had proficiently mastered the 6 forms, and both observation haki and armament haki had successfully awakened. Yet, he had not awakened Conqueror's haki. Unsure if it was due to insufficient talent or other reasons, he chose not to dwell on it, believing in the principle of letting things unfold naturally without forcing them. Moreover, as his health points increased, the restorative foods and potions, such as chicken legs and life potions in the shop, gradually revealed a value that exceeded the game's initial settings. Theoretically, as long as opponents could not defeat him in one hit, he could continuously recover health and stamina using these restorative items, becoming virtually immortal. However, after testing this theory against Karp, he discovered that such notions were indeed fanciful. After continuous consumption, Even stamina-restoring foods like chicken legs would necessitate a cool-down period, during which he could not use similar items or potions. Despite not achieving invincibility, this still significantly boosted Yelua's true strength, especially in cultivating body techniques, agility, and secret manuals, effectively doubling his effective training time. The next morning, Gigi arrived as promised. Did I say, brother, don't you ever tire? It's always the same. First, I deal with that older sister, then I have to handle you the next day, Yelua exclaimed, his expression one of exasperation as he looked at the grinning Gigi. Humph, am I to be ashamed? Even if it's just for Face, I must come and seek you out, Gigi replied nonchalantly. Face, you still care about Face? Count how many times you've been rejected by the elder sister Ziyuan. Yelua retorted in frustration. Typically, he would not say such things, as Gigi was a vice admiral and his strength was well known. It felt rather ungracious to point out such shortcomings. After speaking, Yelua regretted his words. You scoundrel, I knew you looked down on me behind my back. Gigi reacted with exaggerated anger. Please, if I truly looked down on you, would I still be conversing with you? Yelua waved his hand. Kicking over a barrel of liquor at his feet, Gigi was taken aback, then chuckled helplessly, saying, Well, I'm just pretending to be angry to push you to fight with all your might. In a few days, I'll be returning to the East Sea with the old man. We'll have a serious sparring session when I'm back, Yelua smiled, taking a hearty swig of liquor. Over the past 2 years at the Navy headquarters, while he hadn't mastered much else, he had indeed grown quite adept at drinking, resembling characters from an anime. All right, I look forward to our duel. Though you always pretend to be outmatched, I can sense you're not giving it your all. Gigi remarked softly after taking a sip of his drink. Yelua remained silent. The truth was not that he was holding back, but rather that the cultivation of the dragon subduing 18 palms was exceedingly arduous, demanding an exorbitant amount of internal energy. To date, he could only execute the first 5 palms. By the 6th palm, his internal energy would be nearly depleted. This was still due to his training in the Zixia divine skill. Had he relied on the basic mental techniques, even the first 3 palms would be a challenge. Except for the time he sparred with Carp while testing the energy-restoring pills, he had never employed the 6th palm in actual combat. After dismissing Gigi, Yelua stepped outside again, intending to challenge the major and brigadier generals in the headquarters one last time before departing AS for the vice admirals. He felt he lacked the confidence to defeat them, so they were not included in his routine experience farming. He also refrained from challenging officers below the rank of major, as the experience gained was minimal, and it would be unbecoming to bully his subordinates. Days later, when Yelua boarded Carp's ship and set sail for the East Sea, the brigadiers, colonels, and majors left behind at the Navy headquarters erupted in cheers, heading to the bar in town to celebrate. Their experiences of being repeatedly bested by Yelua every few days had been quite unbearable. Therefore, it was they who were most delighted by Yelua's departure with Vice Admiral Carp. Soon, Carp's ship arrived at the Calm Belt. The Navy's warships could safely traverse the Calm Belt due to the sea prism stone installed in their hulls, allowing passage from the Navy headquarters to the 4 seas via this route. In the blink of an eye, over 2 years had passed, and Yelua reminisced. I also traveled through the Calm Belt to the Navy headquarters back then. Standing nearby, the aloof swordsman cast a glance at Yelua but said nothing. Yelua chuckled. Back then, he was not a match for this individual, yet now the latter was no longer his opponent. Old man, upon reaching the East Sea, I plan to visit Roga Town first, then return home. Are you heading straight back to Windmill Town? Where shall we meet? Yelua inquired as he returned to the cabin, addressing Carp, who was indulging in a donut. The old man was apparently attempting to set a record for eating donuts, leaving Yelua utterly speechless. Did such a record truly exist, or was it merely a figment of Carp's imagination? Then I'll head back to Windmill Town first and remain there until the holiday concludes. You can come find me there. Carp yawned, sounding rather unenthusiastic. Yelua pursed his lips. Even after spending considerable time in this world, he recalled that Carp had yet to encounter Luffy during this period. All right, if I don't find you in Windmill Town, let us meet in Roga Town instead. Don't forget. Yelua nodded, no longer paying Carp any mind. This old man was notoriously unreliable regarding mundane matters, so he mentioned it in front of the aloof swordsman, hoping he would remind Carp later. The journey through the Calm Belt was uneventful, and Carp's ship soon emerged in the East Sea. Midway, they encountered a merchant ship heading to Roga Town. After greeting the crew, Yelua opted to travel with the merchant ship, while Carp's vessel headed straight to Windmill Town. Navy officer, We should arrive in Rogatown in about a day's time. The captain of the merchant ship said with a hint of obsequiousness, "As so slow?" Yellow frowned and remarked, "The Navy's warships, in terms of mobility and firepower, far surpassed any ordinary pirate ship, let alone a small merchant vessel like this." "Ah, my apologies. We have quite a bit of cargo on board, which is why our speed is reduced," the captain said, sounding somewhat anxious, fearing Yellow's displeasure. "Not to worry. It's a good chance to enjoy the scenery along the way. By the way, how's the security in the East Sea these days? Is Rogatown still as it used to be?" Yellow inquired casually, though our East Sea is often dubbed the weakest sea. "Its security is the best among the four seas. Even pirates with bounties over 10 million are rare, and under the governance of Colonel Smoker, Rogatown has become even safer and more peaceful," the captain replied with a smile, eager to share positive news with Yellow. After chatting for a while, noticing Yellow's waning interest in conversation, the perceptive captain took his leave, clown Buggy, Dragon, Pirate Captain Creek, and the seemingly dead Kuro. "I recall those were the only few with bounties over 10 million in the East Sea, right?" Yellow mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Chapter 21. Return to hometown. Yellow, now a changed man, felt that a bounty of over 10 million was hardly worth running all over the East Sea. He intended to visit Rogatown to catch up with Smoker before returning home. As a Navy officer, establishing a base in his hometown was not an issue, allowing him to better protect the villagers. If he happened to encounter those few pirates during his return, he wouldn't mind intervening, especially since even Buggy's bounty was worth 1,500 diamonds. A day later, Yellow stood at the entrance of the Rogatown naval base, overwhelmed with emotion. "Hello, may I inquire what brings you to the naval base?" Yellow had been lingering at the entrance, finally attracting someone's attention, though the voice sounded somewhat familiar. "It's Sergeant Dasky." Yellow turned around and immediately spotted Dasky adorned with the Shiyu of Shia. Do you recognize me?" Dasky, as oblivious as ever, exhibited her trademark naivety, not even able to recognize an old friend. "How disheartening. I hope Smoker remembers me." Yellow chuckled and shook his head. You know her and also know Admiral Smoker?" Dasky's confusion deepened, as she did not recall ever meeting Yellow. This was also due to the fact that after 2 years of training at the naval headquarters, Yellow's physique and demeanor had undergone a significant transformation. "Admiral Yellow from the naval headquarters, here to pay a visit to Admiral Smoker. I would appreciate it if you could guide me, Sergeant Dasky." Yellow presented his credentials with a smile. "Greetings, sir." Dasky, upon seeing the credentials, momentarily stunned, quickly saluted, only to have the fruits she had just bought tumble to the ground. Yellow felt a wave of embarrassment. If Smoker were to witness this, he might very well think he was bullying his beautiful subordinate. "What are you doing?" A deep male voice resonated behind Yellow. Just from the tone, Yellow knew that his earlier jests had indeed proven true. "Smoker, long time no see." Yellow turned around, feigning nonchalance as he greeted him. "Humph, you're not using your admiral rank to bully my subordinate, are you?" Smoker scrutinized Yellow with skepticism. "How could that be? Sergeant Dasky is simply too adorable." Yellow laughed heartily, attempting to mask his awkwardness. "But I heard from Tina that ever since you were promoted to admiral, you've been boasting to her quite a bit." Smoker took a puff from his cigar, speaking leisurely. While Yellow's expression shifted, he noticed Dasky's glance towards him was now laden with suspicion, as if to say, "So this is the kind of person you are? Smoker, you wouldn't be here to defend Tina, would you? Besides, do I really look that lecherous?" Yellow replied with a mock-serious expression. Yellow's acting skills remained sharp, as Dasky's gaze began to waver. "You think you're not?" Smoker retorted, puffing on his cigar, his expression clearly implying that he believed Yellow fit the bill. "I am. You're not. I am. You're not." The two engaged in a silent contest of wills at the naval base entrance, while Dasky, who had picked up the scattered fruits, could no longer tolerate their childishness and interrupted their rivalry. "How about this? Shall we have a duel? Let us see if your 2 years at headquarters were not in vain." Smoker, unable to resist Yellow's provocation, spoke up. "Sure. I've been wanting to test if you've improved compared to 2 years ago." Yellow replied, undeterred. Although both held the same rank, the system seemed to assess experience based on strength. Thus Smoker, as a natural type user, would likely provide him with ample experience. At the training grounds, the naval personnel gathered to watch. One side was their superior, the white hunter Admiral Smoker, a user of the smoke fruit, while the other was the naval headquarters Admiral Yellow, whose strength remained a mystery. Despite Yellow's origins from the naval headquarters, as Smoker's subordinate, They were well aware of the formidable nature of the natural type. Especially as Smoker himself hailed from the headquarters, and in the East Blue, he had yet to encounter a worthy opponent. Hey, don't say I'm not giving you face. I'll let you have 3 moves. Yi Luo boasted to Smoker. Humph, we'll see if you can back that up. Smoker replied, though he knew that 2 years prior, Yi Luo had already possessed the ability to strike against natural type entities. And after 2 years of training, he must have become quite adept. White smoke. Smoker unleashed a cloud of smoke from behind him, accelerating towards Yi Luo. His weapon was a sea stone baton, after his battle with Ace. Smoker had requested this weapon from headquarters. Humph, such a technique won't work on me. Yi Luo's arm transformed into a dark hue, indicating the use of haki. Indeed, you have mastered that ability. Smoker narrowed his eyes. Of course, as an admiral of the headquarters, it would be strange not to master such an ability, wouldn't it? Admiral Smoker. Yi Luo intentionally provoked Smoker, knowing he had yet to fully grasp haki. White Gale. Smoker enveloped himself in smoke and charged at Yi Luo, attempting to ensnare him. Humph, mere parlor tricks. Yi Luo's internal energy surged, activating his grass-flying technique, and with the powerful Raijing fist, he immediately forced Smoker's physical form out of the smoke. Smoker, you rely too heavily on your fruit's powers. While your martial skills are decent, they still fall short before me. With the system indicating he had gained experience, Yi Luo and Smoker's sparring match came to an end. I've heard you possess a technique that can unleash a dragon shape. Why didn't you use it? Smoker inquired, his expression darkening. Though he had just been defeated, the fact that Yi Luo hadn't even gone all out was difficult for him to accept. That technique consumes too much energy, and I haven't fully mastered it. We were merely sparring, not fighting for our lives. Yi Luo shook his head. Why Yi Luo's explanation improved Smoker's mood somewhat. Though he remained oblivious to the fact that Yi Luo had already mastered the first 5 forms of the 18 Dragon-Subduing Palms. He simply deemed it unnecessary to employ them. Didn't you return with Vice Admiral Garp? Why are you here alone in Rogtown? After their sparring concluded, despite having lost face in front of his subordinates, Smoker still had to host Yi Luo, leading him to the base cafeteria for lunch. My hometown is also in the East Blue. I plan to visit it upon returning with the old man. By the way, I have a request. I would like to establish a naval outpost in my hometown. No need for a full base. Just a simple outpost would suffice. Yi Luo remarked while enjoying his meal. A small matter. Smoker nodded in agreement. By the way, I need to borrow a ship from you. I arrived on a merchant vessel, so I currently have no means to return. Yi Luo patted his full belly and raised his cup. Of course. When do you plan to set sail? Smoker appeared somewhat anxious. I was originally planning to leave tomorrow, but now that you mention it, I think I'll stay a few more days. Is that a problem? Yi Luo teased, fully aware of Smoker's embarrassment after having been bested. Several days later, in the morning, Yi Luo boarded the military ship that Smoker had lent him, fully crewed with sailors and marines. As it was Smoker's usual vessel, Sergeant Dasky, do you think Admiral Smoker is still sulking over being defeated by me that day? Yi Luo asked Dasky, who looked somewhat flustered, as Smoker had not even come to see him off. Sending only Dasky to convey his regards. I doubt it. Admiral Smoker must have pressing duties, Dasky replied, though even she seemed unconvinced. Very well, I'll return the ship once I'm back. Yi Luo shrugged and commanded the ship to set sail. Dasky stood at the port, watching the ship depart before finally exhaling in relief. She understood that Admiral Smoker was indeed quite affected by their previous duel. Originally, both she and Smoker had been part of the headquarters navy. But due to certain circumstances, Smoker had self-assigned himself to the East Blue, where the resources and conditions were undoubtedly inferior to those at headquarters. Hence, that 2 years prior, he had been unable to best Yi Luo. But now Yi Luo could easily defeat him, which surely stung Smoker's pride. Moreover, in the days leading up to their departure, Yi Luo had seemingly made a point to linger around Smoker, further aggravating him. If Yi Luo didn't leave soon, Dasky feared Smoker might just ask him to leave. After setting sail, Yi Luo rested in the cabin. Based on the ship's speed, he should reach his hometown by the afternoon of the next day. This was no longer the time when he drifted on a small wooden boat. The following afternoon, upon arriving at the port of his hometown, Yi Luo was left utterly stunned. The port bore the scars of cannon fire. And the absence of any signs of human life registered through his observation haki left him momentarily aghast. Contact Smoker and inquire about what happened on this island. The rest of you, come with me ashore. Yi Luo exhaled deeply, speaking in a grave tone. Understood. The sole officer aboard the warship, Sergeant Wu, saluted and spoke. Anyone returning to their hometown in such a state would surely feel disheartened. He thought, and thus refrained from saying too much, promptly contacting the naval base in Rogatown via the ship's den Mushi. What a tragic scene it is, Yi Luo remarked, his expression devoid of emotion as he walked through the once vibrant town. Now in ruins, the entire town had crumbled entirely. In just 2 years, what was once a peaceful and serene place had transformed into this desolation. Yi Luo strolled. He surveyed the surroundings, suspecting a pirate attack. He had encountered many such devastated locales while on missions in the Grand Line, yet this time, it was his own hometown that had fallen victim. Chapter 22, The Floating Restaurant Baratai Report. Major, Colonel Smoker has made contact, the communications officer gasped, rushing up to Yi Luo. Go on, tell me who has committed such an egregious crime. Yi Luo asked, barely suppressing his anger. The Krieg pirates. Although he was unaware of the details. Smoker explained, when I assumed my duties in Rogatown, I received news that the island was under attack by the Krieg pirates. By the time I arrived, the place was already in ruins. On the other end of the den Mushi, Smoker spoke solemnly. The Krieg pirates, very well. However, Smoker, I found little in the way of corpses on the island. What of the villagers? Yi Luo inquired. His expression twisted in a sardonic smile as he surveyed the devastated town. Some villagers were killed by the Krieg pirates, but most managed to take refuge in a cave. I have arranged for their resettlement on a nearby island. Smoker replied calmly. I see. Thank you, Smoker, Yi Luo said. His simmering anger somewhat quelled. I'm not doing this for you. As a member of the Navy, it is my duty. Smoker retorted loudly from the other end of the line, clearly unconvinced by Yi Luo's gratitude. Nonetheless, I must still thank you. But is there truly no naval division nearby? Why did you, the commander of Rogatown, have to come personally to their aid? Had the local division been able to respond promptly, the island would not have fallen so easily. Yi Luo pressed, his tone sharp. Smoker fell silent, offering no reply. I understand, Yi Luo said with a smile as he hung up the phone. On the other end, Smoker seethed. That bastard dared to hang up on me. What does he think he knows? The division commander was not even at the base. He was out on patrol. Would he truly believe such a coincidence? Setting aside Smoker's indignation, Yi Luo turned to Sergeant Wu and inquired, which is the nearest division? Which division is it? Who is the highest commander? Report, Major. The nearest division is the 16th Division, under the command of Colonel Mouse. Wu hesitated momentarily before responding directly. The 16th Division, you say, Colonel Mouse. That name is quite familiar. Yi Luo mused, stroking his chin softly. With his eyes closed, Yi Luo reflected. He was no longer the same person who had first arrived in this world. He had studied the map of the East Blue and realized that his hometown was a small island village near the Red Line, that it was this very location that had drawn him toward Rogatown during his earlier wanderings. In fact, just beyond his hometown lay Kokoyashi Village, a larger landmass in the East Blue, home to numerous villages, all under the influence of the fishman pirate, Arlong. Kokoyashi Village, where Nami resided, was merely one of these settlements. Let us head directly to the 16th Division, Yi Luo declared, his eyes wide open. He had formulated a plan on how to deal with Colonel Mouse. Initially, he had wondered which division had the audacity to turn a blind eye to the pirates. Forcing Smoker to dispatch forces from so far away to discover it was this greedy and cowardly Colonel Mouse made matters considerably easier. Understood. The warship accelerated, heading straight for the 16th Division. Yi Luo made his way to the 16th Division. Carp had already set sail, having just arrived in Windmill Town, where he learned that Luffy had gone to sea. After being scolded by the town mayor for forgetting his grandson's birthday, Carp hurriedly set out in pursuit of Luffy. At that moment, Luffy had landed in Shell's Town with Kobe, where he encountered his first companion, the pirate hunter Rorno Azaro. The two wreaked havoc at the Shell's Town naval base, defeating the corrupt Colonel Monka. Speaking of Monka, he had once been an impassioned young sailor, but after encountering Captain Kuro, all the naval personnel aboard his ship had been slaughtered, and Monka had suffered a shattered jaw. Kuro's subordinate, Django, hypnotized him into believing he had captured Kuro. He handed a disguised Kuro over to the Navy and subsequently became a lieutenant in the 153 RD Division. However, Django's hypnosis changed his character, making him arrogant and self-important, believing that those in power were the greatest in the world. Thus, he schemed to become a colonel, effectively ruling over the 153rd Division in Shell's Town. After being defeated by Luffy, Monka was left behind by Kobe and Ben Beckman to serve as a handyman at the naval base. As Luffy pretended not to know Kobe to avoid entangling him in his dreams of becoming a naval officer. A day later, Carp, chasing after Luffy, also landed in Shell's Town and received a request from Roguetown to take Monka away for justice. That day, Vice Admiral Monkey D. Carp, the legendary Marine, solidified Monka's infamy as the Axe God. Of course, this was merely a playful moniker among Earth's anime fans. Test Kobe and Ben Beckman. Carp deliberately allowed himself to be struck by Monka's axe. If the pirates of the Grand Line, or even the New World, were to learn of this, they might genuinely revere Monka as the Axe God. After all, the name Iron Fist Carp was not earned lightly. With Kobe and Ben Beckman aboard the dog-headed warship, Carp set course for Roguetown, knowing that Luffy would inevitably pass through there, intending to lay a trap for him. Meanwhile, Luffy, thanks to the clown Buggy, had met Nami, a thief who specialized in robbing pirates. After dealing with Buggy, they encountered Captain Kuro, who had faked his own death. Following a battle, they brought Usopp aboard their ship, and not long after, they rescued Johnny and Joseph, Zoro's former underlings, from scurvy. Following their advice, the group altered their course towards the floating restaurant, Baratai. Upon reaching the 16th Division, Yiluo found no sign of Colonel Mouse, according to reports from the naval personnel there. Colonel Mouse had gone out on patrol, and his exact whereabouts were unknown, requiring communication via Den Mashai. To avoid raising any suspicions, Yiluo maintained a faade of indifference and did not request the 16th Division to contact Mouse. Uncertain if these sailors colluded with him, after returning to the warship, Yiluo pondered for a moment before contacting Smoker. Since Colonel Mouse was unavailable, he would pursue the Krieg pirates instead. The Krieg pirates, you say? I heard they set sail for the Grand Line a few days ago. That if you intend to pursue them, you'll have to head to the Grand Line. Smoker's voice was grave as he warned Yiluo. The commander of the 16th Division, Colonel Mouse, was patrolling elsewhere and was not present at the base, which explained the lack of immediate support. Why Yiluo contemplated this, opting not to respond to Smoker. Instead, he posed another question. Are you aware of the renowned floating restaurant in the East Blue? The floating restaurant? Baratai. What do you ask this for? Smoker inquired, intrigued. As the highest-ranking Marine in the East Blue, he had indeed visited Baratai. Under normal circumstances, he would have readily divulged this information, but given the current situation, he questioned why Yiluo would seek out a restaurant instead of pursuing the Krieg pirates or Colonel Mouse. Just tell me, Yiluo urged, his impatience evident. He understood that Krieg would encounter Mihawk in the Grand Line and would likely return to the East Blue in shame. However, he was uncertain of the timing and needed to act swiftly. Otherwise, Krieg's remnants would fall to Mihawk, and with Luffy's penchant for chaos, he might find Krieg before Yiluo did. Ask your sergeant aboard the ship. He has been there and knows the coordinates. Smoker finally suggested, realizing that it was unwise to offend Yiluo at this juncture. Let us set sail for the floating restaurant, Baratai. Yiluo decisively hung up the phone and turned to Sergeant Wu. Yes, Major. After the 5th officer saluted, he immediately turned around and commanded the warship to set sail towards Baratai. Smoker, who had his call abruptly terminated by Yiluo, found his anger reignited. This bastard. Cutting me off again. I must first notify the 16th Division to prepare. Upon contacting the 16th Division, he learned that Yiluo had just departed from their vicinity and had not engaged in any outrageous behavior. Smoker felt a slight sense of relief. However, after contemplating, he still felt uneasy and began to reach out to Vice Admiral Garp via transponder snail. Meanwhile, at Baratai, the owner, who was upstairs engrossed in a book, seemed to be in a state of unrest. What is this unsettling sensation? Redfoot Zeph murmured as he gazed out at the sky. Suddenly, as Zeph looked outside, he was startled to see a cannonball hurtling towards him. Although he reacted swiftly, he was unable to evade injury. The commotion stemmed from a conflict between Luffy and Marine Lieutenant Hobadai, resulting in a cannonball being deflected back into Zeph's room. Subsequently, the waitstaff at the floating restaurant apprehended Luffy. But Hobadai, who was dining, found himself in a scuffle with Chef Sanji. While Luffy and Zeph were negotiating, Sanji delivered a fierce blow to Hobadai, who was then captured by the pirate demon, Akin, yet managed to escape. However, due to extreme hunger, Akin was swiftly defeated by the restaurant chef, Patty. Distressed by the sight of someone starving, Sanji secretly provided Akin with a bowl of rice and a small boat. All the while, Luffy, who was forced to remain behind, witnessed this act and fervently invited Sanji to join his pirate crew. Unfortunately, fate had other plans. The very Akin whom Sanji had saved turned out to be an officer of the Krieg pirates. Their fleet, having ventured into the Grand Line for a week, encountered the notorious Mihawk, who was merely passing the time. The outcome was as one would expect. The defeated Krieg pirates retreated to the East Blue. and upon Akin's return, he sought to procure food from Baratai for the famished Creek. However, Creek had never intended to pay, and after consuming the food Sanji had prepared, he immediately turned hostile, not only demanding food but also planning to seize Baratai. Ultimately, Zeph emerged, only to be recognized by Creek as the infamous pirate, Redfoot Zeph, who had once sailed the Grand Line. Chapter 23. The Man of Hawk Eyes. Upon learning of Zeph's identity, Creek promptly demanded the naval logbook from their previous voyage. Naturally, negotiations fell through to A.S. Creek distributed the food to his crew. Akin recounted their harrowing experiences in the Grand Line. A fleet of 50 ships had encountered a single man who decimated them with ease. Luffy and the others were astounded, while Zeph and Zoro suspected that this individual was none other than Mihawk. Meanwhile, with the newfound provisions, the Creek pirates regained their strength, and the chefs of Baratai vowed to defend their establishment with their lives. Leading to an imminent clash, just as the two sides were about to engage in battle, Creek's flagship was unexpectedly cleaved in two by a single strike. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Zoro trembled with excitement. His purpose for venturing out to sea was to seek out the man known as Hawk Eyes, the world's strongest swordsman. Why do you persist in following us? What grievance do we bear? One of Creek's subordinates, unnerved, asked Mihawk. For the sake of passing time, Mihawk replied with a disinterested expression. You seem rather idle. Shall we duel? Zoro, trembling with exhilaration, challenged Mihawk. Weakling, as a swordsman, can you not perceive the chasm that lies between us? Or are you simply ignorant? Mihawk regarded Zoro with indifference. It is a vow. No matter what, I shall become the world's greatest swordsman. In defeating you will be the finest proof, Zoro declared, slowly drawing his 3 swords. Mihawk chuckled, removing the necklace from his chest, which was adorned with a small knife, stating, even if you are a somewhat renowned swordsman in East Blue, it remains the weakest sea. Furthermore, I am not a foolish beast that gives my all to catch a rabbit. Hence, I shall use this. Insulting others should have its limits. Do not wait until you meet your end to regret. An enraged Zoro charged towards Mihawk. Their battle was overwhelmingly one-sided, even with all his might. Zoro could not land a single blow on Hawk Eyes. Why not evade? Do you desire to be pierced through the heart? Mihawk's small knife embedded itself in Zoro's body as he inquired. I do not know. I just feel that retreat is not an option. Otherwise, the ideals I have fought for cannot return here. Zoro spat blood as he spoke. Indeed, that signifies defeat. Mihawk remarked. Then I shall retreat even less. Zoro replied with an odd laugh. Is death your resolution? Mihawk asked seriously. Better to die. Zoro responded without hesitation. Such a steadfast conviction. Mihawk mused inwardly, then withdrew the small knife and drew the black blade from his back. Saying, Kid, state your name. This was Mihawk acknowledging Zoro's strength, thus choosing to let him confront reality with the world's strongest black blade. The final clash concluded with Zoro's remaining blades, aside from his sword. Wado Ikamanji, shattering, after which he stood upright, sword in hand. What are you doing? Mihawk inquired, puzzled. Zoro smiled and replied, the wound on my back is a swordsman's shame. Very well. Mihawk said with a smile as he slashed Zoro from his left shoulder to his right abdomen. The bounty hunter duo rushed to rescue Zoro, while Luffy charged directly at Mihawk. A young swordsman's friend. Do you also wish to confront reality? Mihawk regarded Luffy with curiosity. Your worldview cannot be dictated by you. Warlord of the Sea, Dracule Mihawk. At that moment, a Navy officer, clad in a justice cloak, unexpectedly appeared atop the remnants of the Creek pirate ship, speaking in a calm tone. Navy? Mihawk looked at the newcomer with intrigue. Brother, at that moment, Zoro was rescued onto a small boat by the bounty hunter duo, and Usopp was administering emergency treatment. Luffy, curious about the sudden appearance of a Navy officer, turned to Zoro, who had just been informed by Mihawk that he was not dead. Finally caught up to you. The newcomer, Luo, exclaimed. Who are you? Creek wondered if he was simply cursed, as these mysterious individuals continued to trouble him. I shall deal with your insignificant affairs later. However, as for the warlord Mihawk, although you may no longer be a pirate, I still advise you not to lay a hand on him. Even though I know Mihawk has not harmed Luffy, I remain somewhat uneasy. Luo, cautioned Mihawk. Oh, as far as I know, he is a pirate. No? When did the Navy begin to protect pirates? Mihawk chuckled lightly. Although I am a Navy captain, I am not yet equipped to challenge you, Hawk Eyes. He may be a pirate, but he is my brother, and I will not allow you to harm him. Luo gradually approached Luffy, shielding him behind him. Why Luo's declaration astonished everyone, including Luffy. How could a Navy captain have a pirate as a brother? All eyes turned to Luffy in bewilderment. Huh, My brother? Who are you? Luffy asked, perplexed. Cough, cough. Luffy, can you hear me? Zoro, regaining consciousness, shouted towards the sky, clutching Wado Ikamanji. Is that you? Zoro, are you all right? I can hear you. Luffy's attention was instantly drawn to Zoro. Did I cause you worry? If I cannot even stand against the world's greatest swordsman, it would be difficult for you, wouldn't it? Zoro coughed up blood again, while the bounty hunter duo beside him moved to tears, urged Zoro not to continue speaking. I will never lose. Until I defeat him and become the great swordsman, I will never lose again. Do you have any objections? Pirate King, Zoro exclaimed breathlessly, finishing his proclamation in one breath. Hee, none. Luffy replied with a grin. What a splendid team. Mihawk chuckled, turning to leave. Hey, Hawkeyes, aren't you here to claim my head? The head of the East Blue's overlord. Creek suddenly appeared behind Mihawk, brandishing a pistol. Sorry, not interested. I've had my fun today. It's time for me to return and rest. You should think about how to handle the Navy over there. Mihawk cast a glance at Iluo, chuckling softly as he boarded his small vessel. The Navy. It was only after the reminder from Hawkeye that everyone recalled the presence of a Navy officer. Pray tell, who exactly are you? Luffy inquired with curiosity, turning to Iluo beside him. Colonel of the Navy headquarters, Zhilong Iluo. Iluo replied with a smile, revealing his title. His Zixia divine skill had developed considerable power, causing a purple glow to emanate from his face when he channeled his inner energy, complemented by the special effects of his dragon-subduing 18 palms, which earned him such a moniker. You are the recently celebrated genius of the Navy headquarters, thought to be the most likely among the younger generation to ascend to the rank of admiral. Colonel Zhilong, Hawkeye, already aboard the ship, turned his head with a hint of curiosity upon hearing Iluo's self-introduction. Indeed, and I stand against the Seven Warlords system. Iluo fixed his gaze on Hawkeye, unyielding in his response that the Seven Warlords. To me, they are inconsequential. Mihawk chuckled lightly as he sailed away. Once he departed, Iluo finally relaxed his tense nerves. He was no match for Mihawk at present. Why do you claim to be my brother? I don't believe we've met, Luffy asked nonchalantly, picking his nose. Observing Luffy's resemblance to Carp, Iluo suppressed the impulse to kick the fool and replied with a smile. I have shared a brotherhood drink with Ace. He mentioned he has a younger brother. Additionally, I am a disciple of your grandfather. Ace? Have you encountered Ace? How is he faring? Luffy exclaimed excitedly upon hearing Ace's name. Completely disregarding Carp. Why? Iluo nodded with a smile. He is doing quite well. You should encounter him when you venture into the new world. But let's discuss this later. I must first deal with the trash at hand. After saying this, Iluo turned his attention to the pirate captain, Kliku, and softly inquired, Pirate Captain Kliku, do you remember the bloodbath you wreaked upon Firai Island 2 years ago? Firai Island? Which one are you referring to? I've washed my hands of too many islands to recall. Kliku laughed, not taking Iluo seriously. Firai Island. That was a peaceful and tranquil place. However, 2 years ago, a band of your pirate stragglers landed there. Most importantly, it is my hometown. As Iluo spoke, he advanced toward Kliku. So it is that dilapidated little island. There was scarcely anything of value there. So I simply wiped them all out. Kliku seemed to recall the fight from 2 years past, during which many of his men fled, and he hunted them down one by one. However, a dozen or so stragglers who escaped to a small island were unexpectedly dealt with by the island's residents. In his fury, Kliku ordered the slaughter of the entire town, even if they were stragglers. They were still his crew, not mere civilians to be trifled with. Yet, it appeared the residents of that island were few, and resources were scarce, so they did not linger long before departing after ravaging the town. Iluo sighed, realizing that the enemy had not spared the hiding villagers, but had simply overlooked them. Those villagers who remained must have been prepared to die, determined to prevent everyone from perishing at the hands of pirates. Chef Shifu aboard the number 1 mackerel shook his head and returned to the galley, leaving the other chefs puzzled. Old man, where are you off to? Sanji asked in surprise. Come on, didn't you hear what Mihawk's man said? This Navy officer, who has already made a name for himself in the Grand Line and even the New World, is not someone Kliku can contend with. Shifu walked back to the galley without looking back. Is he really that formidable? The chefs turned incredulously to Iluo, but at that moment, Iluo had already apprehended Kliku, who resembled a lifeless dog, in his grasp. Chapter 24. The encounter with Luffy as Sanji and the others turned around. They happened to see Iluo hoisting Kliku as if he were a lifeless dog. What just transpired? Sanji asked, his mouth agape in disbelief as he turned to Luffy to eye in the blink of an eye. How did Kliku end up like this? Sanji found it hard to believe. Bastard. Let go of our captain. The demon mannequin and the second squad leader, Iron Wall Ba, charged at Yiluo. Attempting to rescue Kliku. Iron block. Bang. Yiluo did not evade. Akin's double fist struck him squarely, producing a metallic clang. Is this a monster? Sanji gaped in astonishment at Yiluo, who absorbed Akin's full force blow as if nothing had happened. Huh? Are you merely scratching my back? Yiluo scoffed, executing a triple finger gun strike with one hand while gripping Kliku with the other. Akin and Iron Wallba fell without resistance, rendered incapable of fighting back. Filthy pirates, accept the judgment of justice. Yiluo activated Moonwalk and lifted Kliku into the air. Storm Foot Dragon Slash. A slashing kick was unleashed, and Kliku's already wrecked flagship was cleaved into the depths of the sea. Is this the might of the Grand Line? No wonder the Kliku pirates crumbled within a week. The chefs of Baratai stared wide-eyed at the vanishing wreckage, filled with astonishment. At that moment, a Navy warship was rapidly approaching from a distance across the sea. Luffy, weren't you supposed to set sail as a pirate? Why are you dressed like a restaurant waiter? Yiluo descended from the sky, while still holding Kliku, and asked Luffy, who looked utterly dazed. That. I accidentally damaged this restaurant and am working here to compensate. Luffy replied dejectedly. I initially intended to defeat those pirates as part of the compensation, but that is no longer possible. Yiluo's expression darkened. Truly, this fellow was not a genuine pirate. During his time in the Navy, he had never heard of pirates damaging property and then staying behind to work off the debt. At least Luffy's brother Ace had never paid for his meals. My sincerest apologies, but I must personally apprehend this guy. However, I can assist you with your compensation. Just refrain from calling yourself a pirate, or it will be quite troublesome for me. Yiluo pointed toward the warship not far off and spoke to Luffy. Really, truly, you will help me pay for the damages. That's absolutely amazing. Luffy, of course, only heard the first half of the statement and excitedly stripped off his work clothes. Who is the owner here? I shall cover my brother's debt. Yiluo grinned at the chefs of Baratai. No need, Navy sir. You have already been of great assistance to us. Please, come in and dine. Jafu emerged, smiling. It was evident that he had gone inside to prepare a meal himself. The owner looked somewhat familiar. Yiluo mused, observing Jafu closely. This made the chefs of Baratai extremely anxious, for they had learned from Kliku that their boss was, after all, a former notorious pirate who had traversed the Grand Line. Should this formidable Navy officer recognize him, they would certainly have no means of resistance. Though, never mind. Perhaps I've seen you somewhere before. That is not important. Still, I must express my gratitude for your care of my brother. Yiluo ruffled Luffy's hair and bowed to Jafu. Why Yiluo's words caused the chefs to quietly exhale in relief, while Jafu remained notably calm. Once Yiluo led Luffy into the restaurant, the chefs and waitstaff began to tidy up the disordered establishment. By the way, Luffy, where are your companions? Yiluo inquired upon entering. Noticing the absence of the injured Zoro and Usopp, they went to find my other companion. Luffy replied casually. Why Yiluo smiled and nodded. I see. So where are you headed next? Me, of course. I'm going to find my companions. Luffy laughed as he sat down at the dining table, ready for a meal. Yiluo nodded and was about to say something when Sanji arrived, carrying food and red wine to serve Yiluo and Luffy. After Sanji departed, Yiluo, while enjoying the meal, turned to Luffy and said, By the way, Luffy, did you know? Your grandfather has returned to Windmill Village in search of you. However, seeing you here, I assume you haven't encountered your grandfather yet. The sea restaurant Baratai certainly lived up to its reputation. The food was exceptionally good, and the selected wine paired beautifully. Grandfather? Luffy stared at Yiluo in shock, his mouth full of food. He hurriedly swallowed and looked around nervously, asking, My grandfather is here. Where? Sanji, who had just left, stood not far away, eavesdropping on their conversation. He remembered that Yiluo had mentioned being Carp's disciple. If the disciple was this powerful, how formidable must the master be? Observing Luffy, who bore an uncanny resemblance to the ace of old, Yiluo could not help but inquire, Just how deeply do you all fear the old man? Casting a glance at Sanji, who had refrained from continuing his conversation with Luffy, not out of trepidation of being overheard, but rather out of respect for Sanji's duties, Yiluo decided to pause their dialogue until Sanji completed his service. Rest assured, for now, he won't catch up to you, though the future remains uncertain. Yiluo remarked after wiping his mouth with a nearby towel, having finished his meal. Witnessing this, Luffy finally eased his tension. Colonel. At that moment, a squad of Marines entered, saluting as they approached Yi Luo. "Take Krieg aboard and secure him," Yi Luo commanded the Marines. Watching the large contingent of soldiers, Luffy continued to eat with an air of nonchalance, and Yi Luo felt a sense of relief. If Luffy were to cause a ruckus, it would be quite embarrassing for him. By the way, Luffy, do you still have a ship? Wasn't yours stolen? Would you like me to give you a ride? Yi Luo smiled as he extended the invitation to Luffy. Huh? But I'm a pirate, right? It wouldn't be right to board a Navy ship, would it? Luffy replied without hesitation. Fool, you are standing before the Navy. The Navy? How dare you openly declare yourself a pirate? Sanji, lurking nearby, inwardly berated Luffy. Indeed, this troublemaker seemed either oblivious or indifferent to Yi Luo's previous remarks. Why, Yi Luo sighed. Do you truly wish for others to be unaware of your pirate status? Never mind. Luffy, I have matters to attend to, so I shan't prolong our conversation. Here, take this piece of my life paper and keep it with you. After glancing at the astonished Marines behind him, Yi Luo produced his life paper, tearing off a small section and handing it to Luffy, explaining its significance. Once he saw Luffy solemnly place the life paper into his straw hat, Yi Luo waved goodbye, settled the bill for the meal, and compensated for the damages to Baratai before departing with the Marines. Although the owners had not requested compensation, as a principled Navy officer, Yi Luo felt compelled to pay for everything. Colonel, where to next? Asked the sergeant upon seeing Yi Luo. Let us proceed to Kokoyashi village. There is a certain pest awaiting my attention, Yi Luo replied with a smile. Encountering the living Luffy today filled Yi Luo, a former fan of the series, with immense joy, yet he refrained from capturing him or altering his fate, as many of Yi Luo's plans still required Luffy's propensity for mischief. After Yi Luo's departure, Luffy invited Sanji aboard, and after a heartfelt farewell to Zeph, Sanji followed Luffy to sea. The two set sail in the small boat gifted by Zeph, heading towards Kokoyashi village. Upon arriving at Kokoyashi village, Yi Luo instructed the Navy ship to anchor at a distance while he utilized his moonwalk technique to ascend the island. That he recalled that at this juncture, Captain Mouse had likely visited Nami, absconding with her hard-earned bounty of 100 million berries and injuring her sister Nojiko in the process. Thus, Yi Luo resolved to deal with Captain Mouse first. As for the dragon's 20 million bounty, he decided to assess the situation later, especially since he had just acquired Krieg's 1,700 diamonds, bringing his total to over 10,000. Surveying the inverted houses around him, Yi Luo sighed. Were it not for the fact that the dragon was a rival chosen by Luffy, his character would have compelled him to confront the villain directly. Such scoundrels who prey on the innocent were the most detestable in Yi Luo's eyes. Regarding Jinbei, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Yi Luo doubted that this whale shark fisherman would protect the dragon upon learning of his transgressions. Should that be the case, Yi Luo would not hesitate to engage him in battle. After landing in Kokoyashi village, Yi Luo surveyed his surroundings before heading towards the direction of Sabaody town, recalling that the grove of orange trees lay between Kokoyashi village and Sabaody town. Fearing he might miss it, he walked along the coastline, as Nami had taken Luffy's ship, which seemed to be docked near the orange grove. When Yi Luo reached his destination, he suddenly looked towards another area, where the dragon's domain lay, his headquarters, where the fishmen typically resided. However, he noticed some movement on the sea there. To confirm, he took to the skies using his moonwalk and witnessed a Navy ship being sunk. That is the flag of the 77th Division. Could it be they have sent someone here? Are they intending to negotiate with the dragon like Captain Mouse? Or perhaps the deal fell through due to exorbitant demands? Yi Luo pondered, stroking his chin. He did not believe the Navy had come to combat the dragon, as the most notorious pirate in the East Blue, bolstered by the shadow of the 7 warlords Jinbei. The Navy typically wouldn't trouble him unless he overstepped significantly. Chapter 25, Captain Mouse. At that moment, in the waters at the entrance of the dragon's domain, the 77th Division ship was sunk by the fishmen, and many returned to celebrate their victory. Thank you for your hard work. The dragon, seated at the head of the table, did not participate directly, instead sending 3 of his officers to dispatch the 77th Division's ship to the depths. Contrary to Yi Luo's expectations, the 77th Division had indeed come to eliminate the dragon, led by their commander, Rear Admiral Pudding. Unfortunately, they had perished before even breaching the gates of the dragon's domain. Haha, we are well acquainted with these waters. With Nami's navigational charts, we are invincible. Octopus Xiaoba chuckled. By the way, didn't you promise Nami that once she had 100 million berries, you would grant her freedom and return the village to her? The long-mouthed fishman Achio inquired of the dragon. Of course, I will honor our financial agreement to the death. The dragon replied with a sinister smile, his intention shrouded in ambiguity, just as Yi Luo prepared to descend. He unexpectedly spotted Luffy and his companions on the road from Sabaody Town to the dragon's domain. How did he arrive before me? Yi Luo was somewhat perplexed, having lost track of the specific plot details at this early stage. Only recalling that Luffy aided Nami in defeating the dragon before she boarded his ship. Oh well, I shall first visit the Orange Grove, even if I do not encounter Captain Mouse here. He will eventually emerge to issue a bounty on Luffy. Yi Luo chuckled, recalling that Luffy's first bounty poster was likely created after Captain Mouse reported to headquarters, possibly even crafted personally by his former superior, Lieutenant Brand New. Soon, upon reaching the Orange Grove, Yi Luo noticed a blue-haired beauty with tattoos picking oranges. Are these oranges for sale? They appear quite delectable. Yi Luo approached and greeted her softly. Nojiko was taken aback, observing Yi Luo's sudden appearance in the grove. An outsider. What brings so many of you here today? Indeed, Yi Luo had intentionally changed out of his navy uniform before arriving, now appearing merely as a somewhat handsome youth. What's the matter? Are these oranges not for sale? Yi Luo inquired, frowning. But if you wish to eat, you may pick some for yourself. Although I am unsure how you arrived here, I advise you to leave the island as soon as possible. Nojiko replied quietly. Thank you, but I am not one to take advantage of others' generosity. If there is anything I can assist you with, please do not hesitate to ask. Yi Luo smiled gently. That won't be necessary. Simply leaving after picking your oranges would be the greatest help. Nojiko turned her back to Yi Luo, her tone growing colder. Her demeanor had shifted, suggesting she had sensed Yi Luo's ulterior motives. Yi Luo shrugged and walked into the Orange Grove, casually selecting a few appealing oranges before returning to Nojiko, leisurely beginning to eat them. I've eaten the oranges. Shouldn't you be leaving now? Nojiko asked coldly, eyeing Yi Luo, who showed no intention of departing. Am I to be regarded as a villain? In that case, I should have chosen to flee or submit at the first opportunity. Yi Luo chuckled, finding a spot to sit casually. Who exactly are you? What is your purpose here? Nojiko asked, regarding Yi Luo with suspicion. As for me, I am a Navy officer, but I have come to this island on personal matters. I happened to pass by and felt a bit fatigued, so I decided to take a rest. The oranges here are quite tasty. Yi Luo peeled a second orange and took a bite. Navy? Nojiko was surprised. She had not anticipated that Yi Luo was affiliated with the Navy. Then, seemingly recalling something, she asked, Are you one of the Marines from that ship? The children in the town sent out a distress signal. And I never thought you would actually come. But now that your entire force has been annihilated, you must be aware of the peril that lies here. Nokigao's words left Yi Luo momentarily stunned, and his expression soon soured. Initially, he presumed that the disreputable Navy had come to a breakdown in negotiations with the evil dragon, only to discover that it was indeed the righteous Navy. Had he known earlier, he might have rushed over to rescue some of the Navy personnel. Alas, it was too late for such thoughts. Just as Yi Luo prepared to speak, a wooden stick pressed against the back of his head, accompanied by a female voice inquiring, Who are you? What are you doing here? Nami. Wait, this is the Navy. Nokigao interjected anxiously, attempting to halt Nami's advance. Oh, the Navy. Then where is your Navy uniform? A Navy officer at sea cannot possibly be without their attire. Nami scrutinized Yi Luo, unwavering in her suspicion. Well, I truly am part of the Navy, but I've come here for some personal matters, which is why I'm not in uniform, Yi Luo replied with a casual shrug. However, it was evident that both Nokigao, who had previously believed him, and Nami, had lost their trust, keeping a vigilant watch on Yi Luo, ready to respond to any sudden movements. Fine, if you don't believe me. May I take my leave? Yi Luo stood up, dusting off his trousers, and smiled. The two remained silent, merely observing him. State your intentions, and I shall allow you to depart, Nami declared after a brief silence. All right. Who could refuse you, little Nami? Yi Luo turned back to glance at the somewhat stubborn Nami, and said helplessly, I came to find Colonel Mouse. That I heard he has been colluding with the evil dragon. So I thought I might have a stroke of luck and locate him. We have some personal grievances, hence my absence of a Navy uniform. Colonel Mouse, Nami inquired, frowning. Having spent an extended period in the domain of the evil dragon without encountering any Navy personnel, she bluntly told Yi Luo, Your information must be erroneous. There have never been any Navy officers here. Even if they did come, like those just now, they would not leave. I see. I understand now. After giving it some thought, I wondered if I should capture the evil dragon, considering he has been causing havoc in the East Blue for quite some time. Even Jinbei shouldn't he be so lenient with the fishmen? Yi Luo stroked his chin thoughtfully. Nami was taken aback. She recognized Jinbei's name, Having heard it mentioned during conversations among the evil dragon's crew. Do you possess the capability to defeat the evil dragon? He is one of the fishmen, Nami asked, astonished. What? Are you planning to alert the evil dragon? You seem to be one of his subordinates, do you not? Luo pointed to the tattoo on Nami's arm. Smiling. No. Nami isn't. Nokigao interjected. Stepping forward as Nami instinctively covered her tattoo. He sensed that this individual claiming to be from the Navy might be their potential savior and was concerned that any misunderstandings towards Nami would be detrimental. Oh, forget it. This is indeed troublesome. Thank you for the oranges, but I shall take my leave now, Luo said, scratching his head in frustration before turning to depart. Wait, Nokigao called, immediately pursuing him. Nami, on the other hand, intended to follow but, upon touching her arm where the tattoo was, halted and turned towards the wooden cabin. Nokigao chased after Luo, only to find that he had vanished without a trace, leading him to return to the Orange Grove's cottage, where he discovered Nami asleep at the table, beside her the gloves worn by the injured hand. After pondering for a moment, Nokigao decided to leave again. Knowing that Nami's emotional turmoil was connected to Luffy and the others, planning to persuade them to leave. Shortly after Nokigao's departure, Nami awoke from her slumber, preparing to step outside when the town's guards, a Jin, and a contingent of Navy personnel appeared. Squawk. I am Colonel Mouse of the 16th Division. Is the criminal known as Nami in your midst? The leading Navy officer smiled as he regarded Nami. Oh, the Navy. Criminal? I am a pirate, indeed a criminal, but I am also an officer of the evil dragon's crew. I trust that as a colonel, you comprehend the implications of that, Nami replied, momentarily taken aback before smiling. Though the name Colonel Mouse sounded vaguely familiar to a pirate, Squawk. We have received no intelligence regarding pirates in this area. On the contrary, we have heard of thieves, even if you stole treasures from pirates. A criminal remains a criminal, and stolen goods are indeed contraband. As such, it is our duty as the Navy to reclaim them, Colonel Mouse stated with an air of certainty. What did you say? Is this the Navy's duty? Nami could hardly believe her ears. Search the premises. The Navy disregarded Nami and proceeded to invade the house. You rascals, who gave you permission to enter? Halt. Is this the conduct expected of the Navy? Do you not have more pressing matters to attend to, such as eradicating pirate crews? Nami exclaimed, wielding a wooden stick and felling several Navy officers attempting to enter the house. Squawk. Ignore her, and do not engage. Continue the search. Colonel Mouse observed the furious Nami as one might regard a jester, laughing. Colonel, there seems to be an issue with this field, a sailor reported. Dig it up. Colonel Mouse instructed, his smile widening. Rascals, do not lay your filthy hands on Aunt Belmere's orange grove, Nami cried out in fury, striking down several Navy personnel near the orange grove. Yet, the Navy continued their relentless search, seemingly aware that Nami had hidden a considerable sum of money there. Is this how you treat a young girl? The money Nami stole was meant for the town's ransom. Ajian, the town guard, finally could no longer remain silent and shouted. What? Ajian, you all knew. The Navy showed little reaction, while Nami appeared momentarily stunned. Fool, such an obvious matter, how could we not know? We learned the truth from Nokigao long ago, Ajian said quietly, adjusting his hat. Indeed, since you Navy cannot protect us, you ought to leave. Nokigao, who had hurried over after informing the Straw Hat crew of the situation, also stepped forward. Chapter 26. Nami's tears. Squawk. Are you all being overly naive? 100 million berries is not merely an orange. Can you not find it? Anyone who dares obstruct us besides Nami shall be shot on the spot. Colonel Mouse's scheming smile revealed his triumph as he issued orders to the Navy. Upon hearing this, Nami felt a shiver run down her spine. She exchanged glances with Nokigao, recalling the stranger who had claimed to be from the Navy and mentioned Colonel Mouse's collusion with the evil dragon. She had inadvertently chased him away. Do not touch those treasures. Just as Nami was lost in thought, the Navy finally unearthed the treasure she had buried. Nokigao intended to intervene, but was shot by the Navy. Nokigao, Ajian, and Nami rushed forward to assess Nokigao's injuries. Squawk. Given that you are a thief of pirates, I shall overlook your theft charges, but we, the Navy, shall seize these contraband items, Colonel Mouse declared, looking down at Nami, who was crouched beside Nokigao. You scoundrel. It is the evil dragon. It is he. He never intended to uphold his end of the bargain. He sent you here. Did he not? Nami glared at Colonel Mouse with hatred. What are you talking about? Who is the evil dragon? I do not know him at all, Colonel Mouse exclaimed, instinctively avoiding Nami's gaze. At that moment, Nami was filled with a torrent of anger and guilt. Had she not chased away that Navy officer, Surely he would have dealt with Colonel Mouse by now. For reasons unknown, Nami felt that the person from earlier had the capability to resolve this predicament. Evil dragon! Evil dragon! The villagers, drawn by the commotion, began to inquire about the situation, and a doctor was summoned to bandage Nokigao's wound, while Nami only wished to confront the evil dragon for clarity. Nami, need any assistance? Luffy, out for a stroll, spotted Nami and cheerfully approached her. Why are you still here? Did I not tell you to leave? Get lost! Nami's anger, ignited by Luffy's presence, caused her to seize his collar and shout before shoving him aside and storming towards the evil dragon's domain. Puzzled, Luffy pouted and muttered, "What's with her? I was just saying hello." Meanwhile, at the port of Huajia town, Luo was overjoyed to discover the 16th Division's warship, boarding it with the intention of lying in wait. Before long, Colonel Mouse returned with a squad of sailors, engaged in jovial conversation about their day's spoils. Squawk. I can hardly contain my laughter. I've obtained 9,300 berries, and this 30 is mine. Colonel Mouse's irritating voice reached Luo's ears. But Colonel, this money is smeared with blood, dirt, and such. It has become tattered, a sailor reported while inspecting the haul. Fool, money is money. Colonel Mouse retorted, it seems it has indeed been stolen, as the leaves fell. Luo sat in the cabin, muttering to himself, surrounded by bound sailors. Meanwhile, Colonel Mouse, who was counting money on the deck, remained oblivious to any unusual distinctions about the warship. Where are the people, Colonel? The soldiers we left behind have vanished. A marine finally discerned that something was amiss with today's warship. Are you looking for them? Just as Luo emerged from the cabin, he heard the question and paused for a moment before opening the door, revealing the tied-up sailors within. Who are you? Colonel Mouse asked, taken aback as he gazed at Luo. Greedy scoundrel, I am here to deliver justice upon you. Luo declared dramatically. Justice? Squeak. I am Colonel Mouse of the 16th Division of the Navy. It is we who, bang. Before Mouse could finish his sentence, Luo delivered a punch that sent him flying. Do not insult the Navy with your filth. I am the colonel of this division. Luo, you conspire with the pirate dragon, oppressing the villagers around you. Now I have come to arrest you. Do you have anything to say? Luo looked disdainfully at the colonel, who lay bleeding on the ground. Colonel of this division? Squeak. You think you can just claim that? Shoot him. Colonel Mouse's eyes brimmed with malice. This is my identification. What of it? Have you all, Navy men, sunk to collusion with rodents? Luo brandished his naval credentials at the bewildered sailors. Do not listen to his nonsense. Squeak. Just eliminate him and pin it on Dragon, and we can continue our lives as Navy men. Colonel Mouse cackled wickedly. The sailors hesitated for a moment, then raised their weapons toward Luo. I have given you a chance. This is your own choice. Luo sighed, initially believing that not all sailors of the 16th Division had succumbed to the corruption of the mouse, but it seemed that at least those accompanying the mouse on this voyage had been tainted by greed. Fire! Colonel Mouse, sensing a bad omen, shouted loudly. Shave! Point the guns! Come on, clean up! In less than 3 minutes, Luo found himself sitting atop a pile of sailors from the 16th Division, contacting the warship anchored nearby via a transponder snail. Colonel, all sailors of the 16th Division have been apprehended, and we have gathered the evidence. Sergeant Smoker saluted Luo. Do not touch that 93 million berries. It is the blood and tears of the villagers of Kokoshe. Return it to them. Leave a few to guard the ship. The rest, follow me. There is no longer a need for the dragon's domain to exist. Luo stood and gazed toward the bustling entrance of Kokoshe village, speaking softly. Yes. The sailors responded in unison with a salute. At this moment, in the dragon's domain, Nami hurriedly ran back, having understood through her earlier conversation with Dragon, yet she was even more frightened, fearing that the villagers would recklessly come to their doom. Though they had made a pact that as long as Nami did not give up, none of them could either. Today, that despicable bunch was so cruelly toying with her kindness. They could never be forgiven. Is there anyone dissenting? Guard Jian stood at the village entrance, loudly addressing the gathered villagers. How could there be? Let us go. How can we continue to endure their rule? The villagers were already prepared for battle at a moment's notice, shouting, let us go. We will not allow them to continue bullying our little Nami. Their furious roars seemed to vent the pent-up frustration within them. Everyone, hold on a moment, just a little longer. I will try again. This time, with experience, it should be easier, Nami said, hiding her inner turmoil behind a smile as she spoke to the villagers. Nami, little Nami. The villagers looked at her with complex expressions, tears gradually blurring their vision. They understood her intentions, but it was enough. You have shouldered the lives of our entire village alone, fighting so hard until now that it must have been exhausting for you. Joining them would hurt you more than cutting your own flesh. Aegean stepped in front of Nami, gently stroking her while speaking softly. What, Mr. Aegean? There's still so much Nami wants to say, but the injured Nojiko behind interjected with a smile. You not only have a belly full of bad thoughts, but also dreams. Go, fulfill them. Please don't do this. I can't bear to see anyone else harmed by them. Tears streaming down her face, Nami struggled free from Aegean's embrace, brandishing her dagger at the villagers. I understand. Aegean stepped forward and grasped Nami's dagger, blood immediately flowing forth, startling her. It's useless. Nami, we have made up our minds. The villagers chuckled at Nami. Nami, step aside. Everyone, let us move out, even if we cannot win. We must show them our resolve. Aegean, weapon in hand, passed by the nearly dazed Nami. Let them know the consequences of bullying our little Nami. The villagers shouted in a fervor. Nami, sitting on the ground, attempted to block the villagers, and as she held the dagger, she caught sight of the tattoos of Dragon's gang on her arm. Overcome with rage, she plunged the dagger into her arm, blood clouding her vision, but her hand was suddenly seized. Why haven't you left yet? Didn't I tell you? It has nothing to do with you. Just go. Go. At that moment, Nami resembled a lonely wounded beast, trying her best to hide her pain, licking her wounds in solitude. The appearance of Luffy seemed to unmask her hidden vulnerabilities, leaving her anxious and frightened, not wanting anyone to witness this weaker side of her. Luffy stood quietly behind Nami, waiting until she calmed down before making a move. Luffy, save me. Recalling the beautiful journey shared with Luffy and the others, even though Nami did not wish to involve them. The villagers' actions rendered her powerless to continue. Luffy removed his treasured straw hat and placed it on Nami's head before shouting, of course. Holding the straw hat, Nami remembered Luffy saying it was his most cherished treasure. A wave of emotions washing over her. Let us go. Luffy charged fiercely toward the Dragon's domain, and the Straw Hat crew sprang to their feet, following him. Nami's tears flowed like a broken dam, cascading endlessly. He is already taking on the role of captain. Unbeknownst to her, Yiluo had appeared behind Nami, draping his cloak of justice over her shoulders while smiling at the advancing Luffy. Is it you? Nami gasped, turning to see Yiluo clad in the uniform of a naval colonel. I heard a little cat lost something, so I came to return it to her. And look, I am in the Navy, right? This is my uniform. Yiluo tossed a chest containing Nami's treasures towards her, proudly showcasing his naval attire. What is this? Nami gazed at the recovered chest, somewhat bewildered. Isn't this your lost treasure? I took it directly from the mouse. I didn't touch it. Don't think about raising the price, Yiluo remarked, his expression darkening as he considered her personality. Nami stared at Yiluo in disbelief, then stood up in anger, gripping his collar and shouting. Why? Why didn't you show up sooner? Now it has come to this. What does it matter if you return my treasure? Why don't you go after the dragon? Aren't you part of the Navy? Don't you represent justice? Yiluo halted the advancing naval soldiers, allowing Nami to vent her pent-up fury by clenching his collar. Indeed, this is a fault of the Navy. But little Nami, you must understand, in this world, there are far more who live in despair and oppression than you. At least you are still alive. Many struggle just to survive. That we in the Navy are not omnipotent. We are merely ordinary people with a sense of justice. Yiluo recalled the ordinary folks persecuted by pirates along the Grand Line, feeling momentarily disheartened. The naval soldiers behind him stood in formation, seemingly stripped of their former pride as they witnessed the tragedy of Kokoshe village unfold. So what now? Aren't you in the Navy? Go capture the dragon now. Nami shouted defiantly. Rest assured, your villagers will be safe. Dragon will no longer appear before you. Yiluo smiled, leading Nami and the sailors toward the dragon's domain. Soon, upon their arrival at the dragon's domain, they discovered villagers watching from the entrance and the Straw Hat crew engaged in battle with the dragon's subordinates. Navy, what are you here for? The villagers, upon discovering the Navy alongside Nami, instinctively pulled her behind them, as their trust in the Navy had diminished significantly. What is the current situation? Where is Luffy? In the dragon's territory. Zoro was engaged in battle with Octopus Hachi, while Sanji faced off against the fishmen skilled in karate, yet Luffy was nowhere to be found, nor were Aiken and Nojiko. The villagers exchanged glances with Yiluo and quietly explained to Nami that their fool of a captain had gotten his foot stuck in a rock and had been tossed into the depths of the sea by the dragon. While Aiken and Nojiko had ventured into the ocean to assist Luffy. Yiluo chuckled. remarking that it was indeed an unexpected turn of events. Only the troublemaker Luffy would find himself in such a predicament. For if an ordinary person were to act so recklessly, they would have met their demise countless times over. Surround this area. Do not let a single fishman escape. Furthermore, order the warship to come here. Yi Luo commanded the navy behind him. Yes, Colonel. The communications officer saluted and immediately began contacting the warship, while the remaining navy personnel spread out to encircle the dragon's territory. The villagers, uncertain of the navy's intentions, found themselves distracted by the unfolding events, their anxiety mounting as they observed the navy's actions. What do they intend to do? The doctor from Kokasia village whispered to Nami. If the navy dares to assist the dragon, we will fight to the death to stop them, the villagers declared resolutely. Presently, the Straw Hat crew was locked in a fierce struggle against the dragon's forces, and if the navy intervened to support the dragon, it would spell disaster for them. Everyone, do not worry. He should not be a villain. Nami reassured the villagers, casting a glance at Yi Luo. Ah, how ironic that the navy, meant to be our protectors, is perceived as the enemy here. It seems it's time for me to step out and change their views on the navy. Yi Luo chuckled and began to stride into the dragon's territory. The navy, both sides engaged in battle, came to a halt. However, Sanji recognized Yi Luo and thus understood that he was not there to confront them, while the dragon, having long been in collusion with the navy, assumed they had come to seize an opportunity. Navy, what brings you here at this moment? The dragon inquired, eyeing Yi Luo. Meanwhile, Sanji pulled Zoro aside, urging him not to provoke Yi Luo. TSK, you fishmen who do not remain on Fishman Island, instead coming to the East Blue to act like tyrants. Should I call you lacking ambition or clever? Yi Luo remarked with a smile directed at the dragon. Who are you? The dragon's expression darkened, realizing that Yi Luo was no ordinary East Blue Navy officer. This is Colonel Yi Luo of the Navy headquarters. A member of the Navy stepped forward proudly. Yi Luo nodded in satisfaction. He always felt that introducing himself diminished his stature, but having someone else do it instantly elevated his presence. The Navy headquarters? I did not expect the dragon to attract such high-ranking attention. The dragon laughed heartily in response. Do not misunderstand. I am not here for you. Where is Luffy? Yi Luo smiled and then turned to Sanji. He was dragged to the bottom. Sanji pointed towards the pool connected to the sea, indicating the dragon. Yi Luo rubbed his temples in mild frustration and said to Sanji, could you kindly go rescue him? Sanji nodded and immediately leapt into the water. The fishman, skilled in karate, prepared to follow, was halted by Yi Luo's gaze. You'd best not move. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to eliminate you. The karate fishman looked to the dragon for guidance. Just some lowly individuals. Are you truly willing to oppose me? The dragon's expression fluctuated as he regarded Yi Luo. Lowly individuals. Ha ha ha. Do you think you can make me laugh and then escape? As a fishman, especially one who was once a member of the Sun Pirates, how dare you call humans lowly? What then are those fishmen subjugated by humans in the New World? Are they slaves or mere food? While I believe all races should be treated equally in that ocean, fishmen must conceal themselves to avoid being treated as slaves. Am I wrong? Yi Luo laughed heartily before continuing. What? Such formidable fishmen reduced to slavery? The villagers outside the gate were astonished. Zoro merely scoffed. He was indifferent to matters of race, but this Yi Luo seemed remarkably powerful. You insolent fool. We, the merfolk, are the chosen race, while you humans merely rely on your numbers. The dragon was thoroughly incensed, baring his shark-like teeth and lunging at Yi Luo. Ignorant fool. Yi Luo's arm transformed into a dark hue as he struck toward the dragon's mouth. Boom. The dragon's prideful teeth shattered beneath Yi Luo's punch, sending him flying once more. Incredible. Everyone was taken aback by Yi Luo's sheer force. It was astonishingly violent. Meanwhile, the villagers outside erupted with excitement, finally seeing a glimmer of hope. Hope for victory. Just then, Sanji resurfaced, bringing Luffy with him from the depths. Where's that bastard shark? I want to knock him out. Luffy began searching frantically as soon as he emerged. Hey Luffy, good to see you again. Yi Luo greeted him with a smile. Huh, is it Luo, or maybe Leaf? Luffy squinted, finally recognizing Yi Luo and returning his greeting with a grin. Yi Luo's expression darkened. This guy was even less reliable than himself. It's Yi Luo. Yi as in Leaf. Luo as in fallen. Ugh, that hurt, you bastard. The dragon, having crawled from the rubble, glared at Yi Luo. Ah, it's you. Watch me knock you out. Luffy's spirit reignited upon spotting the dragon, disregarding Yi Luo as he shouted at the dragon. Hee, two lowly humans, watch me take you both down. The teeth that had just been shattered by Yi Luo began to regrow as the dragon focused on him. Is that so? You don't even qualify to warm me up. Luo chuckled, preparing to advance and finish off the dragon. Wait, he's mine, Luffy interjected, his expression serious. Very well, but after you defeat him, you must allow me to capture him. Luo shrugged, nodding indifferently. After Luo stepped back, Luffy and the dragon resumed their fight, while Octopus Hachi and Zoro also engaged in their own fierce battle. As for Sanji and the karate fishermen, they had naturally carved out their own arena to clash in. Will they be all right? Nami asked anxiously. He's merely an ordinary fisherman. If he can't even handle this, he shouldn't be a pirate. He might as well return with me to join the navy, where I can at least protect him. Luo replied with a smile, standing beside Nami as they watched the fight unfold. At that moment, Nojiko and Aiken approached, having just pulled Luffy's head above water to prevent him from drowning. Indeed. Look, I'm wearing a navy uniform this time. Luo playfully boasted to Nojiko. Navy? What are you doing here? Aiken regarded Luo warily. You explain. I dislike repeating myself. Luo's demeanor shifted as he faced Aiken, then turned to Nami. Soon, Nami finished explaining to Nojiko and Aiken, who then expressed their apologies to Luo. My apologies, Colonel. We misunderstood. It's all right. See, the outcome is already clear. Luo pointed at Zoro and Sanji, who had both dispatched their opponents, and smiled. What about Luffy? Is he all right? Nami inquired, her concern evident as she observed Luffy struggling against the dragon. Rest assured, while I'm unaware of his specific strength, he should have no trouble dealing with the dragon. Luo replied with a grin. Chapter 28. Hometown. As expected, the final outcome of Luffy's battle against the dragon was victory, albeit a challenging one. When Luffy delivered the final blow, shattering the dragon's territory and proclaiming loudly, Nami, you are my crewmate. Luo knew the matter was settled. That night, during the celebratory feast, everyone reveled in their newfound freedom. Getting another tattoo, Luo stood outside, watching as the doctor from Kokasia village transformed the dragon tattoo on Nami's arm into a design resembling an orange windmill. Is it inappropriate to spy on a beautiful girl while she gets a tattoo? Of course, if you're willing to part with some berry, I wouldn't mind. Nami playfully stuck her tongue out at Luo. Ah, you haven't changed at all. You look so lively. I came to bid farewell. Luo replied with a smile. So soon? Why not wait until dawn to depart? Nami inquired with a look of astonishment. Although it was ultimately Luffy who saved the village of Koko, she understood that had it not been for Luffy, Luo would have likely annihilated the evil dragon upon landing on the island. She was now aware of the relationship between Luffy and Luo, and suspected that Luo had intentionally left the evil dragon for Luffy to confront. After all, Luffy was now a pirate. It was already quite generous of him not to apprehend him, let alone set sail together, which would undoubtedly draw the ire of others. Luo shrugged and chuckled. Is that so? Nami gazed outside at the navy reveling alongside Luffy and the others, surprised by the unexpected harmony. Of course. Otherwise, it wouldn't be. What is your dream? Before Luo could finish his sentence, Nami interrupted him. A dream. Luo paused, noticing Nami's serious gaze upon him, and smiled as he replied, You might not believe my dream if I tell you. Why not? This time, it was Nami who looked puzzled. Luffy, why don't you share your dream? Instead of answering Nami, Luo turned to the approaching Luffy. I want to become the Pirate King, Luffy declared earnestly, holding two large meat skewers, his belly round and content. Well, to become the Pirate King, you first need to find a woman who can be the Pirate King. Luo recalled the famous Pirate King adage from his past life. So, what kind of person do you think deserves the title of Pirate King? Naturally, Luo refrained from expressing his true thoughts and continued to smile as he posed the question. It's obviously the freest person, Luffy replied with conviction. Haha, I knew it. The freest person indeed. However, to achieve that kind of unrestrained existence upon the vast seas, your current strength is insufficient. Luo laughed heartily while patting his thigh. I will definitely become stronger in the future, Luffy declared childishly, sticking out his tongue at Luo. And what about you, Nami? What is your dream? Luo turned to Nami once more. I want to draw a world map. Nami's eyes sparkled with excitement as she spoke of her dream. Haha, then you're on the right path by following the Pirate King. Aren't you? How about you, Zoro, the world's strongest swordsman? Luo asked with a smile, taking the drink handed to him by Zoro. And what's your dream? To become an admiral? Zoro, now fully bandaged, approached with a large barrel of alcohol. Admiral, that's too easy to achieve to even qualify as a dream. Luo shook his head after taking a sip of his drink. So, do you aim to eradicate all pirates in the world? Sanji, smoking a cigarette, had also arrived without Luo noticing. That's not very realistic either. Pirates can't just be wiped out completely. Luo glanced at Zaro, who was arguing with the doctor, shook his head, and took another sip. That guy, despite being covered in injuries, dares to drink in front of the doctor. He is clearly courting disaster. You're the strangest navy I've ever encountered. Sanji exhaled smoke, staring at Luo. That's so, but your eyebrows leave quite an impression. Where have I seen them before? The North Sea, or somewhere else? Ah, I can't remember. Luo winked playfully at Sanji. Upon hearing Luo's words, Sanji fell into silence, not uttering another word. What's wrong? Do you still want to hear about how I defeated the Fishman pirate crew's officers? Usopp, sounding somewhat tipsy, chimed in. Ha! What an amusing fellow. Unbeknownst to them, the members of the Straw Hat crew had gathered around Luo.my dream is to create a world where everyone is equal. Where the Navy can truly be the protector of all, rather than being viewed with disdain in certain places. Luo looked at the pirates chasing their dreams, and spoke the words he had long kept hidden within. Oh, that is quite impressive, Luffy exclaimed with sparkling eyes. Although Luo's words seemed somewhat audacious, such an endeavor appeared more challenging than eradicating all pirates. After all, achieving equality and ensuring the Navy could protect everyone would require the complete eradication of pirates from the seas. Nonetheless, both Luffy and Nami believed that this was indeed Luo's dream. But I'm starting to like you. Luo, come aboard my ship, Luffy said earnestly. You fool, even if I were to board your ship, how would you accommodate me? Until you defeat your grandfather, it's best not to speak such words. Luo chuckled. Oh, I see. Then forget it. Luffy pondered for a moment before decisively abandoning the idea. This only heightened the curiosity of his companions regarding who Luffy's grandfather was, as he appeared genuinely fearful when mentioning him. Luffy, since you defeated the evil dragon this time, I want to capture you. However, should we cross paths again, I want to hold back, so be cautious. After a casual chat, Luo stood up to take his leave once Nami finished her tattoo. Why? Luffy asked curiously. It's my rule. At sea, any pirate I capture must meet certain conditions to be spared. They must not have oppressed civilians, have not robbed ordinary people indiscriminately, and must not have committed wanton slaughter. I can let them go if they defeat a pirate crew that has committed any of the above offenses. Luo explained with a smile. But how can you ensure they will meet those conditions? Sanji frowned and questioned. Not all pirate crews captured by you are attacking other crews at the same time. He added, haha, pirates who have not oppressed civilians, committed wanton slaughter, or robbed ordinary people, I believe they will honor their word. Luo chuckled and turned to leave, leaving behind a contemplative Straw Hat crew and Luffy, who was completely oblivious, launching an attack on the food. I have a feeling we will meet again someday, Zaro murmured, gazing at the departing Navy ship. Humph, you're not a woman. What kind of intuition is that? Sanji retorted angrily, undermining Zoro's statement. The two quickly escalated their argument into a physical confrontation, and after several such encounters, the rest of the crew had grown accustomed to it. After parting ways with Luffy, Luo headed straight to Logue Town. After handing over the evil dragon and the members of the 16th Division to Smoker, Luo set off once more. This time, he did not take a Navy ship but instead procured a small triangular sailboat, taking Captain Krieg and Lieutenant Mouse with him. This should be the place. Luo compared his compass, confirming the small island ahead. While the compass worked well in the four seas, it was less effective in the Grand Line, where record pointers and permanent pointers were used. So Luo felt somewhat out of place. It seems this place is thriving. After landing on the island, Luo quickly arrived at the town, where there was a Navy contact point, but he did not recognize many familiar faces. Instead, he encountered a number of unfamiliar young individuals. As for Krieg and Lieutenant Mouse, Luo had tied them up and knocked them unconscious, leaving them in the ship's cabin. Hey, boss, please bring me some of your signature dishes and a few drinks. Luo casually entered a restaurant and addressed the waiter. Sure thing, please wait a moment. The waiter promptly went to the kitchen, following Luo's instructions. Business here doesn't seem to be thriving. Luo observed the empty restaurant and asked the waiter. Indeed, it's not great. It's not mealtime yet, so not many people are dining. Moreover, there are hardly any outsiders like you visiting, so most folks are eating at home, the waiter replied with a smile. Then why not open up some trade routes? Luo inquired curiously. If a customer wants to gather information, why not go to a tavern? It's usually crowded and chatty there. You might find the news you're looking for. The waiter smiled but did not directly answer Luo's question. Luo was taken aback. He hadn't expected the waiter to respond that way. Soon, after the food was served, Luo began to eat and did not press the waiter for more information. However, when he prepared to settle the bill and leave, he noticed several Navy officers outside, and the waiter was speaking with them. What is this about? It seems I'm being regarded as some sort of suspicious individual. Yi Luo furrowed his brow and walked outside. Wait, who are you? What brings you to this small island? The lead Navy officer inquired of Yi Luo. Is this some sort of secret base? Are travelers prohibited from landing? Yi Luo tilted his head, posing a question to the Navy. This is not a secret base, but we suspect you are a pirate, so please prove your identity, the Navy officer explained, albeit without much detail. This small island, for certain reasons, does not welcome pirates. Yi Luo nodded in acknowledgement of the Navy's actions and replied, My hometown was plundered by pirates. I heard from the Navy in Logtown that the remaining residents were relocated here. So I came to take a look. Chapter 29. Commemoration. Which island was your hometown? The naval officer asked, momentarily taken aback. Philly Island. Yi Luo replied with a smile. Though it's not particularly famous, you should be aware of it. He surmised that the reason for the naval inquiry lay in the island's residents, who likely shared similar experiences with his own hometown, making them particularly sensitive to outsiders. Philly Island. The server was momentarily stunned before darting into the restaurant. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man emerged, following the server. Are you Yi Luo? The middle-aged man scrutinized Yi Luo for a moment before uncertainly calling out, Uncle Gumu, you haven't changed a bit. Yi Luo greeted the man with a smile. Yi Luo, it truly is you. Long time no see. How did you find your way here? Uncle Gumu laughed heartily. He was the proprietor of the first restaurant Yi Luo visited upon arriving in this world. And also the one who purchased his fish after each fishing expedition. I recently returned to the East Sea and thought I would come back to see everyone, Yi Luo explained with a grin. I inquired with the Navy in Rogtown and learned that you were all here. Uncle Gumu's expression shifted from joy to a more somber demeanor. However, after a moment, he embraced Yi Luo, saying, if everyone knew you were back, they would surely be overjoyed. Come in quickly, Xiao Kuei, go inform everyone that Yi Luo is at my shop. Let them all come. The server, Xiao Kuei, nodded enthusiastically and dashed towards the town center. While the naval officers exchanged glances, preparing to leave, several naval gentlemen, my ship is anchored on the reef over there, and it carries gifts I brought with me. Would you be so kind as to retrieve them for me? Yi Luo suddenly turned back at the doorway, addressing the departing officers. The lead officer furrowed his brow but nodded in agreement. Where are the items located? My vessel is a small triangular sailboat. The items are in the cabin. I appreciate your assistance, Yi Luo said, showing his naval officer credentials to the officers. The officers were momentarily taken aback, then promptly saluted, replying, Yes, sir. What is this? Uncle Gumu questioned, scratching his head in curiosity. After leaving the town, I joined the Navy and recently completed my training at the naval headquarters, so I specifically returned to see everyone, Yi Luo replied, shaking the colonel's credentials before putting them away. This isn't the time for boasting. Come, have a seat. I'll prepare some food. When everyone arrives, we can share stories about the past 2 years, Uncle Gumu said warmly. Uncle, please sit. There's no need to fuss. Besides, I've already eaten, Yi Luo replied, pulling Uncle Gumu back as he prepared to leave. Will I still be able to see the town mayor? Sensing the tension in Uncle Gumu's body, Yi Luo understood that it was unlikely he would see the old mayor again. What happened back then? Can you tell me? Yi Luo asked solemnly. Alas, it's all in the past. Why ask so much? Uncle Gumu replied, offering a somewhat awkward smile. Why not tell him? He has the right to know. A woman interjected coldly as she entered the room. Behind her, many familiar faces of Yi Luo emerged. Who are you? Yi Luo inquired, noticing the hostility in the girl's gaze. She is the granddaughter of the old mayor, having lived in Rogtown with her parents. After the incident, she often came to check on us. Uncle Gumu explained. It seems I bear some responsibility for the devastation wrought upon the island by Creek. Yi Luo acknowledged with a nod. Xiao Yizi, an elderly woman, spoke gently. And I understand. Had I not slain the pirates who ruled the island back then, perhaps Creek would not have retaliated, resulting in the destruction of our hometown, Yi Luo said, lowering his head in dismay. Xiao Yizi, do not speak that way. Even if that had not occurred, given Creek's nature, the town would likely have met a similar fate. Uncle Gumu consoled, patting Yi Luo on the shoulder. Moreover, we discovered a cave near your cabin, which allowed us to survive. However, the village chief, Uncle Gumu hesitated, feeling uneasy, for even such a robust man was included in the protection list back then. Aside from the elderly, the strong men and young people of the town had prepared to leave to protect the women and children, but the old mayor had refused, stating that the reconstruction of their hometown required their strength, leaving the task of dying to the old folks. Fortunately, Creek had not thoroughly searched the area, and the informed pirate deserters had already been dealt with by Yiluo beforehand, allowing them to escape. As everyone reminisced with Yiluo, the mayor's granddaughter stood silently by, unable to forgive Yiluo, even though she knew he was not entirely to blame. "Report, sir. We have brought the individuals you requested." At that moment, several naval officers escorted Creek and Colonel Mouse into the restaurant. Yiluo nodded and asked, "Is there a place here to commemorate our compatriots?" "Sir, the center of the town serves as the memorial site. As this island harbors those who survived the atrocities of pirates, a large memorial was specially constructed at the town's heart for the villagers to pay their respects," the naval officer replied with a salute. Yiluo nodded, approving of Smoker's handling of the matter, believing it far superior to merely capturing a few pirates. That a large group accompanied Yiluo to the town center, where 5 small houses had been erected, each representing an island that had been pillaged. Uncle Gamu led Yiluo to the second small house. Upon entering, Yiluo beheld dozens of small gravestones inscribed with the names of the deceased. The closest to the door belonging to the old mayor. Yiluo slowly knelt down, whispering, "Old mayor, had it not been for your generosity back then, I would have perished from starvation on the island. Little did I know that my blunder would lead to your early demise. If only time could rewind to 2 years ago, even if you had driven me away, I would never have left." Having absorbed this memory of the past, Yiluo's respect for the old mayor was heartfelt, which fueled his anger upon learning of the island's devastation. "However, I have captured the true culprit, and today I shall offer their heads in tribute to you. Bring them forth," Yiluo commanded as he rose, gesturing to the naval officers outside. At that moment, the mayor's granddaughter, standing closest to Yiluo aside from Uncle Gamu, was taken aback by his tone and emotions. Casting a curious glance at the 2 individuals being escorted by the Navy, "Kneel," Yiluo ordered coldly to the 2. Colonel Mouse, upon hearing this, immediately collapsed in front of the gravestone, his legs trembling in terror. "Sir, I am innocent," Colonel Mouse stammered, tears streaming down his face as he pleaded with Yiluo. "Humph, ignorant fool. I am the overlord of the East Sea. You expect me to kneel? Dream on." Creek, however, stood defiantly before the gravestone. Refusing to bow, smack, smack, Yiluo swiftly kicked Creek, shattering his shinbone. The towering pirate collapsed to the ground, howling in agony. "Humph, I thought you were tough. If you have any guts, don't scream," Yiluo scoffed dismissively. The onlooking villagers exchanged glances, their hearts racing at Yiluo's ruthless display, though they knew little of the 2 men. Isn't he the notorious Captain Creek of the East Sea Pirates, with a bounty of 17 million? The mayor's granddaughter realized, connecting the dots from previous wanted posters and Creek's words, recognizing the moaning figure on the ground. Yiluo nodded at her, then turned to the villagers, declaring, "This man is the architect of your suffering. The pirate Creek. I have apprehended him, and the headquarters has sanctioned his execution, which I shall carry out myself." Drawing his sword, Yiluo pointed it at Creek, stating, "Now, let your blood serve as a tribute to the old mayor. You should consider yourself fortunate. Had I caught you in the Grand Line, you would have found it exceedingly difficult to die." The pain in Kleeka's legs was met with laughter as he proclaimed, "Ha ha, a mere swarm of ants. I shall not." His words were abruptly cut short as Yiluo swiftly struck with his blade, severing Kleeka's head, which soared into the air, blood splattering onto the gravestone before them. Meanwhile, Colonel Mouse, witnessing this gruesome spectacle, was so terrified that he lost control of his bladder. Initially, the villagers were gripped by fear, but upon learning of Kleeka's identity, their trepidation vanished, replaced by a surge of righteous anger as they rallied against the colonel, who had never before witnessed such brutality. This man was none other than Colonel Mouse of the 16th Division, the nearest naval base to Fairley Town, when the island was besieged by pirates. He had fled in cowardice, prompting Yiluo to capture him today. "What shall we do with him?" Yiluo calmly inquired, pointing his bloodied blade at the trembling Mouse. Unlike the villagers' wrath, the mayor's granddaughter expressed her concern, asking, "But he's a Navy officer. Are you certain this is wise?" "Indeed, Yiluo," another voice chimed in. "You claim to be a Navy officer now. Won't this have repercussions for you? After all, Kleeka lies here dead. Shouldn't we let this Navy matter rest?" Uncle Gamu voiced his apprehension. "Absolutely. I am a Navy captain. You cannot treat me this way. I was genuinely patrolling that day, not fleeing." Colonel Mouse desperately clung to any glimmer of hope, wailing loudly, "Am I to wrongfully accuse you? I have already reported your collusion with pirates to headquarters. You have been expelled from the Navy, and your subordinates have confessed. long before Kleek's crew arrived at Fairly Island. You were aware of their presence, yet, out of cowardice, you took your Navy ships under the pretense of patrolling, but in truth, you fled. Had you stationed yourself on the island, Smoker would have arrived in time, and none would have perished. This is all you're doing. Yi Luo's gaze burned with fury as he confronted the colonel. The villagers, upon hearing this, fell silent, though the mayor's granddaughter seemed poised to speak. Fear not, for I am a major of the Navy. Even at the cost of my position, I will avenge the mayor. If I cannot protect those dear to me, how can I safeguard the lives of others? How then shall justice be served in the name of the Navy? Yi Luo declared, casting a glance at the mayor's granddaughter Dada. Little Yi, we understand your intentions, but this Navy captain should be left to the Navy. After all, this is their affair. Even if he has violated their rules, it is their duty to handle it. Uncle Gomu sighed in resignation. Though reluctant, the villagers nodded in agreement. That Yi Luo smiled. Very well. If that is the case, with a swift motion, he severed Colonel Mouse's neck, blood once more splattering against the gravestone. Little Yi, Uncle Gomu exclaimed in shock. Uncle, I have stated that the headquarters has entrusted this matter to me. His death is well-deserved, Yi Luo replied firmly. Subsequently, the small town, akin to a sanctuary, held a grand memorial ceremony. It was during this time that Yi Luo learned that 3 of the 5 pillaged towns had fallen victim to Kleek's pirate crew. Seizing the opportunity, the townsfolk gathered to honor their lost. After spending a few days with the villagers and sharing tales of his experiences at the Navy headquarters, Yi Luo departed the island with a smile. Recognizing it as his new home. As the saying goes, a place with a home is a hometown, and a place with people is a home. This place, named Flame Town, symbolized rebirth from fire, and it now held a small courtyard for Yi Luo, a sanctuary of his own. At this moment, he began to understand why Carp returned to East Blue every year. He resolved to do the same, making time to return whenever possible, provided he was not overly occupied. Upon arriving at Logetown, Smoker delivered shocking news. Admiral Carp had returned to the Navy headquarters via the comm belt. That old fool must have forgotten me. How am I to return now, that bastard? Yi Luo grumbled through clenched teeth. Meanwhile, Carp, traversing the comm belt, tightened his clothing, muttering to himself, I'm getting older. My body isn't what it used to be. Kobe and Helmeppo, accompanying Carp back to headquarters, could hardly fathom how he was any less capable than before. Beside Carp, the aloof swordsman swallowed his words about Yi Luo being left behind. Reasoning that it was too late to turn back after passing Logetown, he thought it best to assume Yi Luo would manage to return to headquarters on his own. What now? How about you lend me a naval ship to get back to headquarters? Yi Luo suggested, eyeing Smoker's vessel, knowing it had come from the headquarters and could traverse the comm belt. Not a chance. Though you've captured numerous pirates in East Blue, the issues at the 16th Division have displeased the higher-ups. If you return now, you'll likely face reprimands. Perhaps Admiral Carp merely wishes to protect you. Smoker puffed on his cigar. Nonsense. That old fool has definitely forgotten me. When he came, he was busy challenging himself to eat donuts. Now he is probably catching up on sleep. Yi Luo retorted angrily. Then I'm afraid I can be of no assistance. Perhaps you could take the reverse mountain route to the Grand Line and then head to headquarters from there. If so, I could even gift you the triangular sailboat I borrowed. Smoker smirked. Not a chance. Just how long would that take? And with so many pirates along the way, what if I can't handle them and get killed? Yi Luo mused, stroking his chin as he contemplated the feasibility of the idea. He had long considered venturing into the first half of the Grand Line, where the pirates were numerous but not particularly formidable compared to the New World's myriad of strong foes. It was the perfect opportunity to replenish his dwindling supply of diamonds. Now, with a ready excuse, he could assert that he had not chosen to remain behind. Rather, he had been abandoned by Carp and was unable to return. As long as you reach the Grand Line, any division will be able to help you return. Or do you simply not wish to go back, preferring to stay here? If so, I could use a first mate. Smoker exhaled a smoke ring, clearly in high spirits. However, at that moment, Yi Luo was wholly absorbed in checking his diamond count and pondering the potential of his recent ideas. His diamond total stood at 13. For 90, a sum comprised of the original 9,000, the 1,700 earned from defeating Kleek, and the 2,790 awarded upon slaying Colonel Mouse. He pondered the latter's peculiar value until it dawned on him. Colonel Mouse had embezzled 93 million berries from Nami, claiming he could keep 30, which amounted to 2.79 million berries, even though Yi Luo had returned that money to Nami, who subsequently distributed it among the villagers of Kokoyasi. The system still credited him with the diamonds when he dispatched Colonel Mouse. What shall I purchase? Yuluo mused as he browsed the shop, leaving Smoker's office, wholly oblivious to the latter's earlier comments. That scoundrel dared to disregard me so brazenly. He shall rue this day. I will reclaim that triangular sailboat, and not a single plank shall he receive. Smoker glared at the departing Yuluo, who muttered to himself, before the training Navy personnel outside heard their superior's furious roar. Ah, the high-tier manuals are simply too expensive, and the beginner ones are beneath me. Damn this pay-to-win game. As the leaves fell, Yuluo returned to the inn, somewhat reluctantly shutting down the shopping mall. He did not reside at the naval base, but rather chose to stay in and outside for greater convenience. The secrets within the mall were exorbitantly priced, far beyond his means. And the items he could afford failed to pique his interest. As for the 10 consecutive draws, Yuluo was nearly at his wit's end. Additionally, he took some time to analyze the resources he currently lacked. Although it appeared that his immediate need was merely to cultivate Ulinix, having skill points would significantly expedite his progress in both the Zixia Divine Skill and the 18 Dragon-Subduing Palms. However, to err on the side of caution, he retained 5 unused skill points, which was also a contributing factor to the 18 Dragon-Subduing Palms remaining at its first level. As for attribute points, he found himself even more deficient. To be able to utilize the 18 Dragon-Subduing Palms, he had focused primarily on strength training over the past 2 years, prioritizing attribute points for strength, which left his internal energy somewhat lacking. He struggled to maintain regular practice of the 18 Dragon-Subduing Palms, as it consumed too much energy. Moreover, his speed and agility had become notable weaknesses. Fortunately, he had the Marine 6 styles, with Saru and Jeppo alleviating his immediate concerns. Resisting the urge for 10 consecutive draws, Yuluo resolved to first elevate his level to 20, thus completing the third main quest. Perhaps then the system would yield some changes. Wasn't it back then that the lottery and 10 consecutive draws had appeared? After resting for a few days in Rogue Town, Yuluo prepared to set sail for the Grand Line, as it was teeming with pirates whose strengths were not overwhelmingly formidable, allowing him to amass some experience and accumulate a bit of diamond capital. Have you made up your mind? Still planning to traverse the Grand Line? Smoker, who had been summoned by Yuluo, inquired over a glass of beer. Indeed, after all, returning would only subject me to the incessant chatter of those fellows. It would be far simpler to sail the Grand Line and capture a few pirates to silence them. Yuluo shrugged and downed his drink in one go. Suit yourself. I reckon I'll be heading back soon as well. The major pirates here have all been dealt with, and staying any longer would serve little purpose. Smoker lit 2 cigars, taking them both in his mouth as he spoke. Oh, hasn't a pirate with a bounty exceeding the previous one emerged in the East Blue? Yuluo asked with a smile. Isn't that you're doing? Smoker glanced at Yuluo, then slapped Luffy's bounty notice onto the table. This notice had arrived from headquarters a few days ago and bore a striking resemblance to the photo in his memory. Except this time it reported Yuluo rather than Colonel Mouse. This left Smoker somewhat puzzled. According to his subordinates, it seemed that this fellow named Monkey D. Luffy had a significant connection with Yuluo. He could not fathom why Yuluo would report to headquarters, as Smoker did not perceive him as the sort of rigid naval officer. Come now. No need to be upset. He intends to journey to the Grand Line. And soon the East Blue will be devoid of any pirates boasting bounties over 10 million. Yuluo shrugged nonchalantly. With the issuance of this bounty, Luffy's name had spread across the seas. Although it had not caused much of a stir, to those with ulterior motives, it represented the greatest upheaval imaginable. On a small island in the New World, a group of pirates looked on in astonishment at the figure of Mihawk. What brings you here? They questioned. Quiet down. I am not here for you. Where is your captain? Mihawk surveyed his surroundings, seemingly failing to locate the person he sought. Captain! Captain! A pirate shouted as he dashed towards the depths of the island. Suddenly, a group of individuals, either lounging or leaning against the ground, turned their glances towards him with displeasure. Ah, if it isn't Mihawk, a rare visitor. However, I am not in the best of states right now. Are you here to challenge me? A red-haired man, with 3 scars crossing his right eye, leaned against the ground, half his face obscured by the shadow of a tree, giving him an ominous appearance. Humph, what duel can we speak of when you remain in such a state, one-armed? Mihawk retorted coldly. I merely came across an intriguing group of pirates during my recent outing and was reminded of a certain small village you once mentioned. And that amusing little brat. As Mihawk spoke, he produced a bounty notice. Could it be that the other officers were astonished as they gazed at the bounty? The red-haired pirate grinned widely and said, You've come for him, haven't you? Luffy. He was none other than Shanks, the captain of the red-haired pirates, the very figure Luffy aspired to follow on his journey to become a pirate. In the East Blue Windmill Village, the place of Luffy's birth, the villagers were celebrating wildly in the bar run by Luffy's sister, all due to Luffy's bounty. Noticed. What's all the commotion about? Is it truly something to celebrate that a rogue has emerged from the village? The village elder grumbled as he sat down in annoyance. But this is that child's dream. Luffy's sister replied with a smile. Is it a dream? Or perhaps fate? The village elder murmured as he raised his cup of water, his voice barely audible amidst the ruckus of the tavern. Meanwhile, in Rogue Town, as Smoker and Yi Luo were enjoying their drinks, Tashigi entered the tavern, whispering something into Smoker's ear. He then glanced at Yi Luo, seemingly contemplating how to address him. Why are you looking at me like that? I'm not interested in men, Yi Luo remarked, taking a sip of his drink and wrinkling his nose. How dare you be wary of him? As though he has piqued your interest, Smoker's annoyance was palpable, yet he suppressed his inner turmoil upon recalling Tashiji's words, addressing Yi Luo. Enjoy your drink here. The three-masted ship is at the port, and you may leave whenever you wish. I have official business to attend to. With that, Smoker tossed a stack of berries onto the table and left with Tashigi. I'll just see what you're up to. Yi Luo finished his drink in one go, tossing the berries to the bar owner as he muttered under his breath. Fine, he was merely curious. He could not escape the law of attraction. As for eavesdropping on Tashiji's conversation, he would not stoop to such a level. If she did not wish for him to know, he would respect her privacy. However, if he uncovered it through his own means, that was another matter entirely. Not long after Smoker and the others departed, Yi Luo followed suit. Utilizing his observation haki, he trailed Smoker, ensuring he would not lose track of him. Gradually, Yi Luo discovered that Smoker and the others had arrived at the execution platform, which was already surrounded by numerous naval officers. This caused Yi Luo to pause in shock, as he beheld Luffy being captured by the clown buggy, seemingly on the verge of execution, below the platform. Amidst a throng of spectators, both Buggy's crew and another pirate crew were fervently attempting to rescue Luffy from Zoro and Sanji. Colonel, should we move now? A naval officer inquired of Smoker. Fool, why the rush? Let those pirates tear each other apart. When have you ever seen me allow pirates to leave this town? Smoker scoffed, his demeanor dripping with disdain as he puffed on his cigar. That moment, Luffy suddenly shouted from the execution platform, I am going to become the Pirate King. However, the clown buggy, who was suppressing him, burst into maniacal laughter, exclaiming, Ha ha ha. Just watch. This man is about to meet his end. All units, prepare. Smoker raised his hand from his hiding spot on the second floor, seemingly using Luffy's impending execution as a signal. Only Yi Luo noticed the change in weather. Dark clouds began to gather ominously above the execution platform. Zoro, Sanji, Usopp, Nami, I'm sorry. I'm going to die. Luffy suddenly laughed and shouted, Idiot. Don't say foolish things. Sanji yelled in anger. Did he just laugh? Smoker was taken aback, recalling the image of the Pirate King Gold. Roger prior to his execution, a scene he had witnessed long ago. Have you not noticed? It seems we must prioritize the training of armament and observation haki. Yi Luo had maximized his observation haki, yet still could not discern the figure he sought. With a thunderous crack, a tremendous bolt of lightning struck the execution platform, igniting it in flames. That moment, rain began to pour, and Luffy picked up his straw hat. Smiling as he exclaimed, Yeah, I'm alive. What a stroke of luck. Do you believe in God? Sanji asked, staring blankly at Zoro. What's the point of talking? We need to get out of here. I sense a great turmoil is about to unfold. Zoro sheathed his three swords coolly. The pirates, including Alvida, could only stare in disbelief at the unharmed Luffy and the now charred buggy, who had been struck by lightning. Colonel, should we mobilize now? Another naval officer once more inquired of Smoker. Can you believe it? He actually laughed. Where are they running to? Smoker muttered to himself for a moment before inquiring of the Navy soldier. Is it the western port? The advance party has already moved out. The Navy soldier replied. First, we must resolve the issues here before proceeding. There are far too many civilians to ignore. Although Smoker was eager to apprehend Luffy, the turmoil in the square compelled him to prioritize capturing Buggy and his cohorts. I've got this area covered. Yi Luo emerged from an unknown place, smiling as he addressed Smoker. Des Bones, let's go capture that straw hat kid. Smoker, with a cigarette clenched between his teeth, mounted his steed. The Byroya, a motorcycle powered by smoke. Yi Luo chuckled. Capturing Luffy was certainly out of reach, but Buggy and that pirate who had consumed the Sunasuna no Mi could still provide him with some diamonds. Shave, six-pointer. Yi Luo, not being a Logia-type user, was slower than Smoker in apprehending these minor thugs. However, with the aid of inner strength and agility, the might of the Marine Six Styles was beyond what Buggy and Alvida could withstand. Impressive, as expected of a vice admiral, to quell the unrest so swiftly. Once all the pirates were subdued by Yi Luo, the Navy personnel tied them up with ropes. Keep an eye on them. I am going to assist Smoker. Yi Luo's figure flickered as he soared towards the west, employing the moonwalk technique from the Marine 6 styles. Vice Admiral Yi Luo is truly magnificent, so incredibly powerful. The Navy soldiers couldn't help but admire him as they watched Yi Luo depart. Smoker, upon Yi Luo's arrival, he found Smoker already subduing Luffy. However, at that moment, a shadow suddenly appeared behind him, so swiftly that even Yi Luo failed to notice how the figure had emerged. Dragon. The figure waved his hand, summoning a powerful tempest that not only dispersed Smoker's smoke but also swept Luffy towards his companions. Ha ha ha. Go ahead, if that's how you choose to operate. The shadowy figure laughed heartily. Dragon. Why are you aiding that brat? Smoker questioned, his frustration evident. Clearly, Smoker had recognized to whom the shadow belonged. What reason could possibly prevent a man from setting sail? The man known as Dragon replied, glancing in Luffy's direction. That is true. However, is it appropriate for you to reveal yourself in such a manner? Yi Luo approached Smoker, fixating his gaze on Dragon that he knew exactly who it was. The leader of the Revolutionary Army, known as the world's most notorious criminal, Monkey D. Dragon, and also Luffy's father. Do you wish to apprehend me? You may certainly try, young Navy. Dragon turned to face Yi Luo. Though his entire figure was shrouded in a cloak, Yi Luo still caught a glimpse of Dragon's true visage, half of his face adorned with tattoos. Smoker, I desire to engage him with all my strength. Assist me in the aftermath. Yi Luo fixed his gaze on Dragon, addressing Smoker. If you perish at his hands, I lack the capability to save you. Smoker remarked gravely. 18 Dragon-Subduing Palms. The wrath of the dragon. Yi Luo wasted no time, grounding himself and channeling his inner strength to unleash the first strike of the Dragon-Subduing Palms. An intriguing technique. Dragon observed the golden, dragon-shaped energy wave emanating from Yi Luo's hand. Expressing his surprise. 18 Dragon-Subduing Palms. The dragon soars in the sky. Before Dragon could counter the first strike, Yi Luo launched his second. The Dragon-Subduing Palms were characterized by their unyielding strength. Each strike delivered with utmost power, one after another, culminating in an overwhelming assault that would engulf the opponent in sheer force. However, this technique consumed an exorbitant amount of inner strength, and Yi Luo, at present, could not fully unleash its essence. Mastery of the technique would require him to execute it with ease, demonstrating surplus strength rather than depletion. When one reached a profound level, the force would fluctuate between strength and softness, inhaling and exhaling, merging rigidity with flexibility, allowing for unrestrained control over both lightness and heaviness. This would be the hallmark of true mastery. Dragon Claw Fist. Dragon, concealed beneath his cloak, did not evade. Instead, he charged directly at Yi Luo, intent on taking the Dragon-Subduing Palms head-on. Chapter 32. The Doldrums Boom. Yi Luo's Dragon-Subduing Palms collided with Dragon's technique, resulting in a tremendous explosion. What's that? The fleeing Straw Hat crew seemed to notice the commotion behind them. Forget about that. Luffy, hurry up and get on board. Nami, already aboard the ship, observed clearly. It appeared to be a Navy officer battling a mysterious figure. Yet she was unconcerned with the specifics. Their own survival was paramount. They were merely relieved to have someone blocking the Navy. 18 Dragon-Subduing Palms. The dragon appears in the field. Yi Luo refused to yield, the powerful shockwave causing him to bleed slightly from the corner of his mouth. Not bad. Dragon's Claw. Dragon's hand morphed to resemble 3 fingers, grasping the dragon-shaped energy wave Yi Luo had unleashed, effortlessly dispersing it. 18 Dragon-Subduing Palms. The great dragon rests on land. Yi Luo gritted his teeth and finally executed the 4th strike. At this point, his inner strength was nearly depleted. Even the restorative properties of the Zixia Divine Skill could not keep pace with the energy consumption of the Dragon-Subduing Palms. Dragon Hook Claw. Yi Luo observed closely. Dragon's arm had changed color, indicating the use of haki. Boom! Dragon's Claw connected with the 4th palm, yet Yi Luo's energy dissipated in less than 5 seconds. Pooh! Yi Luo coughed up blood, and Smoker attempted to catch him, but the rain in the sky interfered with his abilities. The raindrops dispersed his smoke, leaving him helpless as he watched Yi Luo struck by Dragon and plummet into the sea. Hey, Luffy, isn't that your brother? Nami, with keen eyes, spotted the Navy officer being hit by his opponent and falling into the ocean, directly in their line of sight. What should we do? Should we save him? Zoro looked at Luffy. Yes. Luffy nodded firmly. Setting aside the bond of brotherhood formed over shared drinks with Ace, the several times Yuluo had helped them made it impossible for them to stand idly by. But Luffy, the storm is too fierce right now. Even if we go down, we might not be able to save him and could end up in trouble ourselves. Usopp voiced his fears. Let me go down instead. Luffy is a devil fruit user, so it won't help if he goes, Sanji declared, removing his shoes and loosening his tie. Wait, Sanji, Usopp is right. The storm is too severe. You need to tie a rope around your waist. Nami stopped Sanji. Nami-san, I knew you cared about me the most. Sanji immediately transformed into a soft-bodied creature, circling around Nami. Unable to bear it, Usopp quickly found a long rope, tying one end around Sanji's waist and handing the other to Zoro. Sanji, I'm counting on you, Luffy said earnestly. Sanji nodded and dove into the sea. Look, what's that? Suddenly, Usopp seemed to notice something and shouted, That's a lighthouse, the guiding light to enter the Grand Line. Nami's eyes lit up, her excitement evident. Huh. At that moment, Zoro, holding the rope, felt a tug, as if the rope had reached its limit. However, Sanji still seemed to be advancing. Moments later, the tension eased, and Zoro realized Sanji must have untied the rope. What is going on? The others gathered around, asking. Zoro pulled back the rope and calmly replied, It seems the cook has untied the rope. He probably discovered something. Sure enough, not long after, Sanji finally resurfaced, seemingly carrying someone under his arm. Sanji, grab me. Luffy stretched his arm towards Sanji, coughing and spluttering. Through great effort, they finally managed to haul both Sanji and Yuluo aboard. He should be fine. He is just unconscious. Nami checked Yuluo's injuries and informed Luffy. The group then hurriedly carried Yuluo into the cabin to allow him to rest. Once they finished, Sanji brought over a large wooden barrel, grinning, to celebrate. Let us hold a ceremony to find the legendary sea. All blue, Sanji placed his feet atop the barrel first. My goal is to become the Pirate King. Luffy followed suit. The world's greatest swordsman. Zoro coolly placed his foot up as well. I want to draw the world map. Nami smiled brightly as she joined in. I want to be a brave warrior of the sea. Usopp trembled, mimicking the others. Let us set sail. Towards the Grand Line, they all shouted in unison, having completed their ceremony. The Straw Hat crew entered the cabin to first check on Yuluo's condition, after which Nami seemed to consider how to enter the Grand Line. It appears the entrance to the Grand Line is a mountain. Nami shared her thoughts. What? A mountain? How do we get in? The remaining few were all in a daze. According to the nautical chart, there is a canal at Reverse Mountain. Nami pointed at the chart, speaking earnestly. Nonsense. Even if there is a canal, it cannot possibly ascend a mountain. Usopp retorted ineffectively. But that's exactly how it appears on the chart. Nami insisted, pointing at the map. This is troublesome. Can't we just avoid the entrance? Zoro disdainfully remarked. You are mistaken. Luffy reproached Zoro with utmost seriousness. Indeed, it is a significant reason, and for once, Luffy was being serious, much to Nami's relief. Entering through the entrance is what brings the thrill. Luffy said, looking rather daft. That's not the reason. Nami, infuriated, delivered a punch to Luffy, finding his earnestness utterly foolish. However, as they bickered, Usopp gazed outside the cabin, exclaiming, Huh? Why has the wind stopped? It was just a torrential downpour. Yes, the weather looks quite pleasant now. Sanji nodded in agreement, observing the scene outside. In a way, has the windless zone reached us? Nami turned back in astonishment, seeing the calm outside, and exclaimed in surprise. Windless zone? What is that? Luffy curiously inquired while stepping out of the cabin. Look, it's still stormy on the other side, but here it is completely calm. How peculiar. Sanji stood on the deck, gazing at the opposite side. Hey you lot, do you still have time to chat? Hurry up and stow the sails, then row the ship into the storm. Nami shouted angrily at the group. Why must we head into the storm? Isn't it nice here? Usopp asked, discontented. Yet, upon witnessing Nami's imminent explosion of rage, the group quickly sprang into action. What a troublesome bunch. What kind of ship have I boarded? Nami sighed helplessly at the lazy crew. Wow, it's rare for the weather to be this fine. A certain oblivious swordsman emerged from the cabin, stretching lazily. Nami's expression darkened as she shouted, Do you not realize our ship is drifting south? Row back immediately. Oh, does that mean we are entering the Grand Line? Zoro, typically direction-only challenged, surprisingly grasped the concept this time. If it were that simple, everyone would have done it. The Grand Line is flanked by two narrow seas. And that is the sea we are currently in, the windless zone. Nami succinctly explained. What does it matter if there is no wind? We can still row across. Zoro questioned, puzzled. That is because Nami's explanation was abruptly interrupted as the entire ship shook violently. as if it were being thrust into the sky by some unseen force. Everyone's faces turned pale as they beheld the colossal sea creature that had suddenly appeared before them. Indeed, the windless zone is the lair of the sea kings, and of the gigantic variety. Nami had already fainted, clinging to the mast. By the side of the ship, Usopp had lost consciousness, while Zoro, Sanji, and Luffy stood rigidly, each gripping a paddle. Listen. As soon as that monster sinks back into the sea, we will paddle desperately towards the storm, Zoro uttered, not daring to breathe too heavily. Understood. No one questioned why this time, nor did anyone object. However, it was unfortunate that their ship was positioned right next to the gigantic Sea King's nostrils, and with one mighty sneeze, they were sent flying. Fortunately, their trajectory was towards the storm, and once they hit the water, they quickly paddled back into the tempest. When they finally returned to the stormy area, everyone collapsed in exhaustion. Usopp remained unconscious, having fallen overboard during the earlier chaos. If not for Luffy's timely reach, he would have been devoured. We're back. Thank goodness. Even Luffy, who usually fears nothing, felt a sense of joy upon returning to the storm. Now do you understand why everyone wants to enter through the entrance? Nami lay on the deck, weakly asking. I understand. Zoro replied with little sincerity. You understand. Nami seemed to have a revelation and rushed back to the cabin to scrutinize the chart closely, then conveyed her deduction to everyone. The entrance to Reverse Mountain is indeed a canal, but entering through the canal's mouth will spell disaster for the ship and its crew. Yes, I get it. It's the Incredible Mountain, Luffy proclaimed, appearing to comprehend, which made Nami abandon her efforts to further explain. In any case, everyone must follow my orders. Do not forget who the navigator of the ship is, Nami declared confidently. Nami-san, you are simply magnificent. A certain chef was instantly enamored, circling around Nami like a soft-bodied creature, leading one to suspect that his eyebrows had been curled in such a manner. Look over there. It's the Incredible Mountain. It's truly enormous. Luffy stood at the bow of the ship, gazing in awe at the red line, obscured by clouds and seemingly endless, utterly astonished. Chapter 33, The Whale Laboon. After much effort, the Going Merry finally brought the Straw Hat crew into Reverse Mountain. Watching the currents ascend the mountain, Luffy could hardly contain his excitement. However, once they reached the summit, the currents began to descend. Although it posed no danger to them, it was undeniably thrilling. Nami-san, there's a mountain ahead. Sanji, perched high atop the mast, shouted to Nami, pointing at the vast shadow looming ahead. It's impossible. After Reverse Mountain, there should be a vast ocean ahead. Nami replied incredulously. It's a whale. Usopp, wearing glasses, stammered in fear. What? A whale of that size? Luffy peered ahead with keen interest. Roar. The whale's roar echoed, causing panic among the crew. Now is not the time for idle chatter. We need to think of a way to avoid a collision. The rudder is broken. We cannot steer. What do? We're doomed. The ship erupted into chaos as Usopp, Sanji, and Zoro rushed to the broken helm, attempting to maneuver it in vain. However, it seemed futile. Luffy snapped his fingers, suddenly struck by an idea, and hurried towards the cannon. Boom! A cannon? The others were astonished, never expecting Luffy to consider using the cannon's recoil to steer the ship. However, attacking such a colossal creature seemed little different from crashing into it. Splash. Although the ship halted, the ram at the bow was shattered upon impact, infuriating Luffy upon seeing the damage. Quick! Escape! Zoro focused on the whale's eye, which appeared oblivious to their presence. It must be because of its massive size. Such minor attacks are like mosquito bites to it. In any case, let us flee before it notices us. Nami and the others found renewed hope and swiftly paddled away. Roar! Just as they passed beneath the whale's eye, it roared again, causing everyone's eardrums to feel as if they might burst. Even the leaves in the cabin seemed to twitch, as if they too sensed the whale's roar. What have you done to my VIP seat? Luffy shouted from the bow, extending his arm to strike the whale's eye. That idiot. Fool, we're doomed. The others watched with teary eyes as Luffy attacked the whale, their hearts sinking. Sure enough, though the weak point was struck, it caused the whale to glance down at them. Run, it has spotted us. In contrast, Luffy yelled defiantly at the whale. Bring it on, you bastard. Shut up already. The others delivered a swift kick to Luffy, finally silencing him. However, they soon realized the Going Merry was being swallowed as the whale opened its mouth wide, engulfing the small ship. Only Luffy managed to escape by stretching his arm, climbing into the whale's head through the spout. Hey everyone, what do you think? I believe we've been swallowed by the whale, Sanji asked, puffing on a cigarette. After being drawn into the whale, they found themselves tumbling into a serene sea. You ask what I think. I feel like this must be a dream. Zoro gazed at the quaint wooden cabin ahead, accompanied by the sky and the seagulls. He murmured softly. The surroundings bore no distinction from the open sea outside. Had they not been acutely aware of their predicament, having been swallowed by a whale, they would have undoubtedly mistaken this place for an ordinary maritime expanse. After a series of adventures, Sanji and his companions finally encountered the master of this realm, an elderly man adorned with flowers, who emerged from the cabin to assist them in vanquishing the octopus king that had leapt from the depths. Is that a flower? No, it is a person. Sanji observed the old man intently as he spoke. However, the elder paid them no heed. After tidying up the octopus king, he took a newspaper and settled into a lounge chair outside the cabin. Displaying no inclination to greet Sanji and the others, "You bastard, at least say something," Sanji exclaimed, incensed by the man's impudent demeanor. "If it comes to a fight, we have cannons," Usopp stammered, trembling. "You all should give up. Someone might die." The old man cast a sidelong glance at them, speaking coolly. "Oh, who do you think will die?" Sanji inquired with raised eyebrows, intrigued. "Me." The elder replied without hesitation. "Are you referring to yourself?" Sanji shouted angrily. Feeling as if he had exerted all his strength only to strike cotton, his frustration palpable. "Enough with the anger, old man. Kindly inform us of your identity and where we are," Zoro interjected calmly, smiling as he addressed the elder. "When inquiring about others, one should first introduce oneself. It is a matter of courtesy, is it not?" The old man shot back with a piercing gaze directed at Zoro. "Fair enough. My apologies. I am Korikasu, the keeper of the Twin Cape Lighthouse. I am 71 years old, have type AB blood, and am a Gemini." The old man began to introduce himself abruptly, incensing Zoro to the point where he nearly drew his sword. Gradually, however, Sanji and the others unraveled the mystery of their location. Indeed, they remained within the belly of the whale, and Usopp even discovered that the sky was merely a painted illusion, not the genuine article. Yet soon, the placid surface of the sea began to sway once more. According to the old man, the whale, named Abu, had resumed its assault on the red line. With that, he leaped into what resembled the acidic waters of its stomach, swimming towards a large gate. Meanwhile, Luffy had also found himself alongside Mr. 9 and Miss Wednesday, plunging into the ocean of gastric acid. Ultimately, Sanji rescued Luffy and the other two, while the elder administered a tranquilizer to the whale. However, Mr. 9 and Miss Wednesday sought to provoke the whale, leading to a chaotic scene. Following this tumult, the elder Kurikasu recounted to them the reason behind the whale's relentless battering of the red line, guiding them through a passage he had carved out, allowing them to escape from Laboon's belly and re-emerge into the vast ocean. Once outside, they unceremoniously cast the captured villains, Mr. 9 and Miss Wednesday, overboard, letting them swim away. Upon reaching the lighthouse, Kurikasu briefly enlightened Luffy and his crew about the perils of the Grand Line. Learning that Luffy and his companions had entered the Grand Line without even a log pose or any preparation, he regarded their reckless bravado with a mix of admiration and mockery. Upon hearing Laboon's tale, Luffy, in a fit of audacity, proposed a friendly duel with Laboon, causing the rest of the crew to feel trepidation. Yet, when Luffy etched the Jolly Roger of the Straw Hat Pirates upon Laboon's head, it signified that their pact had been sealed. Laboon would no longer use his head to batter the red line. After this encounter, the crew finally relaxed, with Sanji even beginning to prepare a feast from the exquisite ingredients he had procured in Logtown. While they enjoyed the culinary delights and listened to Kurikasu elucidate the fundamentals of the Grand Line, completely oblivious to the fact that a patient lay in their cabin. In the end, armed with the log pose Kurikasu had provided, they returned to invite Mr. 9 and Miss Wednesday to Whiskey Peak, officially commencing their adventure on the Grand Line. However, the unpredictable weather of the Grand Line nearly drove Nami to madness. One moment it was sunny, and the next it snowed heavily, followed by a tempest. After this ordeal, aside from the unconscious Leaf and Zoro, who slept on the deck, everyone else was utterly exhausted. Mr. 9 and Miss Wednesday, your name seems somewhat familiar, Zoro, just awakened, remarked, stroking his chin as he faced the two uninvited guests. Yet after Nami delivered a swift reprimand to Zoro, their pirate ship finally approached Whiskey Peak, an island adorned with colossal cacti. "Thank you for bringing us back. We shall take our leave here," Mr. Point 9 and Miss Wednesday exclaimed upon sighting the island, leaping into the sea to swim back. Luffy and his crew paid them no mind, instead brimming with curiosity about the first island they would land upon. However, as their vessel docked, they were met with a warm welcome from the townsfolk. Beneath this facade of hospitality lay a sinister plot. These townspeople were members of Baroque Works, under the command of Crocodile, all bounty hunters specializing in the pursuit of pirates. The daytime charade of welcoming Luffy and his crew was merely a pretext to facilitate their demise under the cover of night. A scheme that Zoro swiftly discerned. My companions are already quite fatigued. If you wish to play, why not let me entertain you instead? Zoro said, perched on a rooftop, a smirk playing on his lips as he prepared to ambush the bounty hunters. Bastard, how did you figure it out? A burly man with curly hair snarled at Zoro. That I recall a while back, an organization called Baroque approached me, inviting me to join, but I declined. Their members seemed to use peculiar names as code names, which is why I found the two of them odd when I first saw them. Zoro pointed at Mr. Nine and Miss Wednesday. Knowing our organization makes it all the more imperative to eliminate you. Kill him. The curly-haired Icalum bellowed at Zoro. Heh, about 100 of you. Sounds like a perfect match for some fun. Zoro began to feel a rush of excitement, just as they engaged in battle. Several lackeys from Baroque works boarded the Mary, seeking to uncover whether this band of pirates possessed any treasure, for their captain had a bounty of 30 million. Surely he could not be impoverished. However, when they entered the cabin and discovered an unconscious individual lying there, they were taken aback. What the heck? It's just an injured person. You scared me, one lackey exclaimed, cursing under his breath. Hurry up and deal with him. Then search for the treasure, another lackey urged impatiently. Chapter 34. Whiskey peaked just as he prepared to strike. The lackey was startled to see the injured man open his eyes. You nearly gave me a heart attack. I could have let you die peacefully, but since you're awake now, don't blame me. Startled by Leaf's sudden awakening, the lackey, now filled with rage, brandished his knife and lunged at Leaf. Is it really appropriate to treat someone like this right after waking up? Leaf sat up, casually seizing the lackey's knife and yawning. He had actually regained consciousness when the ship arrived at Whiskey Peak, but due to the severity of his injuries, he had been using his internal energy to heal. Although the battle with Dragon appeared fierce, Leaf understood that Dragon had not exerted his full power. His injuries were primarily a result of depleted energy, leading to his unconsciousness. This place looks somewhat familiar. Even in his weakened state, Leaf effortlessly dispatched the two lackeys. Isn't this the Mary? It seems Luffy saved me. So, this must be Whiskey Peak. That rascal, didn't he even allow the doctor to examine me when we passed Twin Cape? If he had, I would have woken up much sooner. Leaf stood on the deck, muttering softly as he gazed at the town. Meanwhile, Nami, stealthily pilfering treasure from the bounty hunters, crossed paths with Zoro, who was engaged in battle. I can't believe you didn't fall for it either, Zoro remarked, astonished at Nami. How could there be a town welcoming pirates? I never believed it for a second, Nami scoffed. All right, let's wrap this up quickly. I need to get some sleep. Zoro surveyed the fallen bounty hunters, at least half of whom lay incapacitated, and chuckled. You carry on. I'll go find their treasure. Nami waved her hand and departed from a nearby small house. Yet, a moment later, she returned along the same path and said to Zoro, don't you think we've forgotten something? I feel like there is something we still need to do. Not that I can recall. What is it? Zoro asked, perplexed. Never mind, let us prioritize finding the treasure. Remember to be quick about it. After speaking, Nami vanished without a trace. They seemed to have forgotten about the injured Yuluo, still lying in the ship's cabin. This woman truly was a mystery, as Zoro slowly drew his three swords and resumed battle. A moment later, Luffy, who had been asleep, suddenly sat up due to an urgent need to relieve himself, only to discover the kind-hearted citizens outside had been knocked down by Zoro. Upon learning the truth, Luffy was filled with fury. He could not allow his direct companions to act in such a manner. How could one harm those who kindly offered food simply because it did not suit their taste? Luffy was determined to seek justice for those wronged. Meanwhile, having just defeated all the bounty hunters, Zoro sat there drinking when he suddenly felt a strange sensation. Over by the port, a woman holding an umbrella and a man with an explosive hairstyle, wearing sunglasses, appeared. It was Mr. Five and his partner. Ms. Valentine, are you making a fool of yourselves? Mr. Five asked disdainfully as he looked at the injured Icalum struggling. What, have you come to witness our misfortune? Icalum raised his head to stare at the pair. Ha ha ha, of course we are here for a mission. Ms. Valentine replied with a hearty laugh. Are you here to assist us? That swordsman is too formidable. Mr. Nine also struggled to sit up and said, Do you think we are mere amateurs? We did not come here for such trifling matters. Mr. Five declared haughtily, We are here because we have a special task. Certain individuals from a kingdom have infiltrated our organization. Icalum lowered his head. Knowing his expression must have been quite grim, they had been exposed. I just remembered. I seem to have forgotten about Luffy. Zoro, perched atop a rooftop and observing the standoff, took another sip of his drink and muttered to himself. So, the fugitive is the missing princess of Alabasta. Mr. Five tilted his head, looking at the somewhat flustered Princess Vivi. You scoundrel, I will not allow you to harm her even a finger. Die. Allspike. Accalum rose from the ground and launched an attack on Mr. 5. Boom. Mr. 5 was engulfed in an explosion. Please, hurry and escape, quickly, Accalum shouted towards Vivi. However, Vivi did not flee. Despite Accalum's worried calls. It's futile. Ms. Valentine suddenly appeared from the air, kicking away the hair that bound Princess Vivi. As Vivi was struck, Accalum was also sent flying. Vivi immediately turned to see Mr. 5 emerge unscathed from the flames. Continuing, the fugitives are the captain of the Royal Guard of Alabasta, Accalum, and the Royal Princess. Nefertari Vivi, in the name of the owner of Baroque Works, I shall eliminate you both. What? You are actually a princess, Mr. 9 exclaimed in surprise at his partner. Do not underestimate me. Vivi glared at Mr. 5, realizing she might not escape. Though I do not comprehend the situation, we must flee. We have been partners for so long, it cannot be for naught. Mr. 9 stood in front of Vivi, his face smeared with blood. Mr. 9, Vivi gasped, surprised that he would stand up for her. Farewell. You must run. Heat Ball 9. Mr. 9 rolled himself into a ball and charged at Mr. 5. Such foolish loyalties will only bring about your demise. Mr. 5 said, scooping a booger from his nose and flicking it at Mr. 9. Boom. The booger exploded, sending Mr. 9 crashing to the ground. But Vivi seized the opportunity to mount Karu and flee. Hey, that booger is truly terrifying. Zoro, watching from the sidelines, was astonished. He had not anticipated that a booger could explode. Please, please, please save our princess. At some point, the injured Accalum found Zoro, who was observing the chaos. Let go. Will you? Do not cling to me. Zoro said with some exasperation as Accalum grasped his leg, uttering strange words. I beseech you, if you can escort the princess to faraway Alabasta, you will receive a substantial reward. Accalum continued to hold on to Zoro's leg, as if clinging to a lifeline. You have piqued my interest. How about 1 billion berries? Before Zoro could respond, Nami appeared seemingly out of nowhere. It seemed she possessed a knack for tracking money. Wherever there was a sin of riches, Nami would be present. 1 billion berries. Accalum was taken aback. Even in their desert nation of Alabasta, that sum was no small matter. Indeed, if there is money involved, your princess will not perish. You have seen how powerful he is. Nami pointed at Zoro, addressing Accalum. But, I am merely the captain of the guard. I do not have the authority to deal with such a large sum. Perhaps you could save the princess first and then negotiate with her, Accalum said, somewhat troubled. Hey, do not involve me in your negotiations, Zoro protested. What nonsense is this? My money is undoubtedly mine, but my contract is. Of course, everyone's contract. What is wrong with that? Nami mischievously winked at Zoro. What kind of logic is that? Zoro naturally would not agree. Gentlemen, while you converse, the princess may very well be harmed. Can we not prioritize her rescue? Accalum implored anxiously. Go. Zoro. Nami pointed towards the direction Vivi had fled, urging him. I will not turn back. I detest being ordered about. Zoro resolutely declined. Is that so? Then you owe me money, don't you? Nami narrowed her eyes, fixing her gaze on Zoro. When did I ever owe you money? Zoro asked, bewildered. When you borrowed 100,000 berries from me because you had no money to buy swords in Logue Town? We agreed that when you paid me back, it would be 3 times that, Nami asserted. However, the swords were a gift from the boss. I did not spend any money, so I returned them to you that same day. Is that not acceptable? Zoro said helplessly. Of course not. I did not expect you to be a man who cannot even uphold a promise, Nami said, looking at Zoro with disappointment. Zoro's expression darkened, although he understood Nami's intentions. He had no choice but to set out to rescue Princess Vivi. You will meet a dreadful fate. Zoro cursed Nami as he ran. Indeed, I shall descend into hell, Nami replied, laughing lightly. Accalum, observing the scene, was left speechless, seemingly discovering a peculiar secret about this strange pirate crew. Perhaps the strongest member of the crew was the seemingly harmless girl before him. When Zoro finally located Vivi, he encountered the elite agents from Baroque Works who had been pursuing her. After Zoro saved her, he coincidentally met up with Luffy, who had been searching for him. Hey, Luffy, are you here to help? But they are just too small fry. You need not bother. Or have you also borrowed money from that woman Nami? Zoro asked with a smile upon seeing Luffy. Zoro, I will never forgive you. Let us settle this. Luffy shouted angrily at Zoro. Huh. Zoro looked utterly bewildered. You were the one who harmed the villagers, weren't you? They were the ones who offered us delicious food, yet you mercilessly attacked them all. I cannot forgive such an ungrateful scoundrel. I will send you to the heavens. Luffy yelled in fury. The bewilderment did not only affect Zoro. Even Princess Vivi was at a loss, thinking, is he really fit to be captain? How incredibly dense. Hey Luffy, listen to me. Those people were, unfortunately. Before Zoro could finish his sentence, Luffy's attack came crashing down. Zoro dodged several times. Realizing that Luffy was indeed serious, and his own anger began to rise. Meanwhile, the elite agents who had been blocked by Zoro took the opportunity to rush towards Vivi, intending to eliminate her first. Chapter 35. Nico Robin, enough already, you scoundrel. Zoro kicked Luffy away, who collided with the approaching agents, sending all three crashing into the ruins. It seems I must first eliminate you two nuisances. Mr. Five rose from the ground and glanced at the still-down Luffy. Ha ha ha, very well. If that is what you wish, I shall not oppose. Ms. Valentine, wielding an umbrella, flew above Zoro, as she was a user of the heavy light fruit, capable of controlling her own weight. Mr. Swordsman, quickly evade. Seeing Ms. Valentine nearing Zoro from above, Vivi shouted loudly. Now is not the time to dodge. Zoro fixed his gaze in the direction where Luffy had been sent flying, where Luffy was currently hoisting the unconscious Mr. Five. Meanwhile, after casually utilizing some ingredients on the ship to prepare a meal, Yellowon noticed a slight improvement in his physical condition, prompting him to recall the restorative potions he had tucked away in his backpack. Reluctant to rely on such external aids, he had refrained from using them during battles. However, given his injuries, it seemed a prudent choice for healing. After consuming a vial of life potion and devouring 2 drumsticks alongside a serving of fried rice, he felt his vitality and stamina nearly restored, with only his internal energy remaining depleted. Yet, Yellowon was not inclined to use pills for recovery, as regaining internal energy required training. He believed that the optimal effect was achieved by exhausting one's internal energy before practicing. It was time to check on our beloved princess. Feeling satiated, Yellowon disembarked and set off towards the island. He chuckled to himself, suggesting a contest between swordsmen and martial artists to determine who reigned supreme. Upon finding Luffy and Zoro, he saw the two engaged in a duel, but upon noticing Nami approaching, he decided to keep his distance. That little girl had a knack for ensnaring everyone aboard. If he recalled correctly, Robin was meant to make her entrance around this time, right? Satisfied that everything on this end was under control, Yellowon turned his attention back to the coastline. So this turmoil stems from an internal strife. Leaving you without funds, correct? After Nami had resolved the scuffle between Luffy and Zoro, the group found a place to sit and converse. Wei Wei shared her own circumstances, leading Nami to swiftly deduce that Wei Wei had no means to pay the exorbitant fee of 1 billion berries for her rescue. Huh. So who is the leader of your Baroque works? Luffy inquired with curiosity. I cannot disclose that information. I must keep it a secret. If I were to tell you, it would put you in danger. Wei Wei quickly waved her hands in protest. We're not interested in hearing about it. Anyone capable of usurping a nation must surely be formidable, Nami replied, shaking her head with a smile. Indeed, while you all possess strength, you are certainly no match for Sir Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Wei Wei nodded earnestly. After a moment of silence, Zoro quipped, but Haven Tu just revealed that. It's all right. It's all right. No one here will spread word of this. I won't mention it again, so just pretend you didn't hear, Wei Wei said, slightly flustered. Nami, who had earlier contemplated a dire fate, suddenly perked up. But before she could speak, the sound of flapping wings interrupted. What are those birds and the sea otter doing? Nami asked curiously, pointing at a sea otter perched atop a vulture doe. That's an omen raised by our boss, and it's specifically trained to relay messages, Wei Wei replied, astonished. What? So they inform your boss about what just transpired? Nami nearly lost her composure. Why did she have to encounter such a situation? She forgot that it was she who had previously pressured Zoro into rescuing Wei Wei. I'm so sorry. I truly misspoke. Wei Wei apologized profusely. Never mind, I'll take my leave. Although our time together was brief, I appreciate your care. Let us part ways now. Nami walked off alone towards the harbor. Where are you going, Nami? Luffy asked, puzzled. We should take advantage of the fact that they remain unaware of our appearances and make a hasty retreat, Nami said without looking back. No sooner had she finished speaking than the previously departed vulture and sea otter returned, drawing near to Nami with a piece of paper, which they had scribbled on before showing it to her. Nami's expression fell as she trudged back. The paper depicted portraits of Nami and her companions. Well, that's just splendid. Now we can't even escape. What a dreadful fate. To land in the midst of the 7 warlords of the sea right as we enter the Grand Line. Nami lamented in a corner, tears in her eyes. Luffy and Zoro, however, were excitedly speculating about what kind of person Crocodile might be. Meanwhile, Having reached the coastline, Yellowwa utilized Moonwalk to soar through the sky, swiftly locating his target, a colossal turtle, upon which sat a tall woman. "Hey there, beautiful. What brings you out here all alone at this hour?" Yellowwa descended gracefully onto the turtle's shell, greeting her with a smile. Robin, donning a hat, turned to face Yellowwa, smiling as she replied, "So, you simply board someone else's ship without a care. What are your intentions?" "Oh, nothing much. I merely wish to see what makes you different. Why Vice Admiral Saul would sacrifice his life for you," Yellowwa stated, his gaze fixed upon Robin. At the mention of Saul's name, Robin's body trembled slightly. However, upon noticing Yellowwa's non-threatening demeanor, she refrained from making a move, instead gathering her strength in secret. "Who are you?" Robin inquired, her eyes locked onto Yellow. "I'm just an injured fellow who happened to be rescued by an amusing band of pirates, and upon discovering you here, I thought I'd drop by to say hello." Yellowwa waved his hand, signaling Robin to relax. "Just a friendly visit," Robin asked incredulously. "Indeed, now that I see you're safe, I can breathe a sigh of relief. It wouldn't do for this world to lose you." Yellowwa chuckled. "What is your true purpose?" Robin felt enveloped in a veil of mystery surrounding Yellowwa, making it difficult to discern his intentions. "Fear not. My purpose was merely to extend a greeting. Time is of the essence, so I must take my leave, until we meet again." With that, Yellowwa leapt into the air and departed. "Moonwalk, a conqueror," Robin mused, her gaze narrowing as she observed Yellowwa's departure. Meanwhile, on the coastline, as they bid farewell to Ikelam, Luffy continued to share amusing anecdotes about him, when suddenly, the ship Ikelam was aboard exploded, engulfing the surrounding waters in flames. The expressions of those standing by the shore darkened, and Luffy clenched his fist in anger, exclaiming, "Very well, I'll remember this. Luffy, we need to wake the other two. We must leave now, as pursuers may have arrived," Zoro stated with a serious demeanor. Wei, let us go. If we're discovered, everything will be for naught," Nami urged, noticing Wei standing there in silence. However, seeing Wei biting her lip and remaining mute, Nami felt a pang of compassion. She understood that this was a strong child. "It's all right. Luffy and the others are quite strong. We will ensure your safe passage to Alabasta." They liberated the entire East Blue with just 4 of them. The 7 warlords of the sea are hardly their match. Nami comforted Wei with a reassuring embrace. After a flurry of activity, Luffy and his companions successfully set sail, with the raucous Usopp and Sanji settling down on the deck after receiving Nami's concise explanation. Be careful while sailing. Avoid crashing into any rocks, especially after just escaping from pursuers. The Robin Yellowwa had encountered earlier reappeared aboard the Mary, casually greeting Luffy and the others while perched on the railing. "Who are you?" Everyone except Wei exclaimed in surprise. "What are you doing here, Miss Sunday?" Wei glared at Robin with a troubled expression. "I just encountered Mr. 8 over there," Robin said, resting her chin on her hand with a smile. "So, Ikelam has been targeted by your hatred." Wei glared at Robin. "Who is he? What's with the code names? Which number is she as partner?" Nami inquired with curiosity. "He is our boss as partner, Mr. Point Zero. In truth, she is the only one who knows who our boss truly is." Wei fixed her gaze on Robin without blinking. "To be precise, I intentionally allowed you to follow me to uncover his identity." Robin smiled. "What? So you're actually a good person?" Luffy pouted, dissatisfied. "I see. So you informed the boss that we've discovered his identity, didn't you?" Wei shouted. "Huh. So you're still a villain?" Luffy casually judged a person's morality. "What exactly are your intentions?" Wei shouted angrily at Robin, causing her to momentarily falter, as she had posed a similar question to someone else only moments prior. Shaking her head, Robin used her powers to toss Usopp and Sanji, who had just awakened with weapons aimed at her, to the side, laughing. "Please, don't point such dangerous things at me." "Oh, so you're a beautiful lady." Sanji, finally seeing Robin's face, immediately fell for her. Had he known earlier that Robin was a woman, he certainly wouldn't have aimed a weapon at her. "Rest assured, I have received no orders to eliminate you. You're just rather unfortunate." Having picked up a princess being pursued by Baroque works, Robin said with a smile, "Is that so? Why do I not perceive their misfortune? Perhaps it is their encounter with Crocodile that brings them ill fate." As the cabin door swung open, a figure familiar to Luffy and the others emerged. Chapter 36, Huajia and Lena, Yiluo. Luffy and his companions exclaimed with excitement. Indeed, the person who appeared was none other than Yiluo, who had returned to the cabin. "Hey there, beautiful. It's good to see you again." Yiluo greeted Robin first before turning to Luffy, saying, "I never imagined you would be the one to rescue me." What do you make of this? Haha, don't mention it. Luffy waved his hand dismissively, thinking Iluo was expressing gratitude. Why Iluo chuckled, approached him, tapped his head lightly, and shook her head, saying, I'm not thanking you. You've caused me a great deal of trouble. What do you mean? I saved you, and now I'm the one causing trouble? Luffy replied, somewhat disgruntled. Is it because of Crocodile? Nami pondered for a moment before asking. She believed Luffy had provoked Crocodile, and as a member of the Navy, Iluo naturally found it inappropriate to confront one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Crocodile is merely a minor issue. The real problem lies with your father. You must understand, my prolonged absence has led headquarters to suspect I might be dead, and that burden will fall upon him, Iluo expressed, pointing at Luffy with a hint of exasperation. She had originally planned to seek an opportunity to connect with Dragon in Logtown, as there were numerous matters where the Revolutionary Army's assistance was essential. Now, it seemed she would have to find another chance. Everyone was astonished. How did this suddenly involve Luffy's father? My father? What happened to him? Do I even have a father? Luffy inquired, intrigued. What? You've never met him? Iluo exclaimed, shaking her head in disbelief. Oh dear. Your family really is quite unreliable. She chuckled. Meanwhile, Sanji, Nami, and the others regarded Luffy thoughtfully. If Luffy's family shared his temperament, it was indeed plausible that they could allow a child to grow up without ever meeting their father. The one who fought me and injured me in Lowtown was your father. He came to send you off to sea. Do you think it was so easy to escape from smoke or otherwise? Iluo said, her smile revealing a hint of amusement as she observed Luffy's bewilderment. Is that so? Luffy responded, astonished. Forget it. That's all in the past now. However, it seems your crew has gained quite a few members. Iluo remarked, pulling out a stool from somewhere and sitting down. Oh, right? At that moment, everyone remembered that there was still an enemy aboard the ship, and they collectively turned their gazes toward Robin. Haha, so you're Iluo, the renowned genius of the Navy headquarters? I never expected you to be defeated in the East Blue. Now you're resting on a pirate ship, if the Navy finds out. You might not fare well, Robin said with a smile. Now that she was aware of Iluo's identity, she felt a bit more at ease. So, what brings you to Luffy? As you can see, I saved him, so do not harbor any ill intentions, Iluo said with a smile directed at Robin. Since you're on their ship, I suppose there is nothing more I need to do. However, here is the permanent log pose for Alabasta. Robin tossed a recording pointer to Luffy with a smile before returning to her turtle mount. What is this? Luffy asked curiously as he held the permanent pointer. You should know that the islands in the Grand Line are connected by magnetic forces, right? Therefore, when sailing in the Grand Line, a log pose is indispensable. The one you have is a permanent log pose. It will always point to a specific island. Iluo explained with a smile. I see. Luffy nodded, then proceeded to crush the permanent log pose in his hand. What are you doing? Nami nearly lost her mind. After all the effort to acquire a permanent log pose, this fool had just broken it. I am the captain of this ship. How we navigate is up to me, Luffy declared with bravado. However, what awaited him was Nami's furious punch. You didn't have to break the pointer. That thing must be quite valuable. So, you must be the princess of Alabasta, Miwei. Iluo stood up and bowed to Miwei. Miwei nodded, her curiosity piqued as she asked, That's me. She was intrigued, sensing that this Navy officer had a good rapport with Luffy. If they could gain the Navy's assistance, Alabasta's situation could improve significantly. By the way, Iluo, Miwei's country is currently facing a rebellion. Could you lend her a hand? Nami seemed to have thought of this issue and spoke up. This is quite troublesome. Firstly, Crocodile is one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Although I personally oppose the warlord system, as a member of the Navy, I have neither the authority nor the position to take action against him. Furthermore, without evidence, I cannot simply act against a warlord based solely on your word. Iluo shook her head in response to Nami's statement. I see. Both Nami and Miwei said, somewhat disappointed. However, you need not worry. Aside from Crocodile, his subordinates are currently not operating under his identity openly, so I can eliminate those lowly fish and buy you some time. Additionally, I will head to Alabasta to ensure the Navy there assists your royal family in quelling the rebellion. But I can only assist Miwei, not you, Luffy. Iluo continued with a smile. That's fine. I don't need any help. As long as you can assist Miwei, that's enough for me. Luffy replied cheerfully. All right then, I've already imposed on you for quite some time. Please find a small island to drop me off at. I need to contact headquarters. Otherwise, the blame for killing the rear admiral will fall on your father. Iluo smiled as she spoke to Luffy. Iluo, are you really leaving already? Nami said, somewhat reluctant. What a powerful ally, leaving without doing anything. It feels like a great loss. Nami felt a pang of regret in her heart. Yiluo nodded, saying, "Your next destination should be Little Garden. I am not suited to go there. There are two troublesome fellows there, and if I go, I won't be able to resist picking a fight with them. So it's best I don't. Little Garden? Huh. I'm growing more and more excited," Luffy said with a grin. Upon reaching a nearby uninhabited island, Yiluo bid farewell to Luffy and the others, then fashioned a small raft from the island's trees and set off towards the nearest navy base. He chose not to accompany Luffy for part of the journey, both to avoid disrupting Luffy's growth and because he needed to return and inform headquarters. Otherwise, being treated as a missing person could lead to complications. Navy headquarters, Marineford. Is there still no word from Colonel Yiluo? Admiral Sengoku inquired of the Navy communications officer before him. Report, Admiral. We have yet to receive any updates regarding Colonel Yiluo. Colonel Smoker has been searching the nearby seas for several days. The Navy communications officer saluted and replied. Sengoku shot a fierce glare at Garp. It was all this old fool's fault for leaving Yiluo alone in the East Blue and for him to encounter Garp's son, who was certainly not one to show mercy to Navy subordinates. Ah, Sengoku, don't worry. Little Yi is not so easily killed. Garp responded nonchalantly that a few days later, Yiluo finally located a Navy base and managed to contact headquarters, since he was already in the Grand Line. Admiral Sengoku decided to have Yiluo continue patrolling the first half of the Grand Line before returning to Navy headquarters AS for his warship and subordinates. Sengoku had already dispatched them to the base where Yiluo was stationed to pick him up. Thus, for the time being, Yiluo remained at the Navy base, training. After his battle with Dragon, he realized many shortcomings, particularly in terms of endurance, when facing an evenly matched opponent. If he used the Dragon-Subduing 18 Palms and had not defeated his opponent, he would inevitably fall short. It seemed that, at this stage, the Dragon-Subduing 18 Palms was not yet sufficient to be his trump card. While the technique was fierce, it had too many limitations, and a lack of internal strength was the issue he needed to address most urgently. However, the Zixia Divine Skill was already a mid-level secret art, and there was no way for Yiluo to obtain any higher-level manuals. The good news was that he was not far from leveling up. Had it not been for his earlier promise to Miwei to assist her in Alabasta, he would have certainly set sail to hunt pirates across the seas by now. Colonel, a female officer arrived at Yiluo's training location, saluted, and called out excitedly, Lena, you've arrived so quickly. Yiluo opened his eyes, awakening from his meditation. The girl addressed as Lena by Yiluo was his aide, a child he had rescued during a mission. With nowhere else to go, he brought her back to headquarters, only to discover that Lena possessed exceptional swordsmanship talent. Consequently, Yiluo had requested Ji Yuan to teach her swordplay, as Ji Yuan was the best swordsman Yiluo had encountered in the Navy. Colonel, everyone has been quite worried about you. Upon learning that you were safe, they rushed over as quickly as possible. Lena spoke with a hint of excitement. All right. I am not so easily defeated. Yiluo waved his hand and replied with a smile. Back when Lena was still at headquarters, she had heard that because Karp had abandoned Yiluo in the East Sea, he encountered the revolutionary dragon. After their battle, Yiluo's life status remained uncertain, which had caused the young girl to give Karp quite a stern look over the matter. Let's go. It's time to stretch our legs, Yiluo declared, rising and walking towards the door. Lena immediately followed suit, assisting Yiluo in donning the attire of a colonel from the Navy headquarters. Upon reaching the port, Yiluo beheld his ship, the Huajia, anchored there, with all the naval personnel aboard gazing at him with excitement. Haha, let us go. It's time for us to set sail, Yiluo proclaimed loudly from the prow of the ship. His vessel, the Huajia, was crafted almost entirely from Yiluo's hard-won achievements. Its bow was shaped like a dragon's head, not merely a simplistic dragon form akin to Shank's Red Force, but intricately sculpted to resemble the dragon head from his dragon-slaying 18 Palms, exuding a majestic and formidable presence. Chapter 37. The ailing Nami. At this moment, aboard the Mary, Luffy and his crew were navigating towards the next island. However, Nami, upon seeing the news, discreetly concealed the newspaper, which bore the unsettling news of the Alabasta Rebellion. She feared that if Vivi saw it, her worries would only deepen, so she hid it away. Yet, fate had its own designs. After a fierce battle at Little Garden, Nami's clothing was singed, leaving her vulnerable to the bites of the island's mosquitoes. Consequently, she now found herself plagued by a relentless fever. The illness of a navigator aboard a ship posed a dire threat indeed. Is Nami going to die? Vivi, is that even possible? Sanji asked, tears streaming down his face, filled with sorrow. Though it was merely a fever, the unknown cause could very well claim a life. Does anyone on board know medicine? Vivi knelt beside Nami's bed, caring for her while inquiring. Luffy and Usopp pointed at Nami, indicating that she was the only one aboard with any medical knowledge. It's fine. Just eat more meat. Luffy smiled, attempting to lighten the mood. I always put great care into the meals for Nami and Vivi, using only the freshest ingredients, while the nearly spoiled and rotten food is reserved for you. Sanji stated calmly, revealing an uncomfortable truth. Usopp nearly exploded with rage. This perverse cook had gone too far, yet Luffy, oblivious, chimed in, well, that stuff is still tasty. However, food could only serve as a remedy, not a substitute for medicine. Nor could it cure all ailments. Sanji gazed sadly at the suffering Nami, expressing his concerns. The temperature has risen to 40 degrees, Vivi exclaimed, checking the thermometer on Nami. Surely, there must be a doctor in Alabasta? We can head straight there, Luffy suggested eagerly. I don't know, but it will take at least a week. Vivi replied solemnly. Is this illness truly that painful? Luffy asked, puzzled. Sanji and Usopp tilted their heads in unison. We don't know. We've never been sick. Vivi was on the verge of losing her composure, exclaiming, if Nami continues to burn with fever like this, that 40-degree temperature could very well claim her life. What? Is Nami going to die? Nami, don't you dare die, wailed a chorus of 3 and 1 duck, including Karu, as they frantically scurried about the room. Be quiet. Nami needs her rest right now, Vivi shouted angrily at them. Nami needs a doctor. We must find one immediately, Luffy urged in desperation. Vivi, I have a newspaper in my cabin. Take a look. Nami struggled to sit up, speaking with effort. Nami, are you feeling better already? Luffy and the others asked joyfully upon seeing her upright. How could this be? Meanwhile, Vivi, holding the newspaper, wore a gloomy expression. This is a newspaper from 3 days ago, which means the revolt in Alabasta has officially begun. I'm sorry for hiding it before. I was just afraid you would worry, Nami said with difficulty. This situation is quite serious, Luffy remarked, his face devoid of emotion as Vivi explained the contents of the newspaper. I'm glad you understand. Luffy, we need to hurry to Alabasta, so don't worry about me, Nami insisted, struggling to rise. But you don't look well at all, Nami. You need a doctor. Usopp advised. I'm fine. Thank you for your concern. I know my body. Nami smiled faintly, making her way towards the door. Upon exiting, she caught a glimpse of Zoro, who was exercising at the ship's railing. Why are you out here? Aren't you supposed to be resting? He inquired. The ship has already deviated from its course. Can't you see that? Nami replied with a quick glance, noting the ship's altered trajectory. The ship has been sailing straight. You should go lie down. Zoro frowned. I can't leave it to you. That's why I'm out here. It's such a headache. Wait, the air smells different, Nami said, pressing her hand to her forehead while assessing the weather. There is nothing wrong. The weather is clear, Zoro observed, scanning the surroundings. No, we must head south, full sail, hoist the sails, and catch the wind on the port side, Nami commanded immediately. The crew, including Zoro, sprang into action, albeit questioning why they were doing so. Nonetheless, everyone complied with Nami's orders. Wow, Luffy approached Nami and touched her forehead only to recoil in shock, exclaiming, Nami, your forehead is burning. We should stop the ship and find a doctor. Stop the chatter. This is my normal body temperature. The wind is coming in. Hurry up and help. Nami gasped. At that moment, Vivi stepped out of the cabin, seemingly wanting to say something, and everyone turned to look at her. You have allowed me to board your ship, and I should not impose any unreasonable demands. However, my country is facing an unprecedented crisis, and I must return to Alabasta without delay. There can be no hesitation, and we must hurry back at the fastest speed. Vivi stated firmly from the doorway of the cabin, gazing at everyone. Of course, we agreed to help you, didn't we? Replied Nami with a smile, while the others remained silent. Since we all agree, let us find an island with a doctor as soon as possible. Vivi smiled, adding, we must cure Nami quickly, and then set sail for Alabasta. That is the fastest route for this ship. Isn't it? He. Indeed, there is no faster speed than that. Luffy grinned. Are you really all right? As a princess, should you be more concerned about your million subjects? Usopp pretended to admonish. Yes, which is why I want Nami to recover swiftly. Vivi responded with a smile. Well said, Vivi. I truly admire your composure. Sanji remarked, his cigarette in mouth, for once not transforming into a soft-bodied creature. Zoro cast a sidelong glance at Vivi and murmured, what a graceful demeanor. Meanwhile, as Nami faced her crisis, Uluo had already departed from the division, setting his course for Alabasta. Sir, Aren't we heading directly to Alabasta? Lena asked, surprised at the course of the warship. It's still too early to go there, so let us find some appetizers first. Lena, has your swordsmanship improved? Iluo raised his cup and took a hearty swig. Rest assured, sir, Lena has been diligently training. While I may not match your prowess, I have certainly put in great effort. Lena replied promptly with a salute. No need to be so serious. Let us see if there are any pirates on the next island. After all, we are on the Grand Line, where pirates abound. Only through real combat can one achieve the quickest improvement. Iluo said with a smile. Yes, sir, Lena responded, brimming with eagerness. Before long, Iluo's warship arrived at a small island, which was not part of Luffy's chosen route. Thus, Iluo felt no hesitation in disembarking to the island's tavern. That he spotted at least 3 pirate ships in the harbor, making the tavern the most efficient place to locate them. Navy, what are they doing here? A pirate seated in a corner of the tavern wondered curiously. All right, I believe you all know my identity, so everyone except for pirates, kindly take your leave. Iluo sat at the bar counter, ordered a glass of whiskey, and smiled as he spoke. The bar owner, with a wry smile, delivered the requested whiskey to Iluo before promptly retreating to hide. Pirate Phyllis, where do you intend to go? At that moment, Lena intercepted a pirate attempting to slip away. A pirate without a bounty could escape without consequence, but one with a bounty, she would not let go, knowing that Iluo specifically targeted such pirates. Navy, we haven't provoked you, have we? Don't go too far. The pirate, referred to as Phyllis by Lena, glared at her. Lion Pirate Phyllis, with a bounty of 21 million, Lena declared directly. Well, from here on, you are all enemies. Will you join forces, or do you plan to flee while I take action? Iluo finished his drink, stood up, and asked with a grin. Colonel Zelone, Iluo, I never expected to encounter such a person. It seems we must join forces today. A group of pirates in the corner rose, speaking in hushed tones. Balloon pirate crew, led by Captain Balloon Juris, with a bounty of 43 million. A big fish has surfaced. Lena exclaimed in delight, recognizing the pirates in the shadows. It seems we have no choice now. Another pirate crew emerged from the shadows. A bounty of 40 million. The Viper Calypso. Lena narrowed her eyes, focusing on the speaker. Though this pirate's bounty was less than Juris's, the level of danger he posed surpassed that of Juris. Leave a few bounties to me. You take care of the rest. Soldiers, retreat and surround this place. Do not interfere in our battle. Iluo said with a satisfied smile. In this small island bar, he was set to earn 10,400 diamonds, combined with his original 15,490 diamonds, pushing him past the 20,000 mark. Yes, during his time in Rogue Town, he had captured the clown buggy and the slippery fruit user, earning 1,500 and 500 diamonds respectively, hence the 15,490 diamonds. Chapter 38. The Encounter at Alabasta Port. My lord. The port of Alabasta lies just ahead, Lena said, glancing at the nautical chart in her hand. Since that day, they had raided 2 more islands, yielding decent rewards. Iluo's experience had reached 98, and he expected to level up in the coming days. Let us proceed. Prepare to disembark. Iluo contemplated before speaking. Yes, my lord. Lena saluted and instructed the sailors to head straight for the port city of Canola in Alabasta. Meanwhile, Luffy and his companions were also nearing Alabasta. And Mikey, the princess, felt an increasing sense of urgency. Don't worry, Mikey, everything will be fine. Nami, who had been treated by Kureha, reassured her while holding Mikey. Yes, I just haven't figured out what to do yet. Mikey sighed, then turned to see an astonishing sight on the ocean and exclaimed, What is that? It looks like cotton candy. Luffy nearly drooled at the sight. A few days prior, he, Usopp, Karu the duck, and the newly joined ship Dr. Tony Chopper had stolen Sanji's food. They had no choice, as the group spent their days fishing, with Karu serving as bait. It's nothing, just water vapor from an underwater volcano, Nami explained after observing the phenomenon. Soon, the Merry sailed past, but on Luffy and Usopp's fishing rods, they caught something peculiar. Wow, we caught a transvestite, Usopp exclaimed in surprise. The transvestite, holding on to Karu, seemed equally startled and fell into the sea, only to be rescued again by Luffy and the others. My sincerest apologies. I was saved by unfamiliar pirates, the elegantly dressed transvestite said politely. You can't swim? Usopp asked curiously. Indeed, I consumed a devil fruit, so I cannot swim, the transvestite replied earnestly. Devil fruit? What is your ability? Usopp inquired further. Well, since it's rather dull now, allow me to showcase my ability. The transvestite then began his performance. He was a user of the mimic fruit, capable of transforming into anyone he touched with his right hand. Then touching his own face with his left, mimicking their appearance, species, and gender, he could become an identical reindeer like Chopper or a woman just like Nami, even matching their figures. Additionally, he possessed a memory function, allowing him to transform into anyone he had touched. Consequently, Luffy, Chopper, and Usopp quickly became friends with the transvestite. However, his ship soon arrived to collect him, and as he departed, his subordinates referred to him as Mr. I think I saw him transform into my father's face. They must have used that for something. After Mr. 2 left, Mikey reflected despondently. Ultimately, the Straw Hat crew decided to draw an X on their left arms and bandage them. However, before they could set foot on land, a crowd had gathered at a restaurant in the port city of Canola in Alabasta that I heard someone suddenly drop dead while eating. What? Could it be poisoning? Is there an issue with the owner's food? I don't know, but the restaurant owner has been here for ages. I've never heard of such a thing. As Uluo and Lena entered, he felt an ominous premonition. Sure enough, upon stepping inside, he saw a man with a white-bearded tattoo sprawled over the food, appearing lifeless. My lord, that tattoo. Lena noticed as well. That bastard. Uluo angrily approached and slapped the man's back. Huh. What happened? I must have dozed off. Ace sat up from the pile of food, casually wiping his face on the skirt of a nearby lady. Boss, why are there so many people here? Ace asked the bewildered owner. The owner's lips twitched, embarrassed to reveal that everyone thought Ace had died. Ace, you rascal, how did you sneak out again? Uluo, standing behind Ace, said with a hint of exasperation. Oh, Uluo, long time no see. What brings you to Alabasta? Ace exclaimed excitedly, greeting Uluo. Are you here to capture Blackbeard? Uluo suddenly recalled something, his expression shifting as he asked. Yeah, you found out? Huh? Ace shrugged nonchalantly. Didn't I mention it? About Blackbeard. Before Uluo could finish, a familiar voice called out. Rocket cannon. Suddenly, he felt something crash into his back, sending both him and Ace flying. Luffy, you little brat. Today, I'm going to take you down for all the trouble you've caused. Uluo, emerging from the rubble, immediately understood what just happened. Originally, this treatment was meant for Smoker, but due to his own affairs, Smoker had delayed in pursuing Luffy. Thus Smoker had only just entered the Grand Line. Boss, I want to eat. Food. Luffy shouted from his seat. I advise you to escape quickly. The owner stammered, hurriedly serving Luffy food. Why? Luffy asked while munching. Do you see that big hole? The owner pointed to a nearby opening. Is that your restaurant's decor? Quite peculiar. Luffy said while eating, nodding in agreement. You did that. Everyone, including other patrons and the owner, simultaneously complained that I did. When did I do that? Luffy asked in astonishment. Did you not feel like you crashed into something when you came in? The owner wiped his sweat and asked. While eating, Luffy recalled, it seems I did bump into something. Two individuals, one being the superior of this naval lieutenant, presumed to be a naval colonel, and the other a pirate with a white-bearded tattoo. The boss pointed at Reiner, who was furious beyond measure behind Luffy, and exclaimed, What a joke, you little brat. Who do you think you are, causing such a ruckus? Meanwhile, Ace, who had just landed nearby, cursed as he walked. However, prior to this, Reiner had already drawn her sword. The esteemed figure she held in high regard had been ambushed and knocked aside by this gluttonous pirate, who had the audacity to sit here and feast. Pirate Monkey D. Luffy, with a bounty of 30 million berries, in the name of Rear Admiral of the Navy Headquarters, I shall punish you. Enraged, Reiner lunged at Luffy, startling him as he was indulging in his meal. Navy? Rear Admiral? Luffy pondered, recalling the boss's earlier remark about having knocked a vice admiral away. The vice admiral, indeed, was the same one associated with the notorious smoking figure from Rogue Town. Swiftly, Luffy tilted his head, evading Reiner's strike, and promptly stuffed his mouth with all the food. Thank you for the meal, he exclaimed, covering his mouth with his hand. He then bowed to the boss and made a hasty escape. Naturally, Reiner would not let him flee, pursuing him closely. Ace, who had just entered, caught sight of Luffy's retreating figure and immediately followed suit without a second thought. Is he really dining and dashing? The boss said. Taken aback by the unfolding drama. Where's the pirate who just knocked me over? By the time Leaf arrived, Luffy, Ace, and even Reiner had vanished. They've run off. The boss stammered. That Navy officer? Are they your friends? So, how about the bill? Those rascals. I won't let them off the hook for daring to dine and dash in a civilian establishment. Leaf shouted, joining the chase. The boss blinked, watching Leaf disappear from sight. Suddenly feeling a deep sense of malice from the world around him. If I catch those scoundrels, I shall not let them live. Leaf flushed with embarrassment. ever since joining the Navy and setting his ambitions. He had never felt so humiliated. Typically, when accompanied by Reiner, he carried no money, leaving the billing to her. Hence he had none on him now, or he wouldn't have needed to flee so awkwardly. However, after a few hurried steps, Leif paused, recalling that he still had a considerable amount of funds within his system, which could be converted to berries. It was all Ace and Luffy's fault. Being with them had lowered his IQ. Leif sighed and decided not to continue the pursuit. Ace was aware of Reiner's capabilities, so he would not harm her, and as for Luffy, he deemed the current Luffy and Reiner to be equally matched. So there was no need for concern. Gather all nearby Navy personnel and block that pirate, Reiner shouted upon spotting the patrolling Navy officers. The officers, momentarily taken aback, quickly recognized Reiner's uniform and began calling out to rally their comrades in pursuit of Luffy. "Damn it! Reiner, that's my brother!" Ace shouted. Trailing behind Reiner, he knew Reiner was associated with Leif and could not genuinely attack her, so he could only follow her lead. At the harbor, Reiner finally caught up with Luffy, who was coincidentally in the company of Zoro and the others, enabling Reiner to surround them with the Navy. "You certainly know how to stir up trouble. How is it that a simple outing summons the entire Navy of the city?" Nami scolded Luffy loudly. "I didn't mean to. I was just having a meal at the restaurant." Luffy replied, "Feeling wrong. We should think about how to break out of this predicament. The Navy is swarming." Sanji remarked, a cigarette hanging from his mouth. Chapter 39. No worries. We'll escape to the ship shortly. We're here merely for supplies, after which we can set sail along the inland river to reach the desert. Mikey, well aware of the situation, smiled confidently. "All right, we'll hold off the Navy. You all get on the ship first," Zoro declared, drawing his weapon. Phoenix Slash. Reiner, chasing after Luffy, unleashed a powerful strike that a swordsman. Zoro was taken aback. It was his first encounter with a swordsman of comparable stature. Sunshine, suddenly, a flame erupted, colliding with Reiner's attack, nullifying each other. "Reiner, hold your fire." Ace appeared before Luffy and his crew, shielding them from further assault. "Who is this guy?" Zoro questioned, slightly irked. He had hoped to engage with this female Navy officer but was interrupted by Ace. "Ace," Luffy exclaimed in surprise, not addressing Zoro's inquiry. "You really haven't changed a bit." "Luffy." Ace turned to Luffy, smiling. "Poor Gasty. Ace, you best stand aside. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to strike you as well." Reiner glared at Luffy and addressed Ace. "Reiner, this is a misunderstanding. He is my brother, Luffy. Leif knows him too." Ace hastily waved his hands, trying to clarify he was acutely aware of Reiner's formidable reputation and did not wish to repeat his father's fate of being relentlessly pursued by the old man Garp across the seas. According to Leif, this girl had impressive connections within the Navy headquarters. Not only did Garp favor her, but her mentor was Cheyenne, making her well-liked by Tsuru as well. Most astonishingly, she had garnered the admiration of the three admirals, which perplexed Leif immensely. One must understand that the current three admirals were not particularly approachable. First was Akiji, who appeared laid back but adhered to his own principles. He wouldn't even spare a word for those he found distasteful. Then there was Kizaru, who, despite his seemingly harmless demeanor, could be ruthless in a fight. Leif had nearly been incapacitated in a sparring match with him, and no one knew what went on in his mind. Lastly, there was Akainu, the one Leif least wanted to encounter. A staunch believer in justice, he was someone one could not provoke. Thus, Leif had always kept his distance from these three, yet Reiner was different. For reasons unknown, they all seemed to hold her in high regard. Even Kizaru was willing to practice with her, an extraordinary feat, considering no one in the Navy headquarters could coax the laid-back Kizaru into a spar. Therefore, in summary, Ace had no desire to provoke a powder keg. "He has harmed my superior." Reiner insisted stubbornly that it was a misunderstanding. Ace replied helplessly, knowing he too was a victim in this scenario, casting a reproachful glance at Luffy. The others were perplexed. It seemed Luffy had inadvertently caused trouble for Leif, resulting in Reiner's "ired me." "I've never even met Leif. How could it possibly be my fault?" Luffy exclaimed, aggrieved that I saw it with my own eyes. And Ace was present on the scene. "Do you still wish to quibble? Damn pirate." Reiner, infuriated by Luffy's words, prepared to attack once more. Ace realized that with Leif absent, no explanation would suffice, so he urged Luffy and the others to make their escape while he held the line. "Luffy, are you sure we can leave like this? Your brother seems quite wary of that Navy officer," Zoro questioned while sprinting towards the Going Merry. Previously, Luffy had explained his relationship with Ace, and they all understood that Ace was Luffy's brother. While Leif was closely connected to Ace. "Don't worry, Ace is strong," Luffy reassured. filled with confidence in Ace's abilities. After a considerable effort, they finally reached the Going Merry, where Mikey handed a letter to Karu, instructing it to traverse the desert alone and deliver the message to the king, detailing Crocodile's sinister plot. Though Ace is formidable, I've grown quite powerful myself. Should we duel again? I want to lose to him, Luffy declared, leaning against the ship's railing, laughing heartily and boasting. Who are you claiming you want to lose to? Ace suddenly leaped aboard the Going Merry, directing his question at Luffy. Ace, Luffy shouted joyfully, I've been a handful for everyone to look after. Thank you all. Ace first greeted Luffy's companions, displaying a courtesy atypical of Luffy's brother. Indeed, it is true. The others nodded in agreement. Ace, what brings you here? Luffy inquired curiously. Did you not receive the letter I sent you? Oh well, it's not of great importance. Ace scratched his head and replied, I happened to be nearby on business, learned you were around, so I came to check on you. How have you been? Would you care to join our Whitebeard pirates? Of course, your companions are welcome to accompany you. No, Luffy replied with a firm resoluteness. Haha, I knew you'd respond that way. Please, don't mind me, just pretend I never said anything. Ace remarked with a smile. Whitebeard, so that tattoo on your back is indeed authentic, Usopp exclaimed, somewhat astonished. Indeed, it is my pride. I will assist him in becoming the Pirate King, not you, Luffy. Ace chuckled. That's fine. We can settle it with a duel when the time comes. Luffy replied nonchalantly. Ace smiled, choosing to remain silent. Come inside for a chat. I have prepared some tea. Sanji called out, carrying the refreshments toward Ace. There's no need for formality, as it's not a matter of great importance. The Navy has retreated, so there's nothing to worry about, Ace said, squatting on the ship's railing with a grin. Speaking of the Navy, what's the story with Yi Luo? He mentioned having shared a bond of brotherhood with you. Luffy inquired, curiosity evident in his tone. The other crew members perked up, intrigued by the notion of pirates forging bonds with the Navy. He's quite an interesting fellow. When I first set sail, I encountered him. At that time, he was not part of the Navy, but a bounty hunter, seemingly passionate about pursuing wanted criminals, Ace reminisced. Later, he met the old man and made a pact to capture me. Grandpa, Luffy gasped in surprise. That's correct. So, in Logtown, he devised a plan to ensnare Smoker and inadvertently managed to capture me. However, we shared some pleasant moments during our time together, and he was reluctant to turn me over to the old man. Yet, due to his commitment to the pact, he handed me over but later rescued me from the old man's grasp, sustaining severe injuries in the process. Afterward, I heard he was taken back to headquarters by the old man. Ace recounted with a smile. Luffy, your grandpa is in the Navy. Nami finally pieced together the information. Her curiosity piqued. Yes, Luffy nodded in affirmation. The others were left speechless. How could both grandsons be pirates when their grandfather was in the Navy? Recently, he had become quite accomplished at headquarters and set sail to apprehend pirates. Due to his outstanding abilities, he quickly made a name for himself. We crossed paths in the New World, exchanged countless stories, and ultimately shared a drink of brotherhood. He is a man of great ambition and remarkable skill, Ace expressed with admiration. Initially, he found Yi Luo's plans quite bewildering, but he was eventually won over by the sheer magnitude of Yi Luo's vision. Although he believes Yi Luo's success is improbable now, he still harbors a hope that one day, Yi Luo will achieve his aspirations. I see. Luffy feigned understanding, nodding. Well then, here, take this. Ace handed Luffy his life paper. Life paper? Luffy asked, bewildered. You actually know of it. This time, it was Ace who was surprised. While it wasn't an extravagant item, it was exclusive to the New World. Luffy, having never been there, should have been unfamiliar with it. Yi Luo gave me one too, and explained how to use it. Luffy grinned widely. I have a foolish younger brother, and as an older brother, I'm quite concerned, but I must rely on all of you. Ace chuckled as he greeted Luffy's companions, then jumped back onto his small vessel. Are you not going to stay a while longer? Luffy urged. No, I have matters to attend to. I am pursuing a most wanted criminal. He was originally a member of the Whitebeard Pirates' second crew, but fled after killing his comrades. As captain, I must bring him to justice, for there is no turning back for me. The next time we meet, it will be at the pinnacle of piracy, Luffy, Ace explained with a smile. Haha, I'll be there before you know it, Luffy replied confidently. Is that so? Your brother seems rather composed. It's not what I expected, Nami remarked skeptically. Gazing at Ace, I thought he would be even more foolish than Luffy. Usopp echoed, equally doubtful. The sea is indeed remarkable. Anything can happen. Sanji nodded, seemingly enlightened about the vastness of the ocean. Though they had met Yi Luo, he bore no blood relation to Luffy. hence their reactions were normal. However, Ace was a different matter. They regarded him as Luffy's blood relative, which accounted for their astonishment. Chapter 40. Upgrade. As Ace attempted to depart, he found his path obstructed by 5 pirate ships belonging to the Baroque Works, eager to claim the bounty on Ace's head, as they were bounty hunters by trade. Unfortunately for them, Ace dispatched all 5 ships with a single move. "Hey, you scoundrel, who told you to steal my experience points?" Yi Luo's voice rang out, startling Ace. However, upon recalling Yi Luo's intentions, Ace wasted no time and made his escape. Seeing Ace flee, Yi Luo felt a sense of helplessness. On the ocean, Ace's small flame-accelerated vessel sped away, and Yi Luo realized he couldn't catch up, longing even more for those advanced techniques from the shop. "Luffy, did you meet Ace?" Yi Luo asked upon reaching the Mary. "Yes, what's up?" Luffy responded, feeling a greater sense of camaraderie with Yi Luo after learning about Ace's connection to him. "But you know where he is headed?" Yi Luo inquired through clenched teeth. "No idea." Luffy shook his head. His brother mentioned that one of his subordinates had erred, so he went to pursue him. Sanji interjected. "Right? You did say something like that." Luffy nodded, pretending to recall the details. "Did he not specify a location?" Yi Luo asked, his urgency mounting. "No. That's it." Even Luffy, with his usual cluelessness, sensed something was amiss. "Idiot! Why didn't you stop him? Blackbeard is not someone to be trifled with." Yi Luo scolded, tapping Luffy's forehead. "It's fine. Ace is incredibly strong. He just took out 5 pirate ships with a single punch." Luffy replied with a goofy grin. "Well, what if I told you that Ace might be in mortal danger if he pursues them? Would you still think so? Do you have any idea who they are?" Blackbeard was an old hand on Whitebeard's ship. "Luffy, you are still too weak." Yi Luo spoke with an unusual seriousness. Luffy's expression gradually shifted to one of solemnity as he donned his hat, declaring, "I will definitely surpass all of you." "Idiot, is that the point here? Never mind. I had intended to lend you a hand, but since Ace's situation is pressing, I will send my lieutenant to assist you. You remember that female lieutenant you encountered at the port? Her name is Lena, and her strength is rather average, so don't expect too much from her. I need to pursue Ace, otherwise he will be in serious trouble." Yi Luo said to Luffy before departing using moonwalk. "Do you think our strength is truly lacking?" Luffy pondered aloud after Yi Luo's departure, having received this remark for the second time. Sanji and Zoro remained silent. Sanji hailed from the esteemed Vinsmoke family of the North Sea, thus he had seen his fair share of powerful individuals, while Zoro had battled Mihawk and understood the vast disparity in strength. "Don't worry, Luffy. There's an age gap between you and them. In a couple of years, I believe you will be no worse than they are. After all, you aim to become the Pirate King, so don't lose heart." Nami encouraged Luffy. "I think Luffy is quite impressive." Chopper, the ship's doctor, expressed his admiration for Luffy. "I'm suddenly looking forward to Crocodile. Let him test my mettle." Luffy narrowed his eyes and gazed towards the direction of the ring. After departing from the Mary, Yi Luo first sought out Lena, requesting her assistance in quelling the rebellion in Alabasta before setting off alone. Although Lena was somewhat reluctant, she remained obedient to Yi Luo's command, especially since safeguarding the Alabasta Kingdom was also a duty of their navy. Thus, she proceeded directly to the capital of Alabasta with the navy in tow. Yi Luo, having left alone, did not immediately search for Ace. He was aware that Ace and Luffy would reunite eventually. Instead, he headed straight for the gathering point of the Baroque Works elite agents, the Spider CAF, intending to acquire the final bit of experience he lacked. Moreover, it seemed that some of those elite agents had bounties on their heads, and he was not averse to earning a little extra. However, before he could reach the Spider CAF, he encountered a few pirates along the way. After swiftly dispatching them, he unexpectedly leveled up. With this, Yi Luo decided against continuing his journey to the CAF and instead casually found an inn to examine his rewards. Congratulations, host. Level up achieved, earning 5 freedom attribute points and 1 skill point. This was the unchanging notification following every upgrade. Below it lay the rewards for completing the main quest. Congratulations, host. Main quest completed, earning 1,000 experience points, 1,000 diamonds, 500,000 currency, and 1 basic secret manual. It was surprising that instead of receiving an advanced foundational skill, he had directly acquired a basic secret manual. Was this due to the fact that all 3 of his foundational skills had reached max level, or was it simply the way it was? Yi Luo pondered the rewards, somewhat perplexed. Nevertheless, although the basic secret manual would not be of significant help to him anymore, he thought it prudent to accept what was freely given. "You have used the basic secret manual." Acquiring the basic technique manual 100 battle spear technique. What? Is this a spear technique? Yi Luo wondered. Was this meant to suggest that he should use a spear as his weapon in the future? He scratched his head, uncertain of which weapon to adopt, but decided that learning it could not hurt. Next, he contemplated the changes in the shop. Upon opening it, he was met with a completely transformed interface that left him somewhat bewildered. The items for sale remained the same, and the prices were unchanged. Only the layout of the shop had altered. The previous single draw option was gone, replaced solely by 10 consecutive draws and a newly opened lottery house. Additionally, there were 2 new features, manual advancement and manual exchange. Yi Luo first explored the new feature of manual advancement, which allowed 10 basic manuals to be exchanged for 1 random intermediate manual, 10 intermediate manuals for 1 advanced manual, and 10 advanced manuals for 1 ultimate technique manual. The exchange feature enabled users to trade unwanted manuals for random ones at a cost of 5,000 diamonds for the same type and 10,000 diamonds for different types. After calculating, Yi Luo found that buying 10 manuals would cost significantly more than advancing 1. However, considering that quests sometimes rewarded manuals, it was still a worthwhile function. For instance, had he not learned the earlier spear technique manual, he could have saved it for upgrading to an intermediate manual later. After reviewing the new features, Yi Luo moved on to the newly opened lottery house, only to discover that it was not vastly different from before. It merely categorized each lottery draw. If Yi Luo wished to draw a manual, he could click on the manual roulette, ensuring that only manuals would appear, excluding all other items. However, he noted that the manual and treasure roulettes each cost 10,000 diamonds per draw, leaving him uncertain about what he might obtain. Although other roulettes were cheaper, he had no pressing need for them at the moment, and since he was not genuinely playing a game, many items felt superfluous to him. Chapter 41. Treasures. Should he purchase something or take another spin? Yi Luo glanced at his diamonds, which had accumulated to over 30,000, thanks to his prior plundering of pirates. Forget it. I should wait until I have 120,000 to buy the advanced manual. He had long set his sights on a body technique manual, 1 straw crossing the river, attributed to the revered Master Damo, which was classified as an advanced body technique and valued at 120,000 diamonds. However, upon seeing the newly opened roulette, Yi Luo found himself unable to resist the temptation to draw once more. Just once. 1 draw for a manual and 1 for a treasure. It will only cost 20,000. And if necessary, I can always deal with Crocodile again. I recall that after being stripped of his warlord status, his bounty was reinstated at over 80 million, which is nearly equivalent to the cost of 1 lottery draw. Yi Luo mused, stroking his chin before ultimately deciding to proceed with the draws. After a refreshing bath and changing clothes, Yi Luo first clicked on the manual draw. You have used 10,000 diamonds and gained an opportunity for a manual draw. You have drawn a manual and obtained the intermediate body technique manual footprints on snow. Yi Luo was taken aback. An intermediate body technique manual? What did this mean? Was it a sign that he should refrain from purchasing the advanced one? Should he settle for the intermediate for now? Conflicted, he pondered whether to store the manual for future advancement or to utilize it immediately. It seemed luck was not on his side today. Should he attempt to draw a treasure now? Yi Luo stroked his chin, ultimately deciding to go for it. As he remained uncertain about the treasures available, the single draw would provide him with a clearer picture. You have used 10,000 diamonds and gained an opportunity for a treasure draw. You have drawn a treasure and obtained Shuangbing Bihua wine. X1. Yi Luo was astonished. Wine? He had drawn a bottle of wine. Indeed, it was a bottle, and observing the Xianbing Bihua wine taken from his inventory, he noted its appealing appearance. The bottle was a jade green hue, intricately carved with the 4 noble plants, plum, orchid, bamboo, and chrysanthemum. However, given Yi Luo's current tolerance for alcohol, he feared a single sip would leave him empty-handed. Nevertheless, he did not rush to consume it. Instead, he carefully examined the Xianbing Bihua wine after returning it to his inventory. Xianbing Bihua wine, crafted from the fusion of Jiu pill and fire elixir, each drink requires internal energy to refine, thereby enhancing one's internal energy cultivation. It was indeed a treasure that could augment internal energy. Yi Luo's eyes widened in disbelief as he scrutinized the description once more. It was true. This treasure could indeed enhance internal energy, something not available in the shop. It seemed that life truly required a gamble. With excitement, Yi Luo retrieved the Xianbing Bihua wine and eagerly took a sip. What a fine wine! The taste was exquisitely sweet, reminiscent of the white liquor from his past life, yet devoid of its harshness, making it exceptionally pleasant on the palate. As the wine entered his system, his internal energy surged like a raging fire. Yi Luo quickly followed the instructions he had read, refining it with his internal energy. Moments later, he opened his eyes once more, gazing at the Xianbing Bihua wine on the table with sparkling eyes. Just a single sip had equaled several days of arduous training. However, this bottle was far too small. The increase in internal energy would likely be limited. Nevertheless, knowing that such treasures could be obtained from the lottery draws made it all worthwhile, suppressing the urge to finish the Xianbing Bihua wine in one go. Yi Luo hesitated, eyeing the remaining 11549 diamonds. He yearned for another treasure draw. If the treasure roulette included items unobtainable in the shop, then this draw would undoubtedly be a tremendous bargain. What the heck? Please, let me draw another internal energy-enhancing treasure. Yi Luo almost found himself praying fervently. You have used a treasure draw, acquiring Dragon Blood Pearl, X1. Dragon Blood Pearl? What on earth is that? Sounds rather grand. Yet, it likely wasn't an item that enhanced internal energy. Yi Luo hastily opened his inventory to investigate. Dragon Blood Pearl, a variant of the Dragon Pearl, effects unknown, can be refined within the body. Effects unknown? Yi Luo stared in astonishment at the system's description. He retrieved the Dragon Blood Pearl from his inventory. It was merely a blood-red orb emitting a faint glow, far less impressive than he had imagined. How was he supposed to refine this into his body? Eat it directly? Yi Luo was at a loss. However, recalling that novels often depicted blood being used to bond with treasures, he pricked his finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall onto the pearl. To his surprise, the Dragon Blood Pearl glowed slightly as it absorbed the blood, returning to its previous state. Did this mean he truly had to consume it? Or perhaps, he thought, he should try using a dagger to make a small incision on his forearm and then bring the Dragon Blood Pearl closer to the wound. He wondered if the pearl would continuously absorb his blood. If so, would placing it inside him be akin to courting death? To his shock, as the pearl neared the wound, it seamlessly merged into his body. Damn! Yi Luo exclaimed, quickly checking his body. Ultimately, he found the Dragon Blood Pearl nestled beside his heart, though it appeared not to be siphoning his blood. Otherwise, he would surely be drained to a husk. Was this thing a filter? Or did it possess some other purpose? As Yi Luo observed the fallen leaves for an extended period, he discovered that the blood coursing through his heart was directly flowing towards the Blood Dragon Pearl. It appeared that after being filtered through the pearl, the blood then circulated throughout his body before returning to the heart, only to be filtered again, creating an infinite cycle. Yi Luo mused, gently clenching his fist. He sensed a slight enhancement in his physical strength and quickly opened his character attributes panel. Indeed, both his strength and speed had significantly increased. It seemed this extraordinary object had been filtering his blood, empowering him. Narrowing his eyes, Yi Luo scrutinized his attributes. Although there were no visible changes, he felt an undeniable increase in his body's strength, albeit subtle. Let me test this with my internal energy. After careful observation, Yi Luo was convinced that this entity posed no harm to him. He then carefully directed his internal energy towards the Blood Dragon Pearl. However, the pearl seemed indifferent to his internal energy, showing no reaction. Why Yi Luo dared not provoke it too much. After all, should it explode, he would be the first to perish. Today has yielded fruitful results. It appears it's time to seek out those bounty hunters. Yi Luo stretched lazily, chuckling to himself. Yet, just as he prepared to rise, he suddenly froze. A wound that had marred his arm had inexplicably vanished, leaving only a faint white mark. What astonishing recovery speed is this? Could it be the effect of the Blood Dragon Pearl? Yi Luo again picked up his dagger and made a shallow cut on his arm. Blood trickled out slowly, significantly more sluggish than usual. And after a brief moment, it ceased. Yi Luo wiped the blood away and observed as the wound began to heal gradually. At last, I possess a physique comparable to those characters from the second dimension. Haha, truly a treasure. Yi Luo laughed maniacally. Whether at the Navy headquarters or during his encounters with pirates, Yi Luo had noticed that the people in this world possessed absurd recovery abilities. Take Zaro. For instance, after receiving a severe blow from Mihawk, he merely bandaged himself and continued to fight in Cocoa Village. Had it been Yi Luo, he would have undoubtedly succumbed without proper treatment. This weakness was a significant flaw. As the old man Carp would say, his body needed further enhancement. Having spent 20,000 diamonds, he acquired the Ice Blue Fire Wine to augment his internal energy and the Blood Dragon Pearl to strengthen his body. What more could he desire? That night, Yi Luo remained awake, first practicing the intermediate body technique, snow treading, before converting an entire jug of Ice Blue Fire Wine into his internal energy. He then refilled a jade wine vessel, which, although devoid of the internal energy enhancement effect, exuded an air of sophistication, serving as an excellent accessory for showing off. The following morning, Yi Luo set out once more, altering his course towards Rainy Land. He could hardly recall whether the other members of the Baroque works had bounties, but one person undoubtedly did, Nico Robin. Yi Luo remembered that her initial bounty was a staggering 79 million. Thus he focused his attention on her. After all, he had already tested that the system would only grant a bounty once for each captured criminal. Whether he chose to kill or release them afterward was irrelevant. However, as Yi Luo stepped into Rainy Land, the long-lost system notification chimed. Side quest: capture the pirate crocodile. Reward: 10,000 diamonds. 10,000 experience. 1,000,000 money. And one random spin on the prize wheel. Finally, after spending too long at the headquarters, he was nearly forgetting what the task notification sounded like. Yi Luo's eyes brightened as he gazed at the largest casino in Rainy Land, which served as Crocodile's stronghold. Nonetheless, Yi Luo had no intention of capturing the sand crocodile at that moment. The task directive specified capturing the pirate crocodile, who was currently a warlord, thus not technically a pirate. Strictly speaking, he belonged to the Navy's allied faction. So Yi Luo could not assure that defeating Crocodile would yield the task reward or his original bounty. If he acted impulsively and only received experience points without diamonds, it would be quite embarrassing. Therefore, Yi Luo's target remained unchanged. He was still pursuing Robin. Upon arriving at the casino in Rainy Land, Yi Luo exchanged some berries for chips and casually began to play. Even without cheating, with his current auditory acuity and memory, it was exceedingly challenging for him to lose. Consequently, his chips quickly multiplied, garnering the attention of the casino staff. Sir, outside is merely child's play. Would you care to head to the VIP area? It is more befitting of your status and prowess. A beautiful attendant swiftly approached Yi Luo, smiling as she inquired, May I meet your boss? I wish to have a little fun. Yi Luo replied with a gentle smile. The attendant was taken aback, as it was rare for guests to seek out the boss for entertainment. Even in the outer area, they occasionally engaged in minor cheating, albeit in moderation. Once inside, regardless of how much one won, the casino would ensure all winnings were returned, let alone playing with the casino's owners. An absolute guarantee of loss. I'm afraid I cannot answer that right now. I must consult the boss. The attendant quickly regained her composure and smiled. Are you checking to see if I have the qualifications, or are you worried I lack the capability? Yi Luo chuckled, gesturing for her to lead the way. Not at all. It's just that our boss is often away from the establishment, which makes it difficult to provide an immediate answer to guests. The attendant replied, covering her mouth as she laughed. Soon, they arrived at a room marked VIP. Please take a moment to rest. I will ask the boss if she is available to entertain guests. The attendant bowed and exited through the door. Inside, aside from Yi Luo, there were several other guests at various tables. They merely glanced at Yi Luo upon his entrance before returning to their gambling. Evidently unconcerned with his presence, Yi Luo paid them no mind, casually making his way to the sofa. Shortly, a male attendant brought red wine, inquiring what Yi Luo desired. Yi Luo shook his head and asked, What games do you have here? Chips can be exchanged starting at 100,000 berries. Over there is the poker area, where rules can be negotiated among guests based on preferences, not fixed. This side is the dice area, mainly for guessing high or low, with no significant differences. Lastly, this area is for other gambling devices. If guests are interested, they may explore and inform the attendant, who will assist in finding others with similar interests to play together. The male attendant explained after bowing. Truly, the largest casino in Rainy Land boasts an impressive scale. Yi Luo nodded, rising to head towards the dice area. He could discern the numbers on the dice through his hearing. Although the casino employed cheating tactics, Yi Luo was not there to win. He merely wished to meet Robin. After a while, Yi Luo placed his chips on the small area and smiled at the dealer. The other gamblers followed suit, and as for Yi Luo's desire to meet Robin, he found himself genuinely enjoying the game. With his internal energy, it was exceedingly simple for Yi Luo to cheat at the casino. Initially, he had not intended to cheat, so his bets were rather casual. However, after winning a few times by chance, the dealer began to target him, which frustrated Yi Luo. Are you trying to target me? Very well, I'll indulge you. Thus, using his internal energy, Yi Luo quickly accumulated his chips to several million. The dealer had already been replaced multiple times, yet they could not hinder Yi Luo. The crucial point was that they were oblivious to how he achieved it. The dice belonged to them, and their mechanisms had been checked for issues, yet the resulting numbers were inexplicable. What's the holdup? Aren't you going to roll? Yi Luo smiled, observing the dealer wipe the sweat from his forehead. Yes, hurry and roll. Haha, this gentleman is truly on a winning streak today, unstoppable. Indeed, thanks to this gentleman's good fortune, I've managed to win a bit myself. The surrounding gamblers laughed heartily. Who would have thought you possessed gambling skills? Just as the dealer was about to reveal the dice, Robin's voice rang out behind Yiluo. Just playing for fun. It's merely a hobby, not a profession. Is your boss here? Yiluo smiled, looking at the dealer as he unveiled the dice. Revealing the numbers. I am the manager here, Robin replied with a slight smile, taking the position of the dealer who had just departed. In that case, please convert these into money. I will bet everything on small. Yiluo produced his chips and handed them to the nearby beautiful attendant with a grin. Robin nodded at the attendant, then casually shook the dice a few times, asking, "Is anyone else interested in placing a bet?" The surrounding gamblers cast their glances, and ultimately, the majority opted to place their bets following Yiluo. Only a few, sensing the turn of events, departed with the chips they had won, after everyone had placed their bets. Robin smiled and lifted the dice dome, exclaiming, "It appears that I have triumphed this time," although those around her expressed discontent upon witnessing the high roll, even beginning to blame Yiluo. He remained unperturbed and instead followed Robin as she prepared to leave. The remaining skeptics, those who doubted him or the casino, were of no concern to Yiluo. "May I inquire as to why a naval officer such as yourself has come to this place?" Robin asked, her eyes narrowing in curiosity as they entered the VIP room of the casino. "Of course, I am here to apprehend pirates," Yiluo replied with a chuckle. "Pirates? My employer is not a pirate." Robin laughed lightly in response. "Indeed, that is why I have come to capture you." As soon as Yiluo's words fell, he charged towards Robin. Despite Robin's relatively low combat prowess, her Hana no Mi fruit posed a considerable challenge. Prompting him to strike first, flower, grasp, Robin called out, attempting to buy time by attacking Yiluo as she retreated, fully aware that Crocodile was watching closely. With a resounding thud, Yiluo sent Robin flying with a single punch, causing the two arms that had just formed on his body to dissipate instantly. "Nico Robin, the devil's child, I hereby declare your arrest," Yiluo declared from his elevated position, gazing down at Robin, who lay amidst the rubble. "Naval officer, it seems you have overstepped your bounds. This is my territory." As Yiluo's words echoed, a mound of sand suddenly materialized before him, gradually taking the form of Crocodile. "Sand Crocodile, I advise you not to overextend yourself. She is not someone you can control." Yiluo glanced at Crocodile, dismissing him entirely as he prepared to take Robin and leave. "Have you misunderstood something? It is you who is causing trouble for me." Crocodile transformed into grains of sand, blocking Yiluo's path. "Get lost. I have no desire to converse with you now, and you think you have a chance to engage in idle chatter with me?" The growth of his strength instilled a newfound confidence in Yiluo. The recent encounter with Robin served as a prime example. Even the newly learned technique, Silent Snow, was significantly swifter than his previous agility. Not to mention the enhancements in energy and physicality. Is that so? Naval officer, you have successfully provoked my ire, and you shall pay for it. Before Crocodile could finish his sentence, Yiluo's fist struck, obliterating Crocodile's head. Although Crocodile had utilized some internal power, it was curious that he had failed to grasp Yiluo's physical form, a power akin to hockey. "Is that your confidence?" Crocodile, having reformed, inquired, scrutinizing Yiluo. "I see. You are rather swift." It turned out that Crocodile had preemptively transformed his head into sand before Yiluo's attack could connect, which explained the apparent inability to strike him. However, Yiluo understood that Crocodile lacked the advanced observation hockey. The earlier encounter was likely mere coincidence, or perhaps his attack had been detected beforehand, as it had merely been an offhand strike. "Your employer seems to value you highly. I had no intention of clashing with him, especially since he is a warlord of the sea and an ally of the Navy. However, since he seeks his own demise, I can only trouble you to wait here." Yiluo released Robin, smiling as he spoke. Despite having defeated Robin, the system had not notified him of any experience or diamond gain, so Yiluo had no intention of letting her go at that moment. Crocodile was not one to sit idly by. Thus, upon Yiluo's release of Robin, he swiftly initiated his attack. "What an intriguing individual. I shall entertain you for a while." Yiluo smiled slightly, his fists changing color as he leaped to evade Crocodile's crescent-shaped slash. Armament hockey, Crocodile's eyes sharpened. As a Logia user, he was renowned for his invincibility in the Grand Line, especially in his desert domain. However, the sole counter to his abilities was hockey. He had initially presumed that Yiluo was inexperienced in its application, only to be surprised by the display before him. Moonstep. With a resounding impact, Yiluo, having rotated mid-air using Moonstep, landed a punch on Crocodile's face before he could react, sending him flying several meters away. So, you are a concealed talent. I wondered what emboldened you to act recklessly in my territory. However, relying solely on armament hockey, you lack the necessary strength. Crocodile rolled a few times before rising, wiping the blood from his lips. From Crocodile's hand, a small sand tornado began to form, which he hurled toward Yi Luo. Such a futile technique should not be showcased. Utilizing the agility of silent snow, Yi Luo effortlessly evaded the sand tornado, which failed to graze even the hem of his clothing. Is that so? Then allow me to present this erosion cycle, Crocodile proclaimed as he made contact with the ground just before Yi Luo closed in. Instantly, the surroundings, including buildings, began to succumb to desertification, alarming Yi Luo as he observed Robin retreating. He swiftly approached her, lifting her with moonstep to ascend into the air. Consider yourself fortunate today. However, such luck will not always be on your side. Yi Luo shattered the rooftop, departing with Robin. Watching Yi Luo leave, Crocodile refrained from pursuit and instead retrieved a peculiar den mushy, seeming to contact someone. After exiting the casino, Yi Luo released Robin and stated, "You cannot be free just yet. Therefore, I request that you accompany me for a while longer." Though Robin was uncertain of Yi Luo's intentions, she had no choice but to follow him, unable to escape. Chapter 43. Encounter Naval Officer. What is your true objective? After departing from Rain Base, Robin's demeanor appeared somewhat more relaxed as she inquired, "You need not concern yourself with my intentions. Simply know that you will be free to leave shortly." Yi Luo shook his head in response. Just moments ago, upon leaving the confines of Rain Base, he finally received the system notification, awarding him 7,900 diamonds and 2,000 experience points. Although this experience did not match Robin's bounty, Yi Luo recognized it as relative to her strength. After all, Robin's bounty was not solely due to her combat abilities, but rather her talent for deciphering ancient texts. Originally, Yi Luo had anticipated that now was not the optimal moment to engage any members of the Straw Hat Pirates, as they were all valuable assets with increasing bounties. Defeating them later would yield greater rewards. However, the emergence of the treasure wheel had instilled in him a sense of impatience, prompting his actions against Robin. By dawn, you shall be free to depart. If Crocodile inquires, simply state that I received a phone call before releasing you. With the acquisition of 7,900 diamonds, Yi Luo had no intention of truly detaining Robin. Her abilities would likely prove beneficial to him in the future. Why? Robin furrowed her brow, questioning him. Do not ask too many questions. Knowing too much may not be in your favor. Moreover, Crocodile is not a favorable ally. It would be wise for you to distance yourself from him. Your companions are waiting for you. With that, Yi Luo turned and walked away. Having already engaged with Robin, Yi Luo did not intend to spare the remaining senior agents. However, just as he departed, a massive turtle, bearing a carriage, was making its way toward Rain Base, situated less than a day's journey away. Princess Weiwei, accompanied by Luffy and his crew, arrived at the city of Yuba. Once a thriving oasis, now reduced to desolation, the rebel forces were no longer present. They had moved on to the nearby oasis city of Kateria, close to the fields of rapeseed. As night fell, the elite agents of Baroque Works finally reached the rainy casino, where they encountered their superior, Boss Crocodile. Despite the chaos caused by Yellow earlier that day, the casino appeared unchanged, and Robin had returned to this place. Though Crocodile expressed some suspicion towards her, the lack of trust between them was mutual, each seeking to exploit the other. Upon learning that Robin had received a call from Yellow, Crocodile ceased his inquiries. He had dialed her number, but did not genuinely believe she could be saved. Had it not been for the imminent arrival of the elite agents, he would not have allowed Yellow to depart so easily. He had intended to use Robin, making her thoughts on the matter inconsequential, as long as she remained in his vicinity. Soon, Crocodile briefed the elite agents on a mission dubbed Paradise, which astonished them, given the magnitude of the coup he was orchestrating. However, they were seasoned operatives and agreed to execute the plan. The unexpected appearance of Mr. 3, the Candleman, incited Crocodile's wrath. He drained Mr. 3 of his vitality and discarded him into an alligator box, while issuing a death warrant for Luffy and his companions. Furthermore, Yellow's presence aroused Crocodile's suspicions, for the arrival of the Navy was not favorable to their cause. Nevertheless, his public persona afforded him certain advantages, allowing him to remain unconcerned about direct Navy intervention. Meanwhile, Luffy and his crew, having rested overnight, engaged in internal disputes. Weiwei expressed her desire to travel to Kateria to persuade the rebels, but Luffy pointedly addressed the core issue, crocodile. After much bickering, they ultimately resolved to advance towards Rainy instead of retracing their steps. In the capital of Alabasta, the king received a letter from Karu the Duck, and upon uncovering the truth, dispatched the vice-captain of the Royal Guard, a Zoan-type user with the ability of the Falcon Fruit, named Bell, to scout Rainy in preparation for a military offensive. Meanwhile, Yellowjaw, searching for the elite agents, found himself lost in the desert. Lacking experience in desert navigation, he felt disheartened. If only I had stayed in Rainy and awaited those fools. Why did I rush to the capital? He lamented, wishing he could slap himself, having already captured Robin. He could have simply asked her for a map or a guide. Even inquiring about the elite agent's whereabouts would have alleviated his troubles. The emergence of the treasure wheel had derailed his plans to pursue Ace, and he had lost track of his Navy subordinates, pushing him to the brink of frustration. Just then, he noticed something. Water. I'm dying of thirst. Wei, how much longer until we arrive? Luffy, leading the group with a branch as a makeshift cane, inquired, panting. Wei, trailing behind him, lifted her veil to survey the surroundings. Not much farther. We should reach our destination within half a day's journey. Is this only half the distance we've covered? Zoro, dragging a small raft, looked up at the sun and sighed. On the raft lay Chopper, nearly suffocating from the heat. You all seem to be in need of water. Would you like my assistance? It was none other than Yellowjaw, who had caught sight of Luffy's crew. Yellowjaw, the Straw Hat crew exclaimed in shock at his sudden appearance. What a fortuitous encounter. Where are you headed? Yellowjaw grinned, tossing them a water supply from his shoulder. As Luffy drank, he rambled incoherently. Speak plainly. Yellowjaw's expression darkened. We are on our way to Rainy. Wei replied solemnly. She refrained from seizing the water, having grown accustomed to the desert's challenges since childhood. The only ones scrambling for water were Luffy, Usopp, and a camel. Rainy, are you intending to hunt the sand alligator? Yellowjaw pondered before asking. Zoro glanced at Yellowjaw and remarked, it seems you know quite a bit. I know more than you might think. However, in my view, you are not yet a match for the sand alligator. Still, it won't hurt to give it a try. Yellowjaw chuckled. I'll knock him out, Luffy retorted angrily. Chapter 44. Unexpected windfall once again in Rainy. Yellowjaw marveled at how easily he had lost his way in the desert, relieved to have encountered Luffy's group. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss. Where are you headed, Yellow? Nami asked sweetly to me. To the capital of Alabasta. Yellowjaw replied candidly. However, as he spoke, he instinctively stepped back, sensing that Nami's overly cordial demeanor hinted at some ulterior motive. Ace over there. Before Nami could respond, Luffy asked innocently. No, I've lost track of him and cannot find him anymore. I am just hoping for luck at the capital. Yellowjaw shrugged. I see. Since you have no urgent matters, why not enjoy some time in Rainy? Nami suggested, exchanging glances with the crew. Enjoy? What kind of fun? Yellowjaw was taken aback, but quickly realized that Nami's suggestion stemmed from his previous assertion that they could not defeat Crocodile. Apart from Nami, the rest remained silent. Either they were like Luffy, oblivious to the implications, or Sanji and Zoro, who were aware, firmly believed they could prevail. Nami prepared to transform in frustration. Yellowjaw interjected, by the way, where is the subordinate I sent to assist you? I'm not sure. We intended to seek out the rebels, so we went to Yuba, but they had already relocated to Kateria, Wei answered. Then my subordinate might have gone to Kateria, the closest oasis to the rapeseed fields? Yellowjaw mused thoughtfully. He began to formulate a plan to directly contact headquarters and report Crocodile's activities, anticipating that they might authorize him to apprehend the sand alligator and eliminate his title as a warlord of the sea. This would not only allow for a legitimate intervention in the Alabasta affair, but would also expedite the completion of his mission. He was well aware that the Alabasta royal family was far more complex than it appeared. As within the kingdom lay two historical texts, one chronicling the infamous Ship of Sin, and the other detailing events from the enigmatic blank century. Perhaps I should kidnap Robin again. After all, her absence would hardly affect the subsequent Alabasta narrative. Yellowjaw plotted internally. Meanwhile, Nami and the others discreetly conspired nearby, contemplating how to ensnare Yellowjaw and enlist his aid against Crocodile. I'll head to the Navy base to get in touch with them. I won't be leaving today, so if you need anything, find me, provided Luffy isn't afraid of being taken by me. Yellowjaw chuckled, disregarding the astonished expressions of the Straw Hat crew as he made his way to the Navy's communication point in Rainy. Through the Navy in this region, Yellowjaw successfully contacted Lena, who indeed had gone to Kateria and encountered the rebels. However, the rebels were distrustful of the Navy, nearly leading to a confrontation. Ultimately, The Navy had to withdraw and await Princess Weiwei's arrival. Upon receiving Yeluo's communication, Lena promptly reported the situation to headquarters. Not long after, the headquarters indeed responded, instructing Yi Luo to gather evidence against Crocodile that if necessary, he could arrest Crocodile beforehand, ensuring that the latter does not succeed in his treacherous ambitions. And it was imperative to capture Robin and Alabasta. Previously, the world government had merely perceived the rebel forces in Alabasta as mere insurgents, without delving deeper into the matter. However, after Yi Luo apprehended Robin, Crocodile lodged a complaint with the Navy against Yi Luo, which piqued their curiosity. Upon receiving Yi Luo's report, they immediately speculated on Crocodile's intentions, ordering Yi Luo to thwart him without delay. Yi Luo could also surmise that operatives from the CP organization were infiltrating Alabasta, likely with objectives aligned with Crocodile's. It was plausible that they had made prior arrangements with the Nefertari royal family of Alabasta, hence their previous inaction. Now, with an opportunity at hand, they would not let it slip away. Moreover, he vaguely recalled that Luffy had once stumbled upon the underground chamber housing the ancient texts of history, making it an ideal bait to lure Robin out. However, he was entirely unaware of the location of that chamber, and he had heard it was a creation exclusive to the animated series rather than originating from the manga, casting doubt on its existence. After contacting Lena to mobilize all nearby naval forces to converge in Alabasta's capital, Yi Luo set off towards the casino, where Luffy was likely causing a ruckus. Indeed, upon his arrival at the casino, he found the ground littered with members of the Baroque works, and the central bridge had collapsed. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Luo decided against entering, recalling that the interior seemed on the verge of collapse. Yet, catching a glimpse of Sanji's fleeting figure inside reignited his resolve, prompting him to follow Sanji in. Upon reaching the underground passage, a key fell from above, landing at Yi Luo's feet. Could this be the key to the massive sea stone prison? Observing Luffy and his companions trapped within the cage below, Yi Luo realized he was about to acquire an unexpected boon. How dare someone ambush me? Yi Luo emerged, brandishing the key, addressing Mr. 3 and Sanji, who were at an impasse, upon seeing the key in Yi Luo's hand. Luffy and the others erupted in excitement. Who threw that? Yi Luo inquired, scratching his head. It was him. Everyone pointed at the candle man. Mr. 3, that you little brat. Where did you come from? Before Mr. 3 could finish his retort, he collapsed, while Yi Luo swiftly approached and began unlocking the sea stone cage door. So quick. Both Sanji and Zoro whispered in unison. Did I not mention you are no match for Crocodile? Yi Luo chuckled as he freed Luffy and the others. Now is not the time for that. That sand crocodile. I must personally send him flying. Luffy shouted furiously as he burst from the cage, unleashing his wrath upon the banana crocodile. Princess Vivi, witnessing the scene, was nearly brought to tears, having narrowly escaped a near-fatal encounter with a banana crocodile. I'll take this pirate with me. The place is about to collapse. We must hurry. Yi Luo, still holding Mr. 3, did not finish his sentence before the overhead glass shattered, and a deluge of seawater surged in, sweeping everyone away. Chapter 45. The Ancient Texts of History Seizing the Opportunity. Yi Luo stealthily submerged to the water's depths, feeling around until the massive sea stone prison vanished from sight, and then swam upwards with the nearly incapacitated Mr. 3 and TOW. Yi Luo, you finally emerged. We thought you would drown if you didn't come out, Nami exclaimed, patting her chest in relief upon seeing Yi Luo surface with Mr. 3. Yi Luo was momentarily at a loss for words. Just as Chopper arrived riding a gigantic moving crab, prepared to pursue Crocodile. What does this seafood taste like? Yi Luo inquired, his interest piqued by the enormous crab before him. Just boil it over a roaring fire, and then throw it on the grill. Sanji replied quietly, taking a puff of smoke. Is this also edible? Luffy's mouth nearly watered at the prospect. The moving crab, suppressing its instinct to flee, retreated a few steps under Chopper's reassurance, which was commendable for its kind. You shouldn't say such terrifying things. We still needed to take us to Alabasta, Nami admonished Luffy and Sanji, though she dared not confront Yi Luo. You all go ahead. I'll deal with this fellow and catch up with you. Enjoy your complimentary transportation, Yi Luo declared, hoisting Mr. 3. Luffy and the others wasted no time, leaping onto the moving crab and dashing off, while Yi Luo made his way towards the naval base, handing Mr. 3 over to the Navy to be taken to the Canola Flower Port, where his ship awaited. Glancing at the sea stone prison occupying nearly half of his backpack, Yi Luo couldn't suppress a triumphant smile. It had taken considerable effort and merit to install the sea stone prison on his ship, and now, with this acquisition, he could accommodate even more powerful bounty hunters. It was well known that the bounties on those with powers were seldom low. For instance, Mr. 3 had just contributed 3,200 diamonds to his tally, which was quite substantial and served as Yi Luo's motivation to follow Sanji. Initially, he had approached the situation with a trial-and-error mindset, never anticipating he would successfully reclaim Crocodile's sea stone prison while simultaneously earning 3,200 diamonds. Now, with his diamond count exceeding 10,000, Yi Luo contemplated whether to indulge in a treasure draw. However, recalling the sanctity of such a ritual, he ultimately dismissed the idea. As Yi Luo hurried towards Luffy and the others, he chanced upon the duel between Luffy and Crocodile. But it appeared that Luffy had no intention of allowing Yi Luo to intervene. After a brief exchange between the two, Yi Luo decided to leave them to their own devices and instead pursued the direction in which Robin had departed. "Hey, beautiful, may I hitch a ride?" Yi Luo alighted onto the large tortoise cart where Robin was sipping tea and reading. "Just afraid we might not be headed the same way," Robin responded calmly, unfazed by Yi Luo's sudden appearance. "Oh really? However, I have a piece of free information for you. Should you choose not to accompany me, I shall have nothing more to say." Yi Luo shrugged nonchalantly. Robin closed her book, shifted her seating position, and sipped her tea while eyeing Yi Luo, silently inviting him to continue. I inquired of Luffy. When they traveled from Yuba to Rain Base, they accidentally fell into a cave containing a massive square stone tablet inscribed with unfamiliar characters, Yi Luo stated with a smile. Indeed, Robin's expression shifted as she pressed for details. "What is the exact location?" You know Luffy's temperament. Expecting him to remember the coordinates is akin to chasing a mirage. "So, shall we test our luck?" Yi Luo shook his head. After a deep breath, Robin poured a cup of tea for Yi Luo as well, then commanded the large tortoise to change course, heading straight for Yuba. Upon their return to the site of Luffy and Crocodile's battle, they found the confrontation had concluded, with Luffy buried in sand save for his head. "What do you D-bearers intend to accomplish?" Robin alighted from the tortoise cart, approached Luffy, and not only rescued him but also retrieved his hat. "Thank you," Luffy murmured. "What have you done to Princess Vivi? I understand your abilities now. I shan't be so easily felled this time." A man clad in white robes, wielding a long sword, approached Robin. "I didn't expect you to awaken so swiftly. Perfect timing, for this child is the pirate who escorted your princess all the way here." "I leave him in your care," Robin declared before returning to the tortoise cart and departing. "Why did you save him?" Yi Luo asked softly. "Did you not say so? The information was obtained from him. Consider it a favor returned. Besides, even if I did not intervene, wouldn't you have saved him?" Robin replied with a smile. Why Yi Luo could not help but chuckle, lifting his teacup for ASIP. An hour later, a large tortoise dozed in the desert, and both Robin and Yi Luo were nowhere to be seen. "Have you found the answers you sought?" Yi Luo inquired playfully, observing Robin intently deciphering the ancient texts of history. "Isn't the Navy opposed to people learning this history?" Robin remarked without turning her head. "You are mistaken. That is the world government, not the Navy." Yi Luo responded seriously. "Is there a difference?" Robin glanced back at Yi Luo, a hint of mockery in her tone. "Absolutely. There is a significant distinction." As the leaves fell, Yi Luo squinted his eyes and spoke. Robin glanced at Yi Luo in surprise before laughingly saying, "Let us go. There are no answers here that I seek." Yi Luo nodded and led Robin back to the great tortoise vehicle. "Aren't you curious about what is inscribed on it?" Robin asked with a light chuckle after the great tortoise set off again. "History represents the past, and since it has already become bygone, it holds no significance for me. What I desire is the future," Yi Luo retorted, taking a sip from a flask he retrieved from his backpack. Robin, unperturbed by Yi Luo's sudden conjuring of items, found himself quite intrigued by the flask in Yi Luo's hand. "This is a relic from my hometown, which has become exceedingly rare, thus I cherish it dearly," Yi Luo said with a smile as he offered the flask to Robin. Understanding Robin's intent, he willingly handed it over. "I am a historian. This item could not possibly have originated from the East Sea," Robin declared confidently after merely a glance. "I never claimed my hometown is the East Sea. My true homeland is now untraceable, so I regard that place as my home," Yi Luo mentioned with a hint of melancholy as he broached the subject. Chapter 46. The plan commences. Robin smiled faintly, glancing at the clock inside the vehicle, and murmured, "The plans over there should have already commenced." At the entrance of Alabasta's capital, Albana, the rebels were fully prepared for action. With their leader, Kosha, riding at the forefront on a camel, guiding the insurgents towards the southern gate. Meanwhile, Sanji and others, in disguise, led the elite agents of Baroque Works away, trying to create an opportunity for Wei Wei and the rebels to meet. But alas, their efforts were thwarted by a concealed artilleryman from the royal army. He fired a cannonball prematurely. Although it did not strike Wei Wei, the clouds of dust it raised obscured her from the view of Kosha, the rebel leader. After the main force passed, Wei Wei crawled out from beneath her protective Karoo duck, gazing at the severely injured creature, tears welling in her eyes. With resolve, she proclaimed, "Thank you, Karoo. I will never give up, because on that ship, I learned the importance of perseverance." When the exhausted and wounded Karoo duck finally brought Wei Wei into the city, they were pursued by Mr. Two. But fortunately, Sanji arrived just in time to intercept him, allowing Wei Wei to escape unscathed. "What? Are you truly Princess Wei Wei, the deputy captain of the royal guard?" Gaka asked in astonishment, staring at Wei Wei. "Indeed, it is essential to blow up this palace. My father once said that the most important aspect of a nation is its people. If the people perish, the kingdom ceases to exist. The only way to halt this chaos is to detonate this palace, thus granting me the chance to explain myself to everyone," Wei Wei stated calmly. "Please abandon this foolish notion, Princess Wei Wei. The king is absent. Otherwise, he would not condone your rash actions," Gaka replied steadily. "Lord Gaka, please do not misjudge the situation," Wei Wei asserted seriously. At that moment, Wei Wei's formidable aura startled Gaka, reminding him of the king's previous words, prompting him to kneel slowly on one knee and say, "I shall heed your command, Your Highness. It seems we have indeed arrived a bit late," Yi Luo remarked, frowning as he and Robin reached Albana, now transformed into a battlefield. "What do you intend to do now?" Robin inquired, his demeanor noticeably softened, perhaps due to having gained a piece of historical truth. "I must contact the Navy. Such chaotic fighting cannot continue, for it is the civilians who ultimately suffer," Yi Luo replied softly. "In that case, I shall take my leave." Robin smiled slightly and rode the great tortoise away. Yi Luo proceeded to the Navy's assembly point, where Reyna had long awaited his arrival. "Report, sir. The entire Navy of Alabasta has assembled. Please give your orders." Reyna approached Yi Luo and saluted as soon as she saw him. Although this comprises the entirety of the Navy, their numbers still cannot compare to those engaged in battle within the capital. Our sole objective is to treat the wounded and restrain them to prevent further combat. Leave the rest to me. Yi Luo instructed the assembled Navy outside the western gate. Understood. The Navy responded in unison. Additionally, ensure your own safety. Reyna shall accompany you. Yi Luo donned the Navy attire handed to him by Reyna as he made his way toward Albana. In the palace, as Wei Wei and Gaka stood atop discussing the placement of explosives, a bloodied soldier rushed in to report. "Report, my lord. An incident has occurred within the palace." Before Wei Wei and Gaka could react, a voice familiar to Princess Wei Wei rang out, "Do not act recklessly, Ms. Wednesday. This place is soon to become my domain," Crocodile exclaimed with a smirk, holding the severely injured king in one hand as he gazed at Wei Wei and Gaka. "So you are the Sand Crocodile, Crocodile? I advise you to release the king," Gaka said sternly, hand resting on the hilt of his sword. Ha ha ha. "What right do you have to speak to me in that manner? Just because you are a Zoan-type devil fruit user?" Crocodile laughed, looking at Gaka. "Where is Mr. Luffy? How did you come to be here?" Wei Wei questioned Crocodile. Although she harbored suspicions, she still found it hard to believe. "He is dead," Crocodile replied casually. "Impossible. How could Mr. Luffy possibly be dead? I refuse to believe it." Princess Wei Wei shouted angrily. "No one can enter from outside. I have barred them." At that moment, Robin emerged from seemingly nowhere. Addressing Crocodile, "Where have you been? Why are you slower than me?" Crocodile asked Robin quietly. "I ask you again, what has happened to Mr. Luffy?" Wei Wei inquired with renewed fury. "Enough of this. He is merely a minor character, unworthy of concern. After all, this country and you two will perish together, and as for those pirates, they likely will not witness the final outcome. But before that, where is the king and the Pluto?" Crocodile inquired, ignoring Wei Wei. The king appeared even more astonished at Crocodile's mention of that name, unable to fathom how Crocodile could know it. "You are aware, aren't you? The weapon known as Pluto, deemed the world's most fearsome weapon, capable of annihilating an entire island with a single cannonball. That is my objective. If I obtain it, I shall establish the most formidable military kingdom," Crocodile exclaimed passionately. "How can that be? Does our kingdom truly possess such a weapon?" Wei Wei questioned skeptically. Gaka, more familiar with the king, observed the subtle change in the king's expression, suspecting this information must have been passed down with the throne. I do not know where you heard this information, but I assure you, I am ignorant of it. The king responded to Crocodile, feigning calmness. Is that so? I have specially customized a bomb powerful enough to obliterate 5 kilometers. And it will land in the center of Albana in half an hour, with a resounding boom. Albana shall transform into a different spectacle, Crocodile declared with a grin. You madman, why would you do this? What have we done to offend you? Wei Wei shouted at Crocodile. However, Crocodile paid her no heed, focusing instead on the king. Now, can you tell me where the historical text is recorded? Chapter 47. Gathering together, Nefertari Cobra fell silent for a moment before saying, If I lead you to it, will you spare my people? Certainly. My aim is not to destroy your nation. Crocodile nodded in reply. Very well. I shall take you there. King Cobra seemed resigned as he addressed Crocodile. I apologize, Your Majesty, Princess. I cannot hold back any longer. Gaka transformed into his hybrid form, glaring at Crocodile as he growled. Wait, Lord Gaka, Princess Wei Wei interjected, recognizing that Gaka was not a match for Crocodile. And it was clear that confronting him would be tantamount to suicide. Lord Gaka, allow us to handle this. At that moment, the palace gates were finally breached, and the elite guard's sharp claw unit rushed in. Shall I join the fray? Robin asked, ready for battle, but was halted by Crocodile. Wait, something seems off with those 4. As their superior, Jaka immediately noticed the unusual behavior of his subordinates. My Lord Jaka, I am truly sorry. However, if this man, even if he is one of the 7 warlords, is indeed the one instigating this rebellion, we shall ensure he understands the suffering and fury of this kingdom, the 4 declared. Charging towards Crocodile with an extraordinary speed, fools, they have drunk from the cursed water for a moment's power, but that will sap their life force. They have mere minutes left to live. Jaka glared at his subordinates, filled with both anger at their recklessness and frustration at his own impotence. Ha ha, a bunch of pathetic weaklings. The elemental Crocodile was not an opponent they could hope to defeat. Did they even land a blow? Jaka murmured as he watched his once elite subordinates fall. Ha, what an amusing kingdom. Come, let us take our king to find the historical truth. Crocodile appeared beside Robin, chuckling. You scoundrel, stop right there. Jaka's speed surged as he transformed. Racing towards Crocodile, my Lord Jaka, Princess Vivi attempted to intercept him, but alas, Jaka was too swift. Jaka, don't sacrifice yourself in vain. The king shouted desperately. Do you wish to expose yourself for another? Crocodile queried softly, blocking Jaka's strike. That I simply wish for you to know that even at the cost of my life, I will make you aware of this kingdom's rage. Jaka summoned his strength once more, delivering a powerful punch that shattered half of Crocodile's skull. Unfortunately, as the wielder of the Sansan fruit, Crocodile was impervious to such attacks without haki, rendering Jaka no match for him in a mere instant. Crocodile's hooked hand pierced through Jaka's body. Crack, crack. The sound of a camera shutter echoed, drawing everyone's attention. Now then, we have gathered evidence. In the name of the Navy, I formally announce that you, Sir Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords, are hereby stripped of your title for the crimes of stealing from the kingdom of Alabasta through the Baroque works. Yi Luo declared sternly, holding a camera snail. Why Yi Luo? Vivi exclaimed excitedly. Navy, it's you again? Crocodile scowled at Yi Luo. And now, allow me to introduce myself. King Nefertari Cobra. I am Colonel Yi Luo from the Navy headquarters. Yi Luo bowed to the subdued King Cobra, who was being prepared for evacuation by Robin. He killed Mr. Luffy. The sand crocodile killed Mr. Luffy. Vivi, tears brimming in her eyes, rushed to Yi Luo's side, finally breaking down. Do not worry. Luffy is far too resilient to be easily vanquished. Yi Luo gently patted Vivi's head, feeling a pang of sympathy. This princess was always so endearing. Had it not been for the current circumstances, he would have undoubtedly dealt with Crocodile himself. Fortunately, he is not dead yet. Yi Luo approached Jaka, administering a potion of life to him. What? Mr. Yi Luo, Jaka? Vivi hurriedly knelt beside Jaka, her expression fraught with concern. You help him to rest. I will handle things here. Yi Luo nodded at Princess Vivi, King Cobra. Although I have acted without your consent, I have ordered the Navy to fully intervene in the conflict. Rest assured, my only directive is to rescue lives. We will not engage in combat. After assisting Vivi and helping Jaka to the side, Yi Luo addressed King Nefertari Cobra. Your consideration is greatly appreciated. King Cobra replied gratefully. What is happening? How could the supposedly villainous king be reduced to this state? Why are the elite guards of the royal army lying here? What is the meaning of this? Suddenly, a young man with a scar over one eye entered the palace, gazing incredulously at the scene before him. Kosha! Vivi exclaimed in delight. Vivi? What is going on? Tell me. The young man named Kosha shouted in anger. It is quite evident, is it not? You are the leader of the rebel army, are you not? I heard you had a conflict with my beloved subordinates. Yuluo remarked, glancing at the young man who had grown up alongside Vivi, the one who should have supported the king like his father. Ha ha ha. I never expected to find leaders of several factions gathered here. Crocodile laughed without a hint of anger at being discovered. Everything that transpired in Kosha's kingdom was orchestrated by me. Vivi glared at Crocodile, her eyes brimming with hatred. Indeed, you believe the king was responsible. But it was I who was behind those events. Thank you for your cooperation these past 2 years, Mr. Kosha. Crocodile chuckled. Do not listen to him. Kosha, you must evacuate Alabasta immediately. It will be destroyed in less than 30 minutes. Hurry. Even saving one more person would be worth it. King Cobra spat blood as he implored Kosha. Kosha paused, then promptly turned to leave, upon realizing that the king was indeed still the king. He would naturally obey his command. Wait, Kosha. Princess Vivi dashed forward to block him, casting a glance at the smiling Crocodile. We cannot say that now. If the truth is revealed, chaos will ensue. What we must do is halt the fighting so we can better manage the situation. Chapter 48. Yuluo takes action. Such a calm judgment. I am quite impressed, Ms. Wednesday. Crocodile smirked. However, you may not have the opportunity. With that, Crocodile transformed and charged at Princess Vivi and Kosha. Have you forgotten something? Yuluo, having appeared before Princess Vivi at an unknown moment, struck Crocodile in the face, sending him flying. This startled not only Vivi and Kosha, but also the wounded king and the recently revived Jaka. Navy, are you seeking death? Crocodile rose, wiping the blood from his mouth, furious. If not for wanting to show Luffy the disparity, do you think you would have the chance to chatter before me? Yuluo cracked his knuckles. Disdain etched on his face. The sand crocodile, lacking haki, was clearly a character sacrificed for the sake of the protagonist. Hence Yuluo had no intention of engaging. This was an excellent opportunity for Luffy to gain experience. Once Luffy's bounty increased, he would seek a chance to spar with him and thus acquire a wealth of knowledge. Now, as the leader of the rebel army, since you are aware of the truth, let the ceasefire be your responsibility. I will handle the rest. Yuluo smiled. Kosha glanced at Princess Vivi, who nodded at him, prompting him to dash towards the palace exit. Shave, Sara. Yuluo wasted no time, heading directly for Crocodile. If he were to be defeated before Luffy arrived, it would simply be a stroke of bad luck. Nico Robin, you take the king and leave. I will deal with things here and join you later. Crocodile, bloodied and disheveled, declared. Robin smiled, taking King Cobra away. Just as Vivi prepared to intervene, she was attacked by Robin. Had it not been for Yuluo's timely assistance, she might have succumbed, granting Crocodile a moment to recover. I apologize for being so useless. Vivi bit her lip, addressing Yuluo. Fool, your role as a princess is to serve your people. Leave the fighting to us professionals. Yuluo affectionately ruffled Vivi's hair. Smiling. Having sustained an injury from Crocodile's hook while coming to assist, he knew the hook was laced with poison, thus he intended to resolve the fight swiftly. Ha, Navy, my hook is not something to be trifled with. It carries a deadly toxin. Crocodile laughed at Yuluo. Humph, a mere parlor trick. It is a waste of a title to make you one of the 7 warlords. Yuluo pressed several points on his arm to control the flow of blood, then utilized his inner strength to purify the venom. Just as Crocodile prepared to attack Yuluo again, a voice echoed from the horizon. Mr. Luffy. Vivi stood up in surprise, gazing at the figure of Luffy atop the falcon-shaped ship. Shouting in joy. He actually survived. What a tenacious little insect, but I have no time to play with you. Farewell. Crocodile offered a faint smile before leaping out towards the palace's exterior, his form dissipating into sand and soaring away. Just as Yuluo prepared to rise and pursue, Luffy followed suit, jumping down from Bell and exclaiming loudly, Mimi, leave Crocodile to me. You go and thwart the rebel forces. At that moment, Princess Mimi finally glanced outside, realizing that the war, which had been halted by Kusha, had inexplicably resumed. This fellow is completely disregarding me. Yuluo furrowed his brow and sighed in resignation. Mr. Navy, I implore you for assistance. Princess Mimi approached Yuluo, articulating her request. While Yuluo glanced in the direction Crocodile had fled, sighed deeply, and replied, Your Highness, it is not that we in the Navy do not wish to help, but we are simply lacking in manpower. With our current forces, we too cannot halt the war. I beseech you, Mr. Navy, to render aid. Princess Mimi insisted stubbornly. Understood that I shall first seek out my subordinates and have them momentarily heed the commands of the Nefertari royal family. Yiluo nodded helplessly, employing Moonwalk to search for Lena. What is this? Upon exiting the palace, Yiluo was taken aback to find an entire building collapsed in another direction, just as I suspected. Spotting Mr. One, Das Bones, lying on the ground, Yiluo seized him and continued his search for Lena. Shortly thereafter, Yiluo found Lena, who had already established a rescue point, and tossed Mr. One before her, saying, Lena. All Navy personnel are to temporarily follow the orders of the Nefertari royal family and assist as much as possible. I will bring in the high-ranking agents of Baroque works. Remember, do not let them escape. Yes, sir, Lena replied with a salute. Once Yiluo apprehended all the defeated high-ranking agents, the system duly rewarded him with the corresponding bounty in diamonds. Now, should he pursue Crocodile or seek out the bomb? After a moment of contemplation, Yiluo decided to find Crocodile first, for Princess Mimi would ultimately require that bomb to cease the war. Thus, upon his arrival at the underground passage, he found Crocodile and Luffy already engaged in a fierce battle, while Robin lay unconscious nearby. Shave, finger pistol. Yiluo, at this moment, paid no heed to Luffy and directly confronted his opponent. Yiluo, he's mine. Luffy shouted in protest that I'll handle this. You take the king and Robin and leave. Mimi needs your assistance. The bomb is in the clock tower, fearing that Mimi might not find the bomb. Yiluo directly informed Luffy. Luffy was taken aback, glanced at Crocodile, and then dashed towards the king, lifting him and Robin in preparation to depart. Did I not instruct you to leave? Crocodile, bloodied and furious, glared at Luffy and roared. Your opponent is now me, Dragon's Claw 18 Palms. The Dragon's Wrath. With a series of 3 consecutive strikes, a colossal dragon had materialized, transforming into a dragon that charged directly at Crocodile. Desert Greatsword. Erosion Cycle. Desert Tornado. Crocodile, refusing to be subdued, unleashed his own formidable techniques, directly clashing with Yiluo. Luffy, carrying both individuals, had just emerged from the underground when he suddenly sensed an explosive energy behind him. Turning around, he beheld a massive golden dragon colliding with the enormous sand tornado. Chapter 49. Conclusion. As tranquility returned, Luffy stood astonished, gazing at the underground tomb that had been breached by the union of their techniques, resulting in an explosion that had shattered the tomb below. Why are you still here? Yiluo, his navy uniform tattered and bloodied hands gripping the unconscious Crocodile, inquired. Is he dead? Luffy asked in disbelief. No. Is a warlord so easily defeated? He merely fainted. Yiluo shook his head, stating, Hand the king over to me. You assist Mimi while I take his majesty to the medical point established by the navy. Luffy nodded and departed with the unconscious Robin on his back. I truly thank you, Navy. Kabura expressed his gratitude. Being carried by Yiluo. Is but our duty, Yiluo replied with a smile. Soon, Yiluo arrived at the rescue point, where he observed the enormous bomb launched from the clock tower. What is that? Nearby Navy personnel inadvertently looked up to see the massive bomb in the sky. Sir, Lena rushed to Yiluo's side. Have we still not been able to stop it? We were so close to defeating Crocodile. King Kabura sighed and closed his eyes. No, it is not over yet, Yiluo softly asserted. What? Kabura asked, astonished. The bomb is ascending. Yiluo narrowed his eyes. Why? Kabura inquired. Puzzled, Yiluo leaped upwards using Moonwalk, descending momentarily before addressing King Kabura. You have some capable subordinates. I saw that large bird in white robes pulling the bomb upwards. Bell! Kabura exclaimed in surprise. A tremendous explosion erupted, scattering the sands above Alabasta, as Princess Mimi, seated and shouting something from the clock tower, became momentarily dazed. Gathering her strength, she cried out, Please, cease the fighting. The war is over. Please, cease the fighting. The war is over. She repeated this plea, seemingly tireless, when suddenly, a boy in a straw hat appeared beside her, echoing her words. Below the clock tower, the straw hat crew joined in unison, mimicking Princess Mimi's cries. After the brief, deafening silence caused by the explosion, the crowd gradually began to hear Princess Mimi's voice, leading them to lower their weapons. As the dust settled, light rain began to fall from the sky, and the remaining rebellious and revolutionary forces slowly came to their senses, their frenzied emotions dissipating. King's army, lay down your weapons. Gaka, dragging his injured body, supported the king as he emerged from the navy's rescue point, shouting loudly, Gaka, Your Majesty. The soldiers of the king's army stared in astonishment at the two figures. Rebel army, lay down your weapons. Ikolum, supporting Kusha and cradling a child, similarly emerged to shout, "Captain Ikelam, leader Kusha." The rebels were equally shocked. Subsequently, Kusha and Ikelam relayed to the crowd the events they had witnessed, prompting widespread regret. Regret is natural, and sorrow is inevitable. We have lost so much, yet gained nothing in life, the king slowly declared. However, this marks progress. The war has occurred, and it has concluded. The past cannot be erased, but what matters more is how we continue to survive after the war. Your Majesty, the rebel forces, overcome with emotion, dropped their weapons, weeping uncontrollably, while the king's army also laid down their arms, discreetly wiping away tears. People of Alabasta, we must unite to rebuild our homeland, Kabira proclaimed, disregarding the emotional atmosphere. Raising his voice, "Long live His Majesty! Long live Alabasta!" The citizens of Alabasta shouted in unison, bringing the war that had ravaged their desert nation to a close at last. So, the esteemed sir has faithfully reported the situation to headquarters. In the palace, Kabira arranged resting quarters for Yiluo, Lena, and others. Indeed, such a significant occurrence cannot be concealed. Yiluo nodded in affirmation. Yet, sir, you handled it splendidly and thwarted Crocodile's plot. Lena inquired, puzzled. That is the matter as it stands. It no longer pertains to me. Let everyone recuperate before we set sail. Yiluo plopped down onto the sofa, smiling. Are we not apprehending the Straw Hat crew? Lena hesitated before asking, now is not the time. And besides, we owe them our gratitude for their assistance. Yiluo shook his head. Yes, sir. Following the incident, Lena's attitude and perspective towards the Straw Hat crew improved significantly, at the very least. They were not the kind of pirates who perpetrated evil. Report. At that moment, a Navy soldier entered, calling out. What is it? Yiluo looked up and inquired. Report, Colonel. The ships dispatched by headquarters have arrived at the port. Should we proceed? The soldier responded loudly. They arrived surprisingly quickly. Very well. Relay the orders. Today's leave is over. Gather all bounty criminals. We shall depart for the port tomorrow. As Yiluo rose to his feet, he spoke. And Lena promptly draped the cloak of justice over him before following closely behind as they exited the grand door. Lena, you shall proceed to the naval contact point first. After assembling the soldiers, await me at the south gate tomorrow morning. Yiluo instructed as he made his way towards the palace hall. Lena was momentarily taken aback, yet she responded with a respectful bow. Yes, my lord. Soon, Yiluo encountered King Kabira, and the two engaged in discussions in the study for the entire day. Meanwhile, during the fierce battle with Crocodile, Luffy had succumbed to poison and, coupled with his immense fatigue, fainted after assisting Princess Vivi, despite Yiluo's intervention. Zoro, have you been training again? The ship's doctor, Chopper, exclaimed upon seeing Zoro enter. Don't worry, my body is my own. I know how to train. Zoro waved dismissively. I meant this situation. I told you to refrain from training. Chopper was nearing his breaking point. I slept so comfortably. At that moment, Luffy happened to awaken. Oh, Luffy, you are awake? The Straw Hat crew expressed their joy upon seeing their captain regain consciousness. What? I was unconscious for 3 days. That means I missed 15 meals. Luffy shouted in astonishment upon learning of his 3-day slumber. Chapter 50. Return to headquarters. I can't believe it's you. Tina. When Yiluo arrived at the port city with his troops, he was greeted by Colonel Tina of the Navy headquarters. Tina is here to congratulate you. Not only have you successfully eliminated a Shichibukai, but you've also received a promotion. Your progress has been remarkably smooth. Tina remarked with a smile. Oh, are those old geezers suspecting me of foul play? Rest assured, my report is thoroughly documented, and I have not deceived them. One might simply say I was fortunate. Yiluo chuckled. Settling into a reclined chair beside Tina. As a pioneer against the Shichibukai system within the Navy headquarters. Yiluo's stance on the matter was well known, which is why he had refrained from reporting on Crocodile's activities previously. Given the lack of sufficient justification, there was a considerable risk he could be recalled to headquarters and replaced by another. However, once Crocodile dispatched high-ranking agents, the situation had largely been solidified, especially with Robin's involvement, ensuring that neither the world government nor the Navy would remain passive. This is your promotion letter. Tina should now refer to you as Brigadier General. Tina casually tossed the appointment letter from headquarters to Yiluo, taking a puff of smoke while smiling. Well, since you are here, I shall leave matters in Alabasta to you. I must return to headquarters. Yiluo said as he rose and made his way back to the ship's cabin. I'm sorry, Colonel Tina, Lena said somewhat sheepishly to Tina. Tina was aware of this, but she was quite irked. After all, it was Tina who had taken this fellow on his first voyage to carry out missions, and now he had surpassed her. Observing Yi Luo's retreating figure, Tina calmly remarked before turning to Lena with a smile. By the way, congratulations are in order for you as well, Major Lena. Thank you, Colonel Tina. This time, I did not contribute much. In fact, as the Brigadier General mentioned, this matter was primarily led by those pirates. Lena replied with a bow. I truly wish to transfer you from that rascal Yi Luo to my command, but I suspect he would not let you go willingly, nor would you want that, Tina said, discarding her spent cigarette with a chuckle. You jest, Colonel, Lena replied calmly. Well then, I shall take my leave. You all may set sail. Tina waved farewell to Lena after seeing all the prisoners board the ship before returning to her own vessel. Back in the cabin, Yi Luo was busy organizing the spoils from the Alabasta incident. He had amassed a total of 27,500 diamonds, combined with the 1,549 diamonds left unspent previously, bringing his total to 39,049 diamonds. Among these, Nico Robin had contributed 7,900 diamonds, Mr. 2 Bon Clay and Mr. 3 Galdino each added 3,200 diamonds. Mr. 1 Das Bones contributed 5,100 diamonds, and Crocodile's bounty of 8,100 diamonds, along with the 10,000 diamonds awarded upon mission completion, accounted for the total of 27,500 diamonds. Should he save or continue to draw? Yi Luo found himself in a quandary. With the high-ranking agents of Baroque Works and Crocodile now aboard a ship, he needed to escort them to Impel Down. Thus, Yi Luo planned to return to headquarters, indicating that he would have no diamond income for the foreseeable future. I shall decide upon my return. My strength has significantly increased and requires proper contemplation. Yi Luo pondered, stroking his chin. Days later, Yi Luo returned to the Navy headquarters through the Gate of Justice. Well, look at you, young man. After a brief absence, you've been promoted to Brigadier General? At the port, he encountered the lecherous Captain Smoker. What brings you here? Off to sea, Yi Luo inquired, somewhat surprised. The Marshal wishes to see you. I happen to be in the area, so I came to relay the message. Smoker shrugged in response. Is it customary for a Vice Admiral to relay messages to a Brigadier General? Yi Luo found himself at a loss for words. But after arranging for all soldiers to rest, he followed Smoker to the Marshal's office. My lord, I shall first return home to tidy my room, Lena said, bowing to Smoker before addressing Yi Luo. Yi Luo nodded, waving to Lena, signaling her to handle matters as she saw fit. I truly envy you. I mean, you're still unmarried. Could it be that Lena is too demanding for you? Smoker remarked with a hint of envy. Yi Luo felt speechless. He resided alone. Lena did not live with him but occupied a separate room, a privilege granted to female Navy personnel by headquarters. Moreover, Lena had also received a promotion alongside Yi Luo, becoming a major. Before long, Yi Luo and Smoker arrived at Sengoku's office, where the old man Carp was leisurely sipping tea and munching on rice crackers. Meanwhile, seated beside him was a kind-faced elderly woman. But Yi Luo knew that anyone who underestimated her would meet an untimely demise, for she was none other than the renowned Vice Admiral and Chief of Staff, Tsuru. Marshal Sengoku, Captain Carp, Vice Admiral Tsuru. Yi Luo greeted them all with a bow. Back already? I thought you might have truly gotten lost out there. Wah. Indeed, you are not an easy target to eliminate, Carp greeted first, though Yi Luo felt an overwhelming urge to kick him in the face. Teacher, I truly came close to being done in by Dragon, but alas, I was saved by pirates and only regained consciousness after traversing Whiskey Peak. Hence I missed capturing those pirates, Yi Luo recounted helplessly. The ones who saved you were the Straw Hat pirates from East Blue, correct? Vice Admiral Tsuru inquired with a smile. While Yi Luo, not wishing to conceal the truth, nodded in affirmation. Indeed, it was they. Which is how I encountered Princess Vivi of Alabasta and learned of Crocodile's scheme. So you went with the flow and relied on the Straw Hat pirates to launch an assault on Crocodile, even allowing the war in Alabasta to unfold unchecked, correct? I believe with your capabilities. Had you acted promptly upon learning of this, you would have had ample time to manage it, yet you chose to ride the wave behind those pirates to eliminate Crocodile instead. Sengoku adjusted his glasses as he spoke. Yi Luo was taken aback. While he was aware that his actions would invite suspicion, he never anticipated that upon his return, Sengoku would see through his intentions. Of course, he was oblivious to the fact that part of his reasoning was tied to the diamonds. Chapter 51. Sengoku's interrogation. Do you comprehend the magnitude of the impact caused by the absence of one individual from the Shichibukai? a faction intended to balance power, as we prepare to advance into the new world. The Shichibukai is an indispensable asset, Sengoku stated sternly as he noted Yi Luo's silence. However, I do not believe those 7 would genuinely align themselves with the Navy, Yi Luo replied, his voice resolute. Sengoku found himself at a loss for words in response to Yi Luo's rebuttal. Enough, Sengoku. The child has only just returned from his significant achievement, so do not be so stern. Moreover, it's merely a sand crocodile. Since he dared to set his sights on Alabasta, the world government will undoubtedly not spare him. Vice Admiral Thru interjected to alleviate the tension. And what of Nico Robin? Do not tell me she managed to escape. With your strength, she shouldn't have had the chance. Sengoku sighed and continued his inquiry. Crocodile pierced her body, and I did not intervene, though it seems she was eventually taken away by those pirates. I am uncertain if she can be rescued. The leaves fell serenely as they responded. What? You the leaves? This was intentional. Sengoku was indeed somewhat irritated this time. Startled, the previously poised Gaji trembled involuntarily as he prepared to sit beside Carp. Eliciting a hearty laugh from Carp, the serious atmosphere was abruptly shattered by Carp's laughter, prompting Sengoku to call out to him with annoyance. My apologies. My apologies. Please, continue. Carp waved his hand dismissively, his tone casual. Despite Carp's words, the gravity of the situation had been disrupted, and Sengoku found it difficult to continue his admonishment of Yi Luo. He could only say to Yi Luo, your promotion this time was something I had intended to temper. An early elevation in rank is not necessarily a boon for you. You've only been with the Navy for a mere 2 years, while you have apprehended numerous pirates and demonstrated corresponding strength. I hope you will not hold it against me. The Marshal is merely jesting. I understand his intentions. I can resign if necessary. Yi Luo shook his head and replied, there is no need for that. However, for the time being, you should remain at headquarters and hone your skills. The new world is the priority. As a rising star in the Navy, I have high hopes for you. Do not emulate certain individuals who neglect their training and squander their potential. Sengoku glanced at Gaji and Carp, expressing his exasperation. Gaji wore an innocent expression. Having been drafted was already unfortunate enough, and now he was being caught in the crossfire for no reason, but he resolved to keep his distance from Yi Luo in the future. As he seemed to be a harbinger of misfortune, upon exiting Sengoku's office, Yi Luo immediately sought out Carp, requesting a sparring session. Oh, it seems you have made significant progress during this time. However, you might want to seek him out instead. The old man is too aged to engage in physical confrontations. Carp pointed to Gaji beside him, chuckling. Yi Luo turned to Gaji, who was shaking his head vigorously, stating, it's pointless to spar with this kid. He only has a handful of moves, and once he exhausts them, he has done. It's simply not engaging. Very well, I shall seek out Sister Ji Yuan for a friendly match. Yi Luo pouted and said. Gaji's mouth twitched, and he replied helplessly, just to be clear, I am not going to be a punching bag. I will use my full strength. If you cannot withstand it and fail to even execute your techniques, I shall not entertain you further. Rest assured, this time I shall surprise you. Yi Luo nodded, smiling. The 3 of them chatted as they made their way to the training ground. The indoor space was too cramped for their sparring. As for old Carp, he expressed that despite his age, he had no qualms about watching the spectacle in Sengoku's office. After the departure of the trio, he turned to the unyielding Crane and inquired, what are your thoughts on that lad? In terms of potential, Carp's judgment is seldom in error. Crane chuckled in response. You know that is not what I meant. Sengoku adjusted his glasses and continued. Crane sighed, gazing out the window, saying, his proposals are incredibly enticing, which is why many in the Navy are captivated by his ideals. Yet you and I both understand the challenges involved. There are already various opinions within our ranks. Adding another voice isn't a significant issue. Ultimately, it depends on how far he can advance, does it not? Sengoku remained silent for a moment before asking, are you suggesting we continue to allow this? What other choice do we have? Do you agree with Sakazuki's principles? Are we not still compelled to act in this manner? As long as he does not engage in actions that jeopardize the Navy, we cannot take any measures against him. Perhaps he might truly succeed? Sengoku, have you never entertained such fantasies? Crane asked softly. Crane you? Sengoku looked incredulously at the calm Vice Admiral, unable to believe his ears. Crane shook her head, stating, the lad's ideals are commendable, but we both know the likelihood of success is minuscule. I am merely indulging in fantasies and do not genuinely stand with him. Sengoku exhaled deeply. If even his closest comrades were swayed, he would need to reconsider how to approach Eluo. The training ground, Yi Luo's clothes were already tattered, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. However, Gaji was not in a much better state. His left arm was unnaturally twisted, clearly dislocated, and his attire bore numerous rips. You truly are astonishing, yet the rate of change in your physical prowess is rather alarming. Gaji gritted his teeth. Cough, cough. It's a pity I am still no match for you. My internal energy has been depleted. Yi Luo replied with a wry smile. Gaji exhaled, resetting his dislocated arm, and remarked, even without your so-called internal energy, your current physical attributes are not to be underestimated. Ha ha, little Yi, have you consumed something extraordinary to become this formidable? Carp, watching, asked with a grin. Why Yi Luo rolled his eyes, saying, Teacher, I am a normal human being. I have not consumed any devil fruit. In truth, it was not only Carp who had suspicions. Even Gaji wondered if Yi Luo had ingested some potent Zoan-type devil fruit, as the enhancement in his physical capabilities was indeed staggering, while Yi Luo's speed and energy had also seen notable increases. The enhancement in his physical attributes, thanks to the Blood Dragon Pearl, was his most significant gain. Their sparring session came to an end. Yi Luo had merely wished to gauge his abilities and had no intention of competing with Gaji. Based on the earlier exchanges, Yi Luo estimated that he might possess the strength of an ordinary rear admiral in the Navy, but he still fell short of the elite rear admirals. Not to mention the seasoned veterans like Carp and Crane. Chapter 52. Setting sail again, teacher. With my current strength, do you think I have any chance of escaping from an admiral upon returning to his residence? Lena had already tidied up Yi Luo's standalone villa. What are you pondering? With your current strength, you stand no chance against an admiral. Whether you can escape depends entirely on their mood. Carp replied dismissively. Then I would appreciate your guidance during this time. Yi Luo nodded in response. That I cannot teach you that peculiar internal energy of yours, but your recent increase in physical attributes certainly allows for enhanced training in martial arts. Previously, I refrained from intensifying your training due to your frail physique. Now that your constitution has improved, you can further advance your haki, martial arts, or the 6 styles of the Navy. Carp nodded, unusually serious. Yes, teacher, Yi Luo affirmed with a nod. After Carp departed, Yi Luo took a shower, changed into his pajamas, and then accessed the system. Aside from the experience diamonds gained from capturing Crocodile, he had one opportunity for a random draw that he had yet to utilize. So he decided to take this chance. You have used a random draw and obtained an equipment draw X1. You have used the equipment draw and obtained soft-soled boots X1. Yi Luo looked at the shoes in his backpack, curious, and decided to equip them immediately. Initially, he possessed a novice outfit and a weapon, and later he drew a plain white long sword. However, Yi Luo typically fought barehanded, rarely utilizing weapons, and since the novice outfit did not align with his aesthetic, he had discarded them deep within his backpack. Soft-soled boots. Green, the most common shoes in the martial world. Their soft soles provide exceptional comfort. Speed 5. After equipping the soft-soled boots, Yi Luo felt quite pleased, especially with the added speed attribute of 5. Just as he was about to close the equipment interface, he suddenly noticed a red object near his dantian. Upon closer inspection, Blood Dragon Pearl, red treasure, originally a treasure of the Dragon Clan. It mutated into the Blood Dragon Pearl and is currently in a sealed state. Life 200, recovery speed 10. In addition to the displayed attributes, there were 4 attributes marked with, indicating they were sealed. As mentioned in the description. So that's how it is. No wonder I feel so much stronger. It must be due to the enhanced recovery. But how do I unseal this? Must it be with dragon blood? Yi Luo pondered aloud, stroking his chin. Currently, there were no clues to unseal the Blood Dragon Pearl, making dragon blood his only lead. Yet, it seemed unlikely that any dragons existed in this world. However, it appeared that Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, possessed a dragon-type Zoan fruit ability. Yi Luo wondered if his blood could potentially unseal the treasure. Upon seeing the Blood Dragon Pearl, Yi Luo was tempted to draw from the treasure wheel once more. But after glancing at the over 30,000 diamonds he had left, he forced himself to resist. Days later, under Carp's rigorous training, Yi Luo fully comprehended the changes brought about by his enhanced recovery capabilities and thoroughly excavated his physical potential. Even the newly acquired skill, silent snow treading, gained considerable experience. Yet the staggering 7,000 proficiency points required for its first level made Yi Luo abandon any thoughts of upgrading it at a bounty of 100 million. It seems yet another pirate star has emerged. On that day, Yi Luo was dining in the cafeteria when he overheard the naval officers around him seemingly engaged in a discussion, having just finished his meal. Luo approached and caught sight of a lieutenant holding a bounty notice for Luffy. Straw Hat Kid, captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, Monkey D. Luffy, bounty of 100 million berries, dead or alive. Indeed, the bounty is rising rapidly. The next encounter will undoubtedly tempt one to collect. Luo mused with a mischievous grin. It's Major Zhilong, the naval lieutenant, holding the wanted poster, immediately stood to greet Luo upon his arrival. No need to mind me. I'm merely observing. Luo replied with a smile, waving his hand dismissively. Yes, this is a newly emerged pirate who has cut through the East Sea, defeating the East Sea's tyrant, Admiral Kuro, as well as the Fishman Dragon, and upon reaching the Grand Line, he caused quite a stir in the desert kingdom of Alabasta. Thus, headquarters has issued a bounty of 100 million on him. The lieutenant, noticing Luo's interest in Luffy, promptly shared all he knew. Alabasta? Why does mentioning this place make me feel as if I've forgotten something? Luo stroked his chin, sensing that he was overlooking something significant. Blast! Ace! At this moment, a flash of realization struck him. He had completely forgotten about Ace. If he were to clash with Blackbeard again, and subsequently get captured, the impending war at Marineford would inevitably ensue. That troublesome rascal, even if captured, should be brought to me. Luo hastily exited the cafeteria, intent on contacting Lena and setting sail to find Ace. Wait, what significant day is today? Why is this happening? Upon reaching the port, Luo observed that it seemed to be preparing for someone's arrival, prompting him to inquire with the responsible naval officer, reporting to Major Zhilong. Today is the day the Navy convenes the 7 warlords. The officer replied, I see. Who has arrived thus far? Luo nodded. Asking further, he recalled that Blackbeard had sent subordinates to vie for a position among the 7 warlords. Reporting, sir. Currently only Don Quixote Doflamingo and Bartholomew Kuma, the tyrant, have arrived. The naval officer saluted in response. Why Luo nodded, realizing that even Mihawk's associate had come, though it mattered little to him as the meeting was to be held at Mary Geo's, a place he had no desire to visit. He promptly gathered Lena and his soldiers, preparing to set sail in search of Ace. Sir, where shall we head now, once the Huajia set out to sea? Lena asked Luo. First to Gaia. I recall Blackbeard making an appearance there. Additionally, we need to gather intelligence on either Blackbeard or Ace, or perhaps even Straw Hat Luffy. Luo mused, uncertain of Luffy's current whereabouts. But remembering that Luffy had encountered Blackbeard in Gaia before the events at Skypiea, which subsequently led to the fateful meeting between Blackbeard and Ace, given that Blackbeard's crew was now vying for a position among the 7 warlords, they must have intentions to retaliate against Ace, thus necessitating Luo's urgent intervention. Understood, sir. Lena saluted but hesitated, wanting to express something to Luo. Speak freely if there's something on your mind. Luo reclined in his chair, prompting her. Sir, is it truly wise to leave like this? Didn't Admiral Sengoku mention he hoped you would remain at headquarters for a while? Lena pondered before speaking directly. Why Luo nodded in agreement. There's little choice. I had indeed planned to stay longer, but if this matter is neglected, it could lead to dire consequences. Lena silently nodded. She was well aware that Luo seldom provided explanations for his actions, and thus far, he had never miscalculated when it came to lives, leading many in the Navy to consider him a strategic genius. Days later, Luo, clutching Ace's Vivre card, relentlessly pursued its direction, yet still found no trace of Ace. What if Ace has indeed fallen into Blackbeard's clutches? What then? Perhaps I could persuade the old man to become a pirate. With myself, Luffy, and Whitebeard, we might just save Ace. Luo stroked his chin, contemplating the potential scenarios that lay ahead. However, he mused that the old man would likely refuse, considering he had spent a lifetime hunting pirates. The idea of suddenly becoming one would surely bewilder him. Perhaps I could convince the old man to join the Revolutionary Army. As thoughts of the Revolutionary Army crossed his mind, he gazed up at the azure sky. Report, Major. Pirates sighted ahead. It's the Kid Pirates. Just as Luo was lost in thought, the lookout's sudden announcement broke his reverie. The Kid Pirates? That name rings a bell. Luo furrowed his brow, responding. Reporting, sir, the Kid Pirates hail from the South Blue and have quite a notorious reputation, having committed numerous heinous acts. Their captain, Eustace Kidd, has a bounty exceeding 100 million, while the combat captain, Killer, boasts a bounty of over 30 million. Lena reported. Oh ho, a worthy prey indeed. Let us close in. At this moment, Luo remembered that this was the crew that had gained the title of Supernovas alongside Luffy, and at the time, was the only new pirate whose bounty exceeded Luffy's in Sabaody Archipelago. if memory served, could possess the powers of the magnetic fruit. Meanwhile, the Kid pirates had also spotted Yi Luo's warship, but for Kid, who had just entered the first half of the Grand Line. Encountering the Navy was not something to fear. "Captain, they seem to have noticed us. Should we retreat?" One of the fighters, Heat, inquired. "Retreat? Why would we run from a mere Navy ship, if they dare to approach?" "We'll sink it," Kid replied, utterly unconcerned. "Kid, that's likely Major Zhilong Yi Luo from the Navy headquarters. We'd best steer clear," Killer cautioned. Is he the so-called pirate nemesis, the naval supernova?" Kid's expression grew serious. For though he was arrogant, he was not foolish. Indeed, he captured Crocodile, one of the former warlords of the sea, in Alabasta, which led to his promotion to major at Navy headquarters, Killer confirmed. Kid, visibly annoyed, muttered, "What a nuisance." We've encountered a troublesome character. Very well. It's not the right time to clash with the Navy. Let us withdraw. Sir, the other party appears to be preparing to flee. The movements from Kid's side caught the attention of Yi Luo's naval crew. Flee? I've yet to witness a pirate ship that could outrun a warship, pursue, and prepare to sink them. Yi Luo chuckled, confident. In terms of both speed and firepower, the Navy held the advantage over the pirates. Not to mention Yi Luo's own ship, Huajia. However, in raw individual strength, the pirates were undoubtedly more formidable. Before long, Yi Luo's Huajia caught up with the Kid pirates, bringing them into cannon range. "Sir, shall we commence cannon fire?" A naval soldier stepped forward to ask. As Yi Luo preferred to capture bounty criminals personally, he often refrained from firing directly in uncertain situations. "Same as always. I'll go aboard first. You just focus on firing. I am not a devil fruit user, so there's no need to worry about friendly fire. Lena, once I board, you'll be in command." Yi Luo smiled, rising from his seat and heading to the deck. "Sir, why take such risks? We could fire upon them first, then strike once they're in the water or when we close in." Lena clearly disagreed with Yi Luo's approach. However, Yi Luo ignored her concerns. Leaping into the air and employing Jeppo to fly towards the Kid pirates. "Captain, someone's flying over from the warship." He'd exclaimed in shock upon seeing Yi Luo approach, since their ship was still within the first half of the Grand Line. They had not encountered any of the Navy's high-ranking officers skilled in the six styles, and thus were taken aback by Yi Luo's seemingly effortless flight. "Eustace Kid, is it?" Yi Luo called down as he hovered above the Kid pirates. "I am Eustace Kid. Don't get too arrogant, Navy." Kid glared at Yi Luo with a steely expression. "What a dangerous pirate you are. I suggest you put an end to your journey right here." Yi Luo smiled slightly as he dove toward Kid. Clang. Just before Yi Luo could reach Kid, a warrior donned in a blue and white striped mask, adorned with several small holes and wielding a spinning scythe, struck at Yi Luo's arm, halting his advance. "Armament hockey." Both Kid and Killer exclaimed simultaneously. Impressive recognition. Yi Luo was taken aback, surprised that they could identify hockey at this moment, considering that Luffy, the protagonist, should still be unaware of its existence if not for his own influence. Before Yi Luo could make a move, a creature resembling a zombie, with its mouth sewn shut and covered in blue-violet thorn patterns, unleashed a torrent of flames at him. "Oh dear, what an unexpected assortment of characters you have aboard your ship. Is this a performance of acrobatics?" As the flames extinguished, Yi Luo emerged from another corner, smiling as he spoke. "Bastard, let's go." Kid glared at Yi Luo, and with a flick of his right hand, countless metal blades hurtled toward him, forming a colossal metallic arm that lunged at Yi Luo. While Yi Luo executed the treading snow without a trace technique, his hands unleashed in the form of the Luoan fist, charging directly at Kid. Boom, boom, boom. The former sound was the clash between Yi Luo and Kid, while the latter was the resounding impact of naval cannonballs striking the pirate ship. "That it seems you cannot escape." Yi Luo smiled faintly. Having gained a definitive advantage in their earlier confrontation, although a steady stream of minions continued to hinder him, Yi Luo remained unconvinced that, adrift on the vast ocean, could stand any chance of fleeing. Chapter 54, Gaia Island. "Kid, this is not the time for impulsive actions. That we must retreat." Killer urgently grasped Kid, who had just been repelled by Yi Luo. "Bastard, next time we meet, I won't let him off so easily." Kid, accompanied by his confidants, prepared to escape in a small boat. However, Yi Luo had no intention of letting them go. Standing atop the sinking pirate ship, he remarked with a gentle smile, "First form of the 18 Dragon-Subduing Palms." The dragon soars with regret. A massive dragon's head surged toward the small vessel, sinking Kid's escape craft with a single strike. They didn't perish. Back aboard the warship, Yi Luo frowned, having yet to receive a system notification of diamonds acquired. What's wrong, my lord? Lena approached with concern. Oh, it's nothing. It seems those pirates managed to escape. Yi Luo shrugged. Should we continue our search in this maritime expanse? Lena inquired, her brow furrowed. I in the boundless sea. She doubted the opponents could evade their pursuit. Although she was unaware of how Yi Luo could ascertain their survival, it was clear that for Eustace Kid, a power user, to still be alive in such circumstances could only mean he was exceptionally fortunate. Forget it. We should prioritize searching for Ace, Yi Luo decided, shaking his head. Meanwhile, after leaving the Navy headquarters, Fleet Admiral Sengoku finally learned of the news. Kapu, can't you lend me a hand? Why can't you manage your own disciple? Sengoku expressed his frustration toward Kapu, who was munching on senbei. Sengoku, don't worry about it. That kid has been improving rapidly. He probably went out to find a worthy opponent after resting for a few days. Kapu replied nonchalantly. Fine, I won't bother you anymore. If that kid stirs up any more trouble, you'll have to clean up his mess yourself, Sengoku said, somewhat irked. However, he soon realized that his old friend Kapu had already fallen asleep, leaving only Kapu to know whether he had heard the words spoken. Kapu, you old rascal, you've fallen asleep again, Sengoku exclaimed, exasperated. Pop! The bubble on Kapu's nose burst from Sengoku's voice, startling him awake. He looked at Sengoku and said, sorry, I accidentally dozed off. Getting old has its downsides. Sengoku exhaled, reminding himself not to be angry. Tio shift the topic. He asked Kapu, how are the two youngsters you brought back from the East Blue? I heard your lieutenant is personally training them. Back when you brought Yi Luo, you didn't bother with them at all. Do you think their potential might surpass Yi Luo's? You mean those two kids? They can't compare to Yi Luo. Even without my guidance, little Yi would achieve great things that I asked for those two. Who knows? They might be rare talents, though. Kapu chuckled in response. Kapu always had ample patience and tolerance for young people, especially those in the Navy who were filled with aspirations for justice. Have you told little Yi he has two new junior disciples? As their older brother, he'll need to look after them at sea. Sengoku said with a smile. Kapu's smile suddenly faltered, as he had completely forgotten about that matter. I eagerly await the day Yi Luo returns to headquarters, Sengoku exclaimed, pleased to have turned the tables. It wasn't that Yi Luo would oppose Kapu taking on disciples, but the fact that Kapu hadn't informed Yi Luo would likely lead him to believe Kapu was afraid of inciting jealousy. This could create a misunderstanding, though it wouldn't lead to any serious consequences. It was certain that Yi Luo would seek out Kapu to vent his grievances and perhaps gain some benefits. This was something both Kapu and Sengoku were well aware of. This Gaia? I see the detestable emblem. As Yi Luo's warship approached Gaia, he transferred to a small wooden boat and, together with Lena, set foot on Gaia Island. That emblem belongs to the Don Quixote family of Doflamingo, right? Since when did he take an interest in the first half of the Grand Line? Lena asked curiously, eyeing the circular smiling face emblem hanging in the tavern. Forget it. He is not our target. Let us not concern ourselves with him for now. Once I have the time, I'll seek him out in Dressrosa. Yi Luo replied dismissively. My lord, we've already apprehended a former warlord of the sea. If we pursue trouble with Don Quixote Doflamingo, the fleet admiral will truly be furious. Lena calmly warned. Yi Luo scratched his head, feeling somewhat vexed. Being within the system comes with its complications. As they strolled around the island, they learned that a pirate suspected to be Blackbeard had indeed been present, and that the Straw Hat Kid, Luffy, had been there as well, discussing the topic of the fabled land of gold with the descendant of the great talker, Wambra Rolando, who resided on the opposite side of the island. However, at that time, everyone had dismissed it as mere jest. After Luffy defeated Bellamy, the Spring Man with a bounty of 55 million, no one had heard any further news of him. My lord, should we seek out that descendant of Rolando? Lena asked, frowning. She was aware of the tales surrounding the great talker and regarded the notion of the land of gold as nothing more than a whimsical tale. Meet them? That could work. But Lena, the land of gold does exist. Yi Luo, noticing Lena's disdain for Rolando, said with a smile. My lord. What do you mean, the land of gold exists? Lena asked, bewildered. Do you wish to find out? Let us go meet this great adventurer's descendant, and you'll see. Yi Luo replied with a grin. Lena was puzzled but followed Yi Luo to a half-constructed house on the other side of the island. Is this the place? But why does this house look so strange? She asked, surprised at the villa-like door depicted in the drawing. Excuse me, is Mr. Womber Kalike at home? Yiluo called softly from the doorway. Creak. The door opened, revealing a burly man with a bare torso and bandages wrapped around his torso, puffing on a cigarette. Who are you? He inquired. We are the Navy, here to inquire about some matters. Lena introduced herself, but Yiluo clearly noticed Kalike's expression shift slightly. What do you want to ask me about? Kalike said, exhaling a plume of smoke, feigning calmness. Are you familiar with the great talker Womber Rolando? Yiluo asked with a smile. Kalike paused, knowing full well who this person was but unsure why the Navy was inquiring. That I've heard that Rolando's descendants have been searching for the land of gold near Gaia for generations to wash away the shame of the great talker. Correct, Mr. Womber Kalike? Yiluo asked with a grin. Lena, standing beside him, was completely baffled by her lord's intentions in bringing up this topic. So you came here to mock me? Kalike asked, taking a drag from his cigarette. His tone calm. Apologies, you are mistaken. On the contrary, I am here to share a story with you. Yiluo settled into a more comfortable position and began. Over 400 years ago, an explorer and botanist named Rolando arrived at Gaia. However, when he was later summoned to accompany the king back to Gaia, he discovered that the fabled land of gold, Sandora, had vanished. Consequently, he was imprisoned and executed by the king for treason. Yiluo recounted the general storyline he was aware of, leaving both Lena and Kalike in a state of astonishment. Although it bore some resemblance to the tale of the boastful adventurer, Yiluo's account was far more detailed, as if he had witnessed the events firsthand. This implied that Rolando had not lied. Rather, there must have been some reason for the disappearance of the Golden Country. Kalike, trembling with excitement, inquired, Do not rush. I have another story to share. Yiluo chuckled and continued. In the past, the valiant warrior Karlgrar, having misunderstood Rolando, missed the chance to bid farewell to his closest friend, leaving behind a lifelong regret. Consequently, they strike the golden bell every day to inform their friend Rolando. To this day, the Sandian people strive to ring the golden bell, even if they may have forgotten the reason behind it. Haha. So does that mean Sandora truly ascended to the heavens? Kalike asked, biting his lip, torn between laughter and tears. Did you not harbor doubts as well? And has it not been confirmed by someone who ventured up there? Yiluo replied, I believe that one day, the light of Sandora will be rekindled, and the world shall ultimately restore the glory that the great explorer Womber Rolando deserves. Yiluo stood up, glanced at the back of Kalike's residence, and departed with a smile. After Yiluo left, from the spot he had just observed, an ape and a gorilla emerged, both already in tears, having hidden themselves out of respect for Yiluo. Sir, is what you just said true? Is that boastful adventurer Womber Rolando truly that magnificent? Lena asked, her curiosity piqued. Whether he is truly great, I cannot say, but the golden country Sandora does exist. For many have unraveled the secret of the golden right eye. Yiluo replied with a smile. The entire terrain of Gaia resembles a skull on the map, yet the right eye is conspicuously absent. That very spot is where Sandora was swept away into the White Sea. Let us review the bounty criminals in town and set forth. We have already pursued them this far, and it would be troublesome if we fail to locate Blackbeard, Yiluo remarked, gazing at the horizon, feeling as though he could not alter the narrative, as if some unseen force was guiding the story back onto its destined path. Days later, after scouring the nearby islands, Yiluo finally abandoned the search for Blackbeard. Meanwhile, in the New World, signs indicated that Whitebeard and red-haired Shanks might be in contact, causing a stir within the Navy. Let us head to the New World and seek out Whitebeard. Yiluo resolutely decided to address the matter in his own way. Sir, are we truly going to find Whitebeard? Lena questioned, doubting her hearing. The foremost of the four emperors, Whitebeard, was not an adversary their ship could withstand. Fear not. Simply follow my instructions, Yiluo replied. Thus, the warship altered its course towards the Subpar archipelago, the sole link between the New World and the Grand Line, making it the swiftest route. You all go find a craftsman to coat the ship, and I shall visit Fishman Island for a while. I have some matters to attend to before rejoining you. Yiluo instructed the soldiers aboard. Sir, where are we headed now? Lena followed closely behind him, inquiring to meet a legendary figure. Yiluo smiled softly. Lena blinked in curiosity, but Yiluo did not provide further explanation, only deepening her intrigue, especially since she had recently come to know the boastful adventurer Womber Rolando. However, for Yiluo, had it not been for the desire to meet the Dark King Rayleigh, he would never have set foot on Subpar archipelago. fearing that an encounter with the accursed celestial dragons would test his restraint. Soon, Yi Luo and his companion arrived at their destination, Aunt Shia's bar. Who are the people inside? Lena could not contain her curiosity, asking aloud why Yi Luo did not respond but approached and knocked on the door with a smile. "Come in," a female voice called from within, prompting Yi Luo to usher Lena inside. "What would you like to drink, young man?" a slender middle-aged woman asked with a smile. "Just plain water. The prices here are quite steep, and I cannot afford anything extravagant." Yi Luo replied cheerfully. Following Yi Luo's lead, Lena took a seat on the sofa. "You seem rather unfamiliar," Aunt Shia chuckled, bringing over 2 glasses of water. "I have come to meet Mr. Rayleigh. I hope to learn hockey from him." Yi Luo stated directly, avoiding unnecessary chatter. Aunt Shia regarded him as if he were a fool, and upon confirming that he was not jesting, lit a cigarette and asked, "Do you even know what you were saying?" "Of course." Yi Luo nodded and replied, "This should be the place where Aunt Shia sells information. And you and Mr. Rayleigh are in hiding here. Our navy has not overly disturbed you." "Dark King Rayleigh?" Lena gasped at Yi Luo's words. "If it truly were that Rayleigh, he would indeed be a legendary figure. So, young man, have you come as a representative of the navy?" Aunt Shia asked, puffing out a cloud of smoke with a grin. Yi Luo shook his head, stating, "No, I am here solely on my own behalf." Hehehe. Aunt Shia chuckled lightly, her mind racing to discern Yi Luo's intentions. "Well, since Lena is my confidant, I shall not beat around the bush. My purpose here is quite simple. First, to see if I can catch the attention of the Dark King. If I can learn a few moves from Mr. Rayleigh, that would be an unexpected delight. Secondly, I wish to inquire about how to contact the Revolutionary Army. And lastly, I hope to ascertain the current whereabouts of Whitebeard," Yi Luo calmly stated after taking a sip of water, setting aside the first point. "The latter 2 are beyond my assistance. However, if you wish to find Whitebeard, it is simple. Just seek out any island protected by the Whitebeard pirates in the New World, and you will be able to contact him through the locals. As for the Revolutionary Army, I truly cannot help you." And Shia explained. Why Yi Luo nodded, having already planned to find Whitebeard in the New World, though whether he would agree to meet him remained uncertain. Considering Yi Luo was merely a rear admiral for the Revolutionary Army, he had also devised a plan. If all else failed, he would venture to Impel Down, where the infamous warlord of the sea was a cadre of the Revolutionary Army. And he would surely be able to reach Dragon. My old man has been out for several days and has yet to return, so if you wish to inquire about something, you may need to seek him out personally. I cannot speak for him." Aunt Shia extinguished her cigarette and addressed Yi Luo. "That is truly unfortunate. This island is among my least favorite, and I am somewhat apprehensive about wandering aimlessly here. It is regrettable that I could not meet Mr. Rayleigh today. If he returns, I kindly ask Aunt Shia to convey a few words on my behalf, for I hope to have the opportunity to receive Mr. Rayleigh's guidance upon my next visit." Yi Luo nodded, rising to take his leave. Though Aunt Shia could not fathom why Yi Luo feared wandering the Sabaody archipelago, she did not press for details and simply extended her hand, saying, "That will be 1,000,000 berries, please." Despite the exorbitant price, Yi Luo did not hesitate and retrieved 1,000,000 berries from his system inventory to hand over to Aunt Shia. Aunt Shia was momentarily stunned by Yi Luo's seemingly magical ability to produce money, while Lena, already aware of Yi Luo's capabilities, found nothing strange about it. Just some inconsequential tricks. "I hope I do not amuse Aunt Shia." Yi Luo bowed slightly before preparing to exit. Suddenly, a cheerful voice rang out from outside. "Heh, young man, are you not here to find me?" Leaving without seeing the main character, as the wooden door swung open, Yi Luo and Lena turned simultaneously to behold a middle-aged man with long, curly hair, a prominent chin adorned with a silver beard, and glasses that framed his face. That a distinct scar ran vertically across his right eyes. "That the Dark King, Silbaz Rayleigh?" Yi Luo murmured to himself. "Ah ha ha, little brother, were you not searching for me?" Rayleigh chuckled heartily, plopping down onto a stool and taking a hearty swig of his drink. "Indeed, my mentor has referred to you as a legendary figure, and holds you in high esteem. Your mastery over the 3-color hockey is formidable, so I dared to come and see if you might impart some guidance to me," Yi Luo said earnestly after bowing respectfully. "That old kook carp would never speak so highly of me. We were constantly on the run from him back in the day. It was quite the ordeal." Rayleigh boomed with laughter. "Now, as a member of the Navy, are you truly unafraid of the repercussions should I teach you?" Yi Luo nodded, responding, "I am indeed concerned. I harbor my own ambitions, and reaching the pinnacle of the Navy would greatly facilitate my endeavors. However, That is not the sole path. As long as I can defeat all my adversaries, they will inevitably submit to my will. Rayleigh shook his head, saying, "Young one, do not indulge in fanciful notions. Even I cannot claim invincibility. So I fear I may not be able to guide you after all. Then might I have the honor of sparring with you, Mr. Rayleigh?" Yuluo inquired, his eyes ablaze with a fervent spirit. Very well, very well. I wouldn't want you to return empty-handed. I fear that old Koot Karp would trouble me next time. Rayleigh replied with an air of resignation, rising to his feet with a nod. Soon, the two found themselves in an open space. Mr. Rayleigh, I shall commence my attack, Yuluo declared as he lunged towards Rayleigh, aiming a kick at his head. Not bad for speed. Rayleigh effortlessly dodged while Yuluo remained silent, entirely focused on his assault, while Rayleigh simply evaded, offering no counterattacks. After a series of failed strikes, Yuluo paused to catch his breath, his gaze narrowing as he transformed his demeanor entirely, the rhythm of his attacks shifting dramatically. Interesting, Rayleigh noted, though he remained quite relaxed. However, he could no longer completely evade Yuluo's strikes and occasionally resorted to blocking with his body, his hand never straying far from the sword at his side. "Sir, be cautious. I shall unleash my ultimate technique," Yuluo exclaimed, executing a split that Rayleigh blocked, then using the momentum to leap into the air, his hands moving in a specific manner as his internal energy began to surge. Rayleigh squinted, observing the airborne Yuluo with a faint smile, remaining silent. The first stance of the dragon subduing 18 palms, the dragon's wrath, a colossal dragon-shaped energy surged forth, hurtling towards Rayleigh. What an intriguing method of energy release. It does not seem to stem from the powers of a devil fruit. Rayleigh mused softly, casually waving his hand to draw his sword, cleaving the enormous dragon energy in twain to Yuluo, forced to halt his subsequent move. Deftly utilized the moonwalk to evade Rayleigh's strike. With a slight turn of his head, Yuluo noticed the massive bubble tree behind him had been severed in two. The second stance of the dragon subduing 18 palms, the dragon soars in the sky. Lilei did not pursue Yuluo as he descended, thus granting him an opportunity to retaliate. The third stance of the dragon subduing 18 palms, the dragon appears in the field. With two consecutive strikes executed, Yuluo remained vigilant, channeling his internal energy while fixating on Rayleigh's movements. As Yuluo unleashed two more attacks, Rayleigh's expression became markedly serious, yet he refrained from continuing his strikes, instead allowing his entire arm to turn black, seemingly intending to test the strength of Yuluo's technique personally. Boom, boom, boom. The collision between Rayleigh and the dragon-shaped energy erupted in a series of explosions. But Yuluo was undeterred, continuing to strike. The fourth stance of the dragon subduing 18 palms, the dragon glides on land. Indeed, as Yuluo executed his technique, Rayleigh emerged from the cloud of smoke, appearing entirely unscathed, which instilled a profound sense of defeat within Yuluo. After the fourth strike, his internal energy was nearly depleted, yet he grit his teeth and, at the moment of Rayleigh's engagement with the dragon energy, summoned every last ounce of his internal power to deliver one final blow. The fifth stance of the dragon subduing 18 palms, the hidden dragon remained still. Boom. At an unknown moment, Rayleigh had already evaded the fourth technique and stood before Yuluo, immediately engaging in a direct clash as Yuluo's final move was unleashed. Boom, boom. "My lord," Lina exclaimed, rushing towards Yuluo, who plummeted like a marionette with severed strings. "He's just a child. Why strike so harshly?" Aunt Xia reproached Rayleigh, who now stood nearby. She held a favorable impression of Yuluo, not considering him to be an ordinary member of the Navy. Hence, she had previously remarked that Yuluo would inevitably become a pirate, for throughout history, those Navy officers harboring ideals and a sense of justice often find themselves either compromising their morals or being forced to leave upon reaching high ranks. That child's final strike posed a threat, hence my response. Had I not acted, it would have been me who was injured. I'm getting old, and my limbs are weary, so it's better he bears the injury. Rayleigh laughed heartily. Aunt Xia gazed at Rayleigh, astonished. She was well aware of Rayleigh's prowess, but how could such a young boy pose a threat to him? It seemed implausible. He is undoubtedly a fine prospect. That old Koot Karp has struck gold. In a few years, he may genuinely be able to spar with me, Rayleigh remarked with a chuckle. He discerned Aunt Xia's shock and offered an explanation. Yuluo's ability to unleash a technique that poses a threat to me does not imply he stands on equal ground with me. It merely indicates that the energy behind his final strike possessed the potential to harm me. However, I am not fool enough to remain stationary for him to strike. Thus, he concluded that Yi Luo required several more years of training before he could genuinely contend with him. Major Lina. What transpired? As Lina bandaged the injured Yi Luo, the Navy personnel, alerted by the tremendous explosion, hurried to the scene. All is well. Medical personnel, please attend to the Brigadier General, and then we shall return to the ship. Lina glanced at the spot where Aunt Xia and Rayleigh had been standing, now deserted, and decided to escort Yi Luo away without further ado. Cough, cough. Rest assured, I am fine. Has the ship's coating been completed? Yi Luo, having risen from the ground, coughed a few times and inquired. Report. It has been finished and is ready for departure. A Navy soldier replied, My lord, should we rest for a couple of days before setting sail? Lina asked, her concern evident. There's no need. I'm merely fatigued. Besides, are you not aboard the ship? I will recover swiftly if we delay our departure. News of my encounter with the Dark King Rayleigh will soon reach headquarters. And I would rather not be apprehended by the fleet admiral. Yi Luo responded, shaking his head. Although he felt somewhat disheveled, he was not significantly injured if headquarters were to discover that he had engaged Rayleigh here. Fleet Admiral Sengoku would surely not let him off lightly, thus hastening his departure was the wisest course. Before long, upon returning to the Huajia ship, Yi Luo promptly set sail towards Fishman Island, the territory of Whitebeard, hoping to establish contact with him through that locale, a naval vessel. Huajia was equipped with plenty of sea prism stone, thus the Sea Kings and other large marine creatures paid little heed to the ship. Allowing Yi Luo to arrive safely at the depths of Fishman Island. My lord, shall we enter directly? Lina asked, observing the ship docked at the harbor surrounded by numerous pirate vessels. Yi Luo shook his head, declaring, we must not act recklessly here. Both Whitebeard and the Fishman tribe deserve our respect. He understood Lina's intent. He had never overlooked bounty criminals, and seeing the abundance of potential achievements here, she naturally assumed he would not let them slip away. Indeed, this is not a place for the Navy to act with impunity. No sooner had Yi Luo spoken when a fishman, evidently a whale shark type, addressed him. Jinbei, Yi Luo exclaimed in surprise upon hearing the name. Indeed, it is I. Might I inquire as to the Navy's purpose in appearing here? The figure known as Jinbei, a whale shark fisherman, calmly inquired. Lina, intrigued, turned her gaze towards him, revealing that this fisherman, referred to as the Straits, was a robust individual with wild, storm-like eyebrows and sideburns. His hair was styled in a traditional topknot, and he sported a coarse black beard that a scar resembling a lightning bolt marked the corner of his left eye. And two prominent teeth jutted from his jaw. Oh, you believe I merely passed by? Leaf asked, shrugging. Jinbei furrowed his brow, aware that Leaf had received news even before the Huajia had reached Fishman Island. It was evident to Jinbei that Leaf's presence was likely a direct result of the previous summons for the Seven Warlords meeting, which Leaf had chosen to forego, thus prompting the other party to send him as a warning. Chapter 58, Leaf's Intentions. If you cannot articulate your intentions, I shall not permit you to enter the island, Jinbei stated calmly. Members of the Sun Pirates emerged from the surroundings, causing a wave of tension among the naval crew aboard the ship. Engaging in combat with fishmen in the ocean is exceedingly disadvantageous for humans, especially in such deep waters. It is akin to courting death. Just as Leaf was about to respond, his expression suddenly shifted. And after a few moments, he exhaled and said, Allow me to meet His Majesty Neptune. I have matters to discuss with him, and I can go alone. Surely, you are not fearful of me in such numbers? Jinbei regarded Leaf with curiosity, sensing that Leaf's initial intentions had shifted unexpectedly. Unknown to Jinbei, Leaf was indeed troubled, as he had just received a mission from the system, prompting this change of heart. Please hold on. I need to consult His Majesty, Jinbei replied thoughtfully, summoning a fishman, who quickly departed towards the Dragon Palace after a brief exchange. By the way, Jinbei, I heard from Ace that you share a close relationship with him. Do you have any information on his whereabouts? I've been searching for him for quite some time, Leaf inquired, feeling somewhat bored during the wait. Ace, you say? What is your business with him? Jinbei responded cautiously. Has he not mentioned that I am his brother? Leaf chuckled lightly. Brother? Jinbei exclaimed in surprise. Even the members of the Sun Pirates nearby were taken aback. Fishman Island was still under the protection of Whitebeard, making Ace, the captain of the 2nd Division, a familiar figure to them. Indeed, I am quite concerned for him that I previously warned him that Blackbeard Teach is a very dangerous individual and advised him to exercise caution. However, he did not heed my warning. and now Teach has killed the captain of the 4th Division, Sachi, and acquired the dark fruit, making him exceptionally formidable. Leaf spoke in a serious tone. Moreover, Ace is determined to pursue Teach, which heightens my concern for his safety. Jinbei contemplated Leaf's words, uncertain of their veracity. Are you not a member of the Navy? How can you be Ace's brother? Jinbei asked warily. Do you not know who Ace's grandfather is? Leaf replied with a hint of surprise. Who is it? Jinbei asked, somewhat bewildered. Leaf tapped his head and said, never mind. Such matters are not suitable for discussion here. When you meet Ace, you may inquire of him yourself. Leaf's statement began to instill a measure of belief in Jinbei, and given Leaf's generally good reputation, he gradually lowered his guard. All I know is that Ace departed from our ship to pursue Teach. As for his precise location, I truly do not know. I encountered him previously in Alabasta, but due to Luffy's involvement, he managed to slip away. Later, I went to Sabati Archipelago, where I also found traces of Teach. Yet I did not uncover Ace's whereabouts. Leaf discreetly omitted his previous oversight regarding Ace. Luffy, is he Ace's brother? Jinbei asked, grinning. Indeed, a rather unpredictable fellow who tends to attract trouble. Leaf admitted with mild exasperation. In merely a short span of time, Leaf had cultivated a friendly rapport with Jinbei, and the Sun Pirate's perception of Leaf had significantly improved. Let us proceed. His Majesty has granted permission, but you may only enter alone. After conferring with his subordinate fisherman, Jinbei gestured for Leaf to follow. Leaf nodded, instructing Lena to secure the naval crew and safeguard the warship before he accompanied Jinbei to the underwater dragon palace. Jinbei, I must trouble you with one more request. Please assign a few capable individuals to remain here. After all, we are the Navy, and not all fishmen are welcoming to humans. Leaf whispered to Jinbei as they turned a corner. Jinbei contemplated and then nodded, signaling the first mate Aladdin to stay behind and quietly relay the orders. Upon arriving at the Dragon Palace, Leaf finally met the king of the fishmen, the sea god Neptune. A robust fishman adorned with a crown, featuring a thick mane of fiery orange hair and a bushy beard. His arms bore tattoos resembling flames, and he was covered in a dense layer of body hair. Navy, state your purpose, Neptune said solemnly, his tone grave. Greetings, your majesty. First and foremost, I wish to clarify my stance. Today, I do not represent the Navy, but solely myself, Leaf declared after bowing. Neptune exchanged glances with his ministers and Jinbei before asking, what is it you wish to discuss? This matter is of utmost importance, one that may influence the future of the fishmen. Therefore, I can only disclose it to you alone. Of course, if you fear I harbor ill intentions, you may keep Jinbei here. Should I wish to act against you, he would be able to intervene, Leaf stated calmly. Impudent. Is your business something that cannot be disclosed? What if you intend to harm his majesty? The fishermen ministers protested, yet Leaf paid them no mind, focusing solely on Neptune. Neptune exchanged a glance with Jinbei, preparing to speak, when a voice emerged from behind Leaf. I believe we are entitled to remain. Are we not? Turning to see the 3 princes of the Dragon Palace, Leaf allowed the eldest Prince Sharkstar to stay, stating that the 2nd and 3rd princes could decide for themselves whether to remain after hearing his words. However, I believe the fewer who are aware of this matter, the safer it shall be, Leaf added thoughtfully. He recalled that while these 3 princes may lack immense combat prowess, they were nonetheless decent individuals. Very well, aside from Sharkstar and Jinbei, all others may leave. Neptune nodded in agreement with Leaf's request. Once the others had exited, Leaf slowly began, Your Majesty Neptune, I wish to inquire first. Does the Fishman tribe hold aspirations of living freely on the surface? Leaf's question caused Neptune and his 2 sons to widen their eyes in surprise. Although the fishmen thrived underwater, they still yearned for life beneath the sun, a desire that had once cost Neptune's queen her life. Leaf, do you understand the weight of your words? Neptune did not respond directly. Instead, it was Jinbei who interjected. Leaf smiled softly. Very well. If you prefer not to disclose that, let us proceed to the main topic. First, allow me to introduce myself. Chapter 59. Leaf's Persuasion. My name is Leaf, a Rear Admiral of the Navy. Leaf smiled, adding, My mentor is the Marine hero, Vice Admiral Monkey D. Garp. Neptune and Jinbei exchanged glances, puzzled by Leaf's statement, unsure of its purpose. Surely, such boasting was beneath him. The Prince Sharkstar frowned, harboring disdain for such humans. As I mentioned to Jinbei earlier, I am Ace's brother. I did not deceive you. We have shared a brotherly bond over wine, and furthermore, Ace's brother is named Luffy. Information you are likely already aware of. But do you comprehend the significance of this connection? Leaf continued, disregarding their incredulous expressions. Neptune and his sons remained silent, fully aware that Leaf had more to say. Luffy's full name is Monkey D. Luffy, while Ace's full name is Portgas D. Ace. Jinbei, do you notice something? Leaf turned to Jinbei. Smiling to D, both Jinbei and Neptune exclaimed in unison. Only Sharkstar looked on with confusion, unaware of the implications of the letter. Indeed, they are all part of the D clan. Luffy's grandfather is my mentor. Ace's surname follows his mother's lineage, as his father's name must not surface in the eyes of the world. Leaf stated solemnly, Ace's brother is actually the grandson of Vice Admiral Garp. Shinping was taken aback, incredulously asking, hey, aren't we discussing Ace? Why are you fixated on Luffy? Luo felt a wave of frustration. Apologies, please continue. However, since Ace is Luffy's brother, does that mean he is also the grandson of Vice Admiral Garp? Shinping said with some embarrassment. Luo shook his head and replied, no, Ace was entrusted to Master Garp by his father at a young age. Emotionally speaking, Master has always regarded him as a grandson. He even shared a bond of brotherhood with Luffy and another child named Sabo when they were young. Then who on earth is Ace's father? Neptune seized upon the crux of the matter. Inquiring, Luo cast him an appreciative glance, thinking, now here is someone who knows how to engage in conversation. Unlike that bumbling Shinping, who can't even play along. Gol D. Roger, Luo stated calmly. Neptune and his companion's eyes widened. Jaws dropped in astonishment as they gazed at Luo. Are you certain? Could you be mistaken? Shinping stammered, so, do you now comprehend the seriousness of the situation? Luo exhaled deeply. Seriousness? What seriousness? Although this is quite unexpected, surely not many are aware of it, as long as it remains undiscovered. There shouldn't be any issues. Besides, Ace is currently on our father's ship. No one would pay him any mind. Despite his astonishment, Shinping waved dismissively. Fool, is it typical for you fishmen to think without using your brains? Luo blurted out in frustration, but quickly composed himself, bowing to King Neptune. My apologies, I was a bit hasty. I meant no offense. Then enlighten us. How serious is the matter? Prince Shark stared intently at Luo. Luo's earlier remarks had indeed left him somewhat unsettled, yet he remained unclear about the gravity of the situation. Even if Ace's identity was extraordinary, it seemed far from the severity Luo implied, especially in connection to Fishman Island. Blackbeard, are you familiar with this individual? Luo sighed, posing the question. Shinping shot Luo a perplexed glance, as this was the second time he had heard him mention this name in a short span. I previously warned Ace that Teach is not to be underestimated. You know Shanks, right? I believe he understands my apprehension toward Teach. Luo continued. Now that Crocodile has lost his title as a warlord of the sea, there is now a vacancy. The government summoned the remaining warlords to discuss this matter, and Teach sent his subordinates to express his desire for the position. And what of it? Ace has previously declined the invitation to join the warlords. Shinping shook his head. Alas, do you think the government would simply grant Teach the position because he asks? Certainly not. Teach must offer something that satisfies the government or demonstrate sufficient strength. Do you grasp the implications now? Luo sighed. Neptune and Prince Shark were still somewhat puzzled, but Shinping began to comprehend Luo's line of reasoning. Are you suggesting that Teach is targeting Ace? But he shouldn't be aware of Ace's true identity, Shinping asked. Bewildered, Luo nodded. He indeed may not know, but that does not prevent him from setting his sights on AC and AS, the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. He is an irresistible temptation for the government or the Marines. With the title of a warlord, I believe they would not refuse. Shinping wished to retort, but found himself at a loss for words. Surely Ace wouldn't be so easily captured by Blackbeard. Neptune finally grasped the crux of the issue and asked pointedly. Shinping also began to realize, I admit Teach possesses some strength, but capturing Ace should be out of the question. Are you aware of the dark fruit? It is the very fruit that Teach stole. And do you truly understand his strength? He has even wounded Shanks. He is not the ordinary foe you perceive. Luo shook his head. Neptune and his companions exchanged glances, beginning to believe Luo's assertions. While our father and Ace share a good relationship, to be blunt, how does this concern Fishman Island? It doesn't seem serious enough to threaten our existence. Prince Shark frowned at why Luo looked at Shinping, chuckling lightly. It's quite simple. Let us hypothesize. What if Ace were to be captured by Teach and handed over to the Marines? The Marines would undoubtedly execute Ace publicly to deter all pirates. What then would ensue? Brother Shinping, can you foresee the outcome? If that were to happen, it would be troublesome. Our father would surely not stand idly by. A confrontation between the Marines and the Whitebeard pirates would be inevitable. Shinping expressed his concern. Precisely. Once the Marines acquire Ace, they will secretly prepare and only announce it once ready. Not only to lure Whitebeard into a confrontation, but also to undermine the Whitebeard pirates, using it as a springboard to advance into the New World. And with Fishman Island sheltered under the Whitebeard pirates, do you believe it would remain unaffected? Yi Luo elaborated. Chapter 60. Journey to the New World. Neptune looked at Shinping. Sensing that while Yi Luo's claims might be exaggerated, he was eager to hear Shinping's thoughts. However, upon seeing Shinping's troubled expression, Neptune inquired, Shinping, do you truly believe it could escalate to that extent? Indeed, if Ace were truly captured, our father would certainly not remain passive. However, battling against a fully prepared Marine would be detrimental for the Whitebeard pirates, Shinping hesitated to say. Moreover, Whitebeard has grown old. Though he remains fearsome, he is no longer as invincible as in his youth. Wouldn't you agree? Yi Luo completed Shinping's unfinished thought. Shinping's expression darkened as he looked at Yi Luo. Realizing the truth in his words, an oppressive silence fell over the gathering. And after a while, Yi Luo continued, Moreover, I suspect that Whitebeard is aware of Ace's true identity. Shinping and the others looked at Yi Luo with confusion. Never mind. That is of little consequence. The pressing issue is to locate Ace before he encounters Blackbeard. It would be best to dissuade him. If that fails, we must at least have someone of Shinping's caliber present. Just in case, my identity is somewhat special, preventing me from fully assisting Ace, which is why I have come to Fishman Island. Yi Luo spoke earnestly, regardless of the outcome, although your original intent may not be to aid Fishman Island. We shall remember this kindness. Neptune nodded that I must extend my gratitude once more to you. Yi Luo, should you ever require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Furthermore, I will dispatch someone to gather information regarding Ace. And once I obtain news, I will personally go to accompany him. Shinping also nodded, signifying his acknowledgement of Yi Luo. If you receive any news about Ace, please inform me as well that I have some matters to discuss with him. Additionally, regarding Ace's lineage, it would be wise not to disclose this information. The more who know, the greater the risk. Yi Luo replied with a nod. Very well. Do you have any further matters to address? Neptune inquired, nodding in agreement. Indeed, I have two additional purposes for my visit. Firstly, I wish to inquire about Whitebeard's current location. It is essential that I communicate this matter with him. The second matter must be discussed with your majesty in private. Yi Luo responded with a nod. After some hesitation, Shinping divulged the coordinates of Whitebeard's ship to Yi Luo, trusting that Yi Luo would not bring trouble to their father, even as a disciple of Garp. Following this, Shinping and Prince Shark exchanged glances and rose to leave, having established a basic trust in Yi Luo after the recent events. Half a day later, Yi Luo exited the Dragon Palace, excitement radiating from him as he returned to the Huajia, then set sail toward the sea where Whitebeard was located, following the coordinates provided by Shinping. Shinping, what are your thoughts on this young man? After Yi Luo's departure, Neptune approached Shinping, seeking his opinion. An intriguing young man, with far-reaching vision and considerable strength. Why do you ask, your majesty? Shinping turned to question. He just shared his aspirations with me, as well as his vision for Fishman Island's future. Neptune gazed at the distant sea, speaking softly. His aspirations? Shinping was taken aback, surprised that Yi Luo would discuss such matters with King Neptune. Neptune nodded. Indeed, a beautiful, grand, and distant dream, so distant that I doubt he could ever realize it. Shinping fell silent, wanting to inquire further, but hesitant to be too forward, opting instead to remain quiet. Let us give it a try. After all, even if he cannot achieve it, there is no loss for our Fishman race. Neptune appeared to speak with a smile, as if to bolster his own confidence. Does His Majesty expect him to succeed? Jinbei inquired. Indeed, his dreams are grand, so grand that no one in this world has ever contemplated them. Neptune nodded in response. Jinbei, increasingly curious, understood that at this moment, King Neptune would not divulge any further. If he intended to share, he would have done so earlier. Lena, stow away the navy flag. As we re-emerge upon the sea, the warship Yi Luo has already entered the New World. Why, my lord? Lena asked, a hint of surprise in her voice. Though I too wish to capture more pirates, Such actions would not serve our purpose on this journey that I fear that before we even encounter Whitebeard, we may be forced to retreat due to other pirates. Yi Luo shook his head and replied. Lina, astonished, exclaimed, But my lord, we are the Navy. Indeed, we are the Navy, yet the new world belongs to the 4 emperors. Proceed, Yi Luo said with a smile, shaking his head. Though Lina was somewhat reluctant, she complied with Yi Luo's orders, taking down the Navy flags and insignia from the sails. Days later, despite her reluctance to admit it, Lina had to acknowledge Yi Luo's foresight. Throughout their journey, they encountered numerous pirates, each more formidable than the last, including an encounter with one of the 4 emperors, the Big Mom pirates. Although it was merely a supply ship sent by them, it compelled them to alter their course, a setback that left Lina, who had always held the Navy's justice as paramount, feeling utterly defeated. Rest assured, I shall eradicate all these pirates in due time. Yi Luo reassured, patting Lina's shoulder. Yes, my lord, she replied earnestly. Over the past few days, Yi Luo observed that she had been training even harder than usual, which was an unexpected delight. Report, my lord. We are nearing the target sea area and expect to arrive by afternoon. Soon after, a Navy soldier came to report. Yi Luo nodded, signaling for the warship to continue its advance. Watching the fervor for training blossom aboard the ship, Yi Luo felt confident that, even though many presently doubted his capacity to achieve what he claimed, once he possessed the power to effect change in the world, many would rally to his side. This sentiment was echoed in the attitudes of King Nefertari Cobra of Alabasta and King Neptune of the Fishmen. In these days, Yi Luo also observed that, despite the New World being dubbed the graveyard of pirates, the civilians appeared to live better than those in other regions, particularly on the small islands flying the flags of the 4 emperors. This realization further solidified Yi Luo's conviction to bring an end to this chaotic age of piracy and usher in a new era, an era that belonged to him. Chapter 61. The 4 Emperors, my lord. Look quickly. What is that? Just as the warship was about to approach the target sea area, a Navy soldier suddenly noticed something amiss in the sky and couldn't help but exclaim as he looked up. Yi Luo, who was resting in a reclining chair, removed his sunglasses and turned his gaze toward the sky, where the clouds seemed to have been sliced apart by some unseen force. It appears we have arrived at the perfect moment. Steer closer, Yi Luo commanded. However, as they neared that area of the sea, they were intercepted by countless pirate ships. This is no place for the Navy. Get lost, a pirate captain shouted in Yi Luo's direction. It seems we have arrived at just the right time. This must be the main fleet of Whitebeard and red-haired Shanks, Yi Luo remarked as he gazed at the center of the pirate circle, where a colossal whale ship and a dragon-headed ship floated amidst the sea, the cleft clouds hovering just above them. My lord, should we leave now? After all, 2 of the 4 emperors are gathered here. Lina asked, somewhat astonished. She had assumed Yi Luo merely wished to engage with Whitebeard, not realizing he was about to witness a meeting between 2 of the 4 emperors. Meanwhile, at the Navy headquarters in Marineford. What? Repeat that for me. Sengoku questioned, incredulous at the news he had just received. Sir, a warship commanded by Rear Admiral Purple Dragon has appeared in the waters where Whitebeard and red-haired Shanks are meeting. Although he is not flying the Navy flag, I would recognize him anywhere, reported the Navy officer monitoring the interaction between Whitebeard and red-haired Shanks over the transponder snail. That scoundrel, he dares to traverse Fishman Island to reach the New World. And now he has the audacity to venture there. What on earth does he intend to accomplish? Has he considered the consequences of angering 2 of the 4 emperors? Sengoku fumed, crushing the transponder snail's receiver, sending it into sleep mode. On the other side, facing off against the Whitebeard pirates, Yi Luo declared, Go inform Whitebeard. I have news about Ace to share. Whether or not he wishes to meet me is his decision. Should he refuse, I will depart immediately. Yi Luo stood at the bow of the ship and addressed the pirates across from him. The pirates exchanged glances, uncertain of what to do. Relaying such a message seemed to undermine the reputation of the Whitebeard pirates. Send someone to inform Pops. I'll keep an eye on the Navy. A stout, short fishman with spiky hair and the number 8 tattooed on the left side of his neck, dressed in a blue shirt with white sleeves. Step forward. It's Captain Namor of the 8th Division, the nearby pirates exclaimed. Recognizing the newcomer. Yi Luo regarded the 8th Division Captain, Namor, with a smile but remained silent. Jinbei has already sent word, but whether Pops is willing to meet you remains uncertain. Namor said quietly to Yi Luo. Oda, no matter. I trust that Whitebeard will see me. Yi Luo replied with a light chuckle. Sure enough, moments later, a message arrived from the Moby Dick, Whitebeard's flagship, even amidst his meeting with red-haired Shanks. He agreed to Yi Luo's request to meet due to the matter concerning Ace, although he insisted that Yi Luo come alone. "Lina, I shall go alone. You wait here for me," Yi Luo instructed Lina behind him. "My lord, let me accompany you," Lina urged, her anxiety evident, while Yi Luo shook his head and utilized the moonwalk technique to board Namor's ship, whereupon they took a small boat to Moby Dick. "Pops, I've brought him." Upon stepping aboard Moby Dick, Captain Namor called out to the massive figure on the deck, "Ah la la la, young lad. I hear you have news about my ace?" Whitebeard chuckled, though he did not even glance at Yi Luo as he spoke. "Indeed. I hope you can recall Ace. Blackbeard teaches not a foe he can overcome," Yi Luo stated calmly, locking eyes with Whitebeard. However, Yi Luo's words incited discontent among the other members of the Whitebeard pirates, prompting Whitebeard to raise a hand to silence them. Red-haired Shanks, seated beside him, also regarded Yi Luo with a keen gaze, curious about his intentions. "Ah la la la, who do you think you are? I will do as I please, and it is not for a mere rear admiral of the Navy to instruct me," Whitebeard retorted, visibly irked. "My current identity is not that of the Navy. I am merely Ace's brother," Yi Luo replied firmly. Both Whitebeard and Shanks narrowed their eyes, scrutinizing Yi Luo. "Just how dangerous is Blackbeard? I am certain that Mr. Shanks is well aware. And how sensitive Ace's situation is must be clear to you as his captain. When the Navy summoned the 7 warlords, Teach sent his subordinates to marry Geos to vie for a position among them. I believe he has set his sights on Ace. Whitebeard, I advise you not to gamble with Ace's life. Otherwise, matters may escalate beyond your imagination." Yi Luo spoke with gravity. Yet, as soon as he finished speaking, at least a dozen weapons were already leveled at his head. "Kid, I don't care who you are or what your purpose here is. Remember, this is Whitebeard's territory, so tread carefully," Marco, the captain of the 1st Division, warned darkly. "Indeed, Ace is our family, not someone you can sow discord between with mere words," Diamond Jozu, captain of the 3rd Division, added, blocking Yi Luo's escape route. His expression equally grim. "La la la la. I find this quite intriguing. You must not be an ordinary rear admiral, for you seem to possess a wealth of knowledge." Whitebeard laughed heartily, seemingly unperturbed. Shanks, too, regarded Yi Luo with curiosity. Though he remained silent, as this was Whitebeard's ship, "I have shared sake with Ace, and consider myself his brother. Previously, I warned him to be wary of Teach, but it seems he did not heed my words. His decision to pursue Teach alone speaks volumes. Compared to me, you are far more credible in his eyes. Having such a troublesome younger brother, I felt compelled to seek you out, even though, given our statuses, we should not be meeting." Yi Luo paid no heed to the threats posed by the captains, calmly stating, "I do not know what you are worried about." He cast a sidelong glance at Whitebeard, then continued to address Yi Luo. "However, Teach has committed the gravest error aboard the pirate ship. Ace is captain. Ace's handling of the matter is, in my view, entirely justified, and I have faith in Ace. Young lad, for Ace's sake, I shall not make things difficult for you. Begone." Chapter 62. Return to headquarters. Whitebeard had issued an eviction order to Yi Luo, and the expressions of the captains from various teams were far from favorable. Yi Luo, finding himself without many options, turned to Marco and said, "Very well, since I cannot persuade you, Marco, might I trouble you to personally escort me back to my warship?" Marco looked to Whitebeard, who nodded in affirmation, and replied, "Let us go then. For Ace's sake, I shall accompany you myself." Upon returning to the Huajia, watching Marco leave in silence, Yi Luo sighed and uttered, "Let us return to Marineford." "Yes, sir." Upon witnessing Yi Luo's safe return, Lina seemed to finally release the tension that had been weighing on her heart. The pressure from the 2 emperors was indeed immense. At that moment, Yi Luo's mood was rather dismal. He felt the formidable force of the plot. Previously, he had always believed he understood the storyline well enough to alter it easily before events unfolded, and thus had never made any concerted efforts in that regard. Of course, there lingered a slight reluctance within him to effect such changes, for disrupting the narrative would mean relinquishing his prophetic abilities. However, after embarking on the mission to save Ace, he realized that the inertia of the plot was a force far beyond his capacity to alter at will, leading him to a tinge of regret and fear. "My lord, what did you discuss with Whitebeard?" "The Admiral will undoubtedly inquire upon our return to headquarters," Lina gently asked Yi Luo, who appeared lost in thought. "Nothing of consequence. I merely hope he recalls Ace. Blackbeard is an exceedingly dangerous individual. Yi Luo shook his head and replied, Ace, my brother, is Blackbeard truly that strong? Lena inquired, astonished. Having accompanied Yi Luo, she was well aware of Ace's prowess. Previously, Yi Luo's search for Ace had not struck her as a matter of concern for Ace's safety, considering Ace was already a notorious pirate in the New World, even having been invited to become a warlord of the sea. An offer he had declined. The so-called Blackbeard was merely a pirate attempting to usurp power during Crocodile's downfall. She had never heard of him before and did not believe he posed any threat to Ace. This world underestimates Blackbeard. In my view, his level of danger surpasses that of Whitebeard. Yi Luo spoke gravely. What? That cannot be. Lena exclaimed in disbelief. After all, Whitebeard was renowned as the strongest man. His influence unparalleled even in the New World, being the closest to the title of Pirate King. Enough. This is not the time for such discussions. Let us return to headquarters. Yi Luo shook his head, realizing that the concerns he harbored could not be averted. He needed to prepare for the worst, as he must find a certain individual, one of utmost importance, whose acknowledgement was crucial not only for Ace, but also for his own plans. Moreover, although this journey bore personal objectives, they had captured a considerable number of pirates, and the cells of the Huajia were filled with many from the New World. Even if his rank did not rise, his wealth would increase significantly, which would further bolster his strength upon his return. As Yi Luo made his way back to headquarters, Luffy and his crew finally triumphed over Enel in the skies, ringing the bell that represented Skypiea. On Gaia Island, Wumbra and Kulik, who had been waiting, silently shed tears. He had finally unraveled the truth of his ancestors, thereby lifting the shackles and curses that had burdened the Wumbra family for so many years. Behind him, the leaders of the monkey and gorilla pirate crews, having learned the truth from Yi Luo, embraced each other in tears upon hearing the bell, fully grasping its significance. Their captain's life-risking struggle had finally borne fruit. Meanwhile, at Marine headquarters, a significant, albeit not overly alarming, event transpired. Admiral Kazan had vanished, prompting concern from the five elders. Yet, they could do little about the laid-back justice of this admiral, and ultimately chose to let him be. Having completed their adventure in Skypiea, Luffy and his crew returned to the seas, laden with gold, only to encounter Silver Fox Foxy at Long Ring Island, accepting his challenge for a Davy back fight. Foxy was a master of Davy back fight, boasting an unbeaten record of 920 matches, mostly achieved through cheating, yet it still proved to be quite a challenge for the single-minded Luffy to AT Marine headquarters. Marineford. Yi Luo. Is this the reason for your appearance in the New World and your interactions with Whitebeard and Shanks? Sengoku glared at Yi Luo, suppressing his inner fury as he inquired. I was unaware that Red-Haired was also present. Two emperors, how terrifying. Thankfully, they had no intention of keeping me. Otherwise, I truly would not have returned. Yi Luo replied with a light-hearted demeanor. Yet, as he spoke, he recalled the moment Shanks had intercepted his path on his return journey, initially believing that Shanks intended to confront him. However, the Emperor had merely engaged him in conversation before departing, making Shanks the one he found most inscrutable. That it seemed he was executing certain commands from Pirate King Joel D. Roger, or perhaps he had a mission unknown to others. In any case, Yi Luo felt a profound wariness toward him. Have you forgotten? The order was for you to complete your training at headquarters. You dare to secretly venture out to sea and engage with the emperors. Do you not regard discipline? Sengoku was incensed by Yi Luo's nonchalance and slammed his hand on the table, shouting, My apologies, Sengoku. Please do not be angry. One grows drowsy with age. What were we discussing? Carp, who had been listening nearby, suddenly appeared bewildered, looking around before addressing the furious Sengoku, though his apology lacked sincerity, mirroring Yi Luo's demeanor. It turned out he had dozed off during the conversation, roused by Sengoku's furious outburst, and mistakenly believed Sengoku was angry with him. Get out, get out. You two will be the death of me. Sengoku, known for his scholarly demeanor, was now devoid of any grace, waving his hand irritably for Carp and Yi Luo to leave. Come on, teacher. If we do not leave soon, the Admiral may transform, Yi Luo urged Carp, hastily exiting Sengoku's office. What on earth? Is it such a crime to fall asleep? Must he make such a fuss? By the way, Xiaoyi, did you bring back anything good from this trip? Carp remarked with a pout as they walked. Chapter 63. Marine Admiral, I managed to procure a batch of fine wine. I shall send some to the teacher later. We captured quite a few pirates, and I secretly stashed their treasures. Next time we set sail, I shall exchange them for berries, enough for us to live lavishly for a while. That is splendid. The Navy's financial situation is dire, having been a Marine my whole life. I am still not as wealthy as you youngsters. Haha Sengoku. Upon overhearing the two openly discussing their violations of military discipline and the illicit confiscation of pirate treasures, felt veins throbbing on his forehead. He silently vowed to find an opportunity to teach these two reckless individuals a lesson. Xiaoyi, you were rather reckless this time. Upon arriving at Yi Luo's courtyard, Carp finally dropped the jest and spoke earnestly. Teacher, when it comes to Ace, I had no other choice. Yi Luo shook his head and replied, Is the situation truly dire? Carp asked, frowning. Ace may very well lose his life. Yi Luo spoke softly. Carp froze momentarily, then patted Yi Luo's shoulder, saying, I am getting old. It is your errand now. Take care of yourself. Rest assured, teacher, I shall safeguard the justice in my heart. Yi Luo declared resolutely. Carp let out a bitter laugh. Contemplating. I fear your sense of justice may conflict with that of the Navy. Though he harbored these thoughts, he refrained from voicing them. Many outstanding officers in the Navy had turned to piracy due to irreconcilable differences between their personal sense of justice and that of the Navy. Do not worry, teacher. I will succeed. Piracy is not my path. I will lead the Navy to become true justice. Sensing Carp's concern, Yi Luo spoke earnestly. Child, that path is fraught with difficulties. Carp sighed. If a dream is too easily attained, can it still be called a dream? Thus, the teacher must not lose heart. I shall still require your assistance. Yi Luo smiled as he spoke. I fear this old body of mine may not be of much help to you. Carp shook his head, chuckling softly. Your reputation as a teacher is my greatest support. Yi Luo replied with a gentle smile. Speaking of which, I almost forgot to tell you. During my last visit to the East Sea, I brought back 2 young lads. When you have the time, please look after them. As for the wine you brought back this time, send half of it my way. I shall not linger. Upon finishing his sentence, Carp seemed to be apprehensive about something and immediately rose, preparing to depart. Yi Luo's previously smiling demeanor abruptly stiffened, and he gritted his teeth. Old fool. How outrageous. There will be no share for you this time. What? Just a moment ago, when I helped you escape from Sengoku, you called me teacher, and now you refer to me as an old fool. What a lack of respect. Carp, nearing the door, turned back and playfully punched Yi Luo on the head, causing a large bump to form. Even though Yi Luo was aware that Carp was merely using his strength to bully him, he had no choice. Unable to retaliate, he could only nod with tears in his eyes and say, I understand. I will take good care of the younger disciples, and I will promptly send your share. After hearing this, Carp nodded in satisfaction. You refuse to listen when I speak to you nicely. Yet you compel me to assume the authority of a teacher. Ha ha ha. Watching Carp leave, laughing heartily to mask his embarrassment, Yi Luo felt a pang of frustration. Meanwhile, Luffy and his companions had just concluded their battle with Silver Fox Foxy. Though it had been somewhat perilous, given Luffy and his allies' strength, they faced no real issues. Old man, would you like to join us on our ship to the island over there? Luffy inquired of the diminutive elder who had been walking on stilts for 10 years on Long Ring Island. The old man shook his head. The 10 small islands of Long Ring Island are interconnected. Hence, they can only be considered one small island, and there is no way to store records. So you need not trouble yourselves. Since matters have concluded, why not come to my home and rest a while? As the old man spoke and walked towards the door, he suddenly bumped into something with a loud thud. What is this? It's a person. Has he been here all along? The Straw Hat crew was startled by the tall figure that suddenly appeared at the entrance of the old man's tent. But the figure seemed to have been asleep, slowly awakening only after the old man collided with him. Who are you? The man removed his eye mask, addressing the Straw Hat crew. Who are you? Do you not realize you're blocking the entrance? I thought you were a tree. Usopp retorted in dissatisfaction. However, seeing the tall man, Robin trembled in fear, seemingly terrified. Robin? What's wrong? Do you know him? Her companions looked at her in surprise. While Zoro prepared to draw his sword. He is, Robin stammered, unable to articulate her fear. It's Robin. Long time no see. You've grown into quite the young lady, the tall man said lazily. What? So he is an acquaintance of Robin S? Luffy remarked, somewhat unimpressed. Just someone I used to know, the tall man replied softly. Fool, it can't merely be a casual acquaintance. Robin is clearly terrified. Who exactly are you? Nami asked sternly. Oh dear brothers, please don't be like this. I haven't received any orders from the citizens. I merely took a stroll here because the weather was nice. The tall man waved his hand, smiling. Orders? What organization do you belong to? Zoro asked. Staring intently at the tall man. He is a Navy admiral, Admiral Kazan of the Navy headquarters. Robin finally calmed down a bit, though she still seemed incredulous, as if she hadn't anticipated the tall man's sudden appearance. Admiral? The members exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, an admiral of the Navy headquarters, the highest combat power in the Navy, of which there are only 3. He is one of them, known as Admiral Kazan. Above him, there is only the Fleet Admiral. Robin explained to her companions. Why would an admiral from the Navy headquarters be here? Shouldn't he be hunting down those with higher bounties? Usopp, now thoroughly frightened, hid behind Zoro. An admiral. Does that mean he is stronger than Yi Luo? Zoro's fighting spirit was ignited. Come now, everyone, don't get too excited. As I mentioned, I'm not here to capture you. I just happened to stroll by. By the way, what was your name again? Forget it. Kazan waved his hand nonchalantly. Chapter 64. The indolent Justice Kazan's appearance left Luffy and his crew astonished, yet he seemed to have no intention of making a move, even leading Usopp to believe Robin might have mistaken him for someone else. After all, is this really how a Navy admiral behaves? However, the Straw Hat crew soon witnessed Kazan's lethargic demeanor, as he even found speaking to them too exhausting and opted to lie down while conversing. He had seen Robin's figure in Yi Luo's report, and upon inquiring further, discovered that Robin had vanished from Alabasta, leading him to suspect she had boarded Luffy's ship, although Yi Luo had deliberately omitted certain details in the report. Kazan saw through it at a glance and followed their trail. This old man intends to head to the next island, does he not? Let me assist you. Kazan shook his head, addressing the short elder of Long Ring Island. Old man, do not trust him. He is from the Navy, Luffy replied with utmost seriousness. After a moment of silence, Luffy then recalled, with the help of the short elder, that to a normal person, the Navy would be the good guys, while they, the pirates, would be the villains. However, Usopp remained skeptical. Although the 10 islands of Long Ring Island were indeed one island at low tide, they were undeniably 10 distinct islands during normal conditions. Kazan's claim to help the short elder left Usopp unconvinced. No, he really can do it. Robin, having witnessed Kazan's abilities in her childhood, stated confidently. Regardless, Kazan led the short elder and his injured white horse to the shore, with Luffy and his crew following closely behind, where they would witness the true power of the so-called strongest force of the Navy, Ice Age. With that, Kazan plunged his hands into the sea, unleashing his power and freezing the entire surface of the ocean. This can't be real, Usopp exclaimed in astonishment at the sight of the vast expanse of white sea before him. Kazan demonstrated the strength befitting an admiral in front of the Straw Hat crew, yet he bore no hostility, resulting in a somewhat peaceful standoff. I've thought it over, and I still feel I cannot let you go freely. So you shall perish here, for reasons unknown. Kazan, who had originally intended to leave, ultimately made his move, instantly encasing Robin in ice. Usopp, you all take Robin and leave. Luffy, having learned from Chopper that even if encased in ice, there remained hope for recovery with timely treatment, immediately instructed the timid trio. In just one exchange, the 3 strongest fighters of the Straw Hat crew were collectively injured, forcing Luffy to order Usopp and the others to retreat, as their presence would be of no help. However, Nami did not flee immediately. Instead, she obstructed Kazan, interrupting his technique, and in turn, was left behind. It seems this matter cannot end peacefully. Zoro, weapon in hand, glared at Kazan. Wait, I will face him in single combat. Do not interfere, Luffy declared, fixing his gaze on Kazan. Hey, I don't mind, but I lack a ship, so if you lose, I'll have to eliminate you all. Kazan replied indifferently. Zoro and Sanji exchanged glances, taking Nami with them as they withdrew, leaving the battlefield to Luffy. Chopper, hurry, come out and treat our injured arms and legs. Quickly, Zoro said, his expression grave. Why have only you returned? Where is Luffy? Usopp, rushing out while helping Chopper free Robin from her icy prison, inquired. The warmth of the water against the frozen wounds, followed by gentle massage, aids in muscle recovery. Nami, you assist Robin. I will attend to Sanji and Zoro's injuries. Chopper exhibited the demeanor of a capable doctor. So you just left Luffy behind to escape? Isn't that rather heartless? Usopp shouted in fury. Now is not the time for such discussions, Zoro said calmly as Sanji and Usopp began to argue. Chopper, how long until we can recover? It won't do. Your frostbite is severe. Even if we go now, you won't be able to exert your full strength. Chopper naturally comprehended Zoro's implication and resolutely declined. Meanwhile, on the other side, the outcome of Luffy's fierce duel with Aokiji had already been determined. Luffy was completely encased in ice by Aokiji. This is bad. I've been tricked. The challenge of a one-on-one duel implies that after defeating you, I cannot harm your crew, right? Nico Robin is a true demon. You cannot contend with her as long as she remains on your ship. It is tantamount to inviting disaster. Monkey D. Luffy. Aokiji shattered the ice blocks beside Luffy with a kick, ultimately refraining from killing him. Although it would have been effortless to eliminate you here, your grandfather's kindness prevents me from doing so. However, regarding the affairs of Arabasta, you and the Navy are now even. This conveniently gives that annoying fellow a justification. If I were to harm you, Little Leaf would surely never forgive me. Aokiji shook his head, donned his clothing, mounted his bicycle, and departed. When Zoro and Sanji arrived, they found only Luffy, encased in ice. After bringing Luffy back to the ship, Chopper began to administer urgent medical attention. Both of them have regained their heartbeat. Shortly thereafter, Chopper stepped onto the deck to announce the good news. Will we encounter such foes, capable of annihilating our entire crew in mere moments? Again, Usopp collapsed onto the deck and weakly remarked, "What nonsense are you spouting? You're exhausted. You should rest early," Zoro said after a brief silence, offering words of comfort. Although their record pointer had completed its storage, Luffy remained unconscious, and Robin was severely injured, so Nami decided to stay for the night before setting sail to the Navy headquarters. Marineford, little one, your recent progress is quite remarkable, said Rear Admiral Dalmesia with a grin. He is the user of the Inu no Mi, skilled in utilizing the 6 powers. Haha, Rear Admiral, do not become complacent. Yesterday, Lord Mole nearly capsized. Leaf gasped, panting. Indeed, upon returning to headquarters, Leaf began challenging the Admirals daily, regardless of victory or defeat, rapidly enhancing his strength. Humph, I am not him. Shave finger gun. Dalmesia snorted coldly, vanishing from sight only to reappear beside Leaf. Chapter 65. Leaf's intentions. I have been waiting for you. Leaf chuckled mischievously, opting to endure Dalmesia's finger gun while simultaneously launching a punch aimed at his abdomen, intending to exchange injury for injury. Boom! Leaf's shoulder bled, yet he grinned at Dalmesia, who had been sent flying. I am no longer that weak little brat. You brat. This is merely sparring. Must you strike so fiercely? Dalmesia wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth as he emerged from the rubble. Leaf, observing the experience points indicated by the system, chuckled. Did Lord Mole not inform you that my recovery abilities have significantly improved? Life restoration? Dalmesia frowned. Leaf shook his head, smiling. No. I encountered some fortuitous events at sea, which have enhanced my physical capabilities. Forget it, it doesn't concern you. Today, I admit defeat, but next time, luck will not be on your side. Having lost without even using his devil fruit ability, he felt somewhat dissatisfied. Yet he also recognized that Leaf had not utilized his signature technique, the dragon-shaped energy wave, so he did not feel too disheartened. Sir, you are truly formidable. Even the Rear Admiral is no match for you. 2 short individuals excitedly approached Leaf after the battle concluded, handing him his clothing while showering him with flattery. You two, aside from watching battles, the most important thing is to build your stamina. Your current physical condition is far from adequate. You probably could not even properly digest my earlier battle, so strive to improve. Youngsters, Leaf laughed, accepting the clothes from KB and chuckling heartily. Indeed, these 2 little fellows are now Leaf's disciples. KB and Barumaber, whom Carp brought back from the East Sea. Carp, of course, lacked the time to personally instruct them, so he handed them over to Leaf. Originally, it should have been the responsibility of the aloof swordsman, but now it fell upon Leaf. However, they had already undergone training under the aloof swordsman and had developed the resolve to grow stronger, which is why Leaf allowed them to observe the battle closely and gain experience. Reina, have there been any significant events lately? Upon returning to his office, Leaf took a large gulp of alcohol and inquired of his beautiful aide. Report, sir. Does Aokiji's unauthorized departure from headquarters count as a significant event? Reina replied with a blank expression. What does that matter? Leaf shrugged nonchalantly and said, if you have nothing to do, go find Sister Guillaume and practice your swordsmanship. You need not linger here every day. Or you could assist the old man in tormenting his 2 new disciples. Reina seemed to hesitate for a moment, however, as Leaf had not engaged in anything aside from challenging the admirals recently. She nodded and said, I will go find Sister Guillaume. Clearly, she lacked the enthusiasm for tormenting newcomers. After Reina left, Leaf opened the system interface, observing that the diamond column displayed 53,299 diamonds, and he began to appear hesitant. Now that he had acquired the snowless lightness skill, his speed was temporarily sufficient. With the presence of the blood dragon pearl, his physical stamina was also adequately compensated. The only remaining aspect was internal power. After all, his time spent cultivating internal techniques was relatively short. Even with the Huajia secret manual, his internal energy remained limited, and combined with the substantial consumption of the dragon subduing 18 palms, he had given the impression of being unable to sustain prolonged exertion. However, upgrading the second level of the Huajia divine skill required 15,000 proficiency points, which was somewhat discouraging. Even now, his proficiency was just slightly over half. Looking at the remaining 8 skill points in his hand, Leaf felt somewhat hesitant. Forget it. One must be willing to sacrifice to achieve success. Gritting his teeth, Leaf allocated 7 of his 8 skill points to the Huajia divine skill, successfully upgrading it. Congratulations, host. The Huajia secret manual has made a breakthrough. Please continue your efforts. The emotionless synthetic voice of the system congratulated him. My system. You are not human. Leaf opened the skill interface and discovered that the third level of the Huajia divine skill was not the highest, as it could still be upgraded, but required an absurd 30,000 proficiency points. Had he known, he would have preferred to invest in the dragon subduing 18 palms. Perhaps the consumption would decrease upon upgrade. Leaf thought regretfully. Nevertheless, after upgrading the Huajia divine skill, the internal energy within his body not only increased but also flowed at a significantly enhanced rate. His recovery speed for internal energy had correspondingly improved, and Leaf estimated that in a state of full internal energy, he could likely unleash the 6th form of the dragon subduing 18 palms unexpectedly. After slightly organizing his thoughts, Leaf commenced his cultivation. Having encountered numerous top-tier figures in this world, his mindset had begun to shift. Originally, Leaf believed that only by becoming invincible could he accomplish his goals without obstruction. However, after witnessing Whitebeard and his crew, and contrasting that with the solitary existence of the Dark King Rayleigh, Leaf realized that, aside from individual strength, having a group of supportive companions was equally vital. Therefore, upon returning to headquarters, Leaf began reaching out to those in the Navy with whom he had established a good rapport, who shared his ideals and principles of justice. These individuals would become his future allies. The old man Carp must have sensed Leaf's intentions, which is why he previously remarked that he was merely an old man who could not offer much assistance. However, what everyone failed to realize was that Leaf did not wish to split the Navy, but rather to reshape it into a true bastion of justice. The current Navy is far too beholden to the world government. It would not be an exaggeration to call it the lapdog of the world government. The root cause is merely financial. Despite the Navy's formidable appearance, it is built upon immense military funding. Without the support of the world government, the Navy would quickly face ruin. Not only would future recruitment be impossible, but even the existing personnel might struggle to be sustained. It seems the time has come to seek out that cross-dressing king. Ultimately, I must have a discussion with Dragon. Leaf awakened from his meditation, glanced at the sky outside, and stood to leave. I knew it. You came looking for me with no good intentions, either to test out new techniques or to bring me some troublesome matters. By the way, why don't you seek your teacher? Wouldn't it be more appropriate for Captain Carp to take you to Impel Down? Gaji said helplessly as Leaf arrived at his doorstep. Rest assured, I am not heading to the 6th level, where the perverts abound. I am going to the 5th level to find someone. Yi Luo chuckled as he spoke. Let me make this clear. Do not act recklessly, or else Jiaji's words will remain unspoken, and you will be forcibly escorted away from the headquarters by Yi Luo. Chapter 66. The King of Transvestites, Ivankov. This is the entrance to the underwater prison. Impel Down. It can be quite troublesome to enter, so I want to accompany you. Let me reiterate, do not cause any trouble. Otherwise, even Mr. Carp would find it difficult to intercede on your behalf. The inmates here are all vicious and malevolent beings. Jiaji, standing at the entrance of Impel, spoke solemnly to Yi Luo. Rest assured, I merely seek to ask someone a question and will leave. Yi Luo nodded in agreement. Cough, cough. Welcome to my hell of Impel Down. A man adorned with an Egyptian pharaoh headdress, possessing a face reminiscent of a bodhisattva and sporting a pair of small black devil wings on his back, greeted Yi Luo. Both Yi Luo and Jiaji exchanged glances. Somewhat speechless at the sight of Hannibal, this fellow seemed rather eccentric. Pardon me. It appears my ambitions have been somewhat exposed. I am Hannibal, the acting deputy warden. Pleased to make your acquaintance, Hannibal said with a smile. Greetings, I am Jiaji, a rear admiral from the headquarters. This individual is Major Yi Luo, who needs to proceed to level 5. I would appreciate your assistance. Jiaji nodded in acknowledgement. Hannibal returned the nod and replied. The warden, that rascal Magellan, is currently in the warden's office on level 4. I will guide you there along with Deputy Guard Domino. However, before that, you must undergo a security check. I want to be joining. ILL just accompany him, Jiaji said, shaking his head and pointing at Yi Luo. Soon after a series of inspections, Yi Luo finally arrived at level 5, the frozen hell? All right, I shall enter alone, after all. It can be rather perilous inside. And I've heard there's an invitation from the devil here, Yi Luo remarked as he stood at the entrance of the frozen hell. You actually know about this? Both Hannibal and the guard of level 5 expressed their surprise. A major from the headquarters. Is it so strange for me to be aware of this? Yi Luo chuckled as he stepped into the frozen hell. Hannibal and the others were momentarily taken aback and did not follow him inside. Deputy Warden, is it truly safe to let him enter alone? A guard asked with concern. Not to worry. If anything happens, it would be Magellan's problem. Then Impel would once again belong to me. Ha ha ha. Oh dear, it seems I've inadvertently revealed my ambitions. Hannibal mused aloud. However, the others were unperturbed. The Deputy Warden's ambitions were well known even among the prisoners. As Yi Luo entered the frozen hell, he had to begin channeling his inner strength to withstand the surrounding snow and wind. The temperature here was indeed extremely low. I recall that at the entrance of a forest, Luffy and his companions encountered a pack of wolves, and after being injured, they were rescued by the Revolutionary Army's lightning. Yi Luo thought as he walked, searching for the forest he remembered. After a while, Yi Luo had already dealt with the third batch of snow wolves and searched several similar forests, yet he still had not discovered the interlayer of the frozen hell. Damn it, where exactly is that king of transvestites? Ivankov? Although Yi Luo was not in a hurry, remaining here for too long began to make him uneasy. Having searched for quite some time, without finding Ivankov, he continued to ponder while looking around. When watching the anime, I only recall it being said that it was between levels 5 and 6, but there was no mention of how to enter. It's quite irresponsible. However, this place seems somewhat peculiar. Yi Luo mumbled softly as he focused on the sewer entrance that appeared before him. After contemplating for less than 3 seconds, Yi Luo decided to investigate. Although the term sewer was not particularly appealing to him, the notion of an interlayer between levels 5 and 6 could potentially be explained by the sewer itself. Who goes there? Shortly after entering the sewer entrance, Yi Luo's observation haki detected the presence of someone ahead. However, his observation and armament haki did not seem particularly gifted. Even under Carp's training, he had only managed to develop his armament haki to the point of covering his entire body, while his observation haki was abysmal. As Yi Luo would put it, merely awakening observation haki was akin to making a wish. Who are you? A person with a clover-like hairstyle appeared before Yi Luo, holding a wine glass. His entire being was divided into 2 distinct colors, making him quite distinctive. Finally found you. Is this lightning? I'm looking for Ivankov. Yi Luo exhaled, speaking. After searching for so long, he felt that heaven had not forsaken him, as he had finally located the hidden revolutionary army here. However, Lightning looked somewhat surprised. While he recognized Yi Luo's existence and knew Ivankov, he had no recollection of Yi Luo, which sparked a suspicion within him. Comrade, Lightning asked softly why Yi Luo's expression darkened, although he understood Lightning's implication. He found it difficult to respond to such a direct question. First, take me to meet Ivankov. I will explain everything to you later. Yi Luo skillfully sidestepped Lightning's question, believing that Yi Luo had tacitly acknowledged his previous inquiry. Lightning led him deeper into the sewer. Hey, boy, who are you? Soon, under Lightning's guidance, Yi Luo finally met the legendary king of transvestites, Ivankov. How should I say this? Perhaps I should be straightforward. I wish to meet Dragon. Yi Luo contemplated before speaking. Dragon? Who are you? Ivankov was taken aback, and Lightning beside him was equally stunned. Then, as if realizing something, he turned to Yi Luo with a serious expression and said, You're not one of our comrades. Are you? Yi Luo shrugged and replied, I never claimed to be a member of the Revolutionary Army, but I harbor no ill will towards it. My visit today is to convey extremely important intelligence to you. Long ago, I accidentally learned that the king of transvestites Ivankov is part of the Revolutionary Army, which is why I took the risk to seek you out. Boy, first tell me your identity. Otherwise, why should I believe you? Ivankov inquired with a smile. It's no issue for me to share my identity, but the question remains, will you believe it? Yi Luo said helplessly. Both Ivankov and Lightning were momentarily stunned. After a moment's thought, they realized that Yi Luo had a point. Since they now knew he was not part of the revolutionary army, they would have no reason to trust anything he said. Thus, his identity was of little importance. What mattered was the information he possessed. You must allow me to see Dragon. Or if you're cautious, just relay the information and have Dragon come to find me. It is of utmost urgency, Yi Luo stated earnestly. Hey, boy, don't forget that even if we don't trust you now, do you think that after being imprisoned in this underwater prison for so long, I have any means to contact Dragon? Ivankov blinked and replied to Yi Luo. Chapter 67. Bartholomew Kuma. Yi Luo was taken aback, his expression turning grim. Let me find a way to get you out. And you take me to meet Dragon. How does that sound? Yi Luo exhaled deeply. Ivankov and Lightning exchanged incredulous glances. Who was this person who dared to speak such words? It was known that since the prison's construction, only one individual had ever escaped, the legendary pirate, Shiki the Golden Lion. What intelligence do you need to convey to Dragon? Ivankov asked, suddenly serious, as matters concerning the revolutionary army required utmost caution. The situation is too complex. Just tell Dragon that I am his father's disciple, and let him figure out a way to contact me. I have exceedingly important matters to discuss. Yi Luo shook his head, stating, Father? Both Ivankov and Lightning exclaimed in surprise. Yi Luo nodded and continued, This matter is of tremendous significance not only to your revolutionary army but also to the navy and the pirates. What exactly is happening outside? Ivankov asked seriously. If the situation was indeed urgent, he would not mind breaking out of prison immediately. The Navy is preparing to advance into the New World and has already decided to take action against one of the four emperors. Yi Luo spoke in a low voice. What? Is this intelligence accurate? Ivankov's expression shifted dramatically as he inquired. 100% accurate. And at that time, Mary Geos will undoubtedly be at its most vulnerable. The Navy will lack the manpower to protect Mary Geos, making this the Revolutionary Army's opportunity. The leaves gently nodded as they fell. Leaf Fall's ambition and ideals encompassed the eradication of the celestial dragons. Thus, prior to achieving his goal, he does not mind collaborating with the Revolutionary Army, and even in the end, he is willing to co-govern alongside them. His aspiration is for the Navy to transform into a true force of justice, tasked with eliminating all darkness upon the seas, which aligns with the principles of the Revolutionary Army. Their ideology advocates for the overthrow of the current regime across all kingdoms, a notion that Leaf Fall does not entirely endorse either. Hence, collaboration is feasible. Ultimately, the Navy could refrain from intervening in the governance of the kingdoms, yet should any kingdom's darkness come to light, the Navy would unite with the Revolutionary Army to launch a campaign against them, genuinely becoming a protector of the common people across the globe. At that juncture, the Revolutionary Army would manage affairs while the Navy would oversee military action and surveillance, ensuring a separation between military and political power to prevent either faction from treading the same path as the celestial dragons. This is the goal that Leaf Fall has been meticulously planning and striving towards thus far. The Holy Land, Huajia, is not as simple as you might imagine, even if the Navy were to deploy all its forces. Huajia cannot simply be conquered at will. Ivankov is evidently wary of the Holy Land Huajia, or rather, the celestial dragons. I am well aware of that, yet I did not intend for the Revolutionary Army to occupy the Holy Land, which you could not possibly conquer. However, seizing this opportunity to plunder Huajia should be rather straightforward, shouldn't it? Leaf Fall remarked with a smile. You underestimate the celestial dragons. If their strength were merely superficial, they would have been overthrown countless times already. Ivankov shook his head in response. How much do you truly know of their hidden cards? Leaf Fall inquired with a grave tone. Not much, but the less we know, the more cautious we must be, Ivankov replied. But without probing, how can you ascertain the extent of their hidden strengths? Leaf Fall tilted his head, questioning. Ivankov and Lightning fell silent. According to Leaf Fall, the Navy lacked the capability to spare forces to assist the celestial dragons this time. Yet the known influence of the celestial dragons is significant. Even without the Navy, they should not be underestimated. Nonetheless, this indeed presents an opportunity. Even if merely for reconnaissance, it warrants the need for action. Though your words stir my interest, I truly cannot reach Dragon right now. Ivankov sighed. How about this? Tell me of a base or a comrade of yours, and I shall find him to relay the message to Dragon. Whether Dragon wishes to meet me is for him to decide. How does that sound? Reluctantly, Leaf Fall had to settle for this course of action. All right, although I cannot be certain of your identity. Should you deceive me, I will pursue you to the Cape of Nia, seeking vengeance for my fallen comrades. Ivankov fixed his gaze on Leaf Fall. Rest assured, our objectives align, though we may not be of the same ilk. Collaboration is indeed necessary. Leaf Fall nodded, responding cheerfully. After acquiring the desired intelligence from Ivankov, Leaf Fall departed from the underwater prison. What exactly brings you here, on the return journey? Kaji could no longer contain his curiosity. Don't ask. If you do, the answer is unknown. Leaf Fall flicked his head dismissively, responding coolly. Kaji's head erupted with 2 hash marks. This fellow epitomized the archetype of a bridge builder who dismantles the very structure of cooperation. However, Kaji wasn't particularly insistent on uncovering Leaf Fall's actions. His curiosity simply piqued. Upon returning to headquarters, Leaf Fall secretly arranged for a small boat to depart, following the address provided by Ivankov. He arrived at a small revolutionary army outpost on an island. After explaining his intentions, Leaf Fall settled on the island, awaiting Dragon's arrival. Days passed without Dragon's appearance. Yet Leaf Fall encountered an unexpected yet foreseeable individual. Bartholomew Kuma. Did Dragon send you? Leaf Fall inquired calmly. So you already know my identity? Kuma asked softly. That I know far more than you might imagine. Is it that Dragon does not trust me and has sent you as a scout? Leaf Fall questioned. If we were to travel, where would you wish to go? Kuma did not respond directly, but asked quietly. Leaf Fall's gaze sharpened, warily observing Kuma, aware of his abilities as a paramecia-type user of the pawpaw fruit. Capable of propelling individuals anywhere he desires with his paw-like hands. Kuma, do not act recklessly. I cannot stray too far from headquarters, or Fleet Admiral Sengoku will have my skin. Leaf Fall stepped back. Stating that as Kuma was removing his gloves, he indeed halted, softly asking, Did you not request to meet Dragon? I did wish to see him, but if you send me to White Soil Island, Baldigo, how can I return in a short time? Leaf Fall replied with a wry smile. You certainly know a great deal, but rest assured, you shall not be sent to White Soil Island. It is far too critical. Kuma slowly approached Leaf Fall, saying, Very well, but if you launch me too far, you will need to explain to Fleet Admiral Sengoku on my behalf. Leaf Fall gritted his teeth, resigned. With a swift motion, Kuma delivered a powerful slap to Leaf Fall, who did not resist. He was sent flying. Yet miraculously, a protective barrier enveloped him, shielding him from harm even at great heights. Watching Leaf Fall soar, Kuma resumed donning his gloves and departed with the Bible in hand. What a scoundrel! Where does he intend to send me? After flying for quite some time, Leaf Fall retrieved food from the system space, replenishing his strength while muttering curses. Although he was unaware of the current time, he could ascertain from the sky that he had indeed traveled a considerable distance without any sign of slowing down. A day later, as Leaf Fall sat in meditation and training amidst the clouds, he gradually began to descend. Am I finally arriving? Leaf Fall murmured, eyes opening. Welcome. Upon landing, a young girl with orange hair, sporting goggles and a cap, dressed in a short dress and high heels, greeted Leaf Fall. Who are you? Leaf Fall asked, recognizing her as eerily familiar, seemingly the girl who accompanied Sabo. Hello, I am the acting master of the Fishman Karate in the Revolutionary Army. My name is Keela, the girl replied with a cheerful smile. Greetings, Rear Admiral of the Navy. Leaf Fall. Where is this place? That scoundrel Kuma will surely pay for this when I return. After politely greeting Keela, Leaf Fall muttered under his breath. This is a small island in the South Sea. Were you sent here by Mr. Bear? Keela inquired. Her curiosity piqued. Leaf Fall nodded, somewhat resigned. Indeed, I initially sought to meet Dragon, so I went to your nearest outpost at the Navy headquarters. However, I did not find Dragon. Instead, Kuma appeared, and he sent me here. He naturally refrained from admitting that he had been propelled by Kuma. Despite Leaf Fall's recent strength increase, he could not guarantee a different outcome against Kuma. In his mind, Kuma's strength was undoubtedly among the pinnacle of the 7 warlords. Although he had never demonstrated haki, his fruit ability was already immensely formidable, capable of offense, defense, and even healing. Truly a game changer. Now I understand. The leader instructed me to wait for you here. Please, follow me. After confirming Leaf Fall's identity, Keela beckoned him. She was exceedingly curious why Leaf Fall, as a Navy officer, wished to meet the leader, and why the leader was willing to meet him. Shortly thereafter, Leaf Fall finally met the man deemed the world's most notorious criminal by the world government, the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Monkey D. Dragon, who was also the son of the Old Man Garp and the father of the protagonist of One Piece, Luffy. Mr. Dragon. It has been a while. Leaf Fall greeted Dragon casually, plopping down in front of him. Ha ha ha. What brings you to seek me? Dragon, cloaked in a green coat, smiled and looked up. Li Fal surveyed the surrounding members of the revolutionary army, apart from Dragon. He recognized Sabo and a commander who appeared to be a member of the Ming tribe. But the others were unfamiliar to him. However, he assumed they were also cadres of the revolutionary army. Indeed, there are certain matters I wish to discuss with Mr. Dragon, specifically regarding the celestial dragons and the Holy Land Mariewa. Li Fal nodded, his smile fading as he spoke. Why would a Navy officer like you wish to discuss such matters with me? Dragon chuckled lightly, inquiring. That depends on your perspective. Are you truly concerned for the common people? Or is it merely a pursuit of power? Li Fal replied, tilting his head. After a moment of silence, Dragon stated, that is not something you need to fret over. Please express your intentions before I proceed. I have one more question. Does the revolutionary army fight for revolution's sake, or for the people's sake? Yi Luo gazed intently at Dragon and inquired, surely we are revolutionizing for the sake of the oppressed. Impoverished people suffering under the oppression of your navy. Beside him, Sabo interjected with a hint of sarcasm. Very well. Then may I ask, are you aware of Alabasta? That desert nation recently forced into war. You must have heard of it? Yi Luo tilted his head towards Sabo and asked, isn't it the case that you've already investigated that matter? It was the machinations of Crocodile, Sabo replied with a frown. If you truly care for the destitute, why do you not offer aid to Alabasta, which has been ensnared in war due to conspiracy? With your intelligence network, you must be aware of the nature of the royal Nefertari family. No, Yi Luo remarked with a sly glance at Sabo, a playful smile gracing his lips. That is the territory of the 7 warlords, and also under the jurisdiction of your navy. Do not use your past to cast blame upon us. Clara, who was accompanying Yi Luo, retorted angrily. Observing Sabo's speechlessness, Yi Luo was momentarily at a loss for words. He was not one to shirk responsibility. Fortunately, Dragon understood the implication of Yi Luo's words and refrained from any sarcastic remarks. Leading to an oddly silent atmosphere, Dai wished to reorganize the navy. After a brief moment, Yi Luo lifted his gaze to Dragon and declared. Dragon removed his hat. His interest piqued as he looked at Yi Luo and asked, reorganize? Do you have any idea how difficult that is? Indeed, I am aware. However, without dreams, what distinguishes a person from a mere salted fish? Currently, the Navy is far from being a force for justice, under the pressure of the world government. They have committed numerous acts against justice, and thus I wish to change the status quo. Yi Luo responded earnestly. There have been many in the Navy with similar thoughts, yet their choices have been to abandon the Navy and become pirates, continuing to sail the seas according to their own ideals. Why do you wish to alter the Navy? Dragon nodded gravely before questioning. Yi Luo flashed a grin, revealing his pearly white teeth, and pointed to himself, saying with conviction, those with the ability change their environment, those without are changed by it, and I am one who possesses the ability. Yi Luo's words not only surprised Dragon but also left the surrounding revolutionaries looking at him in astonishment. Ha ha ha, what an amusing fellow. But what do you possess right now? Words alone carry no weight. How many subordinates do you have? Dragon laughed heartily, inquiring. Yi Luo was taken aback. He had always believed that only by becoming formidable could he realize his dreams. Yet, Dragon's question left him momentarily at a loss. His strength was insignificant compared to the prowess surrounding him. Not to mention Dragon himself. Even the 4 commanders and the cadre of the revolution were considerable forces. I have already spoken with the kings of Alabasta and Fishman Island. They will support me. After a brief silence, Yi Luo stated, little one, you are still too naive that I presume those 2 old foxes have not committed to anything for you. Have they? They only mentioned that they would recognize your new navy upon your success, correct? Dragon looked at Yi Luo with a bemused expression, laughing as he continued. What is that? Stealing the fruits of your victory. That is hardly an alliance. After all, those seeking only benefits without any contribution do not qualify as allies. Dragon's words plunged Yi Luo into deeper silence. He could not deny the truth of them. The King Cobra of Alabasta and King Neptune of Fishman Island had merely spoken of what would happen should Yi Luo succeed, without offering any tangible assistance. This stemmed from Yi Luo's belief that as a transmigrator, he needed no help from others, leading him to overlook the implications of their words. If all you seek are such assurances, then I can agree to that right now, as long as you can fully control the Navy. Rest assured, our revolutionary army's goal is certainly not you. Dragon remarked with a smile, observing Yi Luo deep in thought. No, that is not my intention. Yi Luo lifted his gaze to meet Dragon's, saying, I admit I was too naive before, but I am still young. Give me time, and I shall find a way. My aim is to collaborate with the Revolutionary Army, to together overthrow the Celestial Dragon's world government. Forming a new world government comprised of your Revolutionary Army and the royal families of various nations, while our navy maintains order across the seas. That is impossible. Dragon shook his head, stating, the vast military expenditures of the navy are currently funded by the world government. Once the Celestial Dragons are overthrown, that funding will cease, significantly easing the financial burden on each kingdom, thereby improving the lives of their citizens. I can only guarantee not to attack the navy. But I cannot continue to support you. Then allow me to rephrase. Yi Luo perked up, initiating a discussion about the future with Dragon. This discussion extended over 3 days. When Yi Luo and Dragon finally reached a consensus, Yi Luo, utilizing the foresight of a transmigrator, made a series of arrangements. Although Dragon did not fully agree, he did not oppose either. According to his words, if Yi Luo's assertions were indeed true, then when the time came, the Revolutionary Army would act according to Yi Luo's plans. All right, I must now return to the headquarters to make arrangements. This meeting with the Revolutionary Army has been immensely beneficial. I look forward to our future encounters. Yi Luo stood aboard a small boat, smiling as he waved farewell to the revolutionary cadre. Captain, can we truly trust his words? After Yi Luo's departure, Sabo looked at Dragon with a hint of unease. Did he not say he knows your background? Just meet Ace or Luffy, and you will see. Such matters cannot be faked. Furthermore, everything he has mentioned can be verified, so even if he is utilizing us, are we not also leveraging him? Moreover, if what he says is true, then this world is about to change. Dragon patted Sabo on the shoulder, expressing his thoughts. I understand. I shall set off to find Ace or Luffy. Sabo adjusted his hat, bowing his head as he spoke. He had no recollection of his childhood. After Dragon rescued the severely injured Sabo, he had lost his memory. Thus, Dragon was also unaware of Sabo's origins. However, Sabo had grown up under the influence of the Revolutionary Army, so loyalty was not a concern. That I will accompany you. Clara chimed in softly from behind Sabo. Sabo glanced awkwardly at Dragon, and upon receiving a slight nod from him, replied, very well, I shall entrust you with this. Additionally, we need to dispatch someone to confirm the situation regarding Eva in the underwater prison, to see if he requires our assistance. That it has been years without any news of him, and it is surprising that he has ended up captured in the underwater prison along with Lightning. Dragon instructed the revolutionaries behind him. Understood, Chief, that we will make the necessary arrangements. A soldier of the Revolutionary Army bowed before departing. What a hassle. I never anticipated ending up in the South Blue. It seems I must borrow a warship from the division, or else returning will be quite troublesome. Yi Luo, having learned of his location from the Revolutionary Army, scratched his head in frustration. Upon reaching the nearest division, he discovered why the Revolutionary Army had appeared there. They had liberated a kingdom in the South Blue, the regime of Saint Dore, successfully toppling yet another tyrannical state. Brigadier General Zilong, the warship you requested is ready. Shall we depart immediately? A Navy soldier's report interrupted Yi Luo's thoughts. Thank you for your assistance. Please take me back to headquarters. Yi Luo nodded, smiling at the Navy soldier. Yes, the soldier saluted in response. Meanwhile, Luffy and his crew, having arrived at Water City, encountered their own troubles. Their member, Nico Robin, suddenly left with a secret unit of the world government. And Sniper Usopp, due to issues with the Mary, parted ways with the group. The well-regarded mayor of Water City, Iceberg, was assassinated, and they were deemed the culprits. A wave of troubles continued to assail the Straw Hat crew, leaving them somewhat overwhelmed. The most troubling revelation was that through their efforts, they discovered that the assassin of Mr. Iceberg appeared to indeed be Nico Robin. At this moment, they could not help but recall the words of Admiral Akiji, casting a shadow over Robin's figure. However, undeterred, Luffy stealthily infiltrated the mayor's mansion once more at night, intending to rescue Robin and clarify the situation, only to encounter the CP9 agents attempting to seize the blueprint of Pluton. After a fierce battle, Luffy and the others were utterly defeated. Fortunately, Nami had obtained the truth from Iceberg. Robin intended to sacrifice herself to ensure the Straw Hats could set sail smoothly from Water City, willing to resurrect Pluton if necessary. When Nami and Chopper found Luffy, who was stuck in a wall, and Zoro, who was headfirst in a chimney, Nami tearfully revealed the truth to Luffy. Upon realizing that Robin had not betrayed them, but was instead sacrificing herself to aid them, Luffy and Zoro regained their spirits. As Nami stated, Harboring doubts hinders one's ability to unleash their full potential. Now that they had learned the truth, Luffy and his crew were determined to defeat their foes and rescue Robin. However, they failed to catch up with CP9, who had taken Robin, Frankie, and Usopp aboard the sea train. Thus, with the assistance of the mermaid Kokoro and the iceberg, they boarded the semi-finished sea train Rocket Man, crafted by the master shipwright Tom, to pursue Robin, who was being taken to Enies lobby. In Chapter 69, the discovery of a new technique, Frankie's subordinates also asked Luffy if they could set sail together, to which Luffy readily agreed. Moreover, the shipwrights, led by Barry, secretly infiltrated Rocket Man, becoming Luffy's temporary companions. However, the formidable tsunami, Akula Laguna, emerged as the first obstacle they had to confront. Meanwhile, Sanji, who had stealthily boarded the sea train ahead of them, left a transponder snail for Nami and successfully rescued Frankie and Usopp. Unfortunately, despite their high hopes, Sanji and his companions were unable to save Robin from CP9, but after regrouping with Luffy and his crew, the Straw Hat Pirates and their allies planned a direct assault on Enies lobby. Concurrently, Luo, who had just crossed the Calm Belt and arrived at Justice Island, seemed to sense something that he glanced towards Enies lobby and murmured, "I wonder how long it will be until the events at Justice Island unfold. I must assist Luffy when the time comes, and I also need to rearrange things for Lucci and the others. We cannot allow those government scoundrels to succeed." After conversing with Dragon, Luo began to prioritize the importance of power. According to Dragon, no matter how strong an individual may be, unless they are invincible, they must still adhere to the rules, even if one could single-handedly defeat foes. What if the enemies band together? Thus, it is essential to have a supporting force to achieve one's objectives more effectively. However, he remained unaware that Luffy had already arrived at the gates of Enies lobby, leading numerous subordinates in preparation for the assault on the island. In truth, Luo himself did not care much for the existence of Justice Island. He understood that it served more as a place for the government to silence the populace rather than a bastion of justice, which is why he had no intention of going there. "Sir, the marshal wants you in his office immediately. He is quite displeased with your recent escapade." Upon arriving at headquarters, Luo was summoned to Sengoku's office by Lina. Understood. This was an accident. I did not intend to leave. Unforeseen circumstances arose. Luo had already coordinated with Dragon and Kuma regarding his excuse, claiming that he had been inadvertently sent flying by Kuma during their sparring session. Indeed, when Luo presented this alibi, although Sengoku was skeptical, he could not press the matter further with Kuma as a witness. "Old man, I have recently grasped some new insights. Care to test them?" Upon exiting Sengoku's office, Luo immediately sought out Garp, requesting a sparring session. His so-called new insights referred to achieving mastery in the basic technique manual of the Luon Fist. Prior to this, Luo had not placed much importance on such elementary techniques, as they lacked the unique power application techniques found in something like the 18 Dragon-Subduing Palms. The entire manual merely instructed how to execute the moves. Typically, Luo practiced it casually while honing his strength, which is why, despite acquiring the manual long ago, he only recently perfected his proficiency. The reason Luo did not prioritize techniques was that he understood the existence of the observation haki, a seemingly overpowered ability in this world. For instance, Luffy's observation haki had become so advanced that it allowed him to glimpse into the future, and even the ordinary variety would render Luo's techniques ineffective. If opponents could predict one's moves, attacking according to established routines would be tantamount to courting disaster. This explains why the most intense battles in the One Piece world often involve straightforward combat. Everyone possesses observation haki, rendering elaborate tricks unnecessary. However, having now perfected the Luon Fist, Luo finally comprehended that it was not the techniques that were lacking, but rather his own inadequacy in mastering them, which precluded him from posing a threat to others. With the Luon Fist now complete, Luo felt that his understanding had reached a masterful level. Every move flowed seamlessly, and he no longer needed to adhere rigidly to those fixed techniques, allowing for greater spontaneity in his strikes. Consequently, the inherent techniques, power application methods, and advantages against foes became fully apparent. This was merely a basic technique. More advanced manuals would undoubtedly yield even more unexpected benefits, further heightening Luo's anticipation for the 18 Dragon-Subduing Palms. "Oh, this is quite exciting. Ever since you accompanied me to the East Blue, you've been finding ways to avoid me, haven't you? Is it that you didn't want to spar with me? Yet now you've come knocking at my door. It seems you've made quite the gains during your recent outing." Garp chuckled at Luo. After the trial, the teacher will understand. Yi Luo replied with a mysterious smile. Garp casually waved his hand, laughing heartily at his aide. Go fetch those two kids. Let them see how I torment their senior brother. Yi Luo's expression darkened, had it not been for his need for Garp's assistance. He would never have sought out this old man for sparring. It was well known that Garp's strength was likely the pinnacle of the Navy, and this old coot had a penchant for showing off. With Kobe present, Yi Luo feared he would once again be subjected to a thorough beating. When Kobe and Barumabur arrived, Yi Luo had just completed his warm-up, while Garp was leisurely enjoying some senbei. Master, senior brother, Kobe and Barumabur greeted him first. Yes, I have had some insights and my strength has increased, so I specifically sought out the teacher for a spar to confirm it. You may observe from the sidelines. How much you learn depends on your own efforts. Yi Luo nodded and stated. All right, little Yi, let me see what exactly you've grasped that gives you the confidence to challenge me, Garp said with a smile. Removing his cape and stepping into the arena. Teacher, you're jesting. I'm still a few years away from challenging you. This time, I mainly want you to see my new insights. I believe it could benefit the Navy's overall strength. Yi Luo assumed the starting stance of the Luohan fist, speaking earnestly. Go, isn't that the fist technique you used before? Did you not abandon it back then? Why have you picked it up again? Garp immediately recognized Yi Luo's stance. When Yi Luo first employed the Luohan fist, Garp was quite taken aback. Although it was a straightforward technique, it posed a considerable threat to opponents lacking observation haki. Unfortunately, it seemed Yi Luo had abandoned it for some reason, rarely employing it during battles, only occasionally practicing it during training. Indeed, I have gained new insights into the Luohan fist this time. I request your guidance. Teacher. With that, Yi Luo charged forward, refraining from using haki, as he intended to allow Garp to appreciate his Luohan fist. Garp, too, naturally did not deploy haki, but with his observation haki and familiarity with Yi Luo, he easily evaded Yi Luo's attacks. Kid, while your techniques have become much more fluid, they still lack the efficacy against an opponent, Garp said with a chuckle after dodging several strikes. Do not rush. Teacher, the fun is just beginning. Yi Luo took a deep breath, having merely been testing the waters. After saying this, Yi Luo enveloped his arms in haki and launched another assault on Garp. Garp raised an eyebrow, covering his arm with haki as well. However, after a few exchanges, Garp's expression shifted. Although his observation haki was not top tier, he found himself struggling to predict Yi Luo's moves. Why Yi Luo wore a smile. Originally, the Luohan fist consisted of a mere 18 techniques, but after achieving maximum proficiency, he was able to derive a total of 118 techniques, harmonizing perfectly with the 18 Luohan. The very foundation of the Luohan fist lay in the three essentials. The hands must be correct, the body must be correct, and the stance must be correct, with Yi Luo's proficiency at its peak. The basic 18 techniques of the Luohan fist now came with an additional effect, the ability to practice qi cultivation. The so-called qi cultivation entails both internal and external training, harmonizing spirit and form, balancing stillness and motion, allowing one to enhance their external skills while simultaneously boosting their internal power. Ideally, coupling the Luohan fist with the Shaolin Temple's Yi Jin Jing and Shi Sui Jing would yield the greatest results. However, as Shaolin's secret arts, Yi Luo had yet to encounter them in the marketplace, so he could not definitively say if he could obtain them. In fact, if Yi Luo were to acquire both the Yi Jin and Shi Sui, would he even need the Luohan fist? The 18 Dragon-Subduing Palms would have long since obliterated his opponents. Interesting. I must take this seriously. After several exchanges, Garp finally began to focus, recognizing that Yi Luo's evolving techniques warranted his full attention. It was not that Yi Luo's Luohan fist posed a threat to him. Rather, he was curious to ascertain the limits of Yi Luo's current techniques, which was precisely why Yi Luo had sought out Garp. Fist bone, meteor strike. Seizing an opportunity during Yi Luo's momentary lapse, Garp's gaze sharpened as he unleashed a straight punch. Boom! Unaware, Yi Luo and Garp clashed, and he was sent flying out of the training ground by a single punch. You old coot! Did we not agree to merely spar? To my astonishment, such a scene has unfolded again. Through the haze, the furious Yellowa strode in, his presence reminiscent of fallen leaves. The gaping hole in the training ground revealed the astonished expressions of the naval soldiers engaged in their drills outside. Ha ha ha. When did this old man ever say that? I seem to have forgotten. Garp chuckled heartily, digging at his nose, feigning forgetfulness. You old rascal, I shall contend with you. In a fit of indignation, Yellowa unleashed the sixth stance of the Dragon-Subduing Palm, his most formidable technique. Although the true power of the dragon-subduing palm manifests when executed in succession, delivering a single strike like this is also permissible, albeit with significantly diminished force. Haha, you cheeky lad still values his pride. Carp guffawed unabashedly, leaving KB and Balumabur beside him utterly astonished at this juncture. Yellowaw's dragon-shaped shockwave surged forward, yet Carp paid it no heed. He understood that Yellowaw's peculiar ability was akin to ocean waves. Only when they come in succession does their strength truly manifest. Thus, this singular attack posed little threat to him. Chapter 70. The Battle of Judiciary Island. With a single punch, Carp shattered Yellowaw's dragon-subduing palm, and Yellow was now perilously close to Carp. "Stinky old man, taste my Arhat fist," Yellowaw exclaimed as he darted behind Carp and aimed a punch at the back of his head. The earlier dragon-subduing palm had merely served as a distraction. The real lethal move was here. Boom! As expected, Yellowaw was once again sent flying by Carp. Close combat was Carp's forte, and thus, once Yellowaw engaged him in proximity, his defeat was inevitable. "Huh? You still have a long way to go. You cheeky lad." Carp laughed heartily, yet internally, he marveled at Yellowaw's rapid progress. How little time had passed, and Yellowaw had already evolved so much. Previously, he had a weakness in stamina, but after his last venture at sea, he must have encountered some fortuitous event that addressed this shortcoming. Now, he had even grasped this somewhat perverse technique. It seemed likely he would one day surpass Carp himself. Indeed, while Carp appeared to handle the situation with ease, it was predicated on his overwhelming strength. Had he faced an opponent of comparable might to Yellowaw, those techniques would have surely inflicted considerable hardship upon the adversary. "Stinky old man, the day I can defeat you, I shall surely repay you well." Yellowaw gritted his teeth as he rose from the rubble. Although it seemed he had been sent flying, Carp had been cautious with his strength, and given Yellowaw's significantly enhanced physique, he had sustained no injuries. "Ha ha ha. We shall see if you can ever surpass this old man," Carp replied dismissively. "Old man, what do you think of my technique?" Setting aside future considerations, Yellowaw approached Carp, somewhat proud of himself. In the recent sparring session, he had felt the potency of his technique. Given the disparity in their strengths, defeat was to be expected, yet he had undeniably surprised Carp with his skill, quite commendable. "Though the power is somewhat lacking. It seems you have infused your technique with what you call inner strength. I suspect your mastery of inner strength is not yet complete, hence it poses little threat to me." Carp pondered seriously for a moment before speaking. Yellowaw had never intended to rely solely on this rudimentary technique to engage in battles beyond his level. The advanced techniques within the system were his true trump card. Once he perfected those, he would be able to engage any opponent at will. "Teacher, I plan to impart my techniques at headquarters. What do you think?" After some contemplation, Yellowaw shared his thoughts with Carp. "Imparting your techniques. What has prompted this sudden idea?" Carp inquired, taken aback. "Teacher, firstly, my techniques originate from my family, comprising a complete set. The reason I hadn't shared them at headquarters previously was not due to family restrictions, but rather my belief that the existence of observation hockey rendered them less effective. Thus, I refrained from mentioning them." Yellowaw scratched his head and replied, "Now that I understand these techniques can counter observation hockey at advanced levels, I need not worry. Teaching them to the soldiers would be beneficial, as most of the officers they face possess observation hockey, yet they are stronger and more perceptive, likely to grasp the techniques more swiftly. As for the ordinary soldiers, even if they merely practice fixed techniques, they should see significant improvement against opponents lacking observation hockey." Observing Carp lost in thought, Yellowaw continued, "You should discuss this matter with Sengoku, but I believe it poses no issues." After some reflection, Carp smiled broadly. Seeing Carp's approval, Yellowaw beamed. "Excellent. I shall go find Admiral Sengoku right away." Before long, Yellowaw and Carp arrived at Sengoku's office, while KB and the others were dispatched for physical training. "Carp, what is your perspective?" Sengoku asked after hearing Yellowaw's account. Turning to Carp, "This is a positive development. Little Yellowaw's techniques are quite impressive. While they were somewhat restrained by observation hockey previously, he has now demonstrated significant growth in strength through deep practice. Moreover, aside from the officers, the majority of our Navy consists of ordinary soldiers. If they learn Little Yellowaw's techniques, their combat effectiveness on the battlefield will undoubtedly be enhanced." Carp responded with rare seriousness. Sengoku contemplated for a moment before saying, "Very well. During tomorrow's morning practice, Yellowaw shall first teach the soldiers. As for the officers, they are not obliged to participate. Those interested may seek you out for instruction." Yellowaw nodded, This arrangement was ideal. It was not the case that just because one's techniques were superior, others must learn them. Some may be unwilling, and he had no desire to coerce them. His intentions in this endeavor were twofold: to bolster the Navy's strength and to leverage the opportunity to establish his own base. The following day, during morning practice, before all the headquarters soldiers, Yellowa initially provided a brief explanation of the techniques, then taught the first 3 stances of the Arhat fist, due to the absence of inner strength to support them. The techniques lacked the potency compared to Yellowa, causing many officers to regard them with disdain. However, Yellowa remained undeterred, dedicating himself to teaching the soldiers the Arhat fist each morning until he had imparted all 18 foundational stances, after which each team leader would guide their respective squads in daily practice. Just as Yellowa's teaching concluded, headquarters received news of the Straw Hat Pirates assaulting Judiciary Island, leaving Yellowa utterly astonished. He had not anticipated the plot advancing so swiftly. He recalled that at the climax of the Judiciary Island battle, the demon-slaying order was issued, yet no such command had yet arrived at headquarters. However, it was likely to come within the day, prompting him to seek out Lena and board a ship bound for Judiciary Island through the Gate of Justice. I knew you would come upon receiving the news. But as a member of the Navy, I advise you not to intervene. Just as Yellowa was on the verge of reaching Judiciary Island, an unexpected figure appeared before him. Admiral Akiji, what brings you here? Before Yellowa could speak, Lena beside him expressed her surprise. A Navy officer. Is it not reasonable for me to investigate the intrusion of pirates upon Judiciary Island? Yellowa replied, tilting his head toward Akiji, who had boarded the Huajia ship. He had just recalled that the demon-slaying order held by the CP9 commander had been issued by Akiji himself. Yet, those vice admirals had not truly engaged with Luffy. Otherwise, the Straw Hat Pirates would never have escaped. That if you assist that Straw Hat brat in his incursion of Judiciary Island, I fear that even Mr. Carp may not be able to absolve you later on. Thus, it would be prudent for you to refrain from intervening. Let fate unfold as it will. Akiji spoke softly, gazing at Yellowa. Yellowa regarded this admiral, who espoused a philosophy of lazy justice, and suddenly gained insight. Perhaps he was not genuinely lazy. Rather, as a naval admiral, he was compelled to undertake many actions, yet those actions would clearly conflict with his sense of justice. Therefore, he had adopted the motto of lazy justice to excuse himself from actions that contradicted his intrinsic beliefs. Luffy's affairs do not require my intervention, but you must be aware of his identity. He cannot perish here, for the world would be thrown into chaos. Yuluo spoke in a hushed tone. He was not attempting to intimidate Qingji. Setting aside the situation with Carp and the implications of Luffy's father, should news of Luffy's demise reach them, even the ever-composed dragon would be unpredictable in his reactions. Moreover, with Yuluo's guidance, Sabo was likely to reminisce about the past, which would inevitably lead the Revolutionary Army to declare war on the Navy. Furthermore, with Ace still alive, it signified that the Whitebeard pirates would also intervene, placing the Navy in a precarious position against both the Revolutionary Army and a formidable Yonko, which, while it may not obliterate the Navy, could leave it severely weakened. Faced with Yuluo's threat, Qingji refrained from voicing any dissent. Although he was aware of certain matters, he chose not to intervene, which was precisely why he had remained silent thus far. If Luffy were to perish at Enies Lobby, it would be due to his own actions. Even in death, the Navy would at least have a justification. However, should Qingji take action, the Revolutionary Army would undoubtedly pursue him relentlessly, unwilling to relent until he was eliminated. Let us proceed, Reina. We shall observe the unfolding events without intervening. Watching Qingji settle into a deck chair for rest, Yuluo comprehended his intent. He would not act against Luffy, nor allow Yuluo to assist him. Thus choosing to rest on Yuluo's vessel, upon the arrival of the Huajia at Enies Lobby, he became aware of the activation of the demon-slaying order, and a wave of anxiety washed over him as he beheld the chaotic scene. Fear not, the warships and the rear admirals will require some time to arrive. Seemingly sensing Yuluo's unease, Qingji lifted his eye mask and spoke softly. Since the demon-slaying order has been issued, does that mean Luffy is to be left here? Yuluo dared not gamble on whether the incoming admirals would behave as they did in the narrative, sparing Luffy. Thus he resolved to investigate personally. I have already stated, you cannot go. Qingji's hand rested firmly upon the deck of the Huajia. Should Yuluo attempt to move, he would swiftly intervene. Meanwhile, Luffy was engaged in battle with Lucci, clearly at a disadvantage. Despite employing his new abilities, Gear 2nd and Gear 3rd, he remained unable to best Lucci as for Luffy's other comrades. They had largely concluded their respective confrontations. Though challenging, They had successfully triumphed over their foes. The warships have arrived. Yi Luo stood upon the deck, gazing at the fleet of ships commanded by the admirals that had emerged from the gates of justice, sighing softly. Do not be mistaken. We are the Navy, Qing Ji stated solemnly to Yi Luo. This only solidified Yi Luo's belief that the so-called indolent justice was likely a mere fade of Qing Ji. Perhaps it stemmed from some inherent personality trait. Yet he steadfastly upheld his own sense of justice. This was also the reason Yi Luo was reluctant to confront him. The Navy, with its righteous intentions, was precisely whom Yi Luo sought to recruit. Chapter 71. Qing Ji's interception. Just as the Straw Hat crew had rescued Robin, while Luffy continued his struggle against Lucci within the first pillar, the admirals summoned by CP9's orders, along with 10 warships, had already crossed through the gates of justice, arriving at Enies lobby. I hear that the one leading this charge is the individual known as the Dark Justice. Upon witnessing the arrival of the warships, Yi Luo seemed to abandon his rescue attempt for Luffy and turned to Qing Ji with a query. Indeed, it is Rob Lucci, the one who, like you, has been hailed as a genius. Qing Ji nodded in affirmation. Though he is formidable, he is no match for me, Yi Luo replied with a hint of disdain. Boom, boom, boom. Before Qing Ji could respond, the warships had already opened fire, and the island of Enies lobby was engulfed in a cacophony of explosions. Is this truly acceptable, to unleash the demon-slaying order upon Enies lobby? Are you not concerned that Admiral Sengoku will come after you later? Yi Luo observed the relentless assault from the warships and turned to Qing Ji with a question. Have you not long harbored disdain for Enies lobby? Qing Ji replied coolly, without lifting his head. Yi Luo shrugged and remarked, while I indeed find Enies lobby distasteful, allowing it to be destroyed outright would be a slap in the face to the Navy. Therefore, the Straw Hat crew cannot be allowed to remain. Qing Ji turned to face Yi Luo. Hey, are you suggesting that Luffy should bear the blame? Do you not fear that old man will hammer you with fists like a sledgehammer? Yi Luo chuckled lightly as he inquired, as long as we capture him alive, there will be no issue. Qing Ji responded with a smile. That I see. Yi Luo nodded, comprehending Qing Ji's intent. Capturing Luffy would likely earn him gratitude from Carp. And with Luffy's companions annihilated at Enies lobby, they would surely abandon any thoughts of setting sail again, while simultaneously obliterating this den of corruption within the Navy. However, Yi Luo was resolute in ensuring that Qing Ji's plans would not come to fruition. Setting aside his bond with Luffy, many future events required the involvement of this troublemaker to unfold. Boom. Just as Yi Luo and Qing Ji engaged in conversation, the first pillar of the Bridge of Hesitation suddenly erupted. A colossal arm smashing through the structured that moment. Yi Luo noticed that Zoro and the others had already boarded the escape vessel behind the Bridge of Hesitation. Is this what you call a genius? Yi Luo inquired with a smile, observing Lucci being sent flying onto a warship by Luffy. However, Qing Ji remained focused on the ongoing battle between the two, disregarding Yi Luo's question. Boom, boom, boom. Damn it, who is responsible? Who ordered the bombardment against the warship while there are still regular Navy personnel aboard? Was it the Spider or Doberman? Yi Luo's expression darkened as he watched the Navy warship sink under fire. Set sail, we must rescue them. Without waiting for Qing Ji to respond, Yi Luo commanded Reina. Yes, sir. Reina nodded and immediately ordered the warship to approach the battlefield. In truth, aside from Luffy and his crew, the others had long been aware of the situation. However, no one had approached to inquire until now. I advise you to refrain from reckless actions. Qing Ji, reclining on the deck, glanced at Yi Luo and spoke softly. He was uncertain whether Yi Luo intended to rescue Navy soldiers or seize the opportunity to assist the Straw Hat crew. Yi Luo met Qing Ji's gaze and declared, I do not comprehend your perspective. However, those who disregard the lives of their own soldiers are unworthy of being called just Navy. Qing Ji was momentarily taken aback, for it was the first time Yi Luo had expressed such sentiments to him. I have heard whispers of your perspective. While I too yearn for the Navy to evolve in that direction, the world is not as simple as you imagine. After a moment of silence, Qing Ji replied, dreams should inherently be complex. If they were too easily attainable, they would rob individuals of their motivation, would they not? Yi Luo smiled lightly and remarked, then I shall await the outcome. With that, Qing Ji closed his eyes, feigning sleep. Yet, Yi Luo was aware that Qing Ji had already pinpointed his presence. Should he make any move, his opponent would undoubtedly intervene in the blink of an eye. This was also why Yi Luo had refrained from sharing his thoughts with Qing Ji. The disparity in their strengths rendered such conversations futile. The latter would not grant him the opportunity to speak. Sir, the warships have obliterated Eni's lobby. Only the Bridge of Hesitation and the first pillar remain, and the warships have now formed a blockade. Reina approached Yuluo, her expression urgent, and spoke in a hushed tone. Although she knew that Qing Ji, as an admiral, could hear them regardless of how softly she spoke, she instinctively lowered her voice when addressing Yuluo. Have the soldiers been rescued? Yuluo inquired directly. Ignoring her previous statement, we managed to save a portion, but there are still others. Reina hesitated. Yet Yuluo understood that the likelihood of survival for the remaining individuals was dwindling. Damn it, which admirals have arrived? Yuluo asked, his frustration palpable. It is Mouse Admiral, Doberman Admiral, Spider Admiral, Stolo Berry Admiral, and Fire Mountain Admiral. Reina quickly replied, just as Yuluo was about to respond. Qingshi suddenly opened his eyes and glanced at him. Yuluo smiled, realizing that his intentions had been discerned by Qingji. Nonetheless, it mattered little. He now possessed a chance to assist Luffy, as he could feign outrage at the orders to fire upon his own warship, providing him with ample justification for action. Even upon returning to headquarters, Qingshi had noticed Yuluo's scheme, prompting him to open his eyes, yet he remained vigilant. Should Yuluo act unexpectedly, there would still be time for Qingshi to defend the Straw Hat crew from an attack. Sir, the warships have mobilized, dispatching 200 elite personnel of major rank and above to capture the Straw Hat crew's companions, while he himself is engaged in battle with Lucci at the first pillar. Reina reported the movements of the warships to Yuluo without delay. Have the admirals not intervened? Yuluo asked. Reina shook her head in response. Not yet. When will they learn to temper their arrogance? As the leaves fell, Yuluo chuckled lightly, laced with sarcasm. Akiji, on the other hand, remained silent. Having crossed paths with the Straw Hat crew before, he understood that even a single vice admiral would render them incapable of escape in their current predicament, let alone the presence of over 200 elite officers. As long as the vice admirals refrain from intervening, I too shall remain passive, Yuluo remarked softly, observing Luffy engaged in battle. His words, barely audible and not directed specifically at Akiji, seemed to dissipate into the air, as the aura surrounding Yuluo gradually diminished. Do you believe they still have a chance if the vice admirals do not act? Akiji finally inquired. Chapter 72. The defeat of Lucci. Yuluo nodded, responding, indeed, that young man is not so easily vanquished. That is Rob Lucci, Akiji stated, his brow furrowing. Let us await the outcome, Yuluo replied. Echoing Akiji's earlier sentiment, Akiji offered a wry smile, reclining further on the deck. This trivial skirmish did not warrant his intervention unless Yuluo chose to act, although he had not been at headquarters for some time. He was aware of Yuluo's burgeoning prowess, and he noted that headquarters was currently promoting Yuluo's fighting techniques, piquing Akiji's curiosity about the MXA proficiency of the Rowan Fist, which he had yet to witness. While Yuluo had previously been indifferent to that style of martial arts, given its apparent shortcomings, yet the headquarters endorsement suggested that Yuluo had discovered ways to counterbalance its deficiencies. Boom, boom. Two cannon blasts interrupted Akiji's contemplation. He raised his head slightly to see that the bridge connecting to the first pillar had been destroyed, effectively trapping the Straw Hats. The presence of Rob Lucci only compounded their dire situation, leaving Akiji at a loss for how the Straw Hat crew could possibly escape. Luffy, defeat that guy quickly, and then we can return together, Usopp shouted from the bridge, urging the exhausted Luffy who was on the verge of defeat. Though Yuluo stood on the deck, he too felt an acute sense of urgency. Despite his faith in Luffy's ability to overcome Lucci, the tension of the moment weighed heavily upon him. After all, Lucci's reputation within the world government was as formidable as his own within the Navy. If not for Luffy's protagonist aura, he would likely not have been able to triumph over Lucci at this juncture. Lucci, much like Crocodile, fell victim to the narrative, unlike the lightning fruit user from Skypiea, who had at least a logical reason for his defeat due to fruit countering. Lucci and Crocodile simply succumbed to the might of the protagonist's light. By the way, Nico Robin, do you still intend to capture her alive? Yuluo suddenly asked Akiji while observing the battle between Luffy and Lucci. Akiji glanced at Yuluo, a hint of surprise in his voice as he queried. What do you mean? It appears they intend to capture her alive. Was that your command? Yuluo gestured towards the elite naval officers nearby. No, I did not issue such orders, and they are unaware of my presence here. However, Nico Robin is exceedingly dangerous, especially since she has allied herself with the Straw Hat Brat. Her threat level has significantly increased, Akiji replied, his expression growing serious. Is it because she can decipher ancient texts? Yi Luo asked softly. There are some matters best left unexplored. Akiji did not answer directly. But I know more than you might think. Yi Luo grinned. Did I ask that so? Yet it seems the battle over there has concluded. Akiji pointed towards the first pillar. While Yi Luo turned his gaze swiftly. He beheld Luffy sprawled on the ground, while Lucci engaged in a verbal spar with Usopp, just as Yi Luo prepared to move. He sensed Akiji's aura coiling around him once more. Any attempt to act would surely be met with immediate intervention. Damn it, that Lucci fellow truly dares to strike. Yi Luo expressed his displeasure. Do you genuinely believe that a man who adheres to the doctrine of dark justice would show mercy? Akiji chuckled. While he may not, Luffy will not be so easily defeated, Yi Luo remarked. Observing Luffy slowly rising to his feet, a smile creeping across his face, Akiji cast a glance at the barely upright Luffy. Although he admired his tenacity, the young man was in no condition to contend with Lucci. Rendering Yi Luo's optimism irrelevant, Akiji remained vigilant, prepared to thwart any of Yi Luo's actions. Yet what transpired next was beyond his wildest imagination. The gravely injured Straw Hat Luffy somehow triumphed over the world government's prodigy. Rob Lucci. Not only was Akiji taken aback, but the vice admirals were equally astonished. They had deemed Lucci's strength insurmountable for the Straw Hat crew. However, reality delivered a resounding slap to their faces. Luffy, quickly utilize your rubber abilities to come over here. I'll carry you away. Usopp shouted excitedly at the sight of Luffy's victory. No, that's not possible. Luffy lay there, looking at Usopp. Not possible? Why not? We defeated the enemy and rescued Robin. Why aren't we leaving? Usopp's frustration mounted. The time was ripe for escape, yet they lingered, surrounded by 11 warships and several vice admirals. I can't move. Luffy stammered. Usopp froze. The recent fierce battle had undoubtedly drained Luffy of his strength. What do we do now? Before Usopp could finish his thought, the vice admirals, having discerned their intentions, ordered the last escape vessel to be sunk. We're doomed. As they watched the escape vessel go down, the spirits of the Straw Hat crew plummeted. Well done, Straw Hat. Fool, your voices are loud enough for the enemy to hear. It's fine. I want them to know. Suddenly, a series of conversations echoed across Judicial Island via the transponder snail. Frankie, upon hearing the voices, was overcome with emotion, recognizing the voices of his presumed deceased comrades. Big brother. Big brother. Can you hear us? It's us. We're all safe. The giants protected us from the cannon fire. The warships are approaching, so you must flee. We have a way to escape. Do not worry. We shall meet again. Frankie's subordinate spoke cheerfully through the transponder snail. What is happening? Report, sir. It appears the front gate was breached by the pirates I shot. For some unknown reason, they have survived. The Navy quickly grasped the situation, however. They considered the pirates mere fodder and dispatched 2 warships to deal with them. The real concern lay with the Straw Hats. Look at the first pillar. It's Straw Hat Luffy. He lies there motionless. Finally, a naval officer reported Luffy's unusual state. Immediately bombard the first pillar. The officer issued the command without delay. Everyone, jump into the sea. Quickly, Robin. Can you throw Luffy into the water? Usopp cried, tears streaming down his face from the bridge. Are you insane? Jumping into the sea offers no chance of survival. Zoro exclaimed, shouting at Usopp. Don't we still have a companion? He is coming for us. Usopp cried out. Chopper, do you see below? Chapter 73. Yi Luo takes action. Oh, I see him, Chopper shouted, his face streaked with tears. Jump down. We are returning. Blossoming chaos. Great Catmint. Robin used her powers to hurl Luffy into the sea. Mary. As Luffy was tossed into the water, he immediately spotted the Thousand Sunny docked beneath the bridge. At that moment, the Navy finally noticed that a triangular sailboat had appeared, seemingly out of nowhere. Damn it. Who brought that ship here? How did it breach our encirclement? Sir, we didn't detect this ship earlier. It seems to belong to the Straw Hats. Could they have been hiding here all along? In stark contrast to the Navy's chaos, Yi Luo finally exhaled, relieved that the narrative remained potent. That it was evident that Luffy was the destined hero, capable of defeating even Lucci. However, just as Yi Luo began to feel at ease, Akiji abruptly rose and leapt towards the direction of the Thousand Sunny. Meanwhile, the reunited Straw Hat crew, saved by Kokoro, rejoiced. Robin, thank you for saving Luffy, who still lies incapacitated on the deck, he began. But Robin quickly covered his mouth with her powers. I should be thanking you. Robin expressed her gratitude earnestly. The other smiled. But Zoro, with a serious demeanor, interjected, let us save the trivialities for when we're safe. And we still don't know who brought this ship. Certainly. Zoro's remarks faced unanimous opposition from everyone present. However, just as they were poised to teach him a lesson, they beheld Kazan, also known as Akiji, leaping down from the Huajia ship. Although they recognized the vessel as resembling a warship, it possessed distinct characteristics that set it apart. They were utterly astonished that the Marine Admiral Akiji would make an appearance from aboard it. "You really have a knack for cursing," Sanji remarked, exhaling a puff of smoke as he cast a glance at Akiji. Robin displayed an expression of sheer astonishment, unable to fathom the presence of Akiji in this location. "It's that guy who wields ice." Luffy, sprawled on the deck, observed Akiji with a grave expression. "Ice ball." Akiji extended his arms, unleashing two icy pillars that surged toward the Mary. Little did he expect to encounter a pirate crew with a bounty while passing by Judiciary Island. "Admiral Akiji, how shall we handle this pirate crew?" At this perilous juncture, a familiar laughter echoed, as Iluo's fist shattered Akiji's icy pillars. "It's Iluo, Nami, Usopp, and Chopper," exclaimed joyfully. Yet, Sanji and Zoro did not relax due to Iluo's arrival. Meanwhile, Frankie and the others were curious about this newly emerged Marine, and why the Straw Hat seemed so familiar with him. "Iluo, are you planning to turn against the Marines?" Akiji, now back on the Huajia ship, asked frostily. "How could that be?" "You've misunderstood, Admiral Akiji. This insignificant pirate crew is hardly worth your effort. Have you not noticed that the Vice Admiral has yet to intervene? Leave it to me, the Commodore. When I am defeated, you may act," Iluo replied with a smile. "Quick, everyone, run. Iluo is buying us time." Although Nami had not heard the exchange between Iluo and Akiji, she quickly deduced Iluo's intentions upon witnessing the standoff. "Frankie, how much longer do you need?" Nami inquired while calculating the time. "I'm still preparing." Frankie, at the ship's stern, appeared anxious, intending to use the wind cannon to propel the Mary away. "Hey, Straw Hat crew, your bounty is not insignificant. You should just surrender." Before Frankie could finalize his preparations, Iluo's voice rang out again. Indeed, as a Marine, his limit was merely to withstand an attack from an admiral. He could not defy Akiji's orders. Sanji exhaled smoke and said calmly, "If that's the case, then let us fight. I've been itching for a duel with him." Zoro once again wrapped the bandana around his arm. "Why? Aren't we friends with Iluo?" Chopper protested, still unable to accept the situation that he is a Marine, and we are pirates. "That is the reason." Robin stepped forward, gazing intently at Iluo. "Oh dear, it seems you intend to resist. Then allow me to show you why I am called Commodore Purple Dragon," Iluo declared with a grin, unleashing the first move of the 18 Dragon-Subduing Palms, Konglong Yuhui. A colossal dragon-shaped energy wave surged toward the Mary. The Straw Hat crew, while familiar with Iluo, was astonished by his technique. Akiji, on the Huajia ship, was somewhat surprised, realizing that Iluo was indeed not holding back. "I'll go first. Chef, be ready to take over," Zoro said swiftly before launching a slash against Iluo's dragon-shaped energy wave. Boom! Zoro's strike was consumed by Iluo's attack, yet the dragon wave diminished somewhat. Demon Wind Kick, the final touch. Sanji executed his newly developed ultimate move, landing a kick on the dragon energy wave. 3-sword style. 108 troublesome winds. Zoro unleashed another slash, aiding Sanji in the assault. Boom boom. Iluo's dragon energy wave was finally neutralized, but Zoro's makeshift weapon shattered in the process. His original sword had been damaged in a previous battle, so he had hastily picked up a random weapon, which was now destroyed by Iluo's strike. Sanji, however, was sent crashing into the deck of the Mary, coughing up blood before managing to stand. Is this the strength of a Commodore of the Marines? Zoro, wielding two swords, stared grimly at Iluo on the Huajia ship, muttering to himself. "Oh dear, impressive. Even my strongest technique could not withstand it. It seems Lucci's defeat at your hands was not without reason. Here comes my second move." Just as Iluo was about to execute his attack, the Huajia ship began to move, and nearby warships closed in on it. "What the hell is going on?" Iluo shouted, turning his head. "Report, sir. We don't know who closed the gates of justice, but the seawater is blocked, creating a whirlpool." A soldier shouted loudly. "Excellent," Iluo thought, silently praising Luffy and the others, but he shouted, "Damn it! Hold steady." Akiji glanced at Iluo, and before he could react, leaped up and unleashed an ice age toward the whirlpool, freezing it solid. Iluo's expression stiffened as he muttered, "Damn it! Are you truly intent on leaving no survivors? I am a Marine. If you will not act, then allow me." Akiji shot Iluo a sidelong glance in response. Fine. I truly underestimated you," Iluo retorted, displeased. Meanwhile, The Straw Hat crew was startled by Akiji's sudden action. Just as they glimpsed a chance to escape, he had dashed their hopes. "Nami, I am ready here, anytime." Frankie suddenly called out to Nami from the stern. "Really? That's wonderful. Use it right away," Nami exclaimed joyfully. "Wind cannon." Just as Luo prepared to strike, he suddenly heard Frankie's voice, and a smirk appeared on his face as he devised a way to assist Luffy's escape. Chapter 74. The Powerful Entrance of Garp. "Luffy, I'm about to unleash my move. This time I shall show no mercy. If you perish, do not blame me." As Frankie prepared to use the wind cannon, Luo shouted loudly. Luffy, with a serious expression, warned, "Everyone be cautious. I can sense that Luo is indeed not holding back." Zoro and Sanji braced themselves for a defense, although they could not unleash their full power at this moment. They were the only two left capable of fighting Luo to the death. "Frankie, hurry, otherwise we truly will meet our end here," Nami urged anxiously. "Wind cannon." 18 Dragon-Subduing Palms. Frankie and Luo shouted in unison. What? All the Marines, except Luo, stared in astonishment at the Straw Hat crew's small triangular sailboat, which suddenly expelled a gust of air from its stern, propelling the vessel into the air. Meanwhile, Luo's 18 Dragon-Subduing Palms struck the rear of the ship, not only failing to sink the Mary, but also causing it to fly faster due to the powerful airflow. Aha! Quite impressive. They actually managed to escape. Luo pretended to be utterly surprised. "Pursue them, no matter what. We must capture Nico." Robin, the commander of CP9, with a swollen face, commanded loudly. "Enough! Look at Judiciary Island and our warships. Do you still not understand? This time, we have suffered a crushing defeat." At that moment, Akiji finally stepped forward to speak. However, Luo yawned, appearing utterly unconcerned, and remarked, "Admiral Akiji, you saw it. I did not hold back. It's getting late. I shall return to headquarters to rest." After saying this, Luo ordered the Huajia ship to return, passing through the reopened gates of justice back to headquarters AS for the cleanup at Judiciary Island. That was Akiji's responsibility. It was no longer his concern. Akiji watched Luo depart. His expression complex. He had indeed observed that Luo had not held back, even using his trump card, the 18 Dragon-Subduing Palms. Yet, given the outcome, it was clear that Luo had intentionally allowed the situation to unfold this way. However, since he had not caught him in the act on site, Akiji could not say much. While instructing his subordinates to wrap things up at Judiciary Island, he pondered how to report this to Sengoku. Upon returning to headquarters, Luo was immediately summoned to Sengoku's office, where Garp was munching on sunbae. Why Luo? What on earth happened at Judiciary Island? Sengoku asked, his face etched with anger. "Marshal, you've received word already?" "That was quick. I just returned from Judiciary Island," Luo replied, rolling his eyes. "What else?" "It was merely the Straw Hat crew causing a ruckus at Judiciary Island, and that fool commander from CP9 actually issued a demon-slaying order, resulting in this mess. The Straw Hat crew. Garp, is that your grandson again?" Sengoku shot a questioning glance at Garp. So it's Luffy. I never imagined that the little rascal would have grown so capable." Kapu responded with a hearty laugh. "You rascal. Am I supposed to praise him now?" Sengoku bellowed in anger. "What on earth is wrong with you? Is your entire family filled with such rascals, producing nothing but troublemakers?" "Your Excellency, I must interject here. The Straw Hat crew is not nearly capable enough to reduce Judicial Island to ruins. It was the Demon Slayer order that obliterated the entire island. However, I must admit, that Luffy fellow has truly impressed me by managing to escape from my grasp. I can't help but regard him with newfound respect." Luo chimed in, grinning alongside Kapu. "But is that so?" "Ha ha ha. No wonder he is my grandson. He has turned out quite formidable," Kapu exclaimed joyfully upon hearing that Luffy had evaded Luo. Sengoku glared at the two men who seemed utterly unconcerned with him, discussing pirates in his presence, wishing he could swat them both down with a single blow. "Kapu, this mess is your grandson's doing. You must handle it yourself." Sengoku suppressed his rising fury and addressed Kapu. You want me to take care of it? Very well. I haven't seen Luffy in quite some time," Kapu mused before responding. "That teacher of yours means for you to capture Luffy, not to visit him," Luo discreetly reminded, glancing at Sengoku, who was teetering on the edge of rage. "Is that so?" Kapu, noticing Sengoku's barely contained frustration, felt a twinge of guilt and replied, "Of course I know. All right, let us gather KB and the others and head out together." "Teacher, why must I accompany you? The warriors here at headquarters are still waiting for me to teach them martial arts." Yuluo grumbled discontentedly, following Kapu out of Sengoku's office. What's the matter? As an elder brother, is it too much to visit your younger brother? You scoundrel, hurry and prepare. It's been ages since I last saw my grandson. Sengoku listened to Yuluo and Kapu's banter outside the office, stifling the impulse to rush out and thrash them, picking up the documents on his desk in an attempt to distract himself from the earlier incident. Soon, the preparations for departure were complete. Originally, they were to use Kapu's dog-headed warship, but since Yuluo had previously been abandoned by Kapu, he took the liberty of readying the Huajia for departure as well, planning to sail to Water City in 2 separate warships. Not wishing to be marooned there again. Days later, upon arriving in Water City alongside Kapu, Yuluo inquired of a passerby regarding Luffy's whereabouts. Kapu stood outside Luffy's abode, refusing to enter through the front door. And with a huff, he punched through the entire wall. Navy, this is bad. Luffy has woken up yet? What should we do? Inside the house, apart from Zoro, the Straw Hat crew was present, including Usopp, who was peeking from the window, all startled by Kapu's sudden appearance. I've heard that the pirate monkey Luffy is here. A few gentlemen outside wish to meet him, Kapu declared grandly to those within. However, no one responded, as Luffy, having just emerged from a fierce battle, remained deeply asleep. Hey, still sleeping? What a rude fellow, Kapu noted as he spotted the snoring Luffy and swiftly moved to his side. So fast, Sanji remarked, barely able to register Kapu's movement before he reached Luffy. Wake up, you scoundrel! Kapu struck Luffy atop the head, causing him to roll about in pain. This sight made Yuluo, observing from the crowd outside, grimace, recalling how the old man had treated him similarly in the past. Chapter 75, Kapu and Luffy. Does it hurt? Aren't you made of rubber? How could a punch hurt you? Sanji exclaimed in astonishment. Hee. Love's punch cannot be defended against. Kapu removed his dog-headed hat. Gazing down at Luffy, awoken by Kapu's blow, Luffy looked up in sheer terror and exclaimed, Grandpa. At this revelation, apart from Yuluo, even the Navy soldiers accompanying Kapu and the others in the room were taken aback. What? This old man is Luffy's grandfather, and Yuluo's teacher? He's in the Navy. Sanji, Nami, and the others stared incredulously at Kapu, struggling to believe it. You little brat, you've caused quite a ruckus. Haven to you, it seems you have much to apologize for. Kapu casually addressed Luffy. Luffy, is he really your grandfather? Sanji asked, somewhat incredulous. Indeed, you mustn't act rashly, or you'll be in serious trouble. Luffy, still seated, lamented, I can't even count how many times I nearly died because of him. Hey, don't say it like that. I'm your real grandfather, Kapu retorted, dissatisfied, even if I pushed you off a cliff, banished you to a forest in the dead of night, or tied you to a balloon to fly into the sky, it was all to mold you into a competent Navy man. As he spoke, Kapu felt a swell of emotion, yet he was enraged that his beloved grandson had become a pirate. Others listening to Kapu's treatment of Luffy shivered, while Sanji seemed to comprehend the source of Luffy's tenacious spirit. Ive always said it. Haven I want to be a pirate. Luffy finally stood to shout defiantly about his dream. What? You dare to argue back? It seems you've been thoroughly poisoned by red-haired Shanks. Kapu roared in indignation. Shanks, he is my savior, and I want to allow you to speak ill of him. Luffy retorted angrily upon hearing Kapu mention Shanks. Shanks, is that the infamous pirate? Red-haired Shanks? Robin asked in surprise. Indeed, it was he who gifted Luffy his straw hat, which he cherishes dearly, Nami affirmed. You little brat, how dare you tell your grandfather not to speak? I think you need a lesson. The two continued to bicker, with Luffy completely powerless as Kapu held onto his collar. Oh no, Luffy has been caught by the Navy. He has no means to resist, Chopper fretted. After all, he was Luffy's grandfather, so this was somewhat expected. Sanji found the situation quite precarious, wanting to help Luffy but unsure how to proceed. Suddenly, at that moment, the squabbling duo of grandfather and grandson inexplicably fell asleep simultaneously. They've fallen asleep. What do we do now? This is utterly unbelievable. They can sleep even amidst a heated argument. I don't know. This is my first encounter with such a phenomenon. The Straw Hat crew stared awkwardly at the sleeping pair, unsure of how to proceed. Just then, Yuluo walked in from outside, greeting, hello everyone, it's been a few days, how have you all been? Yuluo, Nami, and the others exclaimed with joy, with Yuluo present. At least communication was possible, and they were aware that their escape from Judicial Island was largely due to him. Otherwise, they would have faced annihilation from even the admirals. Rest assured, my teacher won't make things difficult for Luffy, Yuluo said with a smile. Your teacher is truly Luffy's grandfather. And he is a Navy officer? Sanji exhaled a puff of smoke, unable to believe it. Indeed, don't be fooled by Kapu's appearance. He is quite powerful, and he would have no trouble facing Aokiji. Iluo nodded in affirmation. Everyone was taken aback. Aokiji was an admiral, and it seemed there was no admiral named Kapu among them. Wait, you mean Kapu, the esteemed Navy hero? How could he be Luffy's grandfather? Nami suddenly recalled something, asking in astonishment. Navy hero. I've heard of him. He is said to be a legendary figure in the Navy. Incredibly formidable, Frankie added earnestly. Indeed, my teacher is the Navy hero, Vice Admiral Kapu. For various reasons, he has repeatedly declined promotions to admiral, remaining a vice admiral. But do not underestimate him. Otherwise, the consequences will be dire. Iluo replied with a smile. Oh no, I actually fell asleep. Wait a minute, Luffy, you scoundrel, how can you sleep when someone is scolding you? Kapu, having awakened before Luffy, immediately delivered a loving punch to the sleeping Luffy, who was bubbling with dreams. However, with the appearance of Yellowjaw, the Straw Hat crew decided to disregard the peculiar antics of the strange grandfather-grandson duo. Surprisingly, Luffy, who had just been struck, and Kapu, who had delivered the blow, continued their previous conversation, enlightening the Straw Hat crew about the New World, specifically the so-called Four Emperors. At this moment, a sudden commotion erupted outside. Yellowjaw turned to see Zoro battling against Navy soldiers with 2 weapons in hand. You two, go and try to stop him, Kapu said with a broad smile. Yes, sir, Kabi and Barumaba replied, nodding in agreement. During this time, they had rapidly grown under Yellowjaw's tutelage, and since they were also acquainted with Luffy, Kapu had specifically brought them out to broaden their horizons. Teacher, I fear they may not yet be a match for that swordsman, Yellow remarked with a hint of exasperation. No worries. Practical experience is the best training. Kapu waved his hand dismissively. Indeed, as Yellowjaw had anticipated, although they had improved somewhat from their training, they were still no match for Luffy and Zoro, each managing only about 10 exchanges before succumbing to defeat. Pahaha, they truly are no match. Kapu laughed heartily. Zaiwai easy, do you want to give it a try? I think I'll pass. The current Luffy is not my opponent yet. I'll wait until he grows a bit more. Yellowjaw replied with a smile. He certainly wouldn't intervene now. At the very least, he would wait until 2 years later when it would be time to reap the rewards of their bounties. Currently, Luffy's bounty had surpassed 100 million, while the new bounty was still on its way, not yet fully disseminated. Chapter 76. Luffy's heritage. However, upon hearing Kapu's words, both Zoro and Luffy were eager to test their skills against Yellowjaw. They had long desired to spar with him, especially after witnessing a glimpse of Yellowjaw's prowess during the Enies lobby incident. You needn't worry about it. Zoro's weapon is still just one, right? Besides, you both have injuries. Perhaps next time. Yellowjaw discerned the fighting spirit in their eyes and waved his hand. Upon reflection, Luffy and Zoro agreed and relinquished their challenge. Well then, since the matter is settled, you two should go fix the wall. Kapu commanded the Navy soldiers behind him. Why? The soldiers collectively appeared petrified, questioning. Did we not cause the destruction? Naturally, it must be repaired. Kapu replied as if it were obvious. If that's the case, why did you break the wall to enter? Isn't that rather cool? You can't justify destruction for that reason. Indeed, if it needs fixing, you must assist as well. Fine, then. Yellowjaw remained inside, chatting with Nami and Chopper, completely ignoring the negotiations taking place outside with Kapu and the soldiers. I never expected the legendary Navy hero to be like this, Nami remarked, watching Kapu engage with the soldiers outside. Somewhat wistfully, don't assume that all Navy personnel are malevolent. In truth, the majority are individuals with a sense of justice. Only a small fraction tarnishes the Navy's reputation. Coupled with the influence of the world government, the Navy has been unfairly vilified in the eyes of some, leading them to perceive it as a group of ineffectual villains. Yellowjaw shook his head, smiling as he explained. Zoro, having just entered, recalled his encounter with the Navy Captain T-Bone and nodded in agreement with Yellowjaw's sentiments. Luffy, your grandfather is quite an extraordinary man, Sanji said, observing Luffy's entrance with genuine admiration. I'm not too clear on his work. I don't know much, Luffy replied nonchalantly. Luffy, I've heard that your father met with you. Kapu suddenly turned and inquired while patching the wall. Father? Do I have a father? Luffy asked, bewildered. What? So you haven't met him? But he said he bid you farewell in Rogue Town. Zaiwai Easy was there too, wasn't he? Kapu remarked casually, picking his nose. At that time, Luffy had indeed been pursued by Smoker. So they had not crossed paths. Yellowjaw nodded, confirming Luffy's father. Who was he? Why am I so curious? Nami exclaimed, unable to contain herself. Rogue Town? Was Luffy's father there? Both Zoro and Sanji looked at Kappa with keen interest, eager to uncover Luffy's lineage. Teacher, is it really appropriate to discuss such matters in this setting? Yellowjaw shook his head, feeling somewhat helpless. Is that so? Then let's not speak of it. Kappa nodded in agreement. Is that so? Hurry up and tell us. I'm so anxious. Except for Luffy. Everyone present was intensely curious about the identity of Luffy's father. Luffy, your father's identity is somewhat sensitive, making it inappropriate to discuss it in such a crowded place. Yellowjaw apologized to Luffy. However, before Luffy could react, Kappa interjected, Indeed, your father, Monkey D. Dragon, is the leader of the Revolutionary Army, and as a Navy officer, I shouldn't speak of him. At that moment, everyone except Luffy was once again left in shock, including the Navy outside and Usopp, who was hiding by the window, all taken aback by the revelation of Luffy's father's name, Monkey D. Dragon. What is happening? Why is everyone acting this way? Luffy asked in astonishment. Dragon is actually Dragon. This is the first time I've heard his full name. One Navy soldier exclaimed. Wide-eyed. I can't believe the Revolutionary Dragon has a son, and that son is the pirate Straw Hat Luffy. This is a monumental event. Another Navy soldier expressed in disbelief. Dragon is Mr. Luffy's father, and Rear Admiral Kappa is Mr. Luffy's grandfather, which means Dragon is Rear Admiral Kappa's son. KB was startled by his own conclusion, seemingly struggling to accept it. What a chaotic family. A Navy Rear Admiral, a revolutionary, and a pirate. This is utterly bewildering. Barumabur cradled his head, feeling existential dread. Observing the astonished crowd, Luffy sensed that the situation was rather unusual and turned to Robin, asking, What's going on, Robin? You fool, you've never heard of the name Dragon. Sanji was nearly exasperated by Luffy's ignorance. Luffy, your father is an extraordinary figure. Frankie, clearly aware of Dragon's identity, chimed in. How can I explain this to you? As pirates, we do not actively attack the world government and the Navy, but the Revolutionary Army is different. They are the only organization currently capable of overthrowing the world government, and their leader is Dragon. Robin contemplated for a moment before elaborating. His ideology is to spread the revolution across the world, which has already led to many nations rebelling and ultimately being overthrown. Thus, your father is regarded as the world's most wanted criminal and our Navy's primary target, Yellowjaw added with a smile. However, upon hearing this, Luffy did not seem particularly affected to that moment. Kappa realized he might have misspoken and scratched his head, saying, It seems I may have said too much. Perhaps you should all pretend I never mentioned it. Everyone was left dumbfounded by Kappa's unexpected display of insensitivity. After the wall had been repaired, Kappa prepared to take his leave, but before departing, he said to Luffy, You are my grandson, so I want to apprehend you. I've already thought of an excuse, so you all can stay here without worry. Sir, that hardly counts as an excuse. Wouldn't it be better to let them escape? Kappa's aide replied with a hint of resignation. Forget it. Let it be. You and Zayawaizi, KB, and the others can chat leisurely. I'll take my leave. Kappa clearly showed no interest in reminiscing with Luffy, feeling reassured now that his grandson was unharmed. All right, bye-bye. Luffy responded casually. You jerk. You're so heartless. Can't you at least try to keep your grandfather from leaving? We haven't seen each other in so long. Indeed, Luffy's attitude once again irritated Kappa, leading to another round of admonishment. They truly were an amusing pair of grandfather and grandson. Nami observed the antics of Luffy and Kappa outside, shaking her head in disbelief as she turned to Yellowjaw. Yellowjaw chuckled and replied, Don't be fooled by my teacher's demeanor. He and Luffy are both exceptionally charismatic individuals who inspire others to follow them willingly. Nami, Sanji, and Chopper remained silent. Perhaps this was the very reason they agreed to board the ship. In Chapter 77, Blackbeard vs. Ace, while Yellowjaw engaged in conversation with Nami and Sanji, Luffy and Zoro were also chatting with Kobe. However, due to Yellowjaw's presence, Nami refrained from eavesdropping. After reminiscing, Kobe and Blue departed with Yellowjaw. Before leaving, Yellowjaw cautioned Luffy and the others that due to the events at Enies Lobby, they had now drawn the full attention of the world government and the higher echelons of the Navy. He further elucidated why the world government was so anxious regarding Robin. As the only scholar capable of deciphering the poneglyphs, Robin's identity held immense significance. Yet, observing Luffy's demeanor, Yellowjaw realized that he had not absorbed the warning. Though he felt reassured by the presence of the Straw Hat crew, which prompted him to speak at that moment. Once they departed, They returned directly to the warship, but did not set sail. As Carp had indeed informed Sengoku that Luffy was his grandson, hence he refrained from capturing him, leading to an inevitable tirade from Sengoku. Nevertheless, Carp chose not to apprehend Luffy, intending instead to address the matter upon Luffy's departure. Treating it as a farewell. As for Yellowjaw, he remained unconcerned, for the water city was teeming with pirates. He did not linger on the ship but ventured out with Lena and a small contingent of marines to capture numerous bounty offenders, thus acquiring some diamonds and preparing to placate Sengoku, achieving a dual purpose. Old man, it seems Luffy and the others are hosting a banquet. I feel inclined to join them. Are we really not going? Yellowjaw remarked languidly aboard Carp's dog-headed warship, gazing at the lively scene within Water City. In a way, if I go, I'll be forced to apprehend my grandson. They won't even have a chance to escape. If I ease up a bit when they set sail, they might still have a chance to flee. Carp shook his head resolutely. I anticipated this outcome. Fear not. I have already captured numerous bounty offenders, which I can report to the Admiral. Yellowjaw replied with a wink towards Carp. After some contemplation, Carp conceded, Fine, go ahead. I shall remain behind. All right then, if you're not going, I'll go alone. Lena, are you coming? Yellowjaw shrugged nonchalantly. Lena hesitated momentarily and replied, My lord, you go on ahead. I will stay here to keep company with the Vice Admiral. That is a good girl. Carp responded cheerfully, completely disregarding Yellowjaw, not wishing to dampen his own spirits. Yellowjaw swiftly departed from the warship and made his way towards the location of Luffy's banquet, feeling a twinge of nostalgia for Sanji's culinary skills. However, before he could approach, he sensed the presence of Admiral Aokiji, causing him to furrow his brow. Upon reflection, he recalled that Aokiji had indeed sought out Robin for a private conversation. Given his meddling in Enies lobby, it was uncertain whether Aokiji would still spare Robin. Thus he resolved to investigate. Upon arriving, he found only Robin, her expression troubled, while Aokiji had already vanished. That was indeed Admiral Aokiji, wasn't it? Yellowjaw inquired, observing Robin's pallid visage. Robin nodded and replied, Yes. Why have you returned? I intended to come over for a bite to eat, but upon sensing Aokiji's presence, I feared for your safety. Hence I rushed over to check on you. Yellowjaw stated plainly. Thank you, but he had no intention of making a move. Robin managed to regain some composure as she spoke. In that case, let us depart. We cannot miss the banquet. Yellowjaw smiled, refraining from probing into her interaction with Huajia, and the others reveled at the banquet. On a small island in the Grand Line, Blackbeard Teach learned of Luffy's actions through the newspaper. I hear they have breached Enies lobby. The bounty is bound to skyrocket. Van Augur remarked quietly as he perused the paper. Speaking of Enies lobby, that must mean the sea train of Water City. Captain Lafitte, the navigator, chuckled. It seems that location is not far from here. This is fate. Van Augur mused. Cough. To enter our firing range is truly unfortunate for them. They are quite pitiful. Dr. Q coughed as he spoke. Captain, let us proceed, shouted the helmsman, Buggy, with enthusiasm. Indeed, my comrades, we prepare to set sail. Blackbeard Teach echoed with equal excitement. However, at that moment, another voice interrupted. Wait, Teach, you've made it easy for me to find you. Fire Fist Ace lounged atop a rooftop, observing Teach below with a relaxed demeanor. Oh, it's Captain Ace, Blackbeard exclaimed with apparent delight. Though his primary target was Luffy, he would not turn away such an opportunity with Ace. Do not address me in such a manner. The title of captain is reserved for those deserving of respect. You are now a formidable captain yourself, Marshal D. Teach. Ace replied, his expression devoid of emotion. Haha, it has been a while. Ace, what brings you here? How did you know I was here? Teach continued to smile, though he harbored a deep-seated fear of being pursued by Whitebeard. Enough with the pleasantries. You must be aware of the current situation. Ace fixed his gaze on Teach. I am aware, but allow me to say this. Join us, Ace. Together, we shall conquer the world. I have devised a meticulous plan. Whitebeard's era has come to an end, and I shall become the Pirate King. Our first step is to eliminate that Straw Hat brat who breached Enies lobby. They are currently in Water City. Teach declared with a hint of madness. What, Straw Hat brat? Ace interrupted, astonished. Indeed, Straw Hat Luffy. Teach replied earnestly. You are truly audacious. He is my brother. Ace adjusted his hat defiantly. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, a gunshot rang out, and a bullet pierced his body. However, the wound ignited into flames, a manifestation of his Mera Mera no Mi powers, rendering him immune to physical damage. Before he could react, the helmsman Buggy launched a surprise attack from behind. Wielding a small house. "Stop, Buggy, Augur," Teach shouted in alarm. Unfortunately, Ace offered them no chance. Fire Fist. Ace unleashed a torrent of flames, countering both attacks and retaliating. "Fools, you should not act recklessly. You are not his match yet," Teach admonished his fallen crewmates. But before they could exchange further words, Ace's assault surged once more in Chapter 78. Ace's overconfidence. Struck by Ace's blazing fist, Teach found himself engulfed in flames, with great difficulty. His crew managed to extinguish the fire, but Teach was already gasping for breath. "Ha, I see. Ace, you have come to kill me, but it is only natural, for the slaying of a comrade is indeed a grave sin." Teach rose from the ground, grinning maniacally. "Indeed, I did kill the 4th Division Captain, Sachi, but what could I do? That fruit I coveted appeared in his possession, so you killed him to seize the fruit?" Ace inquired, his brow furrowed. Though he too was a user of a devil fruit, he could not fathom equating the value of a fruit with that of his comrades. "Indeed, I had infiltrated the Whitebeard pirates for over a decade, as it was the most likely place to gain that fruit, but I never anticipated it would end up in the hands of a comrade. I was left with no choice," Teach boasted, a glint of pride in his eyes. "Haha, Ace, rather than saying I stole the fruit, one could argue that the fruit chose me. Regardless of how you phrase it, the murder of a comrade aboard a pirate ship is an unforgivable crime." Ace declared sternly. "Is that so? Yet my current strength has become unparalleled. This fruit is exceptional even among the Logia." Teach faced Ace without fear, already contemplating the prospect of capturing Ace to offer to the Navy. For a captain of the Whitebeard pirates would surely fetch a hefty price as a warlord. Ace's expression grew serious. He had initially thought that locating Teach would be the greatest challenge. During Teach's time with the Whitebeard pirates, he had not showcased remarkable strength, and Sachi's death had stemmed from a surprise attack. However, it appeared that Teach had undergone considerable change. "Haha, Ace, your body is fire. Is it not? Then mine is darkness." As the audacious Blackbeard chuckled heartily, he unleashed the true extent of his powers. "Darkness?" Ace remarked, gazing at Blackbeard with a hint of confusion. Although darkness is indeed a natural element, the nature of Blackbeard's abilities eluded him entirely. Subsequently, Blackbeard demonstrated his prowess, revealing the ability to attract the gravitational force of all things. This was the essence of darkness. Furthermore, having consumed the dark fruit and transformed into a being of darkness, Blackbeard acquired the power to absorb the abilities of other devil fruit users. Upon contact, the powers of any ability user would vanish, and coupled with his gravitational attraction, his capabilities were undeniably formidable. Fortunately, despite being a natural type user, he lacked the ability to become incorporeal, thus leaving a slight vulnerability in the dark fruit's otherwise impenetrable defenses. Had it not been for this flaw, Blackbeard's claim of possessing the mightiest fruit would indeed hold true. One might presume that users of devil fruits would heavily rely on their powers, becoming utterly defenseless upon their loss. However, the commander of the Whitebeard pirates proved to be an exception, even when stripped of his abilities. Ace exhibited remarkable combat skills, marking this day as a fateful turning point. The sniper Vanoka observed from the sidelines, commenting on the unfolding battle. "Though you possess exceptional skills, it is a pity you do not join us." "Ace," Blackbeard urged, casting a glance at the injured Ace, kneeling on the ground. "Fool, succumbing to malevolence strips a man of his dignity. I refuse to tarnish my life with such a stain. Do you understand?" Ace retorted, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. He recognized that he could not escape fate today. From the outset, he had been careless, caught off guard by Blackbeard's unexpected strikes, resulting in unavoidable injuries. Despite his relentless efforts in battle, Blackbeard's strength was not to be underestimated, leading to his current predicament. Survival is the ultimate victory. "Ace, how regrettable it is. In that case, you shall perish in darkness," Blackbeard proclaimed with excitement. Though he was already well acquainted with the abilities of the dark fruit, this was his first encounter with a worthy adversary, and he was thoroughly satisfied with the outcome of the clash. Great Flame Ring, Flame Emperor. Ace summoned his remaining strength to unleash his ultimate technique. Is it the sun or the darkness? There can only be one victor. The dark aura erupted from Blackbeard, rivaling Ace's flames. "I will make Whitebeard the king of the seas," Ace declared calmly, locking eyes with Blackbeard. Yet, at that moment, the figure of Yi Luo flashed in his mind, as Yi Luo had warned him more than once to be cautious of Blackbeard. Even after learning of his pursuit, Yi Luo had advised him, hinting at the many secrets that Blackbeard harbored. Recalling Yi Luo, A slight smile graced Ace's lips. As his brother, surely he would seek vengeance for him. And he would undoubtedly look after Luffy. However, he could not guarantee the same for their father. Boom! The collision of flames and darkness sent shockwaves across the small island, transforming it into a desolate ruin. Meanwhile, during the banquet, Yiluo suddenly sensed something amiss and anxiously scanned his surroundings. Luffy, what's wrong? Chopper, who was playing with Luffy, inquired. Yiluo turned his gaze towards Luffy, who had halted his antics, clutching his chest. I don't know. It felt like a momentary pain just now. Perhaps my previous injuries haven't fully healed. Oh well, a bit more meat should do the trick. With that, Luffy cast his eyes around and stretched his hand, pilfering several meat skewers. This feeling is troubling. It must be Ace. Yiluo's expression shifted as realization dawned upon him, prompting him to rise on Banero Island, not far from Water City, after several hours of battle between Ace and Blackbeard. A group of fishmen emerged from the sea onto the island. Captain, this is the place. I saw the battle from afar and, given my limited strength, dared not approach. However, I can confirm that one side is wielding flame abilities. A smaller fishman reported to a burly fishman. Let us take a closer look. Even if it is a flame user, we cannot assume it is Ace, the stout fishman, a member of the Jinbei pirates. Noted. Acting under the orders of Jinbei and Neptune, all fishmen were searching for It's definitely Ace. This is his hat. Could it be that Ace has been defeated? Impossible. Ace is too powerful. Quickly, take this hat to contact Captain Jinbei. Inform him that we have found a lead on Ace, but the situation appears dire. We need him to come at once. The burly fishman, upon discovering Ace's discarded hat, wore a grave expression. Chapter 79. The News of Ace Fishman Island. The Undersea Palace. Upon receiving notification from his subordinate, Jinbei immediately convened with King Neptune to discuss the situation. Your Majesty, it seems events have unfolded just as Yiluo predicted. What shall we do? Jinbei asked, his face etched with concern. Despite foreseeing such developments, he regretted not taking swifter action to prevent them. He should have been more vigilant in locating Ace beforehand. Where is Yiluo now? Notify him at once. Additionally, we must reach out to Whitebeard. Otherwise, we may find ourselves in a precarious position, Neptune replied, his eyes gleaming with determination. Furthermore, we need to deliberate on Yiluo's proposals, as events have indeed transpired as he anticipated. Yes, Your Majesty. Jinbei nodded in acknowledgement. Turning to leave. He needed to inform Yiluo and their father of Ace's predicament. It seemed the world was on the brink of unrest once more. Meanwhile, news of Luffy's assault on Enies lobby spread rapidly, reaching every corner of the world, including the homeland of the Straw Hat Pirates. In the Alabasta Royal Palace, the king and several others were engaged in hushed discussions, concealing their words from Princess Vivi. Your Majesty, how could Nico Robin be with Luffy and his crew? If Princess Vivi were to find out, it would surely break her heart. Ikaram expressed his concerns. That woman is indeed an enigmatic and extraordinary individual. King Cobra replied, nodding in agreement. Unbeknownst to them, Princess Vivi was already aware of the situation and did not mind it in the least. Mr. Luffy is a rather peculiar person, even when in his presence. One cannot fathom his thoughts. However, since it is their choice, I have faith in them. I am their companion, Vivi remarked, gently touching the mark on her hand with a smile. Oh, Princess Vivi, you have truly grown. The others were moved to tears, leaving Vivi perplexed. Meanwhile, in Water City, Luffy and his companions had just received their latest bounties. Straw Hat Kid Luffy, bounty of 300 million. Pirate Hunter Zoro, bounty of 120 million. Demon Child Nico Robin, bounty of 80 million. Black Lake Sanji, photo acquisition failed, bounty of 77 million. King of Snipers Vanoka, bounty of 30 million. Little Thief Cat Nami, bounty of 16 million. Most Adorable Chopper, pet, bounty of 50. Iron Man Frankie, bounty of 44 million. The total bounty reached an astonishing 667 million berries. Even Yiluo found himself a tad stirred by the figures. By the way, Luffy, judging by your upcoming course, it seems you will pass through the Devil's Sea. After hearing Frankie's inquiry, Luffy prepared to set sail but was interrupted by Yiluo. Yiluo, you've heard of that sea? Nami's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Indeed, I know what it entails. Wait, Yiluo, don't say anything. This is our adventure. If you reveal it now, it will spoil the fun. Luffy interrupted Yiluo, leaving him momentarily stunned. Very well. Although it may present some challenges, I believe your abilities should suffice. Yiluo grinned, suppressing his desire to divulge more. Why don't you let Yiluo speak? It would help us prepare. Nami protested, directing her frustration at Luffy. This is our adventure, Luffy insisted stubbornly. His demeanor was typically easygoing, yet once he made a decision, it was hard for anyone to sway him. All right, I won't hold you up any longer. I must be on my way. Iluo waved goodbye to the Straw Hat crew, intending to return to his ship. However, just as he approached the shoreline, Lena informed him that a fisherman was seeking him out. What? Are you certain? Iluo asked, astonished by the fisherman's words. We cannot be certain, but the hat truly belongs to Ace. The fisherman replied with a calm demeanor, though he did not understand why Jinbei was so invested in this human. Iluo knew he must possess a skill worthy of respect to earn it. Take me there. My ship will follow behind you. Yet, at that moment, Iluo was too preoccupied to consider the fisherman's words. Speaking directly. Understood. The merman uttered no further words, nodding before plunging directly into the ocean. Lena, I will greet the teacher. You all may proceed ahead, Iluo stated to Lena after a moment's contemplation. Upon hearing this, Lena promptly returned to the warship, following the merman's guidance towards another direction. When Iluo boarded Captain Carp's ship, he was unexpectedly surprised to find Akiji present as well. However, he had no time to acknowledge Akiji and directly addressed Carp. Teacher, I have an urgent matter and need to leave. I entrust those pirates to you to return to headquarters. Go ahead. Carp waved his hand dismissively, not even inquiring about Iluo's intentions. While Iluo nodded and prepared to depart. But out of courtesy, he saluted Akiji, who lay there, before leaving. Captain, are you really going to let Iluo leave like this? How will you explain it to the Admiral when you return? Akiji inquired after Iluo's departure. Carp, who was munching on sabae, seemed to suddenly remember that currently, Sengoku did not permit Iluo to set sail. He had only brought him along for a mission. Now, the mission was incomplete, and they had lost Iluo. Never mind. I'll just tell Sengoku I forgot. Carp replied nonchalantly. Sir, you cannot say that. Just like before when you told the Admiral that you let the Straw Hat Kid go because he is your grandson. The Admiral will surely be furious. Carp's aide remarked helplessly. Carp's expression stiffened, and he pointed towards the almost invisible Huajia ship, exclaiming, Why didn't you say so earlier? This kid is almost out of sight. And you only tell me now? The aide, rendered speechless, closed his mouth. Was this not common sense? Surely, Carp's excuses would not be accepted by anyone. Yet, surprisingly, Akiji, a vice admiral, did not stop Iluo from leaving, which left the aide somewhat astonished. Sir, the Straw Hat crew is preparing to set sail. At that moment, a naval soldier reported. Then go fetch me a horn. Fire a shot in their direction to give them a warning, Carp said with a grin. Indeed, the Straw Hat crew, engaged in discussions about Usopp, had not noticed Carp's arrival until a cannonball fired from Carp's warship landed nearby, startling them. Hey, Luffy, can you hear me? It's Grandpa. It's Grandpa. Carp shouted into the horn at the Straw Hat crew. Chapter 80. Luffy's departure. Upon hearing Carp's call, Luffy was instantly bewildered, shouting back, Grandpa, what are you doing? Didn't we agree you wouldn't capture us? Oh, just a minor mishap. So you should stay here and feed the fish. To express my apologies, I'll handle this myself. Bring me cannonballs, Carp said casually. Watching his soldiers brought cannonballs to Carp, the Straw Hat crew stood frozen, unsure of Carp's intentions. Fist of the Meteor. Carp hurled the cannonball towards the Straw Hat crew's new ship. Boom! Is he really firing a cannon barehanded? Sanji gasped, nearly petrified by Carp's move. This is even more powerful than a cannon, Zoro added solemnly. Pahaha, I'm not old yet, just my strength has waned a bit recently. But that won't do, haha. The Straw Hat crew, taken aback by Carp's abilities, looked on in amazement, which filled Carp with pride that we can't let the new ship be destroyed like this. Run, Nami urged Luffy, aware that he was still waiting for Usopp. Yet the situation left them no choice. Bring me 1,000 cannonballs, Carp shouted, removing his justice cape and addressing the soldiers behind him. Could it be the fist of the meteor shower? Kobe exclaimed in shock upon hearing Carp's words. Hadn't they agreed to just put on a show and let Luffy and the others go? Here we go, kids, Carp chuckled, finally adopting a somewhat serious demeanor. Full speed ahead. We must evade the cannonballs. Luffy, fully aware of his grandfather's outrageousness, wasted no time and took off running. Just then, Usopp arrived at the port, and after understanding the situation, he finally mustered the courage to apologize to Luffy. Meanwhile, Luffy, with tears streaming down his face, pulled Usopp aboard the ship, just as the Doghead warship was closing in behind them. On the new ship, Frankie had already devised an escape plan, but since the ship had yet to be named, setting sail under such circumstances felt inappropriate. After some discussion, the crew unanimously agreed to name their vessel Thousand Sunny, a name bestowed upon them by Iceberg, the mayor of Water City. Look quickly. Luffy and the others are lowering their sails. Kobe exclaimed, noticing the unusual behavior of Luffy's crew. Are they giving up on escaping? The naval soldiers questioned in confusion. How could that be? What are they planning? Carp wondered, equally perplexed by Luffy's intentions. Grandpa, Kobe, and Iluo are all happy to see you. Luffy called out from the stern of the ship, unaware that Iluo had already departed, thus treating Iluo as part of his farewell. Luffy, don't rush. There are still cannonballs. Carp chuckled, tossing another cannonball in their direction. Luffy smashed the cannonball with a punch, declaring loudly, it's useless. We need to escape seriously now. Farewell. Luffy's words incited Carp's fury, the old man bellowing, how dare my son be so arrogant? Luffy, ignoring his subordinates' pleas, an enraged Carp pulled out a gigantic iron ball as Luffy continued to bid farewell to his friends in Water City. Mr. Luffy, you must flee quickly. Your life is at stake. Kobe shouted to Luffy upon witnessing Carp's actions. Naturally, the Straw Hat crew heard Kobe's voice and turned to see Carp wielding the colossal iron ball, their faces drained of color. Frankie, hurry, Luffy urged anxiously. You little brat, don't underestimate me. Otherwise, you won't have a pleasant outcome. Carp had no intention of holding back, swinging the iron ball towards the Thousand Sunny. Wind blast. Explosion, however, just as everyone braced for impact. Frankie, positioned at the ship's bottom, had completed his preparations. The Thousand Sunny's stern unleashed a powerful gust, lifting the entire ship and evading Carp's massive iron ball. Well done. Although Carp's attack had missed, he still smiled, praising them. Seeing Luffy's pirate ship soar, even Aokiji, standing nearby, lifted his eye patch to take a look. There is no turning back now. They truly escaped, Carp's aide remarked with a hint of relief. Yes, I can confirm that. Aokiji nodded in agreement. Pahaha, my grandson doesn't disappoint. Carp laughed heartily, devoid of any anger over his failed attempt, as he had intended to let Luffy go from the very beginning. Captain, what happened to Iluo? Aokiji asked quietly as the warship began its return journey. Carp pondered for a moment, then sighed. I'm not sure. Recently, that lad recruited quite a few loyal followers at headquarters. He is no longer a lone wolf. Aokiji remained silent for a moment. The people at headquarters were aware of Iluo's actions, yet there was neither support nor opposition. They merely wished to observe how far he could go. Previously, he had always operated alone, and while it was acknowledged that he might not succeed, it was also recognized that failure would not be catastrophic. However, now that Iluo had commenced building his own faction, it was likely that headquarters would not remain idle, for should he sever ties, the repercussions would be substantial. Meanwhile, after bidding farewell to Carp, Iluo utilized his moonwalk to return to the Huajia ship. Following the merman along the path, swiftly arriving at the island where Ace had supposedly appeared, Jinbei. Upon reaching the island, Iluo discovered that numerous mermen were already present, including Jinbei, one of the 7 warlords. Uve arrived. I've taken a preliminary look. The signs of battle here are undoubtedly Ace's doing. Jinbei nodded in greeting, his expression serious. While Iluo wandered about the area, sighed deeply, and said, the worst-case scenario has come to pass. I am certain that the one who clashed with Ace is Blackbeard. He has obtained the dark fruit. The dark fruit. Is that the fruit he seized after killing Sachi? Jinbei inquired, frowning. Indeed, the combination of the dark fruit and teach is far greater than mere addition. From now on, even we must be cautious. Only someone of Dad's caliber could afford to disregard him. Iluo lamented. What? Is he that formidable? Jinbei was taken aback and inquired. Indeed, aside from possessing a gravitational force akin to that of a black hole, the Yami no Mi also has the ability to nullify the powers of its user. I suspect Ace was gravely injured due to carelessness and ultimately could not even manage to escape. Iluo nodded in agreement and replied, Chapter 81. Reactions from all sides. Brother Iluo, now that the situation has unfolded, what shall we do? Jinbei asked with a hint of concern. There is no other choice. Since it has already transpired, we must face it head-on. Have you informed Father? He must be prepared to avoid being caught off guard by the Marines. Iluo responded, rubbing his temples in frustration. Is war unavoidable? Jinbei said, his tone somewhat despondent. The Marines will not let such a golden opportunity slip by. They will undoubtedly initiate war to strike at Whitebeard. thereby solidifying their foothold in the new world. Yi Luo affirmed with conviction. With a sigh, Jinbei fell silent. By the way, Jinbei, I have a request for you to convey to King Neptune, Yi Luo said, placing a hand on Jinbei's shoulder. What is it? Jinbei asked, curiosity piqued. That I hope the fishmen can send some warriors to join the Marines and become part of my fleet. Yi Luo said earnestly. Jinbei's expression stiffened. Most fishmen lived in the sea, and currently, only a few pirates had come ashore. Joining the Marines was a notion they had never entertained. Furthermore, the majority of fishmen harbored animosity towards humans. What could they possibly do in the Marines? I will relay this to His Majesty, but Yi Luo, do not harbor excessive hope. Our fishmen clan. Jinbei began but hesitated to continue. Yi Luo nodded, saying, I understand, so just relay my message. If any fishmen are willing to join the Marines, I can personally accept them. Very well, I shall ensure your words reach him. Jinbei replied solemnly. Now, you should contact Father Whitebeard. I too must commence my actions. Additionally, if Marco is available, have him come to see me. Whitebeard may not heed my words, but Marco will understand, Yi Luo affirmed, taking Ace's hat and returning to the Huajia, setting sail immediately. Captain, what shall we do now? The crew of the Fishman pirate crew inquired after Yi Luo's departure. Let us head to the New World and consult with Father. Jinbei replied in a low voice. On Baldigo Island, the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon had evidently seen the newspaper and was aware of Luffy's current situation. Live according to your dreams. In this era, with your experiences and aspirations, question this world. The day we meet will surely come. Dragon stood alone, gazing at the horizon. Commander, we have received secret information. Suddenly, a revolutionary soldier rushed in to inform Dragon. What is it? Dragon asked as he made his way back to the conference room. It is reported that Fire Fist Ace has been captured by Blackbeard Teach, seemingly to be handed over to the government in exchange for a warlord position. The intelligence officer relayed, holding the classified document. Dragon paused, glancing down at the report, confirming it was sent by Yi Luo, as a coordinate at the end indicated a meeting. Indeed, the situation we previously discussed has come to pass. It is time to consider our next steps, Dragon muttered softly before turning to announce. Notify everyone. All commanders are to assemble. Yes, although surprised by Dragon's order, the messenger did not hesitate and began issuing summons to the scattered Revolutionary Army commanders across the globe. As turmoil erupted worldwide, Garp returned to headquarters, only to be immediately summoned to the office by Sengoku, who also called for Akiji. So, is everyone clear on the situation? Sengoku informed them about Ace's capture by Teach. Oh dear, how terrifying. Today's youth are truly formidable. Kizaru, one of the three admirals, said languidly, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. Next to him sat Akainu, the third admiral, who remained silent. Sengoku, have you considered the odds of victory in a war against Whitebeard? That man is a monster, Saru questioned, arms crossed and voice serious. This is a prime opportunity. Among the four emperors, Whitebeard is aging, and his strength is likely diminished. If we can contain him, the Whitebeard pirates will be left leaderless. Sengoku replied, nodding. Moreover, this time we have the advantage of our home turf. After the battle, Marineford will undoubtedly sustain damage, but it is here that we hold the greatest assurance of victory. Garp, seated nearby, was oblivious to the discussion. Upon learning of Ace's capture, he could not focus. When the time comes, issue a summons to the warlords. We have nurtured them for too long, and it is time they contribute. Suru added. Agreed. This matter is of utmost secrecy, and none should leak it. Sengoku surveyed the room, confirming that, aside from Garp, everyone else nodded in agreement. Garp, Sengoku began, but Garp interrupted. Let me see Ace. Though Sengoku intended to refuse, he acquiesced upon seeing Garp's urgency. Garp then rose to leave, and Sengoku watched his old comrade, feeling as if Garp had aged several years in an instant. Also, keep Yi Luo from wandering around for the time being. It would be best to assign him some tasks at headquarters. After all, he has assembled a crew of his own. Let him manage them well. Sengoku squinted his eyes and instructed Dada. That lad ran off on his own. I don't know where he went before encountering Straw Hat Luffy. Akiji remarked lazily. Sengoku felt a jolt of unease, sensing that something unfavorable might occur. He said with a stern expression, Yi Luo must be located. That lad will not take this lightly. Ace is his brother, and if he finds out, he will undoubtedly cause a ruckus. Humph. The Marines must maintain their composure. Justice need not be soft. Akainu, who had been silent, suddenly interjected. Issue a notice immediately. summon Yi Luo back to headquarters. Sengoku glanced at Akainu before finally agreeing to AT that moment. Yi Luo had already arrived at the location agreed upon with Dragon, where Lena anchored the warship in nearby waters. Why Yi Luo? Keela emerged from the woods, calling out to Yi Luo, who was grilling fish. You all came. You took your time. Once headquarters receives the news, they will certainly order me to return immediately. If you delay any longer, I will have to leave. Yi Luo said, not lifting his gaze from the fish. The distance was considerable. It naturally took time to travel. Sabo emerged from the woods behind Keela. It seems you Revolutionary Army have made a firm decision? Yi Luo remarked with a slight smirk. We will spare no effort in striking against the world government, Dragon said softly as he stepped out with several figures. Chapter 82. Strengthening Powered, AT this moment. Yi Luo had finalized all arrangements with the Revolutionary Army and, to avoid arousing suspicion from Sengoku, promptly set sail back to headquarters. Commander, is this person truly trustworthy? A revolutionary cadre gazed skeptically at the departing Huajia. Do you believe he is a spy sent by Sengoku? Dragon chuckled in response. Isn't it possible? If this is indeed the Marine scheme against us, our losses will be catastrophic, the cadre replied directly. Ace, the 2nd Division commander of Whitebeard, has been captured. This must be true. Whitebeard will not let this slide, and the Marines will not provoke us without cause, especially when they are already busy dealing with Whitebeard, Dragon explained. Therefore, regardless of the truth, we must proceed with this operation. We just want to follow this lad's plan. Dragon shared his thoughts with a smile, and the revolutionary cadres erupted in laughter, except for Sabo, who wore a frown. Lost in thought, Sabo, what troubles you? Keela nudged him with her elbow, inquiring, do you remember? Yi Luo mentioned that to uncover my identity, I need to find Ace or Straw Hat Luffy. However, with Fire Fist Ace captured by the Marines, I find myself pondering. Sabo hesitated before continuing, aside from Fire Fist Ace, ISNT there also Straw Hat Luffy. We could seek out Straw Hat as well. Kola remarked nonchalantly. Sabo nodded slightly, whispering in response. However, he did not divulge to Kola that the name Ace was exceedingly familiar to him, and a profound concern for Ace's well-being lingered in his heart. Yi Luo was nearing the headquarters. He was already spotted by a naval warship, which promptly informed him that Admiral Sengoku was seeking his presence and instructed him to return to the headquarters immediately. Admiral, I merely stepped out to earn a bit of pocket money. Surely, there is no need for such urgency? Yi Luo expressed his dissatisfaction upon arriving at Sengoku's office. During this return journey, he had intentionally sought out some pirates to capture, hoping to divert attention, as his pursuit of bountied criminals had already become common knowledge at the Navy headquarters. Coupled with his recent capture of a bounty criminal in Water City, his total diamond count had surpassed 70,000, drawing him closer to the coveted 100,000 mark. Yet, he refrained from engaging in lottery draws, wishing instead to dedicate himself to training. Upon returning to headquarters, he understood that once the Navy secretly acquired Ace, Sengoku would not permit him to venture out again. Thus, the growth of his strength hinged entirely on the quality of items he could draw with those 70,000 diamonds. After exchanging pleasantries with Admiral Sengoku, Yi Luo took his leave. Sengoku's method of keeping Yi Luo at the headquarters was quite simple. Previously, Yi Luo had promoted the Luohan Fist within the Navy, and thus Sengoku took the opportunity to have him continue his advocacy at the headquarters. To which Yi Luo did not object. He was aware that a significant event was unfolding in Marineford, so he felt at ease remaining at the headquarters. The following day, Yi Luo reappeared in the training grounds. Beyond instructing the soldiers in the Luohan Fist, he also began honing his own martial arts skills. Currently, his internal skill was the Zixia Divine Skill, which had reached level 3. His most formidable technique was the 18 Dragon-Subduing Palms, albeit still at level 1. And in terms of lightness skills, he had recently learned the Snow Trackless Steps, also at level 1. Furthermore, after returning to headquarters yesterday, he expended all 70,000 diamonds, obtaining numerous valuable items. Primarily, he acquired experience scrolls through a single draw costing 10,000 diamonds, and this time, he opted for a 5-draw combination. Although he did not procure any extraordinary treasures, he did receive much-needed experience scrolls. Out of the 5 draws, 2 yielded experience scrolls, which indicated that they not only enhanced his character experience but also increased the proficiency of his martial arts manuals. Leveraging the previous downtime while capturing bounty criminals alongside the Revolutionary Army, he elevated his character level by 1. Yet, he found himself only at level 21, and the bonuses granted by his character level were minimal. Thus he set this matter aside for the time being. Moreover, the martial arts manuals he possessed required considerable proficiency, and relying solely on practice would likely take years to master. Hence the experience scrolls were naturally allocated to this endeavor. However, he hesitated before utilizing the experience scrolls. Initially, he intended to invest them all into the 18 Dragon-Subduing Palms, but with the remaining 20,000 diamonds from yesterday, he drew from the manuals twice, acquiring one inferior mental manual and one advanced technique manual. The One Yang Finger. This left him in a quandary, for while the One Yang Finger was quite powerful and less costly in terms of internal energy, it provided only a temporary solution to the issue of insufficient internal power. He was aware that the One Yang Finger also demanded substantial energy, and without an advanced internal skill manual, he would be unable to unleash his full potential in battle. Ultimately, Yi Luo chose to apply all experience scrolls to the 18 Dragon-Subduing Palms. While the inferior mental manual was simply stored in his inventory, as he could synthesize it once he amassed 10 copies, thanks to the recent system update introducing the synthesis feature. Consequently, after exhausting all his resources, he emerged with the One Yang Finger and successfully upgraded the 18 Dragon-Subduing Palms. Post-upgrade, Yi Luo mastered the 18 Dragon-Subduing Palms with greater finesse, to the point where he could execute it without expending his full strength. Although the power diminished considerably, it alleviated the risk of losing combat capability after executing a palm strike, enabling him to practice subsequent techniques with relative ease. "Sir, Rear Admiral Karp has sent me to summon you." A naval soldier interrupted Yi Luo as he was training his agility. "I understand." Yi Luo donned his attire and followed the soldier to Karp's office. This place was typically deserted, as Karp seldom spent time there. "Follow me." As Yi Luo stepped into Karp's office, Karp immediately exited, leaving Yi Luo bewildered. "Master, are we setting sail?" "But the Admiral forbade me from doing so." Yi Luo spoke up as he boarded Karp's dog-headed battleship. "He forbids you from sailing, and you simply comply. When did you become so obedient?" Karp chuckled awkwardly. While Yi Luo felt a sense of helplessness. What was this all about? Soon, the battleship passed through the gates of justice and descended to the underwater prison, where Karp brought Yi Luo directly to the lowest level, encountering no obstruction along the way, as if Karp had made prior arrangements. "Master, why have we come here?" Although Yi Luo had an inkling of Karp's intentions, he feigned ignorance. "What a silly question. We're here for you to see Ace." Karp glared at Yi Luo. "I still lack information regarding Ace's capture." Yi Luo retorted. "Don't put me in a tough spot." Yi Luo shrugged. Chapter 83. Yi Luo's speculation. "Yi Luo, what brings you here?" Upon Karp leading Yi Luo before Ace, the latter appeared utterly astonished. "Can you be a bit more reliable? I told you not to pursue Teach. Yet you ignored me. I've been chasing you across most of the Grand Line and still couldn't find you." Yi Luo sighed. "You little brat. Who do you think you are?" Ace was about to speak when Karp interjected. Slip of the tongue. Slip of the tongue." Yi Luo quickly apologized, rubbing the spot where Karp had struck him. After Yi Luo's apology, the atmosphere fell silent. Karp remained quiet, Ace too, leaving Yi Luo awkwardly glancing around. "Brat, aren't you worried that Ace, your brother, is captured?" After a lengthy pause, Karp finally asked. "What good is worry? Who told this kid not to heed my counsel?" Now Admiral Sengoku is bound to use Ace as bait to provoke a confrontation with Whitebeard, allowing the Navy to establish a foothold in the New World. Such a significant matter is beyond my involvement. Yi Luo shook his head. Karp regarded Yi Luo with some surprise. He was certain that the individuals present at the meeting that day would not have disclosed this information to him. Yet this young man was privy to it, making it all the more intriguing. "How did you come to know this?" After pondering, Karp inquired. "Is it really that difficult to deduce?" "The moment I saw Ace, I understood." Yi Luo scoffed. Meanwhile, Ace, still bound, looked utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend Yi Luo's words. "What do you mean? The Navy is preparing to act against Pops?" Ace asked incredulously. "Isn't that obvious? The New World has long been dominated by the Four Emperors, and the Navy naturally wishes to intervene. However, the crews of the Four Emperors are not easily defeated. With Whitebeard's declining strength, he has inevitably become the target, and now you've gotten captured. What a stroke of luck for them." Yi Luo sighed. "Brother Yi Luo, please help me. Convey a message to Pops. Tell him not to come to rescue me." Ace, who had remained calm until now, suddenly struggled and yelled at Yi Luo. "You know I'm with the Navy. This situation indeed benefits them." Yi Luo turned his head, speaking softly. While Yi Luo's response left Ace taken aback, and even Karp gazed at Yi Luo in disbelief, as if he were a stranger. "What are you staring at? Am I no longer part of the Navy?" Yi Luo shouted in indignation. "My apologies, it's my fault." Ace slumped down in despair. Karp regarded Yi Luo with newfound appreciation. nodding as he asked, "Do you have a way to save Ace?" "That depends on how capable Whitebeard is," Yi Luo replied with a hint of pride. Carp paused, quickly grasping Yi Luo's implication. He shook his head and stood up to leave. Why Yi Luo spent a bit longer conversing with Ace before exiting. "All done?" Carp asked upon seeing Yi Luo emerge. Why Yi Luo nodded and stepped aboard the dog-headed battleship first. "The people of that era are dwindling," Carp remarked as the ship set sail, standing beside Yi Luo. "Master, you were the Navy. Who would dare lay a hand on you? Wasn't it rocks who fell at your hands back in the day?" As Yi Luo smiled faintly, he spoke. Carp, however, did not smile. He merely gazed out at the distant sea, seemingly lost in thought. Upon returning to the headquarters, Yi Luo resumed his training, while Sengoku appeared oblivious to Yi Luo's visit with Carp to see Ace. Nonetheless, the atmosphere within the headquarters had shifted significantly, as if a hint of impending conflict lingered in the air. After Yi Luo diligently honed his skills, he received news about Luffy once more. One of the 7 warlords of the sea, Gecko Moria, had been defeated by Luffy, which incited Sengoku's ire, leading him to confront Carp. Yet Carp remained unfazed. "Bartholomew Kuma, are you feeling a pang of compassion for them now that they are injured? Otherwise, why haven't you brought back a single head from the Straw Hat Pirates?" Sengoku questioned the warlord standing beside him. "Do not worry. Luffy is not the type to boast about defeating Moria," Carp retorted, a hint of pride evident in his tone. "They are indeed making their way towards the Navy headquarters with the record pointer, correct?" Kuma replied calmly. "By the way, I've brought some new tea." "Sengoku, do take out your biscuits." Carp seemed oblivious to the serious discussion at hand, holding a bag of tea leaves as he addressed Sengoku. "Damn it, Carp, shut your mouth," Sengoku yelled, nearly driven to distraction by Carp's antics. "In that case, let us deal with them when they arrive at Sabaody Archipelago." Sengoku shot Carp a glare, exasperated. "By the way, what has Yi Luo been up to lately? That kid, he seems to be working diligently. Apparently, he's developed a new martial technique akin to Kizaru's moves, though I haven't tested it myself." Carp pondered aloud. "His strength has been increasing quite rapidly." Sengoku nodded in agreement. "Most ordinary vice admirals are no longer his match," Carp added. "What about Jiyuan and Kaji? Have they tested him?" Sengoku inquired with a hint of anticipation. Carp shook his head, responding, "I do not know. That kid no longer requires my training." Sengoku nodded, indicating he understood. His calculations aimed to promote Yi Luo, Jiyuan, and Kaji to the rank of admiral together, but Yi Luo's rapid growth and combat prowess raised uncertainties regarding whether he would continue on this path or enter a plateau phase. Should his strength increase further, he might outpace Jiyuan and the others in attaining the strength of an admiral. At that moment, Yi Luo had just completed his challenge against all the vice admirals stationed in Marineford, earning a substantial amount of experience points. Although he did not acquire diamonds, his level had risen consecutively by 2 tiers, granting him 10 free attribute points and 2 skill points. After allocating all attribute points to energy, Yi Luo sensed a slight enhancement in his internal power. Recently, he had begun to experiment with something he had long forgotten, the realization that, apart from the system, he possessed his own internal energy. It was not merely the energy displayed by the system. He could also cultivate this internal energy to bolster his attribute panel. Could he, like the protagonists in martial arts novels, utilize internal energy to invigorate his acupoints? This was something he had long wished to attempt, yet had hesitated for fear of injury. However, with the Dragon Blood Pearl enhancing his recovery abilities significantly, he felt he now had the means to experiment. Should he succeed, his strength would undoubtedly experience a tremendous leap forward. Chapter 84. Acupoints. In the stillness of the night, Yi Luo sat within his training chamber at home, preparing to attempt to open his acupoints. Though he had no knowledge of the process, nor had anyone instructed him, he had only witnessed internal martial arts and techniques through television in his past life. However, now that he had acquired martial skills through the system, he believed he could indeed open acupoints as depicted on screen. The greatest obstacle to his strength was the insufficiency of internal energy. As a transmigrator who had practiced the Zixia divine skill, it was disheartening that he could not even execute a complete set of the 18 Dragon-Subduing Palms. Reflecting on the predecessors of the Beggar's Sect, including Xiao Feng and Hong Qigong, he recalled that regardless of their varying strengths, none had been incapable of executing a complete set of the 18 Dragon-Subduing Palms. Thus, opening acupoints became imperative, though caution was necessary, as he lacked a master to guide him and remained uncertain of the procedure. Calming his mind, Yi Luo first communicated with his internal energy, following the route of the Xixia divine skill. Although this was his usual practice, upon focusing intently, he discovered that his internal energy diminished at certain specific points during the cycle, resulting in limited growth of internal energy. This led him to suspect that those diminishing points were indeed acupoints, which, if unblocked, would siphon off some of his internal energy. If his conjecture proved correct, unlocking these acupoints would likely accelerate his cultivation of internal energy significantly. Though the benefits were evident, Yi Luo refrained from rushing into the process, as the pathways of his martial arts techniques differed from the internal cultivation methods. He decided to test the 18 Dragon-Subduing Palms in the one young finger. Each technique had its own unique pathway for circulating energy, yet they shared a commonality. When the internal energy traversed specific areas of the body, it diminished. Thus, unlocking the acupoints would presumably enhance both the potency of his techniques and their energy consumption. Now, he faced a choice. Should he open the acupoints following the internal cultivation method or the technique's pathway? After careful consideration, Yi Luo resolved to first follow the route of the internal cultivation method, as it would be more beneficial for his future growth. At present, his combat strength sufficed for ordinary matters. Once all the acupoints related to his internal cultivation method were opened, he would then proceed to unlock the acupoints related to his techniques. Having made his decision, Yi Luo began to focus his energy, slowly activating the Xixia divine skill. However, as his internal energy reached the first acupoint, he halted its circulation, as he was unsure how to open the acupoint. After several attempts, he remained at a loss, uncertain of what constituted the opening of an acupoint. Ultimately, in frustration, Yi Luo gritted his teeth and gathered all the internal energy from his dantian, halting at the position where he had ceased the operation of the internal skill. As the energy accumulated, he began to feel a slight pain in his abdomen, recognizing it as a consequence of excessive energy concentration at that location. Yet, without a method to break the acupoint, he had no choice but to proceed with his efforts, treating the situation as a last resort. Gradually, as the internal energy continued to build, beads of sweat formed on Yi Luo's forehead, and his face flushed a deep crimson. Upon closer inspection, one could discern a hint of purplish energy hidden within. If this method were incorrect, the consequences could be dire. With determination, Yi Luo channeled the limited internal energy from his dantian, gritting his teeth as he sent it all forth. Boom! Time seemed to stretch, and just as Yi Luo felt he could no longer endure, a thunderous sound echoed beside him, as if something had been toppled. Suddenly, his entire body relaxed, and before he could assess his condition, the system's synthesis notification chimed in his ear. Congratulations, host, on unlocking the acupoint function ahead of schedule. You have successfully opened the Qihai acupoint. Upon hearing the system's voice, Yi Luo's spirit finally relaxed, and he collapsed, succumbing to slumber within the training chamber. The following morning, as dawn broke, Yi Luo was awakened by his biological clock. The first thing he did upon waking was to assess his physical condition. He recalled that he had seemingly opened an acupoint the previous night. While the process had been arduous, the outcome was evidently fruitful. Through the sensation of his internal energy, he discovered it had returned to his dantian. Without moving to the newly opened acupoint, and the overall quantity of internal energy had increased slightly, although the increase was modest, not the explosive surge often depicted in tales of acupoint unlocking. After examining his internal energy, Yi Luo accessed the system and found that it had indeed notified him of the early unlocking of the acupoint function. As he opened the control panel, a new acupoint icon appeared. Eagerly, he clicked on it and discovered a transparent human figure displayed, featuring hundreds of acupoints of varying sizes. Some were gray, while others remained entirely black. However, one acupoint near the lower abdomen glowed brightly. Yi Luo scrutinized it closely, noting that it indicated the Qihai acupoint had been unlocked, granting him an increase of 20 internal energy, a flow speed of 1, and a storage capacity of 100. So, the acupoint I opened yesterday was indeed the Qihai. As the leaves fell, Yi Luo finally comprehended the significance of the acupoints he had activated last night. Adjacent to the Qihai acupoint, there were numerous smaller acupoints. Yet most of them appeared dark and devoid of any indication. However, by connecting the gray acupoints, Yi Luo ultimately uncovered their hidden secrets. The gray acupoints formed precisely 4 distinct pathways, corresponding to the circulation routes of the Xixia divine skill. The 18 Dragon-Subduing Palms, the one young finger, and the lightness skill of treading on snow without a trace. These gray acupoints represented those that could be unblocked, though each had its own requirements. Some necessitated a specific total amount of energy, while others required a certain proficiency level in the techniques. The black acupoints, on the other hand, were entirely unobservable, indicating that Yi Luo could not access them at present, likely due to the absence of corresponding cultivation paths. Yet, upon reflection, Yi Luo found some discrepancies in this reasoning. He possessed knowledge of other techniques, not to mention that he had mastered 3 sets of lightness skills. But aside from treading on snow without a trace, the others did not manifest here. Ultimately, Yi Luo conjectured that only intermediate or higher-level secret manuals would be acknowledged by the system, although this remained a mere hypothesis. Nevertheless, the acupoints encompassed within these 4 manuals would suffice to occupy Yi Luo's efforts for quite some time, leading him to cease his preoccupations with the matter. Chapter 85. Yi Luo vs. Kaji. Upon exiting the training room, Yi Luo first took a shower before stepping outside. At that moment, it coincided with the morning exercises at the Navy headquarters, and as per routine, Yi Luo began instructing the soldiers in the Luohan fist. The soldiers at the Navy headquarters experienced a notable boost in combat effectiveness due to the Luohan fist. Though they lacked internal strength enhancements, it was sufficient to deal with the pirate lackeys without requiring profound techniques. After teaching the martial art, as the first rays of dawn broke, Yi Luo seated himself on the rooftop and commenced his practice of the Zixia divine skill, just as he closed his eyes to circulate his internal energy. Yi Luo felt the benefits of the activated acupoints. The flow of internal energy increased, significantly enhancing his training speed and efficiency, thereby igniting his eagerness for the subsequent acupoints. "What has that little rascal been up to lately?" inquired Admiral Sengoku. Curiosity etched across his face. "That kid has been engrossed in training. It seems his strength has grown considerably," replied Carp, munching on a rice cracker dough. "What of Ace? Has he shown any thoughts or actions regarding that?" Sengoku probed tentatively. Carp, momentarily pausing with a broad smile, responded, "I'm not quite sure about that." Sengoku chose not to press further, but just then, the office door burst open, and a breathless messenger rushed in, exclaiming, "Report. Admiral, just now. Major Yi Luo and General Kaji engaged in a brawl at the training ground." What transpired? Sengoku's expression darkened as he inquired. The messenger shook his head. "That I'm not certain. It seemed they intended to spar. But it escalated into a genuine fight. You must hurry and see. The training ground is nearly destroyed." "What? That kid Yi Luo's strength should pale in comparison to Kaji's, right?" Carp furrowed his brow, questioning. "Let us go find out." Sengoku stood and led the way out of the office. Boom. However, by the time they reached the training ground, it appeared that the battle had already reached a conclusion. The entire area had become pockmarked, and from within came the sound of a tremendous explosion, shrouding the scene in a thick cloud of smoke, leaving the final outcome uncertain. "Look, Admiral Sengoku and Vice Admiral Carp are here," exclaimed the surrounding Navy soldiers, buzzing with excitement. "Ji Yuan, what transpired?" Sengoku inquired of Tao Tu, who stood off to the side observing the spectacle. "Admiral, it's nothing serious. They were merely engaged in a friendly spar." However, Kaji didn't anticipate how rapidly Yi Luo has progressed. With so many witnesses present, he likely went all out for fear of losing, while Yi Luo seemed intent on testing his limits, leading to the current situation. Ji Yuan explained, shaking her head. "Cough, cough. I need a few people to escort General Kaji to the medical room." Yi Luo emerged from the smoke, his clothes in tatters. From appearances, Yi Luo seemed to have sustained significant injuries. Blood trickled from his lips, and his right arm hung awkwardly, possibly dislocated, with barely a whole piece of fabric remaining on him. "You little brat, did you really win?" Ignoring Yi Luo's injuries, Carp asked incredulously. "General Kaji's strength is at its peak among the current vice admirals. Everyone acknowledges his power, or else he wouldn't be a candidate for admiral. Yet, he has now fallen to Yi Luo. That hardly counts as a victory. If it were a life-and-death battle, we would likely perish together." Yi Luo shook his head, offering a bitter smile. At that moment, due to the Blood Dragon Pearl's influence, he remained conscious, yet his internal energy was completely depleted, and his physical stamina had reached its limits. "Medical personnel, take Major Yi Luo and General Kaji to the medical room," Sengoku ordered after a moment of contemplation. Before long, the medical team arrived, transporting the unconscious Kaji and the utterly exhausted Yi Luo for treatment. "Once you recover, let us have a real battle," Ji Yuan whispered as she passed by Yi Luo on the stretcher. "Sister, spare me. Just look at my current state. Do I appear capable of fighting?" Yi Luo replied with a rueful smile. "That's precisely why I said once you recover," Ji Yuan retorted, her expression one of playful exasperation. Why Yi Luo tilted his head, pretending not to hear. and allowed the medical personnel to carry him away. Carp, what are your thoughts on this matter? Sengoku inquired sternly upon returning to the office. Isn't it a good thing for the Navy's strength to increase? Carp feigned ignorance, aware of Sengoku's true intent. Fool. You know what I mean. Sengoku was clearly incensed by Carp's evasiveness. Rest assured, he is also a member of the Navy. He possesses a sense of justice. Carp replied with a smile, sidestepping the question. A day later, while Kajii remained hospitalized to recuperate, Yiluo had stealthily slipped away, returning to his solitary villa. Haha. I knew you couldn't stay in the hospital for long. As soon as Yiluo entered, he was met by Carp, who blocked his path. Master, what brings you here? Yiluo asked, surprised. Humph, you've been advancing rather swiftly as of late, even managing to take down Kajii. Carp stated with a hint of pride. Yiluo shook his head, saying, what I told the Admiral that day was the truth. In a life-and-death fight, we would be evenly matched, with no guarantee of victory. That is still quite impressive. So, how is your body faring? Carp nodded, inquiring. Quite well. My body is fine, but I haven't even regained a third of my energy. Yiluo replied with a smile as he walked inside. Once you've recovered, come find me, Carp said, rising to his feet. All right. Yiluo nodded in response, understanding that Carp wished to assess his strength and provide further guidance. Though Carp could be unreliable at times, in terms of power, only Sengoku in the Navy could be considered his equal. I heard Moria was also defeated by Luffy. As Carp prepared to leave, Yiluo hastily asked that he needed to ascertain Luffy's whereabouts to determine the timeline of events. Carp nodded, chuckling, indeed, no wonder he's my grandson. That shadowy fellow was indeed defeated, and Sengoku has been troubled by it for quite some time. As long as he's alive, we won't need to replace the 7 warlords. I doubt Luffy is the type to flaunt his achievements, Yiluo remarked with a grin. Yet, internally, he felt a twinge of urgency. Luffy's arrival at Sabati Archipelago was drawing near, and he needed to bolster his strength swiftly, or he would be of little use during the Marineford War. All right, make sure to rest well. I'm leaving. Carp waved as he departed from Yiluo's courtyard. Chapter 86, Navy High Command meeting now. Tell me, how did you end up defeated by Yiluo? Sengoku inquired from across his desk. As Kajii, still bandaged, sat opposite him. When I arrived, they had already been fighting for a while, but Yiluo was clearly gaining the upper hand. Kajii was being thoroughly suppressed. Before Kajii could respond, Ji Yuan interjected. Being suppressed by Yiluo, Akiji asked, astonished. Ji Yuan glanced at Kajii, who was looking down, somewhat embarrassed, and nodded. Oh dear, today's youth are truly formidable, Kazara remarked nonchalantly, trimming his nails. His demeanor decidedly sleazy. Kajii, why don't you share your perspective? It would offer us a clearer understanding. The advisor Crane pressed his palms together and inquired. Jiaji nodded slightly and replied, originally, that young lad approached me, claiming to have recently increased his strength and wished to spar with me. Thus, at first, I did not take him seriously. As you all know, the only technique that posed a threat to me was that dragon-shaped energy wave. However, Jiaji paused momentarily before continuing. Once that lad mastered the Arhut fist, he astonishingly began to unleash strikes at will, devoid of any prior pattern. I was caught off guard, and my observation hockey proved ineffective. If we are to consider mere boxing skills, he should not be capable of defeating you. Should he? Sengoku asked, furrowing his brow. Indeed, while it was somewhat tricky, I was still able to manage. Eventually, she started employing the 18 Dragon-Subduing Palms. However, each strike was considerably weaker than before, but I maintained a trial-and-error approach, allowing him to unleash his attacks one after another, thinking it would not exceed 5 or 6 strikes at most. To my surprise, that lad unleashed 10 consecutive strikes. Jiaji said with a wry smile, 10 strikes? The individuals in the office exclaimed in astonishment. Inside the office, aside from Sengoku, the chief advisor Crane, and Carp, were the 3 admirals and Ji Yuan, all of whom were top figures within the Navy. Indeed, 10 strikes, although each was weaker than the previous ones. The cumulative effect of 10 strikes surpassed that of the 5th strike. Jiaji nodded earnestly in response. And you were defeated just like that? Akainu Sakazuki asked, his brow furrowing in inquiry. This was entirely due to my own negligence. Although Yiluo's strength has grown somewhat, it should not have been sufficient to defeat me. However, by the time we reached the 10th strike, I realized I could no longer endure, and I attempted to interrupt his technique. Yet that lad pointed at me, and a beam resembling that of Admiral Kazuru's laser directly pierced my shoulder. After sustaining that injury, my strength diminished, and what Ji Yuan witnessed was me being suppressed after I was injured. Jiaji revealed. exposing his shoulder with a hint of helplessness. A laser beam? Kizaru inquired, his curiosity piqued. Indeed, in my perspective, it closely resembled the Admiral's laser beam, yet I sensed that it was not the power of the Pika Pika no Mi. There was a fluctuation of haki within that laser. Jiaji stated solemnly. It appears that this is also a form of martial arts as described by Yi Luo. This system has never been encountered before. Yet Yi Luo claims it to be a family secret. What do you all think? Sengoku tapped the table, posing the question. The East Blue, Yi Luo's hometown, has already sent individuals to investigate. Aside from him, no one possesses the martial arts he speaks of. However, he is not a native of that small island. It is said he drifted there in his childhood and was rescued by the island's inhabitants. Thus he has lived there ever since. Akiji spoke softly. What's the point of saying so much? Now he is part of the Navy and is willing to impart his martial arts to us. It is merely that we are unable to grasp the internal energy he speaks of. Karp scoffed. We cannot ascertain the truth of his claims. What if he has intentionally altered the methods of cultivating internal energy to prevent us from learning it? Kizaru interjected while trimming his nails. What? Do you intend to scheme against him? Regardless of the truth, it is his knowledge, and whether he wishes to teach it is entirely his decision. Karp glared at Kizaru, visibly displeased. Aya, Vice Admiral Karp, do not be angry. I merely expressed a thought. After all, based on what Yi Luo has demonstrated, should we in the Navy master such a martial arts system, the four emperors may no longer pose a problem. Kizaru feigned fear, grinning. All right, Yi Luo is now one of us in the Navy. Let us refrain from discussing such matters. Once Yi Luo has recovered, we can revisit this topic. Sengoku waved his hand to halt further discussion and turned to Ji Yuan, saying, Ji Yuan, go and test his limits. Do not hold back. Ji Yuan nodded, filled with a fighting spirit, and replied, Rest assured, Marshal, I shall not commit the same mistake as Jiaji. To be safe, notify me when the time comes. I shall also be present to observe. Sengoku nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Advisor Crane furrowed her brows as she gazed at Ji Yuan, feeling that Sengoku's arrangement was somewhat inappropriate. Jiaji's strength was not far from Ji Yuan's. Having seen Jiaji's defeat, testing Yi Luo's abilities would require at least the participation of an admiral. What was Yi Luo doing at that moment? Upon returning to his independent villa, Yi Luo continued to recuperate while also working on his acupoints. Although only a few days had passed, he had managed to open most of the acupoints, with only a few remaining that he wished to fully unlock before a significant event. This would likely enhance his combat power to an even higher level. As for the other acupoints that he was temporarily unable to unlock due to insufficient conditions, Yi Luo had no better solution. Fortunately, the mental techniques provided clear requirements for these acupoints, and as long as he worked diligently towards those goals, he would eventually unlock them all. Each unlocked acupoint would generally grant him an increase in internal energy. Thus his internal energy had more than doubled. When he fought Jiaji, Yi Luo had not even exerted his full strength. He realized that he could execute the 18 Dragon-Subduing Palms up to the 10th strike with full power. If he were to consider his combat against Jiaji using a weakened version of the palms, he could actually reach the 16th strike. However, the last two strikes required an excessive amount of internal energy. Even in a weakened form, he lacked the necessary energy to support them, let alone the complete version. As for the Huajia finger, he had also practiced it to a considerable level and discovered its healing properties. Indeed, utilizing the Huajia finger could seal acupoints, preventing excessive blood loss, although not a grand ability. It served as a handy trick. Chapter 87. Sparring with Ji Yuan's sister. What are you doing? I just recovered, and you want to spar with me. Early in the morning, Yi Luo was dragged by Ji Yuan from his room to the training ground, where she intended to engage in a sparring session with him. Hurry up. I am very interested in your strength. Last time you defeated Jiaji. This time, I shall be your opponent. Ji Yuan exclaimed excitedly. Very well. Even if you are interested in my strength, what about them? Yi Luo pointed at the high-ranking Navy officers observing, all of whom were at least vice admirals. Oh, so you think just because you defeated us, we are unworthy to watch? Vice Admiral Mole retorted with a laugh upon hearing Yi Luo's words. Lord Mole, do not misunderstand. I never said that. You said it yourself. Yi Luo waved his hand, feigning innocence. Mole was nearly driven to rage, intending to step down and spar with Yi Luo directly. Enough with the pleasantries. Yi Luo, showcase your strength for us to witness. Sengoku interjected, decisively affirming the sparring session. Very well. Sister Ji Yuan, I shall go all out. Be careful. Yi Luo declared, ready to unleash his full power. Huajia finger. Without further ado, he raised his hand and shot the one-yang finger towards Ji Yuan. Having heard Jiaji mention that Yi Luo possessed a technique similar to Kazari's laser, Ji Yuan was already prepared when Yi Luo raised his hand, promptly drawing her Jinbira to block Yi Luo's one-yang finger. However, the immense force caused Ji Yuan to involuntarily retreat a few steps to dissipate the impact of the one-yang finger. Wow, it truly resembles Admiral Kazari's laser beam. The admirals present began to murmur amongst themselves. The 18 dragon-subduing palms. The dragon ascends in regret. The flying dragon in the sky, the dragon in the field, the great descent on land, the hidden dragon and used. Seizing the opportunity while Ji Yuan was pushed back, Yi Luo unleashed 5 consecutive strikes, overwhelming Ji Yuan with powerful palm strikes that forced her into a defensive position, unable to counterattack. Sister Ji Yuan, you have hardly improved. Let me show you this technique. 6 Styles Ultimate Move, Death Claw. This was a technique that Yi Luo had developed upon reaching level 3 proficiency with the 6 styles. Evolving from the finger gun into a close combat technique, you brat, 1 sword style, axis break. Ji Yuan, who had been continuously suppressed by the 18 dragon-subduing palms, felt cornered. Unexpectedly, Yi Luo dared to approach her, prompting her to immediately employ her sword technique. 6 styles ultimate move, Immovable King. Just as Ji Yuan's death claw was neutralized, a brilliant sword aura rushed towards Yi Luo. Startled, his body suddenly emanated an eerie purple hue, and he crossed his arms in front of his chest to block Ji Yuan's strike. Similarly, this technique was also a product of the system. Derived from the iron block in the 6 styles that Yi Luo had tested its defensive capabilities and found that it surpassed full-body hockey coverage. Quite impressive talent. Yi Luo has completely mastered the 6 styles. Sengoku continuously nodded in approval, stating, his iron block is remarkably powerful and capable of withstanding Ji Yuan's slash. HCNM nodded in agreement, exclaiming, he merely held back. Otherwise, during the suppression of Ji Yuan, a mere continuation of strikes, as Kaiji posits, would have sufficed to deliver the 10th blow, rendering Ji Yuan defenseless. Considering swordsmen are not particularly adept at defense, Akainu grimaced as he spoke that, oh dear, how terrifying. It seems the youth of today are destined to turn the world upside down. Kazara remarked nonchalantly, offering a sarcastic commentary. In the midst of the fray, Yi Luo, relying on his agile maneuvers, refrained from closing in on Ji Yuan, opting instead to incessantly harass him with the one-yang finger. Under the prolonged pressure, Ji Yuan had already sustained several injuries at Yi Luo's hands. You little brat, do you dare to stop fleeing and face me head-on in a duel of strength? Ji Yuan bellowed indignantly, provoked by Yi Luo's shameless tactics. Very well, Ji Yuan, I shall not hold back any longer. The 18 dragon-subduing palms, dual dragons fetching water. Yi Luo halted his evasive maneuvers and unleashed his full might with the 10th palm directed at Ji Yuan. 1 sword style, Jujutsu. Ji Yuan, upon witnessing this, immediately retaliated with his ultimate technique, cleaving towards Yi Luo's dragon-shaped energy wave. Akiji, intervene. The strategist HCNM, concerned for Ji Yuan's safety, urgently called out as both combatants unleashed such formidable techniques. Meanwhile, the observing vice admirals were already buffeted by the powerful gust of energy, struggling to keep their eyes open while instinctively shielding themselves from the onslaught. Ice Age, just as their techniques were on the verge of colliding. The Admiral Akiji finally made his move, utilizing his ice fruit ability to encase the surroundings in an icy prison. The dragon-shaped energy wave from Yi Luo pierced through Akiji's ice barrier, while Ji Yuan's slicing strike followed closely behind. However, with Akiji's intervention, the potency of both techniques was significantly diminished, rendering them less threatening. Enough, Ji Yuan, there is no need to continue, Sengoku declared, noting Ji Yuan's reluctant demeanor. Yes, Marshal. Ji Yuan shot Yi Luo a fierce glare before sheathing his prized sword. Jinpai Luo. Ji Yuan, we agreed this was merely a spar. Your last strike seemed intent on taking my life. Yi Luo sauntered over, unabashedly commenting, you brat, don't you always exhaust yourself after using that dragon-shaped energy wave? You appear rather untroubled now, Sengoku inquired. Observing Yi Luo, Yi Luo shook his head, replying, my internal energy has increased somewhat. And since I did not employ the dragon-subduing palms excessively earlier, I still have a little left, though not much. I see. It appears your strength has indeed grown considerably. Sengoku nodded in acknowledgement. Does the Marshal intend to promote me? Yi Luo queried with anticipation. Impossible. Though your achievements are notable, the troubles you've caused are equally significant. Your merits and faults balance each other. Thus you have yet to earn a promotion to Rear Admiral." Sengoku firmly declined, shaking his head that I knew it. "You won't even let me set sail. How can I earn merits?" Yi Luo lamented, having recently depleted his diamonds and yearning to venture out for some extra income. "Very well then, the G5 division in the New World is not expanding smoothly. Go lend a hand, but do not stray too far. You must be ready to return at a moment's notice should we call for you." After pondering, Sengoku stated. "Sengoku, do you intend?" HCNM asked, bewildered by Sengoku's decision. Sengoku nodded, explaining, "We are encountering obstacles in the New World, and we require someone like Yi Luo to create a stir." Showcasing the Navy's dynamism and aiding in that matter. Chapter 88. The advancing Yi Luo before long. Yi Luo received orders from the headquarters, promoting him to Rear Admiral and assigning him to the G5 division, where he would serve as deputy to Vice Admiral Virgo, assisting the Navy in expanding their influence in the New World. Within days, Yi Luo had garnered the loyalty of a cadre of naval soldiers who resembled pirates more than soldiers. And he met the base's highest authority, Virgo, the undercover agent from the Don Quixote family, who always insisted others refer to him as Mr. Virgo, enjoyed hamburgers, and perpetually had remnants of food stuck to his face. Yi Luo had initially forgotten this individual's existence, but, upon their introduction, recalled that he was of no benefit to the Navy, prompting him to devise ways to unearth evidence of Virgo's undercover activities. However, the G5 base was situated in the New World, where confrontations with pirates were frequent, leaving Yi Luo little time to keep a close watch on Virgo. Thus, he enlisted the help of his companion, Lena. During his initial days at the G5 base, Yi Luo came to fully appreciate the formidable nature of the New World pirates, having already acquired several scars due to encounters with 2 waves of the Yonko's pirate crews within a mere few days. Although the Yonko themselves were not personally involved, their top subordinates were no less formidable. One of the first Yonko crews Yi Luo encountered was that of Kaido, perhaps due to ties with Don Quixote da Flamingo. Yi Luo discovered, on the second day of his arrival, that Jack, one of Kaido's calamities, was lurking near the G5 base. Initially, Yi Luo intended to engage, but Virgo intervened, providing reasoning that compelled Yi Luo to reconsider. He explained that even if they were to defeat Jack together, what would be the outcome? They would merely imprison him and impel down, and once Kaido caught wind of it, he would undoubtedly come to retrieve him. The G5 division could not withstand Kaido's wrath, nor could impel down. Thus, defeating Jack here seemed entirely unnecessary. As long as the adversary did not overstep, they would not provoke an attack. In the New World, while dealing with other pirates might be manageable, confronting the high-ranking officers of the Yonko crews was a different matter altogether. Even the Navy had to tread cautiously, observing the indifferent naval soldiers around him. Yi Luo recognized that they had grown accustomed to this way of life, to yielding in the face of the Yonko pirate crews. Although Yi Luo, having recently gained significant power, longed to confront Jack, he ultimately decided to let him be, realizing that the Navy was not yet prepared to wage war against 2 Yonko. To his surprise, Jack brazenly approached the G5 division, seeking a confrontation, unable to restrain himself. Yi Luo took the initiative, not only defeating Jack, but also sinking his pirate crew. However, Yi Luo did not intend to annihilate them. He intentionally allowed Jack to escape after his victory, as he had no means of capturing or killing him. Despite his ability to triumph over Jack, the formidable defense attributed to the ancient Zoan mammoth fruit user left Yi Luo somewhat speechless. Thus, although the system deemed his victory worthy of substantial experience points, he received no diamonds. Particularly upon returning to the base and discovering that Jack had a bounty of 1 billion, Yi Luo found himself regretting not pursuing Jack further, wishing he could drag his injured self back to capture him. A bounty of 1 billion. That equated to a lucrative reward of 100,000 diamonds. Even if it meant incurring Kaido's ire, Yi Luo was unwilling to let this chance slip away. Unfortunately, he remained unaware of this at the time. Hence, he did not harbor intentions of engaging in a deadly struggle. However, this battle did serve to establish Yi Luo's formidable reputation among the base's naval forces, accelerating his efforts to win over this group of sailors. Yet before Yi Luo could fully recuperate from his injuries, another of the Yonko, Charlotte Snack, one of the sweet commanders from the Big Mom pirates, appeared before him. This time, however, he was not there to provoke but merely passing through. As they were en route to Fishman Island to procure some of Big Mom's desserts, Fishman Island lay within the territory of the Whitebeard pirates. Even the might of the Big Mom pirates necessitated purchasing their delicacies. Thus, Yi Luo initially had no intention of provoking them. fully aware of the formidable strength possessed by the sweet commander, Kakuri, and thus wished to avoid a confrontation with someone he could not defeat. However, upon learning that Snack's bounty was only 600 million berries, Yi Luo's interest was piqued, especially after recalling that this individual had been defeated by the monk Urki, resulting in his removal from the ranks of the sweet commanders. Gathering his crew aboard the Huajia, without notifying Virgo, Yi Luo set forth to confront the procurement vessel of the Big Mom pirates. True to form, after a grueling battle, Yi Luo successfully captured them. Despite the considerable cost, the sight of 60,000 diamonds entering his account brought a smile to his face. Though he was subsequently berated by Virgo for his actions, Yi Luo remained delighted. Rear Admiral Yi Luo. Having captured one of the sweet commanders of the Big Mom pirates, what is your next course of action? Just days ago, you defeated Jack, and the Marshal is already quite displeased. Now you have provoked the Big Mom pirates as well. Are you under the impression that life at the G5 base is too comfortable? Virgo inquired, his expression stoic as he confronted Yi Luo. I apologize, sir. Capturing pirates is the duty of the Navy. And I cannot betray my sense of justice. Yi Luo responded resolutely. As the leaves fall, one may open their eyes and speak nonsense. However, regarding this matter, none can claim that Yi Luo acted improperly. For it is indeed the rightful duty of the Navy to apprehend pirates. Nonetheless, you are already a rear admiral, not merely an ordinary naval soldier. Your vision must extend far beyond the immediate. As such actions may offend the Yonko pirate crews, please return to headquarters. Charlotte Snag is currently detained under my authority. Virgo has long desired to send Yi Luo away, having already detected that Yi Luo was covertly surveilling him. Thus, he seized the opportunity to propose Yi Luo's transfer back to headquarters during this incident. In truth, he had perceived Yi Luo's intentions when he made his move, as the commander of the G5 base. If he were oblivious to such matters, his tenure would have been in vain. However, to expedite Yi Luo's departure, he feigned ignorance, knowing that regardless of Yi Luo's success or failure, he would have an excuse to dismiss him. Which is why he allowed Yi Luo to act. Very well, though I wish to remain, you are the commander, and your word is final. I shall return to the headquarters. Yi Luo shrugged and remarked. He genuinely wished to stay, for in just a few days, his diamond count had nearly reached 80,000. Excluding Charlotte Snack's 60,000 diamonds, he had amassed nearly 20,000 on his own. Chapter 89. The supernovas. Is this truly your rationale for provoking two Yonko pirate crews consecutively? Upon returning to headquarters, Yi Luo was immediately ushered into the office of Sengoku. Marshal, regardless of the circumstances, I trust there is no fault in capturing pirates. Yi Luo scoffed. After all, in asserting this point, Yi Luo had already secured an invulnerable position. Very well, you shall remain at headquarters for the time being. Do not return to G5 just yet. I understand your eagerness to capture pirates, but the situation in the New World is far more chaotic than you might imagine. We cannot act against the Yonko pirate crews at this moment. Sengoku sighed, feeling somewhat despondent as a naval officer unable to capture pirates. All right, in light of your position as marshal, I shall share an important piece of information with you. Yi Luo smiled, leaning closer to Sengoku and whispering that Sengoku's expression changed, and he responded sternly. Yi Luo, you must not retaliate against Rear Admiral Virgo simply because he reported you. Rest assured, I have no direct conflict or vested interest with him. I would not speak recklessly. Although I lack concrete evidence, I personally overheard him conversing with one of the 7 warlords, Don Quixote da Flamingo. He must be an undercover agent planted within the Navy by the Don Quixote family. Yi Luo replied earnestly. What? Are you certain? Sengoku stared intently at Yi Luo, who nodded, stating, though I did not hear every detail clearly, I caught a mention of an undercover agent named Corazon that the Navy had placed within the Don Quixote family years ago. This information was unknown to me until that day, so you need only investigate whether we have a spy named Corazon to discern the truth. Sengoku was taken aback by Yi Luo's words. Hearing that name again momentarily rendered him speechless. Corazon indeed existed, but he was already deceased. Sengoku's mood darkened as he spoke. Corazon, originally Don Quixote Rosinante, was the younger brother of Don Quixote da Flamingo, a second-generation heart. He possessed an immense sense of justice, infiltrating his family to halt his brother's rampage, and was an undercover agent for the Navy, holding the rank of lieutenant commander, with the code name Little Fruit. He was the user of the Silence Fruit, and also Sengoku's adopted son. When Corazon was exposed and killed by Da Flamingo, Sengoku shed tears, making this a highly confidential matter within the Navy that Yi Luo could not possibly know, thus lending credibility to his words. I understand. Do not speak of this to anyone for now. I will handle it. After a moment of silence, Sengoku instructed Yi Luo. Rest assured, I am not one to divulge everything to others, but Marshal, to take this matter seriously. After all, the opposing undercover agent is already a rear admiral. Is it not somewhat disconcerting that this naval prodigy is merely a rear admiral while I am a mere major? Yi Luo waved his hand dismissively as he spoke, departing Sengoku's office. That little brat. Wasn't he just promoted recently? Sengoku chuckled, then fell silent, disregarding Sengoku's contemplations. Yi Luo resumed his training upon returning home, though he had been away for only a few days. The numerous large-scale battles had provided him with ample combat experience to digest, so he was not in a rush to expend his diamonds. Meanwhile, Luffy and his companions officially set foot on Sabaody Archipelago. Encountering the fishman, Octopus Hachi, whom they had met years ago in the East Blue. Fortunately, Nami had emerged from the shock of past events, holding no lingering resentment towards Octopus Hachi, leading the group to Sabaody Archipelago together. This is the best coating shop I mentioned. Annie Shaki, I'm here. Octopus Hachi guided Luffy and the others to Shaki's bar, where upon entering, they witnessed her beating a pirate to a pulp. However, upon seeing Hachi, Shaki warmly welcomed Luffy and his crew. After conversing for a while, Shaki curiously inquired, by the way, why does your name resemble that of Admiral Garp? Oh, that's my grandfather. Luffy replied nonchalantly. I see. I used to be running from Garp all over the world. Shaki chuckled as memories flooded back. Why is that? The Straw Hat crew asked curiously. Because Andy Shaki was once a pirate, Octopus Hachi interjected. But I retired from that life 40 years ago. Now I make a living selling information. Shaki laughed, continuing with the conversation about coating the Thousand Sunny. However, according to her, her husband had gone out on an adventure, and his return time was uncertain. He hadn't been home for 6 months. Surprised, Luffy and the others offered to help look for him, but Shaki cautioned them to be careful, as they had now become this generation's supernovas. Naturally, Luffy and his crew were unaware of the term supernova. Prompting Shaki to provide a brief explanation, at the entrance of the Grand Line, there are 7 routes, all of which converge here, leading into the New World. Among the pirates who arrived here with you, there are a total of 11 with bounties exceeding 100 million, hence your designation as supernovas. And Luffy, your bounty ranks second. Is there someone with a higher bounty than Luffy? Chopper asked in astonishment. Indeed, the order from highest to lowest bounty is Eustace Kid, Monkey D. Luffy, Basil Hawkins, X Drake, Trafalgar Law, Scratchman Apu, Killer, Jewelry Bonnie, Capone Beach, Rorino Azoro, and Urich. U11 are this generation's pirate supernovas. Similarly, there are noteworthy newcomers emerging within the Navy. Shaki winked, grinning. The Navy? Does the Navy also have supernovas? Nami inquired, astonished. Shaki shook her head, explaining, the Navy differs from us pirates. They undergo systematic training, and thus the term supernova does not typically apply. However, every few years, the Navy does produce some monster-level geniuses. For example, the last generation featured the White Hunter, Smoker, and others. Smoker? Upon hearing his name, Luffy recalled their encounter in Logtown. So, is there a monster-level genius among this generation of the Navy? Nami asked curiously. Chapter 90, The Turmoil of Sabaody Archipelago. Hearing Nami's query, Shaki smiled, seemingly lost in thought. Currently, the most renowned monster-level genius in the Navy is Purple Dragon Yi Luo. He is regarded as a sure candidate for the rank of Admiral, provided no unforeseen circumstances arise. Yi Luo? The Straw Hat crew exclaimed, save for Brook, who had long since passed. Indeed, he is a student of Garp. Little Luffy, you are Garp's grandson. It seems you are quite fated to cross paths, however, judging by your expressions. You seem to know little about Little Yi, Shaki remarked with a smile. Auntie, why do you refer to Yi Luo as Little Yi? Do you know him? They inquired with curiosity. One could say I know him. Aunt Xiao smiled, reminiscing about the time when Yi Luo rushed to seek apprenticeship from Rayleigh. After chatting with Aunt Xiao for a while, the Straw Hat crew set off in search of Uncle Rayleigh. Unaware of the significance that name held as they meandered in their quest, they stumbled upon an amusement park. For Cammy, a member of the mermaid tribe, it was her first visit to such a place. And thus Luffy and the others accompanied her, indulging in the joys of the park, completely forgetting their original purpose of finding someone. Meanwhile, Zoro, who had separated from Luffy and the others, found himself wandering the Sabaody Archipelago, only to unwittingly cross paths with a celestial dragon on an outing. This encounter was precisely why Yi Luo seldom visited the Sabaody archipelago. Even when passing through, he rarely disembarked, striving to avoid the celestial dragons. As a Navy officer, he had an obligation to refrain from resistance, but he feared that the sight of such filth might provoke him into taking action. Hence, if there were no pressing matters, he would not set foot on that island. "What's the matter? Are you seeking directions?" Zoro casually inquired, sipping his drink while regarding the astonished celestial dragon before him. However, the celestial dragon's immediate reaction was to draw his weapon and attempt to shoot Zoro. Sensing the imminent danger, Zoro did not hold back, which startled the surrounding civilians and pirates alike. "That bastard! Is he really going to attack?" exclaimed the supernova, Scratchmenopua, who had been watching in disbelief as Zoro prepared to strike. Just as Zoro was about to unsheath his sword, the sudden appearance of Jewelry Bonnie, who collided into him, interrupted as she cried out, "Brother, why are you dying?" Zoro, perplexed by Bonnie's outburst, asked, "What do you want?" "Kid, you idiot. We are all pirates. We must adhere to the pirate code. Do you wish to invite an admiral's wrath?" Bonnie shouted at Zoro after revealing her true form. Yet, Zoro paid her no heed and turned his attention to the fallen civilians, lifting one and inquiring about the nearest hospital. "Are you kidding me? A pirate actually saving people?" Bonnie muttered under her breath, watching Zoro hurriedly carry the injured away with a disgruntled expression. Thanks to Jewelry Bonnie, things could have taken a turn for the worse. That was Zoro, the pirate hunter from the Straw Hat crew, right? I've heard that crew is rather eccentric. They actually want to attack a celestial dragon. They must be insane, remarked Capone Beach, captain of the fire tank pirates, with a hint of exasperation. Rescuing others is only natural. He doesn't look like he is on the brink of death. Hawkins, the magician, remarked nonchalantly. With a bounty of over 100 million, he clearly doesn't seem like someone to be trifled with. Urki, the eccentric monk, noted with interest as he observed Zoro depart. Meanwhile, the commotion was just beginning to settle when Sanji and the others aboard the Thousand Sunny received an urgent call from Nami. Their companion, the mermaid Kami, had gone missing, prompting Nami to reach out to Sanji specifically, as he had the contact information for the Flying Fish Riders. This matter required the expertise of professionals to locate someone swiftly. Soon, the narcissistic Dibru, resembling Sanji's wanted poster and previously granted a makeover by Sanji's kick, reappeared online. Thanks to the efforts of the Flying Fish Riders, they quickly pinpointed their target to the first island of the Sabaody archipelago, where the largest human trafficking auction was set to take place. Dibru was convinced that Kami was there to ask Luffy, and the rest began converging on that location to rescue Kami. It was revealed that not only was the mermaid Kami present, but also their target, the legendary shipwright Rayleigh, who, like Kami, was also destined for auction. Report, Vice Admiral Carp. Leaf has just returned to headquarters and was enjoying tea and conversation when a naval officer burst in with urgency. A voice called out. "What is it?" Carp asked, munching on senbei while sipping tea. "Sir, reports from my subordinates indicate that at the human trafficking auction on the Sabaody archipelago, they seem to have spotted the Dark King." "Rayleigh," the naval officer replied with grave seriousness. "Silver's Rayleigh, you say? They resorted to auctioning the Dark King?" Carp chuckled lightly. "Yes, although it appears no one has noticed yet. They are preparing to auction him off as an ordinary old man." The officer continued that my subordinates discovered his whereabouts, but were unsure. "Is this something we need to report to Admiral Sengoku?" The officer asked, somewhat incredulously. "No need for that I'll handle it." Carp waved his hand dismissively. "Also, it's best to keep this under wraps among your subordinates. But what if it is really the Dark King himself?" The officer hesitated. "It must be him." Carp took a sip of tea, signaling for Leaf to refill his cup, and added, "I suspect he lost a bet and was sold off." "What?" The officer's expression was one of disbelief. "It's best to act as if we know nothing. The Navy lacks the manpower to pursue Rayleigh at this moment." Carp gestured. "Perhaps I should go, then. After all, it is the Dark King Rayleigh. We wouldn't want anyone below to offend him." Leaf stood up, somewhat reluctantly. Carp pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. "Very well, but one thing. Keep your distance from the celestial dragons. I don't want Sengoku sending an admiral after you." The officer watched in confusion as Carp and Leaf conversed. Recognizing Leaf, the Navy's once-in-a-century prodigy, but puzzled as to why Carp would mention Sengoku sending an admiral after him. Ignoring the officer's curiosity, Leaf grabbed his cloak and exited Carp's office. Chapter 91. Luffy's fury. By the time Leaf arrived at the Sabaody archipelago, the human trafficking auction at the first island was already teeming with people, featuring not only celestial dragons and the Dark King Rayleigh, but also Luffy and his crew, who came for Kami. Along with the curious supernovas, since we cannot act recklessly, we must adhere to the rules here. Everyone, we have treasures aboard valued at approximately 200 million berries. I intend to use them to buy back Kami. Does anyone object? At the entrance of the auction, Nami, having learned the true nature of the place from the guards, immediately voiced her opinion that of course, no objections. Chopper, already transformed, exclaimed eagerly, "With that much money, it should suffice." "Although I can't repay you," Octopus Sunny remarked, initially excited, then quickly deflated. "If it means saving our friend, I wouldn't hesitate to spend any amount." Nami shot a cool glance at Sunny. Sanji, on the other hand, transformed into a lovesick fool and knelt, exclaiming, "Nami-san, I adore you. We are eternally grateful for your kindness. We will remember your great deeds for life," the Starfish Papagoo and Octopus Sunny said, tears streaming down their faces. As Luffy and his crew rushed towards the auction, Leaf also advanced in that direction, but on the way, he spotted numerous supernovas and resisted the urge to act, commenting to his companion, Lena, "These supernova pirates are truly audacious. Strolling openly down the street. If it weren't for Sengoku forbidding me from causing trouble, I would surely capture them all. Sir, we must remain cautious during this special period," Lena, seemingly frightened by Leaf's potential aggression, quickly advised. "That I know, regarding Ace's situation. Although they kept it from me, such news cannot remain completely concealed." Leaf sighed. Lena nodded, recognizing that Leaf understood the gravity of the situation and thus refrained from further comments. No wonder the Navy headquarters is so close yet so poorly defended. It all makes sense now. Drake, holding a freshly acquired newspaper, remarked with a change in expression. "Captain Drake, what is going on?" his subordinate inquired curiously. "The 2nd Division commander of Whitebeard, Port Gasti. Ace, is to be publicly executed," Drake stated gravely, holding the newspaper. Simultaneously, aside from those at the auction, the rest learned through the newspaper about Ace's impending public execution. "What? Does this mean Whitebeard is also going to mobilize?" Drake's subordinate exclaimed in shock. Everyone knew well what kind of person Whitebeard was. He regarded his crew as sons, and anyone who dared to harm his sons would face dire consequences. "Indeed, war is about to commence." Drake glanced towards the direction of the Navy headquarters and declared. On the other side, at the human trafficking auction, Kami, the mermaid, was brought forth. Before the host could finish introducing her, a celestial dragon immediately offered 500 million berries, catching Nami and the others, who had planned to buy Kami for 200 million, completely off guard. "What do we do now? Sanji, say something." Transformed, Chopper anxiously inquired of the silent Sanji. Sanji was equally troubled, not only due to the presence of celestial dragons in the vicinity but also because of the collar around Kami's neck. Once affixed, it could not be removed without detonation. Just as Nami and Sanji were embroiled in their dilemma, the host's countdown concluded, and he proclaimed loudly, "Time's up. Now, our mermaid Kami will be auctioned at the price of 500 million berries." Unfortunately, before he could finish his statement, Luffy, accompanied by Zoro and riding a flying fish, crashed through the ceiling of the auction hall. "What is happening? Is it Captain Eustace Kidd?" He glanced uneasily towards the commotion. Indeed, Luffy, upon landing, spotted Kami, who was being auctioned, and bellowed as he rushed to rescue her. Octopus Hachon inadvertently revealed the truth about the fishmen in his attempt to obstruct Luffy. The human nobles and wealthy spectators gasped in shock, hurling insults at Hachon, while security personnel swiftly attempted to block Luffy's advance. However, at that moment, a celestial dragon shot Hachon to prevent Luffy from proceeding. "Hachon," gasped the Straw Hat crew in alarm. "Yes, I hit it. I brought the fishman down." The celestial dragon reveled in his marksmanship, yet Luffy fell into a sudden silence, especially after Hachon was shot. The surrounding crowd displayed no concern. Instead, they reveled in the misfortune, igniting Luffy's fury, compelling him to retaliate. "Wait, Straw Hat. Don't get angry. This was my own mess." Hachon, gasping, struggled to restrain the enraged Luffy, continuing in broken sentences. "Didn't you promise me that even if a celestial dragon killed in front of you, you wouldn't confront them? After all, I've been a pirate and committed my share of wrongs. Consider this my retribution." Hachon exclaimed, breathless. "I'm sorry. I never anticipated things would turn out like this. I merely wish to assist you all to atone to Nami." Luffy paused, crouching beside Hachon, yet remained silent. "I'm still a failure. It has always been this way. Not only can I not save Kami, but I've also implicated you all. I am truly a disappointment." Hachon wept profusely. Nami, covering her mouth, felt tears welling up in her eyes. Although Hatchan had committed numerous wrongs in her homeland, the past was behind them, and she had long since forgiven him. She was touched to learn that Hatchan had come to assist them in hopes of making amends. Meanwhile, Zoro and Sanji stood in silence, seemingly awaiting their Captain Luffy's command. "Stinking fish, I hit you. Why aren't you dead?" "Still blabbering nonsense. You infuriate me." The celestial dragon raised his pistol again, aiming at Hatchan. Yet, Luffy's gaze bore into him, momentarily rendering him hesitant to fire. Hey, are you not dead? Is he serious?" Captain Eustace Kidd watched Luffy approach the celestial dragon in astonishment. Not dead? What does he intend to do? The surrounding audience looked bewilderedly at Luffy. After all, he was a celestial dragon. Could this pirate truly dare to act? "Wait, Straw Hat. Don't engage. You'll bring harm upon yourselves." Starfish Papager, while longing to save Cammy, did not wish to witness his friends perish. Chapter 92. The appearance of Silver's Rayleigh. In a fit of rage, Luffy ultimately struck the celestial dragon, rendering him unconscious, much to the astonishment of the onlookers, who were left with a singular, frenzied thought. Who on earth is this, daring to strike a celestial dragon? "Hey, Straw Hat, you are quite an intriguing individual," remarked the Dr. Trafalgar Law, seated nearby, with a smile. Meanwhile, Eustace Kidd wore a peculiar grin, his thoughts undisclosed. "Apologies, everyone. I've heard that after striking this individual, the Navy will dispatch an admiral with warships." Luffy adjusted his hat, addressing his companions. "Humph, it's your fault for knocking him out. Now I cannot even take my shot." Zoro unsheathed his weapon, chuckling ominously. "Now, let's get down to business." Sanji produced a cigarette, lighting it as he quietly inquired, "Hatchan, are you all right?" Nami approached Hatchan, asking, "I'm sorry, I've caused you all trouble. You're truly in a predicament." Hatchan replied with an expression of guilt. "Forget it. After all, he is Luffy." Nami smiled, having already forgiven Hatchan in her heart. Moreover, she had overheard Hatchan's confession, thus her concern for his injuries overshadowed any lingering resentment. "Now, everyone, we must finalize our plans." Frankie rubbed his hands, seemingly gearing up for action. "First, we must rescue Cammy. The collar around her neck must be backstage. Hatchan is injured, so I will stay here to tend to him. Thus, I entrust the keys to you." Chopper began to fulfill his lifelong duty. The auction hall erupted into chaos as the Straw Hat crew advanced towards the auction stage. "You scoundrels, summon the Admiral. How dare anyone strike a celestial dragon?" "My poor child," St. Roswald, the father of the celestial dragon Luffy had just knocked unconscious, bellowed angrily at his subordinates. Just then, Flying Fish reappeared, and Robin, Usopp, and Brook rushed in.